telling me about a large institution or people's
Well,
psychological states or whatever.
that's just semantical as far as language and like what you are referring to, and as far as inductive reasoning and whatever it is that you're referring to as a thing. Like we wouldn't be able to have any type of language whatsoever if the word tree were to change to a different meaning 1 minute later, 2 minutes, right? So every time I said tree, I just said, "Hey, tree ducks, ceiling floor, egg farm." Yeah, that would with the law if the law of identity didn't hold true throughout time, that's how every sentence would sound.
Yeah, so time is the big notion here, right?
That's part of it. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. So either everything like all contingent facts, like all things that you know to be true. If you know anything to be true, even that you don't know anything to be true, and that was true, right? That would exist within the context that makes it true. In order for that context to be true, the law of identity needs to hold throughout time. Yeah.
mhm.
For you to know anything. Otherwise, all these contingent facts would be standalone brute facts that you would never, and then you would never know anything. If they were standalone brute facts where they weren't contingent upon other facts, then you wouldn't know anything to be true at all, right? So that's just like kind of like step one. But all of these contingent facts, just by definition, contingent facts are dependent on something else to make them true, right? So if everything was in this dependency relationship forever, like indefinitely, this thing was dependent on this thing was dependent on this thing, right? And it just when you would never know anything. But there must be something that terminates that all things are dependent upon. One singular thing that accounts for all things to have any facts whatsoever. And that thing, in order to make any statement, any proposition whatsoever, is God. Everybody knows God exists.
um, yeah, sure. I'm still kind of. I mean, which God? Like the Christian God, Jesus, the Father, and the Holy Spirit? Is that the God? Or
Right?
is
Yeah.
there another God?
Jesus. Yeah, just
Yeah.
Jesus. Yeah.
Yeah. For
Just
so
Jesus.
well, the thing is, right? All the other gods, quote unquote, right? They don't reveal themselves to you, right? So, like, in order for you to know anything infallibly, that you know that you exist, and you could not be wrong about that, then it would have to be revealed to you, right? You'd have to know everything. You have to know every single thing to know that you exist, because you could be wrong if you don't know every single thing. So the quote unquote God, whatever God it is, has to reveal themselves so that you can know facts to be true, right? And in
Hmm.
all these other quote unquote gods, none of them are self revelatory as a Christian God in the Bible who came to visit you to tell you that, he is true, he is God. Yeah. No other God even makes that claim.
Um, I mean, the Muslim God sort of makes that claim, though a little bit, but not in the form of a person, but rather in the form of the book. So, in Islam, the Quran itself is the miracle, not Muhammad,
Yeah, the
right?
special revelation like the Bible. Like it's funny, like people separate like Muslim from like Christian. It's all the same book. It's literally it's categorized as Abrahamic. Like the Muslims, they believe that in Jesus. Yeah, Jesus. Yeah, absolutely. Sent from God. Yeah.
but they don't hold
They
Jesus
bel
in proper regard.
Yeah, they believe in Jesus, as in Jesus was a prophet, but they don't believe he's the Messiah or God.
Yeah.
My understanding is.
Yeah. I mean, no problem. Yeah.
I mean, I just
Really,
Yeah. I
you
mean,
get
don't
what
have
that doesn't
you don't
differentiate
have an
between a
issue with
God who's
that?
revelatory versus a God who's not revelatory. Right. So then, I mean, and then the Quran. I mean, I don't want to debate like religion exactly, right? But the Quran says that the Old Testament is true, right? I mean, the New Testament is true, and then
Hmm.
and then the Old Testament and the New Testament say that no other. The New Testament says no other book will be written after this. So I mean, if the Quran is true, then it's false.
Oh, that's funny the way
Yeah,
you
yeah.
put it.
It's called like a performative contradiction.
Yeah, I guess it is in some sense. Yeah. Um.
But yeah,
All right.
everybody knows it just in general. Like you can go to a specific God if you want, but just in general, everybody knows that there must be something ultimately that accounts for all the things that we have in reality, like love, caring, knowledge, understanding, all of these things. Right? So they're dependent on
Yeah.
something else, and they're real.
Okay. Okay.
Morality.
But to be fair, you don't
Well, fair,
exactly
well,
have
fair,
to.
well, fair. I mean, real quick, fair to be fair, which is a real attribute of reality, would require a mind or a soul or personhood
Yes.
for
Okay. We
fairness
get
or
it.
morality. Yeah. So if that
Yes.
exists
I
in
understand.
reality, yeah,
Well,
yeah, of
fine. I accept there is a God. That's
course.
fine. But I just want to say, to be fair to others that are not flat earthers, there are other ways to get to the reality that it's all about love and understanding and fairness and justice, and
To you,
without believing the earth is flat, right?
yeah,
Mm,
there are
yeah, I
other
agree.
paths to Jesus. Yes, of course.
There's
I
only one
feel
So
path.
what? So particular, but it seems that particularly for you guys, the entryway to this revelation is flat Earth.
No,
No.
no. Just just disagreed with you when I said there are many paths to Jesus. When you said this,
It,
you making it singular,
no,
like
I know.
this is the only one that
I
we
understand.
believe is what the true one.
No, I understand that there are
No,
many
it's
paths to
just a
The
way
Jesus,
of
only way.
but
revealing a deeper reality. Okay.
okay, no, I understand that there are many paths to Jesus, but my point is to say that this is your path to Jesus. Flat Earth is your path to Jesus.
No, no.
No, no. Okay,
This
fine.
is this is part of the pathway for some people, but Jesus can have your journey is different to mine. But
Wait,
you're
I think your
seeking
mic.
Jesus, and
I think
there's only
you.
one way
Jedi, that was all
to
broken
God,
up.
that through Jesus.
Jedi, you got to repeat yourself.
Yeah, your mic broke off a bit.
He got kicked out from his band, Mike. But I would honestly listen, like a moment of truth, Afan whatever. I would honestly say that it almost feels like to me, just personally, it's almost like a path away. To be honest, I dedicate too much time to this bullshit that people know is true. They know they're not moving. They know that they're not spinning. They know that water is horizontal and flat level. That's what we use to measure level is a water level, and it just takes you away from. It takes you away, if anything else. Yeah. But it's still the
So
truth. What are you going to do? You know. But
okay,
the only
but for you, it's a major entryway to Jesus,
no,
right?
I'm saying for me, everybody already knows that God is true, right? Like everybody knows there must be some necessary precondition to make any type of claim
Okay,
whatsoever. There must be a
okay.
God uphold the law of identity. Now
But
yeah,
okay,
now I'm
fine.
wasting all my time debating what people already know also, which is that the earth is flat, not moving, that your house is just straight ahead when you're standing wherever you are, and it's
Okay,
probably a waste of time. Yeah.
appreciate that you are passionate about flat Earth amongst other things, but if you're saying that the greater truth is Jesus, then and the law of identity and the love and such and such, maybe dedicate more time to that a little bit. Then
Yeah, I hear you.
because you say specifically that it's taking all your time away.
No.
Well, I hear you. Yeah, and
Like
that's what it is. It's like all these other things, right? All things, anything. They take time away from what's important. So we'll sit here and
I mean,
argue over
yeah, I
the nature.
understand.
Yeah.
I understand, but look, I'm here, right? I'm here. I was there 4 hours the other days, or the yesterday or whatever. So I'm here. I'm clearly spending my time here. It's fine to do so, but let's be careful, right? You got to live your life. Yeah.
I just want
Yeah,
to
No.
that's
point
all
out
I'm
that
saying.
there are flat earthers that will
So, have you
do the
learned anything yet
heliocentric model.
at Vernaqua?
Did I what? Sorry.
Have you learned anything yet?
I mean, I learn every moment of every day, my dude. But yeah, I've learned things. Of course, I've learned things.
Yeah, I mean, it's just to say that we are like all like it's kind of funny, right? In a way, right? Like if we go into like a religious debate, we're not even arguing things that we don't already know. That there must be something necessarily, some sort of precondition to know whether anything's true whatsoever at all, right? That's one thing, right?
Mhm.
Then we go into flat Earth debate, right? And we're arguing against things that we already know are true. We already know that water is level, right? We already know that like a straight line is a straight line, right? We already know that when we're standing still, we're standing still. It's almost like it's all like this like orchestrated nonsensical debate so that we can't just so that we waste our time procrastinating or something, because we already know, everybody unanimous, like objectively every single person already knows these things to be true. Yeah.
Oh, okay. But like, can't you say that there are behaviors, there are things you could say that are the greater truth that remain consistent between flat Earth and the truth of Jesus. They are the same. You're not arguing differently. You're not behaving differently. And for
Well,
those things, you can just do that. You can just do that. You're not contradicting yourself in the flat Earth position, but you're also not contradicting yourself relative to Jesus, and you can
no,
just do that.
it'll happen, right? So like what will happen is like Bond was kind of saying, like we all have to justify things that we know, like in our lives. We have to justify our actions, like give a reason, give an account. PSR, like I was saying earlier, give a reason
Mhm.
why we're doing things or we're not doing things, or to give an account for these things, right? And what ends up happening is that people have to, like, just it's built into your DNA, your human nature, whatever it is, that you have to give reason for your actions. And what happens is when
Mhm.
somebody gives you a story saying, well, listen, you might just be a monkey and you might have come from nothing and you might have no consequences for any of your actions, then you can start to, like, slowly but surely justify, well, maybe the earth is just so big that I can never tell that it's flat, even though everything that I experience is flat, stationary, non-rotational. Well, maybe there's no meaning to anything whatsoever that I'm doing, because there's no God. Because if God existed, like, why would he need 13 million years? And why would he need all this stuff? So maybe I can do whatever I want, right? So people have to, like, just as a part of human nature, justify what they do as, actionably. And this paradigm of a globe of billions of years gives you, some sort of reasonable doubt to justify, immoral actions and lies. Yeah.
I mean, it's fair, but I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna use an example in my life. Like I try to be charitable. Like when a homeless person begs for money, I tend, if I have money on me, I tend to give it or give some of it, stuff like that. If someone on the street asks me for something, I tend to say yes. Uh, if they're like they look, uh, homeless enough or whatever, or they're old, or they have a clear physical condition or something like this. Point is, like, a lot of my friends, the people I hang out with, they sometimes they don't say anything. Sometimes they're like they're not happy with me in some conditions. Sometimes they're, no, don't do this. Oh, I hate these people. Blah blah blah. And when that happens, like, I don't feel the need necessarily to explain all the complicated reasons for why I do this. I know it's right. I don't give
Right,
a
but you did,
shit,
yeah.
but
You don't have to
I don't give a
justify this
shit.
to them. Yeah. You know, but
Yeah,
there was a
but
reason that you did.
no. But that's what I'm saying. I justify it internally, and that's good enough,
Right.
right? For
Yeah,
some things, it's
that's
good
what I'm
enough.
talking. I'm not saying you need to justify it to anybody else. But internal, like, so here's like a kind of a catchphrase that you'll find to be true if you like kind of carry, right? You can either suppress the truth, right? This is like sounds religious or whatever, but I'm not even trying to be. You can either suppress the truth in your unrighteousness, right? Like, or profess it to be true. Those are your only options. You either profess it or suppress it in your unrighteousness.
Yeah, that's fine. Yes, I agree. But I guess my question is then, how much does this flat Earth stuff intrudes into your daily life? Like, do you talk to your parents about it? Do you talk to your colleagues about it? Do you just say, you're drinking coffee on a date? Do you just say, "Oh, I believe the Earth is flat"? Is that? Do you
And
do that?
everybody
Or,
already knows. I mean, you can, right? You can hint to somebody, and they're either going to be like, "Yes, I know. Well, obviously, I'm standing still," or they're going to suppress the truth in their unrighteous justification to say, "Well, maybe I don't know it. Maybe we can never know. Maybe we can't know anything." So there's only those two options that'll happen. So you can tell somebody, and it'll be up to them to decide, and they can have internal justifications or suppressions on why something's true or not true, but they know it to be. There's nothing. They know it because all they've ever seen are the facts, right? And the facts point to one thing, and then they'll say, well, even though all the facts point to this one thing, in order to pull myself away from the truth, so I can say, well, maybe I'm justified in doing bad stuff. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong about all the things I know to be true, so I can do whatever I want. Yeah.
yeah, okay. So,
Do you tell them? Yeah,
but
tell
so
people.
you don't. So you're saying essentially you don't tell people in your daily
No, I
life.
tell them all. Yeah, yeah. No, I tell them all.
You tell all of them. You tell
Yeah,
everyone.
yeah.
Really,
Everybody who knows me is like, oh yeah, flat Earth for sure. Don't e-
really.
yeah. They'll say, don't even argue with him. You'll never win. I mean, it's just what it is because you
Why?
won't win. You won't
Why?
win because it's
Why
just
do you do
reality.
this? Why do you do this? So,
It's
like, you
not even
don't.
like if I were to tell you, like, hey, Afanakwa, you are a
Yeah,
white guy with long hair.
yeah, I am.
What? Right? Because I see the picture. Right?
Yeah.
You'd be
That
like,
is
why are
me.
you even telling me? It's because, dude, you keep on saying you're not. You obviously are. All right. But I'm not going to keep on beating you over the head with it every day because I care about you. I'm going to just be like, hey, I wish Afanakwa would accept what he sees in the mirror, that he's a good person with, long hair, white guy. But
Mhm.
I mean, I've told him what's obvious and right in front of his face. I'm not going to keep on beating him up about it, but I've told him. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, yeah,
Why do I tell you that the truth is staring you right in your face? Because it's just right there in your face. I'm like, hey, did you ever realize that the truth is right there staring you in your face? And you're like, no, it's not. I said, okay, well, let me know if you want to talk about it.
yeah, okay, but this is like there's a cost. My point is that there's a social cost to declaring, yeah, about the Earth is flat. What, go fuck yourself. Like I will never.
No,
Like you don't have to.
there's no cost. I've paid no price whatsoever. They just say,
You pay
oh,
no
I don't want to
price.
talk about it. But,
If I said, if dude, if I said in my life to like everybody I know, I believe the Earth is flat, I would pay a huge price.
well,
What
I
price would
understand
you
that. But you
pay?
don't, yeah, you got to eventually, like, if you believe it, you'll believe it for, that's the thing. Like the PSR that I was, like, kind of referencing earlier, the principle of sufficient reason. If you believed it was flat, then you would believe it for a reason. And then you would be able to justify that reason to people and say, listen, I believe it's flat because I've shown it to be the case in this situation, in this situation. And they would have to say, okay, I also experienced that situation. That would
Look, mate,
entail that what you're saying is
that's
true, and they can either deny it or they
yeah,
can
that's all
admit it
fine and
to be the
good.
case.
That's all fine and good, but right now I work as a software engineer, And if I said to my in an interview or to my even to my colleagues or anything or my boss as
I
I'm
get
working
I
there,
get what you're saying. You're
oh
not.
yeah, the Earth
I
is
get what you're
flat.
saying. You're not.
Like
I know.
they're gonna react. Trust
I
me, in
know,
some
but
sort of way.
I get what you're saying.
They
But if you
reacted.
say it without reason, right? Then you're saying, listen, they're going to laugh at me because I'm saying it for no reason. I don't have any justification for what I'm saying. That's what you're saying. You're saying they would laugh at me because then I wouldn't even be able to give them any kind of justification or any reason why I say it's quote unquote flat. But if you had a justification that they can't deny because it's just everybody's universal reality, they wouldn't laugh. They would say, huh, let's not talk about it because it's too serious, or I don't want to, let's just not talk about it. You wouldn't be worried that you're telling them that they have long hair and white skin. They just have long hair and white skin. It's not. Is that offensive? I mean, it's just what it is. And you say, okay, you don't want to talk
No,
about it. I understand. Let's just not talk about it. No problem.
yeah, I mean fair, but like such a conversation would take a long time. Like presumably,
Maybe.
it would just make sure that I don't say that
Nigger.
to.
Yeah, you'd have to say it for a reason. That's the thing. If you're going to say it to somebody, you might ask them. You might say, "Hey, have you ever thought about it?" Because you're not even sure what the proposition entails or what the where the proofs are, et cetera, et cetera. You might ask them, "Hey, have you ever thought about it? What's your opinion?" That's one thing. But if you were to tell them, "Hey, listen, man, the Earth is flat," you would be telling them that for a reason, and you would have that which entails, again, if you have a reason, PSR, that you have a justification for your proposition of the statement. Yeah. So
Yeah,
you
fine,
not telling them
fine,
means you don't
man,
have a justification right now.
fine. But you like again, if I can't say that to I can't explain any of that to my boss. I can't explain any of that to my colleagues. Really, my family maybe would accept it. Well, probably they would, but they would just. I would pay no family price, which is nice enough, probably. But I would pay a professional price. I would pay a friend circle price if I
Okay.
started
Hey, fun.
going around.
Maybe
Yeah.
Hey,
my
fun.
last thing I'll say, because I know other
Listen,
people want to get in. I don't pay. My family's on board, and there's no price. But go ahead, guys.
yeah, but hey, fun. Listen, you don't have to talk to everybody about the Earth being flat, bro. And before you start talking to the people about the Earth being flat or whatever, right? You gotta you gotta understand what flat Earth is, right? And you have to be able to explain to people. If you're gonna tell people, you have to be able to explain and articulate what flat Earth is. And if you don't, yeah, you will pay a big price. And with your professional career, whatever, you don't have to, my friend. It's going to cost you a lot of problems, right? Um, I would suggest you not to do that, But we just like friends outside of work or close family. If you feel like you're ready to tell them, go for it, But you have to understand what flat Earth is. You gotta know what flat Earth is, not believe. You don't want to be a believer. You want to know that the Earth is flat. Why and how, right? Don't be a believer. So that would be my advice for you on that part.
Yeah, if your friends or whatever would walk away from you if you told them the earth was flat, they weren't your friends to begin with. You did both them and you a favor.
Yeah, maybe.
Me, I didn't give a shit. I ran into a friend a while back, seen in a long time, and we started talking about it in front of the whole cafe. I was not whispering. I didn't give a shit.
Yeah. Although again, like my feeling is, if if it would were to cost me a lot of time and energy to do this, I don't know. I would probably talk about Jesus directly, I guess, if I'm Christian. And flat Earth is adjacent. It's not. It's not the main point, is it?
I mean, the only
No.
people who get really, really worked up over flat Earth, they got some other hang-ups already in place. Like, say, if you've got someone who is a huge Nixon fan, or is like really proud of American exceptionalism. Like, God bless America. America landed on the moon. America is 50, 60 years ahead of everyone else. So when you tell them the earth is flat, they're not hearing you say the earth is flat. They hear you say that America isn't this God bless America shining beacon on a hill. They're hearing you say something completely different. Like they hear, like you say, hey, the earth is flat. They just heard that you're a liberal communist propagandist trying to undermine America's greatness. They didn't hear what you said. They heard what they wanted to hear.
Do you believe that America is great, or do you believe that underneath America is not great? What is your belief on that, even?
Yeah, it's completely off topic. So I'm just saying that if you've got somebody who thinks that America is this exceptional God's gift to the world, and they know this because God blessed America with a moon mission, because God loves capitalism, and you tell them the earth is flat, what they'll hear you say is that you're telling them that God didn't bless America. They're not going to hear you talk about the flat earth at all. They're going to hear something completely different that is completely off topic. Like you just
but help me
got
connect.
done explaining to you that if you try to talk about these topics with people who aren't listening, they're not going to listen either way.
Okay, but help me connect the dots here. Why would people necessarily, like, it could be something else? Why would people necessarily reject or fight against flat Earth because they believe in American exceptionalism so hard? Like, they could believe in
that talking point away from them. Like when they just did the last moon mission, the NASA communicator said, "Hey, great job, everybody," and they all stopped and said, "We owe it to God." So when you tell them, "Oh, you guys faked that. You didn't go to Mars," what they just heard you say is that you're a heretic. You denied their God's gift to the humanity.
Their worldview. Yeah, so you're saying flat Earth is undermines
No. Here,
space exploration.
Pay attention. What I'm saying is this: if people aren't listening to you, they're not going to listen to you. They're going to hear what they want to hear because they've already got all kinds of bullshit in faith-based belief systems baked into their heliocentric model. So as soon as you tell them it's not that, it's geocentric, they're not going to hear you talk about that. They're going to hear you talk about the other things, the other value systems that they have baked into the system.
Yeah, but to you, a lot of that, your evaluation of that value system is, in other people's minds, is American exceptionalism, right? That's what you're saying.
No, that's what they say. They say that if you ask Richard Nixon at the time, they say, "Hey, how did America win the space race?" And Nixon said, "God picked America because God loves capitalism." When you tell him you didn't win a space race, you faked it, neither of you went beyond low orbit, what he actually heard you say that you think God loves communism. Because they're not listening. They're not paying attention. They're vaguely coherent about their own ideas. So when you tell them something that challenges those assumptions, they hear what they wanted to hear, not what you said.
So when did you start believing in flat Earth then?
Never did. Never believed in it.
You never believed in flat Earth?
No, flat Earth belief is not required.
So wait, no, you know the Earth is flat. Is that
yeah,
it?
It's observably and practically used as
flat. Okay. So you were born and you knew.
Belief is not required. Yeah, belief is
Okay.
definitely not
So,
required.
so the answer is as soon as you were born, basically, right? You
No.
knew. Okay.
No, you believe in a Baltard. You know the Earth is flat.
Yeah. Well, I don't know anything, but I mean, I know
Do
something.
you know that? Do you know you don't know anything?
Yeah, I
You
do.
know stuff, man.
So you know that, but you don't know you don't know. So you know that you know that you don't know.
Okay.
It sounds like
Okay.
your epistemology is a hot mess, and you got to fix that before you start advocating that somebody else accept your epistemology. So, just like I think it was No Tanks had said, you do not understand what you even think. How are you going to advocate someone else to understand what you think? You
Well,
don't.
I didn't I'm on this call specifically. I haven't advocated for anything. I just
Well,
asked
you
questions.
can't because in your worldview, you don't know. You really don't have any clue what you're talking about.
Well, yeah, but right now I'm just asking questions. I'm not talking about anything. I'm letting you talk mostly, right? Um,
Do you know that?
yes, I do know that. But it's interesting to me because to you, it's very connected. Capitalism, American exceptionalism, and flat Earth are very connected,
No,
which
they're
is not.
completely no. No, you missed it again. These topics are so disjointed that they're not relevant at all. The only reason they're relevant is that people have baked in value systems of American exceptionalism. God bless America. God bless capitalism. America landed on the moon. No other country is capable of doing that such a feat. The only country able to do something like that is America because God bless America. God bless capitalism. So when you tell a person like that, hey, the earth is flat, what they
But then,
actually hear is that you're some sort of hippie communist propagandist trying to undermine the greatness of America. They did not
isn't
hear you. They did not
isn't
hear you
is
say anything about the surface of the earth. What they actually heard you say was communism, liberal hippie propaganda to undermine the greatness of America. That's what
isn't
they
isn't
hear because they
isn't
hear this because they're not listening. They're not listening to you. They're hearing what they want to hear because they have baked in value systems and judgments that require the earth to be a ball in space.
okay? Isn't
That's
China
what they
supposed
hear.
to?
They
Isn't China supposed to have landed on the moon recently?
Well,
Wasn't that
they probably have a
a,
similar story too, right? Where they have a deep connection with that story, right? It's like hearing your favorite football team is actually a cheater, right? They're going to be like, "Oh no, I identify with them." No, no way, right? So just to give another example, I mean, when I told my family that the earth is flat, my mother was so concerned. She was like, "Oh no, I failed my child. I need to help him. He needs to go to an insane asylum," right? Because for her, she was taught this globe too at a really young age. And for some, they even self identify with it, right? They can, in their worldviews, they can go to space. They can do all these things. So in an instant,
What if
sometimes it's a triggering topic because you're taking that away from them.
Oh shit! Hold on.
But
Sorry.
I think to be clear, I don't think China landed people on the moon.
That's right.
Nobody's landed on the moon, man.
But
Yeah.
It's coming through.
but I mean they don't even claim, even if it's a lie, they don't even claim to have landed some people on the moon. They've claimed to have landed to have landed some
Hello.
remote thing or
Hello.
something. Whatever.
Oh,
Remote device.
cool.
Hold on,
This
Pete.
guy
Hold on a second. People are
He
talking.
might. So yeah, China recently, China had to actually like develop a media propaganda campaign to get their citizens interested in what they were claiming to do in space because they didn't have enough viewers on TV and like ratings and all that. So they started pushing. Hey, you know that China has mythology, ancient mythology about going to the moon and things like that, and then they encouraged filmmakers to start doing more science fiction to get people interested in their space program because it wasn't going anywhere, it wasn't doing anything for anybody. Nobody gave a shit.
That sounds like psychological operations to me. Right, we need the people to think about this. So let's do some propaganda. Let's make some films based on this premise. There you go. That's how you convert people to an idea. Tell them about the fucking idea.
Yeah, you ever notice they show you the ball at the beginning of each Universal Studios movie, and they always got to zoom in to the city from a ball. And the movie starts in the action films.
They started
constant propaganda.
Yeah, constant. They started doing that, as we know, but maybe he doesn't, in the 1920s, the Universal logo, right? The Universal Studios wrapping itself around the globe Earth. And this was before anybody had been to space. Nobody had ever seen this before. No man had left the fucking floor, a few thousand feet, whatever. No one was going up there. That was a few decades later, wasn't it? Interesting that they show you this before anybody's seen it.
I have a question. What do you guys think about Stanley Kubrick?
Oh, what?
Pretty
Stanley-
artistic dude, actually.
Yeah,
Stanley Kubrick. You
The
guys
film
know
dog.
who that is?
yeah, the film director.
Yeah, what do you guys think of him?
He was a film director. What about him?
Well,
I
it's
don't know him.
supposed to allegedly the film footage of that is of the American astronaut landing on the moon is faked, or and the fake version was shot by Stanley Kubrick allegedly.
Yeah.
Well, do you know why that speculation comes up? Why people say that? Like, oh, he may have shot.
Well,
the movie.
I'm asking you, and you're not.
Well,
You're saying, what about?
have you
what
ever
about
seen The
Stanley
Shining?
Kubrick? I've seen
By
The
Stanley
Shining.
Kubrick?
Yeah.
Well, as only speculation, but there's many clues that would actually have a lot of interesting coincidences to the Apollo missions in general. And there's even said speculation of an audio recording where supposedly, of course, Kubrick lays it out. However, you want to believe that or not. But what's interesting is that regardless of all that, you are actually breaking natural law by even saying that this moon is in outer space. Right? I mean, you can debunk the whole thing. We can get into the minutia of the film and who directed it. Somebody must have paid for it, and somebody we could get into all those interesting details. But I mean, you can wipe the board clean by just going, wait a minute, how do you have pressurized gas next to very, very close to no pressure, right? Where we're told that all of this is happening, spinning out of nowhere. We even get a whole creation story out of it that they give us, right? And none of it you can verify. Especially,
Okay.
I mean, they get to go there. You can't go there, but trust us, we're doing stuff out there.
But you talked about The Shining, and you said there were like clues or whatever in The Shining.
Sure.
I mean,
And
I've
there's a
seen
lot of
The
great
Shining.
videos.
I've seen The Shining. This movie, I don't get it. It doesn't do it for me. I love Kubrick.
Because
I love
you don't
Kubrick.
understand. Oh my goodness, mate.
No, but okay, fine.
You
But
don't
I love
understand the symbology. Right?
I love nearly every Kubrick movie
That's
except for
lovely.
The Shining,
That's good.
which pisses me off. You know why? You want to know why?
No, I want you to understand that we're talking about the symbology within the film that people have pointed out. The room.
Well, yeah, but
the jumper,
exactly.
for example. Yeah. So it's
Exactly.
symbology.
But the symbology is exactly what I don't get. Like, this
Of
is
course.
my problem with that movie.
You're not
It's too
supposed to.
symbolic for me. It's far too symbolic for me. But it's true. What am I supposed to say? Like, this movie uses a lot of Dutch angles to be like, oh, figs are weird or whatever, or like the red, the two girls with the red blood hallway thingy. Like, this shit doesn't get me too much, you know. I don't really give a fuck about.
Well,
Oh, the
that's-
layout is weird. Oh no.
Well, yeah, it's just some
Apollo.
guy making a movie. I get that.
Look at the sweater. It's an Apollo sweater, right?
And that's why I said correlation, right? Why that story even comes up, that, oh, it must have been directed by so-and-so, and why it's minutia, right, compared to, well, the second law of thermodynamics violation that I was mentioning.
Mm-hmm.
But you're right. It does start to get interesting. Like, oh, are the movies connected to truth? Are things trying to be said that aren't? I mean, we already told you that the beginning of a lot of media starts with a globe, or it's global. Or if you look at even the logos of some major companies, there's some sort of Saturn or globe involved.
Or the tyranny of a rocket equation, and then the guy comes out with a black eye and a broke arm. Or the guy tells you it's a lemon, and then he's unalived. You know.
Oh, there's an image of Kubrick, Stanley Kubrick, right there. I posted with senior administrator Apollo project of the Apollo project, the sci-fi author Arthur C. Clarke, as a NASA astronaut and a NASA advisor. Like, what are they meeting Kubrick for, right?
Yeah, that's kind of.
Well, I mean,
the connection is that he made this movie, The Shining. He gets he's standing there with all the guys for the moon landing who were like, you know, running
Well, it's
around
for the
with
movie.
moon landing stuff. You know, like
It's for the movie
for the,
2001: Space Odyssey. You remember that one?
yeah,
Yep.
exactly. I was going to talk about that. Like, what do you guys think about
Why?
that? That one I get. That one I get.
Why?
Yeah, so he's running around with all the NASA guys, and then in his movie, he's putting like, as somebody had said, he's putting like symbology to say it's all bullshit. So I mean, that's the kind of the connection. The guy they called in this guy who's a famous movie director who does great photography and whatnot in sets. The NASA people called him in. Then they come out with a Space Odyssey movie. Then the moon landing comes out while he's being caught on set in Hollywood with these guys. And then in the movie that he makes right afterwards, it's all this, hey, by the way, you know, hint, hint, the moon landing's bullshit. I mean, that's the connection. That's the tie together.
Okay, fine. But are you suggesting that Stanley Kubrick, in many of his movies after the fake moon landing, put in messages to say it was all bullshit? And
I mean, what do you think? I mean, he's caught with the guys he's caught with the NASA guys, right? Like, why would the NASA guys need a movie producer who's famously known for making realistic-looking sets that really captures the audience? One of the best guys of all time, right? So he's caught with these guys, right, making a movie about going to space. Then they quote unquote go to the moon, right? Then he makes a movie with a bunch of moon shit in it. I mean, just. That's it. That's the story. So, like, a story writer tells you a story inside a story about a story that we all heard about going to the moon. You know, is it proven?
Are you saying?
I gotta step in here just to point out the flaw in No Tanks' timeline. 2001: A Space Odyssey came out in 1968, 3 years after the purported photo. Then we have The Shining in 1980. So he wasn't on set working on this movie or The Shining during any of like meeting these directors or anything. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but what's important is that it's before the moon landing, right?
Why do you need? Well, no. What's the point is why do you need to make a fake little moon? Who the fuck needs to make a fake little moon if you're going to the real one and taking video or pictures? What idiot?
Demox, sit down. Earlier this morning, you said you would grow hooves if you didn't wear shoes. So please, just take a step back.
What? No, I said your mom. I said your mom might be a tree because you're dumb as a rock. So I don't know what the
But
fuck you're talking about.
have you guys seen 2001: A Space Odyssey? Even
Well, why would you need a big moon? Who needs a perfect to scale little moon for what? And who's seen it?
because I don't understand the role of Stanley
No,
Kubrick
listen
in
though,
horror
but
movies.
listen. You and I go to a place and we make a perfect scale moon some fucking how. So we look at the moon, we record it, whatever, right?
Yeah, sure, fine, yes, I guess, yeah.
And then what do we do with it? What do they do with it?
I don't know. You tell me.
Figure it out.
Fine, but like the role of Stanley Kubrick in here is as a propagandist, but like still putting in messages of the truth in his movies, or is that it? Is that the picture here?
Yeah, hold on.
Because 2001: A Space Odyssey.
You gotta ask Rich Evans what year was the 2001: Space Odyssey. He said it was. You said it was in the 90s. What did you say?
1968. Yeah.
That's it, in the 60s, and then the moon landing was what year?
69.
Oh, okay, so the timeline does or does not add up.
Well, I mean, it depends on how you see Stanley Kubrick. It adds up in some sort of sense. You could always.
Well, you got the movie that came out in 68, and then you got the moon landing in 69. Okay, but what year did Rich Evans expert guy give again?
For what?
I don't know. He said the timeline was way off by what, like a month?
The Apology.
But he said that the Shining was too far away from 2001: A Space Odyssey to, I don't know, to have anything related to.
You gotta remember that the Hollywood is trying to pull you with a string, because remember the propaganda was already in people's mind that, oh, we went to the moon, or we were gonna go to the moon, or we live in a ball.
We landed on the moon, quote unquote, in 69. The Kubrick movie was in 68.
Yeah, but people already believe they live in a globe already.
Yeah, whatever. I'm just saying that he was coming.
But I'm just saying
or something.
That the propaganda in the movie is trying to confuse you between this middle place that you're gonna question certain things based on the symbology and maybe the double sense of whatever they're trying to tell in the movie, for you to maybe make other ideas. Like people made ideas. They make other conspiracy theories just based on the fantasy movie, this Hollywood movie. But the thing is, they're pulling you away from the simple fact. When you ask Crit if he knew that the Earth wasn't a ball or whatever is flat, right? Toward it a little different. And he said, hey, if he believed that it was flat, and he told you no. The thing is, subconsciously, by your subconscious, you already know, based on your senses, that you don't live in a spinning water ball to the vacuum of space. Because it's not curving. Water doesn't do that. You already know this. Your vestibular system already tells you that the ground under your feet is not moving. So all of this propaganda and all of these movies and all of this symbology is just trying to string you away from what you already know. Or at least you as Creed, when you were born, when you were a baby, right? When you're born, if that ground was spinning and moving, or there was no gas pressure, you wouldn't even be alive. You wouldn't be able to take your first breath, or your mother or your father. So all of these things that are obviously so, and all of these laws that are in place, and this whole construct that is in place for you to be able to have this experience, and your senses in place to be able to navigate across this reality and experience it and observe it and measure it and do whatever you do, based on these axioms of reality, this propaganda is just trying to pull you in your mind away from these fundamentals. And at this point, people deny reality. People deny that water doesn't stick to a spinning water ball in the vacuum of space. They deny their senses. They look at the sun and they say, look, the earth is curving. People look at the sky and say, oh, look, the Earth is moving because the sky is moving. So all of this propaganda is just casting a spell in your mind. That's what it's doing, including the movie.
Yep.
Yeah, I wouldn't put too much into. Me personally, I wouldn't put too much into the. It just shows that there's a possibility having the best guy for the job in the place where you would need to do the job to fake the job. He did the exact same thing that they showed, but he faked it to do it a movie. I mean, that's all. That's all it is. If it just proves, capability or shows
Okay,
it's possible.
but like we've pointed out for Kubrick that his role in this seems to have been as a propagandist, but nonetheless he leaves clues.
He just had the capability. He has the capability.
Yeah, but I just want to point out that this gives kind of a this is on kind of a spectrum of how aware, unaware, or wanting to tell the truth actually, or not, or doing propaganda. Any director of any movie could be, right? You don't like some.
What do you think? What do you think? What do you think Hollywood is?
Hollywood.
Wait, the bigger picture. You're missing out on some things. Like you gotta consider Disney. You have to consider television. When it was invented, Disney was involved. Disney, NASA. Okay, these are the same kinds of people. So, what do you think television is about? If it's not for brainwashing and controlling the minds of the people who watch it and listen to it, then what is it for?
I mean, it can be for that. I would say it's also to make money, probably.
Yeah, well, right? Look, they did this one program on the radio before TV. There was Mars Attacks, I think. They did this program on the radio, and people actually believed that the Earth was under attack. Okay, but it was just a show they were doing. It was a test, right? I forget the name. What was the name of Does anybody remember?
War of the Worlds.
Orson Welles.
War of the Worlds, exactly. So, what is television? What is it for? What is its purpose in our society?
To program and distract.
I can agree.
Pacify.
Yes, television is used for propaganda and nefarious purposes and all that. But might there not be a genuine, honest, artistic intent somewhere lost in the middle of Hollywood that you guys could respect?
You know who Edward Bernays? Who Edward Bernays was? Edward Bernays was the he was the nephew of Sigmund Freud, right? He's the guy that created propaganda, that made propaganda what it is today. Okay, a tool to brainwash people into believing whatever you want them to believe. Okay, it was called the Torches of Freedom. That was his first project to test it out. It was to get women to start smoking cigarettes. This is to make money for cigarette companies, right? This is not for the rights of women. But that's how feminism started. See? It's all propaganda. What else?
Right, it was really glamorized. Yeah, glamorized everything to make it sound better than it was. Yeah.
I mean, I do believe feminism started before that. But
that's not the point. The point is what television is a weapon. Okay, it's a weapon to be used against the masses, to control them, to manipulate them.
Programming.
I just want to let you know, Fakun Nawana, I just disagree. You can just watch a movie and just be like, that was fun to watch.
Bullshit.
Yeah,
I disagree.
That's my
You're
point.
Be programmed by that movie.
That's my point, right? Like that. It's possible to just watch a movie, right? No?
Entertainment is distracting. Yep.
Okay, but like, isn't a little distraction once in a while okay? Right?
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. A little is great. A lot isn't. We understand.
Yeah, fair enough.
We understand the pandemic of how television affects children, for example. The effects of watching too much television, just not doing your homework.
Okay, what about video games? What do you
Same
guys
thing.
think about it? Same
Entertainment.
thing.
Yeah.
Same
At
fucking thing.
the end of the day, I mean, its technological advances are useful, but
Mm-hmm.
like all things, too much of something becomes bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just like
Yeah.
information. You can have too much information and then not know what information to go with, right? So, like, even too much information can be a bad thing. It just depends.
Yeah.
Imagine,
I mean,
imagine,
yeah.
imagine
Too
not
much
having
information.
TV. Imagine not having TV when the moon landing happened.
Right,
Right?
hold
Like,
on a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Like Dick Van Dyke, what was he up to in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang? Mary Poppins, like chimneys? Are you guys serious right now? Cleaning chimneys. That must mean
Mary
something.
Poppins. Mary Poppins is about a witch that visits
Jumping
children
into the
every
tub?
25 years. The same thing that It movie by Steven King's is about, right? I mean, the book, It, is the same kinds of entities.
All right,
It's
what about
magic, but it's just
Alice in
wrapped in the...
Wonderland, the cartoon? What's going on
Alice in
here?
Wonder, Amico. That's what I was going to ask.
Wait.
Can you guys name a movie? Like, it'll probably be a boring-ass movie or some chick flick that nobody really wants to watch, right?
I mean, the movies are supposed to be thought provoking. There's somebody's like ideas. This their quote
Exactly.
unquote truth. They're trying. Yeah,
Well,
I mean, they're supposed
exactly.
to listen, check. Yeah, I mean, that's fun.
And
Okay,
that's
can
what
I ask?
authors are. Go
Can I
ahead.
ask you? Okay, it's gonna be a little bit out of nowhere, but what do you guys think about the Truman Show? Have you seen the Truman Show? That movie?
I guess I'll speak up. Yeah, I've seen the movie.
What
Yeah, there can be
What do you
somebody
think about it?
that can be somebody's interpretation of what the kid like. Look how easy it would be to trick somebody. That's their, somebody was like, look at this. What would it take? And they made a movie. And they're like, let's see. Like, would people find this interesting? And guess what? Everybody knows the Truman Show. Everybody on here, we all watch the Truman Show. We all know
I think everyone can relate to it because I bet there isn't a person alive that hasn't entertained that notion. And then for them to be able to portray that notion in a way that explains how it could be done, right? So that brilliant. I loved it.
But so the Truman Show is not propaganda. Then
I liked it a
it's the
lot more
truth.
before I realized it was reality.
What do you mean the Truman Show isn't propaganda? What's propaganda?
Well, I mean propaganda against that works to propagate the lie of flat Earth and not Jesus and all that stuff, right? I'm asking if, in your understanding, the Truman Show is a piece of media that is the actual truth, or that symbolically tells you the actual truth of about the world, right? No.
It's a lot of things like that, but not just and only that.
Okay, but so then there's good in Hollywood, yes? No?
No, it's not.
No.
So at the end of the Truman Show is what you should be really looking at. When the Truman Show ended, everybody went back to what they were doing, like they just finished watching a movie. It was entertainment, right? It was entertaining for them, and everybody just maybe stopped or forgot about Truman. It was just another TV show for them. This person's life, being lied to his whole life, was entertainment for the masses. Our imprisonment is entertaining. Have you ever seen The Matrix? All these movies they make about us, and then we just go back to reality, to normal, like, you know what I mean? Like nothing ever happened. Like you didn't just watch something, but they live about your life.
Sorry. You don't go back just to your normal life. Slowly over time, they're conditioning you. So I brought this up yesterday. It's like the frog being boiled. You just raise the temperature of the water so the frog doesn't jump out. So they're changing people's perception. If we're talking about media and TV, and you brought up War of the Worlds, and that's conditioning. A couple of years later, a few decades later, is more of the same thing until you're swamped with this agenda of science fiction, of things that are happening in the sky, aliens and far off galaxies and all that type of shit. So you go to the cinema thinking that nothing's happened and you're going to go back to your normal life, but that's not actually what's happening. You're being conditioned. We all are.
Somebody made the case. I mean, in regards to like what you keep bringing up, somebody has made the case before, or I think it might even be like Whitsitt or something, right? That the Bible would be the most like epic, badass, like a flood, and you got giants, and you got all this. It would be the most epic movie, and nobody makes a movie about it. But it would be like Gladiator times 10 with like aliens and all sorts of stuff.
Bro, it would be like Troy times 100, or something. Not that Troy was good, but the actual
I like
Iliad.
Troy.
The Iliad. It's like the Iliad times 100.
They have made it. They made it in a lot of different movies. They got the AI version with the Autobots. They got the other version with like Predator and whatever. And then they got the other one, like old pyramid story things and like curse stuff and the sand dunes and the just whatever, right? I mean, so they got a million different stories, right? So I bet you out of that million, you probably find enough to fit that Bible.
Yeah, I mean that's true.
I
But like,
mean, look,
why not just give the Bible movie and make it like an epic badass Gladiator, Troy, whatever. Like times
Star
it would be a
Wars.
badass movie.
that actually exists. It's called The Prince of Egypt. Okay, it's a great movie, and it's very faithful to the story of Moses, as far as I understand.
Yeah, but the other thing about Kubrick's 2001: Space Odyssey is like it set the aesthetics for space. For NASA, what space should look like, sound like, or feel like.
Yep. That's what he did. He set the stage. As the technology's gotten better, the stage has gotten better.
I'm just I guess I'm just not comfortable with how absolute you guys are judging. Absolutely, you guys are judging Hollywood, because I tried to point out that, like, oh, maybe the Truman Show is a good piece of media. Maybe there are decent movies about Bible
I hear you.
stories.
I'm kind of on your side, man. Like you're saying, like you're making the argument that these are normal people whose like soul is crying out for truth, and they're trying to portray what they believe.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, right. They're not like some deceiver. They're just I'm kind of on your side.
I mean, if any film, I think The Passion of the Christ might be something that would, here's a little something good that Hollywood produced, but does it? I don't know, man. It doesn't feel like it. I don't feel the Holy Spirit coming through that film. I mean, there's a lot of emotion. You're crying for an innocent man. Yeah, it looks like Jesus, but I'm not. I'm not feeling the. You know what I mean? The actual a story of the Bible.
Well, yeah,
I mean,
I cried. I cried, because
I was just saying maybe
this is what
you
you
make
read.
a badass one. Like if they were like, hey, everything's all fiction. This is all like let's just put this fiction in there and make it like some badass fiction. But they won't. They haven't done that one. They've done, they've done it in a serious way. So maybe, but yeah, it's not really. Maybe I shouldn't bring it up. But.
No, I mean, you're fine. You can bring up what you want to bring up, but I think
I did the comedy.
I think if we are all in the midst of many conspiracies, which fine, it's possible, it's probable even in some sort of way, then we must be careful not to like everybody is in this river of conspiracy, right? Like including the Hollywood people. But as someone pointed out, their hearts might be crying out for truth, and it shows somewhere in their behavior, in their art, especially Hollywood. We're talking about art, I suppose, if you want to call it that.
It's
But
not
yeah, so. Mm-hmm.
No, when you say it's a conspiracy, it's the people that involve these movie directors that they personally aren't conspiring. They're just making a film, like Karate Kid, for example. But the backdrop for this artistic kind of fantasy is given to us, and it's portrayed through Hollywood.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, I accept, I acknowledge the backdrop.
So it's
but
not
I'm
a
saying,
conspiracy. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's a psychological operation. This is
I
the
mean, no,
mode.
you misunderstand. You misunderstand me. I accept that what I define as a conspiracy is the following. It's a group of people that have decided to engage in some specific behavior to achieve some specific goal, and they also agree. All of these that group of people, they agree on a story that they're going to tell everyone else, not display their specific goals. So if you define as conspiracy as
like
that,
friends organising a birthday party.
well, yeah, you can have very local conspiracies. You can have neighborhood conspiracies. You can have
Cool.
and and I assume in my daily life, outside of flat Earth, I assume in my daily life that there are many such small and bigger plots happening, right?
Okay. Yeah.
And that and so in that context that I say we are, I assume already we are in the midst of conspiracy theories, or conspiracies, not conspiracy theories, but conspiracies. It's just that I might not know. I'm in this river of conspiracies, and I might not know what they are precisely. And then my question is like, how do I behave, given that I don't know how I'm being programmed, or how I have already been programmed? What should be my behavior? Uh, you know.
The first step is to admit that you're in a game. So there are rules apply. You didn't realise that you were in a game to begin with, and now that you do. So if you admit, turn around to yourself, that deception is afoot, then you start paying attention to what people say.
Mm-hmm. What people say? What? Who says? You or Hollywood or?
And well, any of these, let's call them entities. So we can point fingers. Hollywood's one. The government, ubiquitous term, is another. NASA, science, we point a finger at that quite a bit. Religion, that's point. So we point our finger everywhere. So wherever we point our finger.
I mean, yeah, but it's so harsh. You're so harsh on yourselves.
What do you mean harsh? It's like turning on the
because
TV.
It's such a responsibility.
It's like just turning on the TV set and realising that when you watch the news, it's a psychological operation. There's propaganda afoot. There are points of views. There's opinions. There's swaying of your opinion based on what you see just by looking at the news.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I understand.
Again,
I agree with you. I agree with you.
I must have. Sorry, going to interject. Must have counted 5 or 6 times in the past 2 hours or so where you've responded with a point, but with yeah, fine, and then blah 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 blah.
But I'm being honest here. I agree. It's like again with the conversation we had with science in general. It's like I can agree with everything, literally everything you're saying on some level, and yet I'm still left wondering, what does it mean? How should I behave relative to this information? And I'm noticing that you are all very harsh on in terms of energy spent, in terms of mental energy spent, pointing fingers in every direction. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of mental work, and I think it's harsh. I think it's No, not. Are you confused
I don't
or
know.
what?
Maybe it's hard to prove, like, convince other people what they already know is true, to like kind of unravel all the whatever it is, the presuppositions that they hold to be true, and all the other things that they hold must be true, et cetera, et cetera. Maybe that's hard, but on an individual basis, it's like almost like you're just trying to get people to admit to what they already know is the case, and that is like hard because people have
But
a
I
bunch of roadblocks
disagree.
and stuff filled up.
Right, I disagree because you guys are saying it's in all the media, it's in every ad, it's in the TV. So fine, but that means I have to resist, right? That means I have to be on guard every time I'm forced to see an ad because it's in the streets.
Well, you'll see. Just pay attention to this one thing, which is really astounding. It's really super crazy and retardedly weird. There's a globe everywhere, dude. Like in every movie, every commercial, like every commercial break, you're going to see one globe. Is that really necessary? Like, imagine somebody showing you your town every single second of every single day over and over and over. Like, why are you showing my town every day? It is a little bit ridiculous when you watch the TV. You're going to see the globe everywhere.
Yeah, but this.
What this tells us, what this tells you, right, is that you have to choose what you give your attention to, what your senses will be tuned into. You have to choose that. That's what it's telling you, right? That if you don't guard your senses and your mind from whatever's out here in this world, then it might affect you in a bad way. You might not get what you're looking for, right? So if you're looking for truth and how things really work, you have to pay attention to what's important, what matters. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, even like the earlier proposition that you don't know anything to be true. Like I could just run through the questions with you, right? Is absolute truth exist, or is truth just relative? Like I could run through it with you. Like, what do you think? Is absolute truth exist, or is it just all just relative?
You're not gonna like my answer because I don't think you can run me through anything. I would say yes, objective, absolute truth exists, but I cast doubt on anyone's ability to use words to use the language of objective truth. So if I believe. If I assume God exists,
it's a simple. I mean, according to the laws of logic, exclude the middle. Truth. You're saying absolute truth exists. Yes. The means
yes,
to achieving
it does exist.
It does exist.
It does exist. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Fine.
Right. So now
the means
you
to
either.
achieve it. Mm-hmm.
You're either going to trust your senses and how you process information.
Your senses are just inputs. You can trust your, that's one, but just logically, it's either true or not. You're saying absolute truth does exist. So now you know something. So even if you were to say that absolute truth does not exist, it would be an absolute truth statement. So it would be a form of contradiction. So now you can know with 100% certainty that absolute truth exists, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Wait, hold on. Saying absolute truth doesn't exist doesn't have to be an absolute statement, because that wouldn't be a criteria for that statement to be true, because the statement itself is saying that there is no absolute truth. So it wouldn't be the case that a criteria required for that statement to be true is absolute truth. You need to give the argument for that.
Yeah. So now that you made the assertion, right? Now that you know something that absolute truth either exists or it doesn't exist, it would be one or the other, right? So
no, I don't take that to be a true dichotomy.
I don't care. I'm not really asking you.
Okay, great. So you can't demonstrate that it is a true dichotomy. Hey, retard! You can't demonstrate that it is a true dichotomy.
You don't need to call him. You don't need to call him a retard.
He's just declaring that this is a true dichotomy. It's not a true dichotomy, slow boy.
Oh, you gotta start somewhere.
Wait. I'm not even going to answer.
Wait a second.
I'm not going to ask him because he's a dick, right? But he's saying it's absolutely not a true dichotomy. Again, declaring absolute truth is a performative contradiction to saying that absolute truth.
He's just declaring that it's not a performative contradiction.
By declaring it's not absolutely true, he's declaring that it's absolutely not true, which is an absolute statement. So he's just a fool. He doesn't know anything, and he should just go on mute. It's fine. So
I sort of agree with you that your point is correct, but it doesn't. You guys don't need to
Well,
fight about it.
what system?
It's a
Right. So, what
pretty.
system would you use now to determine whether absolute truth exists? Are you saying that you've logically determined whether it did or didn't exist?
No, I mean I agree. Look, just told you already.
Are you
Yes,
using? I'm
absolute,
just asking. It
absolute.
doesn't matter either. Whichever, no matter what you. I mean, you already agreed, right? Are you using logic to determine it?
Yeah, I suppose I am. Yes.
Okay, so you obviously right. Otherwise, you're being illogical and irrational. So obviously, you're using logic. Now, logic, right? The thing that you're using, is that made of material? Does it
No,
change?
probably not. Probably
No.
not.
Okay.
No.
Does the material world change? Does the material change over time?
Yeah, it does.
It does. Does
Uh,
logic change
yeah.
over time?
No, it doesn't.
No.
It
So
doesn't seem
logic
to.
is, of course. I mean, if it changed over time, right? Then it would be. Then the law of non-contradiction would then be false. So then it wouldn't change over time. So then it means it would change over time. So you'd be back to that it doesn't change over time. So it doesn't matter
Yes.
if you're going to abide that it does change over time. Then I'm going to say, well, it doesn't, because since it does, it doesn't, and now it doesn't. You're back to it doesn't. So either way, you're gonna logically have to assert that it doesn't change over time. Otherwise, you're going to accept the contradiction that it does. Then anyway, I don't want to go back and forth on that. Yeah.
I'm following you. You can keep going.
Yeah, I was just trying to. I know the other guy could have pissed me off a little bit, but anyhow. So now logic exists. It's immaterial, right? It's a proof that can't be false, because otherwise, if it was false, it would also be true, because it would be the contradiction that's true. So the earlier statement that you made, that you can't know anything to be true, avenues, right? So now you know that you can know things to be true. You don't have to go down this world where you live in an illusion that everything that you observe through your senses might be false.
Okay, mate.
That's all.
Okay. Well, I mean, fine, but like the only you can go to the notion again. I'm gonna say that's why I answered to you originally the way I did, which is to say I made a distinction between the existence of absolute truth and our inability to truly grasp it and to truly utter it verbally in any case.
You can definitely utter it, and you can definitely utter it and verbally state it. I mean, just by that statement alone, you're uttering it and verbally stating it.
Yeah, but yeah, okay, fine, man. But you are staying very safe. You're staying in a safe territory of highly abstract statements that are play on absolutes. Like the way you responded to that guy that interjected was like, "Oh no," because if I say that there's no absolute truth, then that's an absolute truth in and of itself. Therefore, there is an absolute truth. Therefore, by the law of non-contradiction, blah blah blah. You keep saying, but that's your only argument. That's the only thing you can do.
That would be the only argument that you need in that case.
Yeah, but fair enough. Fair enough, but then go down some levels, and what does it mean?
What levels?
Well, how do I use the levels of my daily fucking life?
Well, I mean, you can definitely use the laws of logic through your daily life. Like you can say, "Listen, I'm going to open this door. Or I'm not. It's either going to be true or false. I open the door. I'm not going to open the door and not open the door."
Yeah, but can you use it as easily as you would with absolute truth? Blah blah blah. Like it can. Is it that easy?
I'm going to walk, or I'm not. And if I'm not walking, I'm not going to be walking.
Yeah, but that's bullshit. Again, you're staying in the land of safe propositions. You're not asking yourself about should I pay my taxes or should I not? Should I listen to the government? You're not answering you're not tackling the real issues here, the real meat.
Well,
you're saying, if you walk, you walk. If you open the door, you open the door. Yeah, okay, great. Thank you for that. What's next, though? Where do I work?
Well, listen, at least that's a story. There's some people. All I'm saying is there's some people who would. It's called. You've obviously heard of the term solipsism, where they can't know anything to be the true whatsoever, right?
Mm-hmm,
at least you're past. At least you're beyond that. There's some people who will say, "I might pretend that truth exists, that I might, be walking, but maybe I'm not walking." and it's ridiculous, right? Like it's ridiculous. So you're not at that step. That's good. That's a good thing. So, I mean, that's the only reason I kind of brought it up, because just in case you were at solipsism, like the other guy who was speaking out was kind of pretending that he was. But if he was, then he wouldn't not be a solipsist. So it would be, again, just a form of contradiction. But just to get you out of that, if in case you're in it, how can it help you? The laws of logic, that A will be A throughout time, non-contradiction, excluded middle, and principle of sufficient reason. You could ask. I mean, I could give you examples. You could ask yourself, what's the reason that water is level in the flat Earth discussion? You could ask yourself, like, what's the reason that I even want this job? There must be a reason due to the law of sufficient principle of sufficient reason and the laws of logic. There must be a reason I'm even doing this, and then you can reflect if you want. I mean, that's just some personal bullshit, but you can do it if you want.
I think you kind of pointed out yourself that the more you try to stick to a very principled logic as you're doing in your daily life, the more complexity increases, the more the complexity of that calculation increases, such that you are not.
You can break everything down to a yes or no, to a true or false.
Fair enough.
But it takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of work. We just do it automatically in our minds.
That's the point. And I go back to my original point. This sounds like a lot of work. This sounds like very harsh on yourself for you to do something like this. Maybe because you're constantly fighting, right? No, you're constantly fighting against
your mind automatically does it. No matter you're either going to believe something or not.
That's not true.
No?
That's not true.
That's 100% true. That's not true.
You're looking at it the wrong way, though, because this is there's many topics. The label or the CIA coined term flat Earth is just more like an introduction or a window to kind of peel one layer out of the deception. Because you mentioned taxes, right? For example, do you know that there is people out there around you that are tax exempt, that don't pay taxes within the legal system? So if you don't want to pay taxes, you go and learn yourself about how to be tax exempt, right? That's another layer. If you want to learn about a topic of engineering, you go and learn engineering, right? On this topic or this window is about cosmology, or one layer of the onion, right? One big layer, because it's a fundamental one. It's one of those that will kind of show you that if you can figure the ground below your feet, you might be able to figure other things that are across this reality. But if you believe the lie, well, you're gonna believe all the lies. That's on you. You see? It's not that, the Earth is not a spinning globe, therefore I'm gonna revolt against the universe. That's not what it is, dude. You're not gonna be the Pancho Villa or the Fidel Castro now of the world because you realize that the globe is a fantasy.
I mean, no, but I'm not suggesting you will do anything effective or groundbreaking or world-shattering with your fight. But I'm pointing out that this is a constant inner fight, at the very least. Whether you do something in the world, in the physical world, through that inner fight.
If you're waking up every day, 6 to 9 or whatever, 6 to 2, you're fighting every single day to pay your bills. Earlier there was a guy here saying, "Oh, should I pay my bills? Yeah, pay your bills. If you don't pay your bills, the electricity is gonna be shut down, right?" But there is other ways of doing many things, like like the tax exemption. That's one topic. The builders people say discharge debts. You could probably get a credit card and learn how to. If you actually learn how money actually works, the way the big guys do it. The big guys don't pay bills like you and I do, right? The big guys are beyond the monetary system, right? So if you learn the game, or at least learn the fundamentals of the game, it's on you to learn the next move and the next move and the next. That's on you. That nobody in here is gonna tell you how you're gonna live your life. You live it as you wish, as you will do. If you wanna believe you live in a spinning water ball, that's you, bro. If you want to believe all the lies, if you want to believe that the juice is good for you and your children, you want to inject them, and if you want to do that, bro, that's on you. Nobody's telling you, don't do anything.
The Jews?
This is just a
You said the
window or a
Jews?
door. This is just a window
What
or
is
a
the
door that you
Jews?
might open and walk through or not. That's it.
What
It's
is the
pretty simple.
Jews? What is the Jews?
No, just if you're a carnivorous or a vegan, you might like apple juice or carrot juice, whatever,
No, but
or not.
you said injecting your children with the juice or something. What does that mean?
Whatever, yeah, whatever you're gonna do, whatever if you're gonna
Vaccine?
take.
Is that what you're saying?
Hey, dude, you don't say the word. You say apple juice. All right.
Yeah, whatever. If you're gonna homeschool, right now there's a bunch of people homeschooling their children, right? A lot of people are homeschooling their children. If you said homeschool 3 years ago, 5 years ago, they'll point at you and say, "You're a crazy one. You have to send your children to school because blah blah blah." And now a bunch of people, all of a sudden, are homeschooling their children. And what? They're bad people because they homeschool their children? I mean, no, that's another layer that is available for parents to homeschool and educate their children and
No, they're
use
going to
other
turn into.
forms
They're going to obviously turn into bad people.
and use other forms of doing things in life and reality, because it's not just black and white. Tell me, do you think the government is the arbiter of truth and everything they say is the truth? Earth is a globe. Pay your taxes. We vote for me. You think that that's what the whole world is? You came from a black hole because they said so on the TV. It's not like that. The layers in this, there's way more than that in the whole world. So now, within the age of information, people have realized other things beyond the fantasy, fake space religion, and people have opened more doors beyond the one that was being shown in the past. You came from monkeys and evolution and dinosaurs and the globe earth and those coloring books. All that BS is just a small piece of a bigger deception, but the deception is not the whole truth. The truth is way bigger than the deception, way more interesting. The world, there's way more to do in the world than just sticking to the lie or believing the lie or living by the lie or dying by the lie. There's way more to do in reality. So if you're going to realize one lie, it's for you to have a filter and kind of digest the lies a little better. Because this is a fundamental one.
That was a decent opener. If you could please continue with the real story now.
Yeah.
So what? Wait a second. Look, it's just It's funny because every time one of you guys goes into a more specified explanation, it's a lot of different explanations, and
there's individuals in here, dude. Don't try to compare anybody to anybody. Every person in here
No, but
have their own way of doing things. They maybe you have doctors, you have engineers in here, you have PhDs, you have people with master degrees, you have pilots, you have military people, you have doctors, you have people for all trades in this big world.
I understand. I don't want to diminish everybody's background. I'm sure you're all very, I don't know, you have good lives and are accomplished. That's fine with me. But
not
what I
everybody's
wanted
accomplished. You also have sick people. You also have people that have suffered in many ways. You have people that have been type 1 diabetics and die of cancer in the community. This is we're just people. We just like the next guy. It's just Don't try to overanalyze the people in here. It's about the information mostly. It's not.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at. The information, right? Because what I extract from.
It's also the understanding, just the information, the understanding, and the acceptance of I'm just being a dick.
My view is that rebellion against all of the things that have been mentioned is something that there's a decent advocacy for in society. Like we talk about TV brainwashing, or we talked about how people are saying homeschooling is bad and judging it badly, and
the TV, you turn it off. The schooling, you study and educate yourself, learn information. You don't need. You can go to the internet and observe whole lectures of Harvard University for free. Your children, if you have children and you want to educate them and maybe do like a mix of private schooling and homeschooling, you can do that. But bro, it's just you're not gonna revolt against the world. You're just gonna have another option. You're not gonna be as naive of some people are, just taking whatever the TV said. Oh, the TV said so. Okay, the TV said buy this. I'm gonna buy it. The TV says I do this. It's like the programming. You're not falling for the programming anymore, and this is the case for many people these days. But in the past, people actually believed that they went to the moon because they heard it in the TV, bro.
You realize it sounds like you're talking to yourself rather than talking to me, kind of, right? Because
maybe other people are listening.
No, but I mean, fair enough, but like. No. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's just I'm not saying you're crazy or anything. I understand you're.
I am crazy.
Well, fine, whatever you say. But I'm not saying you're speaking in the mirror necessarily. But the point is, like, you don't exactly know my level of rebellion against the world in my daily life.
You don't have to rebel, bro. You don't have to. You don't have to rebel. You be like water. Ask Bong. It be like water.
Yeah, but you don't know whether I'm rebelling or not. You don't know anything. So I'm saying
read Bruce Lee's book.
If you want to rebel, bro, that's you. I'm not telling you. I'm not stopping you. But you don't. The war is not there to get you. It's there to do offers, and you either accept the offers or you do something else.
Okay, fine, fair enough.
And that would be
if you want to be. You mentioned the taxes,
like
and again,
in the middle and whatnot. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to violate those laws.
And again, you mentioned taxes, and this is a good example. There is people out there that are tax exempt, and this is true. So if you don't want to pay taxes, you go and learn how to be tax exempt, just like any other topic.
Well, the problem is I don't really give a shit about being tax exempt or not. Like personally,
you did mention it.
Well, yeah, I mean, fine, but I didn't ask you like for a life lesson. I asked you for your opinion.
You asked, should I pay my taxes? Yeah, if you have to pay your taxes, pay your taxes. If you
but I didn't ask that. It was an example of a series of questions.
That's an absolute statement again. That's absolutely true.
Okay, what does that mean?
That just the proposition itself proves absolutes.
Yeah, fine, but
no, I'm just picking on Kali L, who wants to speak up and talk shit, but he's a pussy. So
okay,
so I'm just making absolute statements like he's absolutely a pussy, shit like that.
That's a bit out of nowhere, That's a little...
I
At the
can
least,
feel these things though, and sense them.
at the
I have a.
least in this
I want-
at the least in this VC, you can learn something. Is that we're pointing out that the cosmology and the fantasy that was presented as truth is not truth. The cosmology of this spinning water ball. This is the topic of the VC. Flat Earth is a term. It's two words. The whole word reality takes way more than a term or weaponized term called flat Earth, right? Flat Earth is an introduction, or a description.
Yeah, but exactly,
right?
exactly.
So the world out there takes way more than the fantasy globe that you don't need for anything in reality. At the least, you can throw the globe to the trash based on the information presented. Because once you look through the information from the realist level, you can come to the realization that the globe is a fantasy and you don't need it for anything in your life.
Yeah, but okay. It sounds like it sounds like flat Earth is the doorway to many other truths, right? That's what you all make it sound like, basically.
Well, the ground below your feet, it's real, and the water across is real, right? Then the glober comes and wants to hijack your perspective of the world, and wants to hijack the meaning and definitions of words. They want to hijack your senses, the way you observe, the way the laws of nature work. They want to hijack all of these things that are fundamentals for reality and the way we function, and they want to draw you a cartoon and say, believe the cartoon, bro. And that's on you to believe the cartoon or not, or believe in water and actually acknowledge. Because it's not believing on water, it's acknowledging what water is. It's acknowledging what reality is. Because reality is going to be real either you believe it or not, or whether you know it before your existence, after your existence, or my existence. It's going to be truth no matter what, bro. And the globe is still going to be a fantasy. So anyways, go ahead, guys.
Well, the only thing I can comment on that, in regards to what you keep on stating, that as if the flat Earth is a opener. Well, what I could say is that it runs parallel to the argument of knowing, right, of knowledge, of what's the necessary antecedent for knowledge, right, and to, you'll often hear like flat earthers say things like trust your senses. Right, so like, where do your senses come from? There's this story out there that we used to be monkeys. It used to be like a cell, right? So that would give no reason or justification why we should be able to correlate correctively to reality whatsoever, right? If our primal I don't know, initiative was to just survive, right? So survival would not be indicative of knowing anything. We would just survive. So it kind of runs parallel to if you were created with the senses that you were created, right? So by design, to understand the world in the way you perceive it, right? Then that would correlate with those two things running parallel. So we can understand the world in a very simple, easy way, that our senses were made to understand the world in the way that it is, versus right, because we understand it, we experience it and realize it as flat, stationary, whatever. The alternative to that is that we can't understand it. We have to appeal to an authority outside of ourselves for the truth. So there is a parallel there.
Okay, wait.
Wait, yeah, you said wait. So wait. When you say senses, I want to add your God-given senses, because this is a designed environment, and it was designed by a designer, and there's a creator, and there's laws put in place for us to follow. And well, if we don't follow them, then it's detrimental, and it's basically not a good thing. If you don't follow certain laws, I mean, what are you gonna do? Just try to go against. If you're gonna say, if whoever is rebelling, you remember you mentioned rebellion. People are trying to rebel against reality, and that doesn't look at the scarcity system they're trying to sell in the globe, right? Oh, there's not enough oil. Oh, global warming, global war, global politics. It's all like a scare. Be scared that a meteor is gonna fall on your head. It's just a fear. It's a fear scarcity system that takes you away from the realist level that you can experience with your own God-given senses, that they even want to tell you that your senses, your God-given senses, and nature, they're conspiring to lie to you, and you shouldn't trust in yourself, and you shouldn't trust in God, in His design and His creation. I mean, it's just a lie that is trying to steer you away and is casting spells on people. The globe and many of these beliefs are actually spells, and people are falling under them. And that's one of the biggest things. Spells, and the TV is a tool for that, casting spells on people. TV, music, even though those things can be used for the betterment of mankind, like the TV could be maybe be used as a tool to present certain ideas that might be for development and learning certain skills and presenting certain things that can help children to learn, gather information. It could be used for those things. Music as well, but today is not the case. Today even music is used to promote their own ideas, the separation of the family, cheating, waste, scarcity systems. Even the music itself that is supposed to be a tool to be used for, it could be used for better uses, just like the TV. And many other examples, it's kind of like many things can be improved if we can acknowledge reality and this God-given reality and God-given senses that are used to be able to explore this place, and we have to acknowledge it. And at least if people can break out of some of these spells and acknowledge that this is a design environment, maybe we can take the next step to probably. And I think it's happening. I think it's. I'm sorry, I'm overdoing it, but people have to break the spells and acknowledge reality, and within that reality is a God-given reality, God designed, and a creator there is. And that's just what I have to say about that. Go ahead. The God-given senses. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I only brought that up because it's something you seem interested in.
Okay, it's Afunakwa. It's really not that hard to say.
You're going to get offended by a fake name that you made. Stop it.
It's actually a real name that
That's your real name? That's your real name?
No, it's not my real name, but it is a real name of someone.
Yeah. Well, I only brought it up because it would seem like something you were interested in. The parallel.
I'm interested in, but I was gonna ask you the question of like, what relates flat Earth to as you said, it's the parallel of the law of non-contradiction, the law of identity, the fact that like we are made, like you're saying, like the other person is saying, that this is about your senses and how they're God-given, and they should allow us, they have to allow us to measure reality properly.
It would be like either that you were given, right, the ability to perceive the revelation of creation, or not, or not, or it's all the stuff, or it's you're not able to, and you have to give that authority over to the scientist or somebody who can interpret it for you. Yeah.
Well, yeah, fair enough, but
like we're too small.
I mean,
to understand. Like, we're too small.
You don't.
Serve, we're too.
You don't exactly have to do that, though, right? You can study it yourself. It's possible that you have
like now. You can study what somebody else's work, right? Or
Well, I mean, yeah, fair enough. You are. That's
yeah, and that
true.
would be
But
their interpretation. The mainstream interpretation is that everything that you perceive in your reality is an illusion because you're too small and the Earth is too big, and you see the sun move, but it's not the sun moving; it's actually the Earth moving. You can never perceive or measure the Earth to be moving because the reference frame in which the Earth is moving is all rotating within that same reference frame. So you have to leave that reference frame to a godlike or some sort of outer space to outside of the inertial frame to measure the movement from. So you can never measure it. You just have to believe and trust in that authority that tells you that this is the case.
I don't.
That's just like the consequence of it.
I'm just going to tell you, I don't trust the authorities. I went to university to study physics, and that's partly because I didn't want to trust anyone about it. I wanted to see it for myself, and I generally have done that.
Yourself, yeah.
But
So
yeah,
it
I
would be
generally have
wise
done that.
to acknowledge like something like the second law of thermodynamics, right? Like gases, the gas pressure.
I
They,
acknowledge it. I acknowledge it. Yeah.
so you acknowledge that there have to be a container in place for the gas to press against, right? So we have gas pressure. So I would say the antecedent to, I mean, there is on the definition, the antecedent to gas pressure is a container because gas pressure is the force that gases exert on the walls of its container. And I will take it a step further. The antecedent to the container is a creator, a designer. So it's pretty simple to follow. It's just that a lot of people don't want to take it further. But stick it to reality. But if you follow from your God-given senses to the horizontal line, the horizon that we observe, and we derive horizontal lines and basically build using water levels. We acknowledge the ground, the water, the horizon, horizontal lines, but we build. And then we go further to the laws of displace, second law of thermodynamics, container, and the designer of the container. So once you pack it as simple as that, I think there's no way around it. It's pretty simple when you think about it. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's simple. But I mean, it's like the other person with the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction. It's very simple, but it's also very broad. You know what I mean?
Very simple. It's not broad. It applies to all things. It's a universal truth.
Yeah, but that's exactly my point. Because it's broad, it applies to all things. Therefore, it is broad. That's the point, right?
Well, I mean, you can be as broad as whatever. However you want to, if you want to qualify that as broad, all things, specifics.
Well, I'm
just giving you the argument, pertaining to your already, presuppositional belief that God exists, et cetera, what would be the consequences of this paradigm of the Earth being a globe would be that you can't trust what the revelation, the perception of reality. It's all just a deception. That would just be the consequence of it. Obviously, because you perceive the things that we're telling you, but the mainstream tells you the opposite.
Read that. Okay.
All right. I mean,
we've mentioned
we're obviously not agreeing with them. We're absolutely in opposition. They're saying we're moving, and they're saying we're moving, and then people here are saying we are not moving.
But you or someone before a while ago pointed out that you're actually subconsciously aware of the flatness of the Earth, and you can only have horizontal water levels above the horizon and this and that.
You're,
Yeah,
you're
absolutely.
also subconscious of the Earth being flat. Have you ever dreamed you were flying?
Yeah, I have dreamed that.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. One more question. Have you ever dreamed you were flying in outer space?
Yes, I have.
You've had a dream you were flying in outer space?
Yeah, I have.
That's a specific guess. You're pretty good at the DMOC. What's my favorite fucking color? What am I going to eat for breakfast tomorrow?
Your favorite color is green.
Okay.
To be clear, I wasn't very far out in outer
You'll
space.
eat eggs for breakfast tomorrow.
I was only in low orbit, but I was in space. Yes, in the dream.
Oh, okay. So
around.
you were like low Earth orbit, you said?
Yeah, I was close to the Earth. I was close enough to.
Oh, okay, so you weren't actually like flying over to Pluto or past Mars or nothing.
No. I was
So you
close.
still had Earth as your reference.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Very well, then. Very well. So subliminally, you always have Earth as your only reference of your existence forever. And then you got that horizontal horizon. You can dream it. You can remember it. You can know it. You can wake up and see it still.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I do have maybe the Earth, in fact, is anchored in my mind and everyone's mind as the true and only center. Maybe. But I was gonna say that okay, if I'm aware of this subconsciously, I wanted to point out that it could be that I'm aware of this subconsciously, and yet that subconscious understanding does not save me from explicitly believing uh, whatever proposition, right? So it might be that my mind is scattered. It's not
No,
consistent with itself.
wait, not just subconscious, not subconsciously. You're looking at reality with your own eyes. You can acknowledge it. You can check it. You can measure. You can
Yeah, but my
practically
question,
use things in reality to develop things, to build structures. It's not just something in your mind and the background of your
yeah,
mind.
I know, I understand. Yes, you're right. You're right. Senses do
You're breathing, bro.
offer.
You're breathing air. That's
But
not
wait,
subconsciously. You're breathing air.
yeah. You're right. Of course, you're right. There's something real and true about what our senses are a true window into the real world. I'm not claiming they're not, but inside myself, I do have to acknowledge that there are things inside that are not just the air that I breathe and the sun that I see and the flatness of the earth. Right, I have to acknowledge there are emotional creatures within that maybe are related to what all of that my senses perceive, but it's not so clear to me that they are related. The relationship is blurry and vague, and so I was saying maybe my mind is scattered, and maybe because of this scatteredness, uh, I can acknowledge and see the flatness of the earth and the air that I breathe on the one hand, and yet still have contradictory behavior with that, right?
Yeah, it's you're going to hold a contradiction in your mind, but at some, it's just in your mind somewhere, and you're going to act one way and not the other way, and you're going to say, "Well, listen, I know that this is true, but this is also true. It's a contradiction. You know, both can't be true, and you haven't worked it
Mm-hmm.
out yet, but it will work. If you focus on it, it'll work itself out, and that's just the case.
And within your mind, you can be the wiser and see that if there's a contradiction against the things that you can observe, measure, verify. If there's a contradiction against that, you don't go with the contradiction, do you? You'll be the wiser.
It is weird after Nagawagaba that right. It is weird. You fucking hate it, right? It is weird, right? That like people even weigh the consequence of like, well, maybe we are on a globe, right? When they've never experienced it, right? But it's just something they've been told, right? And it is kind of strange in a way. that because so many people believe it, somebody might sit there and think like yourself, like maybe it is true. Like people must believe it for a reason, so maybe it is true. Even though everything I experience that I know to be true is it doesn't point towards this. But what is the possibility? What is the chance that this could be true? It is kind of strange that with no evidence we can still somehow entertain like the impossible. It is pretty nuts, and they did this, in my opinion, like back in what people call like the Renaissance, where they freed themselves from the Church of Absolutes. Right? They're like, listen, Galileo, et cetera. This was the time of absolutes, and then in the French Renaissance, they're like, let's free ourselves from that, and that's when they created this whole paradigm during that exact same time. So it's parallel. And it really is an argument against absolutes. That's what this whole thing is.
Doesn't have anything to do with that.
Now, fuck yourself, man.
It has to do with whether or not the Earth is grounded.
Is that absolutely true? That it doesn't have anything to do with that?
You're equivocating on the word absolute, right? So it's empirical questions aren't absolute.
Oh, shut up! For God's sake,
that's true.
2015.
That's true.
I'll talk to you.
Doesn't matter.
Beans are made of protein. Shut up.
You lost every debate. You lost every debate with me, Quantum.
You left this in here?
Dogs?
Who's in charge?
Dog bones.
Oh, dog bones are clocks, yeah.
Yes, they are, Quantum. Yes, they are.
Yeah. Get your dumb ass out of here. Go back to Earth Awakening.
What is happening here? What is going on here?
Well, we got a moron of epic
What is the beef? What is the beef?
Well, is that a rhetorical question? Or do you want me to answer?
Yeah, go for it.
What's the beef? Well, we got Brenda here that's been frigging pummeled every day of her life since 2015 till now out here. And I don't want to hear her dumbass. That's why.
So what is he? Is he a professional flat earth debater or something?
He's a professional moron of epic proportions, space-time donut idiot.
Okay.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Let's do this. You go
Just
on.
Unmute him. Unmute him.
Shut up. You're not in charge here.
Okay.
So
fine.
let's try this playlist. I want you to do this. All right. Just 1 second, please. I'm going to pull up a video that has his whatever that is, their greatest hits, and then you tell me.
But just tell me. I don't want to watch it.
You'll watch a video. Yes, you will. You'll go on mute and watch a video, or somebody will meet you. Yep.
Fine, I'll watch the video.
We good?
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I hit the wrong one. 1 second.
CGI proves gravity waves are real.
Gravity waves, yeah. So, and Penelope Pitstop was Brucey's grandfather.
Okay, where's the video that I must absolutely?
Yeah, I'm getting it. Shut up. So here we go. 1 sec. There it is. My precious. You're not going to believe this. All right. Let's do that. Let's share. There you go. There you go.
Is it a YouTube video?
Yeah, it is. There you go. Who's talking?
Where is it?
19 minutes after the hour. Go on mute, listen to that, and then come back and tell us your opinion.
Fine.
There you go. Go on, Deafin. Go ahead and look at that.
DNA is made with amino acids.
Say again? Say again?
I read the quote, DNA is made of amino acids.
Yeah. In early 2016, I'm just perusing. That was back in the Wild Wild West days. I'm just perusing YouTube videos, and then I come across the Hangout, and I hear Brenda say that dumb. It's so stupid. So I hurried up. I rushed in there. I said, "What the hell is your problem, tard?" So ever since then, dragging around by his short hairs. Every single comment, every stupid statement.
It's like her whole worldview is a Google it, and suddenly her Google it doesn't work.
It's not a Google. It's like Google, and then look at it cross-eyed. That's what it is.
Look, thoughts are physical, though. QE, come on now.
Oh, that's right. She is part of the 60. Yeah, you were highlighted yesterday. Well, not only you, but yeah, those were classic. Yeah. Can we move on?
We can definitely move on to how delicious my chicken noodle soup is.
You don't cream chicken noodle soup. You don't mess with a junkyard dog. Stop.
You know, being able to mute people doesn't mean you win.
It's back. Thanks. You don't mess with a junkyard dog. You don't piss in the wind, and you don't tug on Superman's cape. And above all, you don't cream chicken noodle soup.
You just added that one.
Who the hell does that? Besides you. What is that?
I love.
I watched some of that dumb video. What am I supposed to get out of it?
Yeah, it's her or whatever. Brenda debates. That's her.
Yeah, I know, but like, okay, so someone was an idiot 200 years ago. What does that do?
200, not 200 years ago, dude. What are you on, shrooms?
Yes.
Yeah, I figured. It sounds like it.
I'm not on shrooms. I'm high though, but not on shrooms.
We would never know.
I mean, I don't give a shit if you know or not.
Well, that's obviously.
Well, yeah, I just said it myself.
Yeah, I know. Thanks. That's really deep. What's spontaneous parametric down conversion?
Well, I don't actually know what that is. Actually,
good.
You can tell me. You can tell me.
I don't care to.
Okay, then that was pretty useless, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it was just useless. It was actually useful in knowing right where you're at. Mr. Physics guy, where did you take physics courses at? Tuco Community College in Tobago, mail order degree section.
I mean, I did in I'm not going to tell you the university specifically. Okay. I did it in my country, of Belgium. That's all.
Belgium. I was in Belgium. I was in Antwerp back in the day, back in '84, probably before you were born.
Yeah, you're right. That was before.
Yeah. Driving down those cobblestone streets. I'll never forget it. It was beautiful in Antwerp, by the way. And drove through the country. Beautiful country. I liked it.
Yeah, it's nice enough. Whatever. It's pretty flat.
Say again?
It's pretty flat, my country.
Oh, well.
No mountains.
I would suppose. Yeah, I didn't see any mountains there. You're right.
Well, yeah, there's none. It's like Holland.
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with the Netherlands. Not directly, indirectly. I have a friend that lives there.
Betty, Betty, come back.
What kind of food could see?
Yeah, I miss her.
Hey, you guys from Belgium, you said that you study physics, and at this time of an hour, we have Quantum that has been replying to you, and he posted the video. If you wanna bring the topic back to the server topic, the VC topic, and you wanna have if Quantum wants to talk about physics with you, since you said you study physics, maybe there's something there for a conversation about the actual topic, not superficial stuff that we were talking before Quantum.
Oh, you want to get right into it? Okay.
If you want to, you don't have to. You don't have to.
Oh, we'll talk about physics.
That's fine. Okay. But
that's fine.
No.
You good?
That's fine.
Okay.
We can do that. But I did that the other day here.
Yeah, but I wasn't here.
But if you have specific quantum questions, That's not
If I have
necessarily
questions of you, oh goodness gracious.
It doesn't necessarily have to do with flat Earth, to be honest. But you can ask your friends questions.
It wasn't to ask questions to you. If it's maybe, I'm just saying that we allow. I mean, I'm just saying but we normally have like seniority allowances in here, and Quantum is like a senior. And whenever he's driving, we let him drive. We let him cook. He wants the ribeye, medium rare. So he now you were talking to me and to the other guy before, and we were kind of talking about all over the place. If Quantum wants to drive now, he's gonna be driving. Just letting you know.
Well, who is Quantum? I mean, fine. Who is Quantum? Is he in the chat now? Or
you're talking to him.
Oh, okay. Well, I defer to you then. You can ask.
Oh no, I don't feel like exposing you. You said you're high. That's your handicap.
I mean, no, you go for it. Expose me, please. Go ahead.
It'd be too easy, man.
No, I don't think so.
I don't feel.
Come on. Fine.
I don't feel like it right now. Maybe later.
If anyone has physics questions, you can ask.
I definitely won't be asking you any physics questions. I won't be asking you questions I don't know the answer to.
Okay. Isn't that the purpose of asking questions, to know the answer that you don't know?
No, I'm more or less to exposing pretender clown frauds.
Oh,
that's my mission. I don't know. I'm suspecting as much. Yeah.
Well, you can test me. Just test me then, if you're suspecting that. If you're gonna accuse me,
I'm not accusing you.
No, if you're gonna throw out accusations, you may as well put me.
I didn't. I said I wasn't accusing you.
Well, you call into question the veracity of my words.
Yeah, I suspected that you're sort of a pretender clown. Yes, I suspected that by the way you talk.
Okay, well, prove it then.
Okay, that'll be simple. Define a scientific hypothesis in 10 seconds.
A scientific hypothesis is a verifiable proposition, experimentally verifiable proposition that typically describes at least some type of measurement that must be made.
Incorrect. That's what I thought. You screwed that up. So you don't know what a scientific hypothesis is.
Okay, tell me what it is then.
A scientific hypothesis from the University of Colorado State, or Colorado State University. Scientific hypothesis. A special kind of prediction, you didn't mention that forecasts how the independent...
I actually did.
I'm not done yet. I wasn't done yet.
Mm-hmm.
So, we're going to go over the things you didn't mention. After I read it. After I read... No, you did not.
Yes, I did.
Okay. We're done with you. You're a pretender clown fraud. Bye. Bye. You're a pretender clown. You didn't mention any of those things. Are you delusional?
You see how Quantum waited for you to finish your response, and then he wanted to reply, but you interrupted a couple times. So that's an issue, though.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. You can finish. I will interrupt again.
Don't. Whenever he's replying, you wait for him to be done, and then if there's a reply to be done, you go with it. But don't do it in the middle of anybody's sentence or his sentence.
Okay, I apologize to you, Quantum.
That's okay. You're already exposed. What I would do if I were you tomorrow, I would call a lawyer and then have them petition the university you went to for failure to provide services. That's what I would do if I were you.
Well, I'm not going to do that, but you know.
If it were me, that's what I would do, because you're going to get all your money back.
I didn't pay much money for university.
Yeah, that sounds like it.
Well, university in Belgium is largely free. That's why.
I can see why.
I mean, you may say that if you want. So it's okay.
All right. We don't need to do anything else. You don't know what a scientific hypothesis is.
I think I do know what it is.
Yeah. Well, you showed that you didn't know. You demonstrated it.
No, I don't think I did.
Yeah, you did.
No, I don't think so.
Yes, you did.
I don't think so.
Ah, you did.
Just ask the question, bro. Come on.
He didn't. He already answered it. He screwed it up.
No, I'm saying that
he didn't mention any of the things I said. So, scientific hypothesis. I'll finish it up. Colorado State, special kind of prediction, which you didn't mention. The forecast, didn't mention. How the independent variable, didn't mention, will affect the dependent variable, didn't mention.
I mean, I didn't mention the part about independent and dependent variables.
Yeah, that's right.
But I didn't mention the first two parts. I said that it's
what?
I said that it's a specific type of proposition that includes
that's not what I said. That's incorrect.
That includes an experimental verification.
No, hypothesis.
No, that's what a prediction.
Include an
that's what
experiment.
a prediction.
You're all screwed up. Don't over talk me, tard. You already screwed it up. Everyone heard it. You can't rewrite history. My God. Are you that delusional?
I was explaining.
He's high.
Yeah,
I was
he is high. You know, it'd probably be healthier if you shoved that thing up your ass and toked on it from that end. Yeah, you're screwed. It's over. It's already over. So good. You don't know what a hypothesis is. And did you say you were degreed in physics? Really? Or did you just take a class in physics? Yeah, more like that, right? While you're getting your typewriter degree, you had to take physics. Physics.
I got a degree in physics.
You got a degree in? Oh God, he doesn't know what a hypothesis is. Yeah, we're in good hands.
I mean, I didn't claim you were in good hands necessarily.
It's called a joke.
Well, yeah, that was super funny. I'm sorry, I forgot to laugh.
I am pretty funny.
I just forgot to mention the Kiwi. He's a lovely person, but he's gonna give you tough love, bro. Just letting you know. So just hang in there.
He's not
he
an
doesn't have to
open-toed
hang anymore.
sandals hanging around the bonfire with your kumbayas.
He doesn't have to worry about it anymore. He's exposed. I'm not going to go over that real estate again. You want me to ask him another? He doesn't know what a hypothesis is, for fuck's sake.
Fine, I'm exposed, but I'm still here. And I'm still talking. Right?
Well, yeah, you're still here and still talking.
Maybe you should teach
morons
me.
do that.
Maybe you should teach me.
I ain't gonna teach you anything. How much cash you got?
I don't have much cash.
He can teach you. You can just go to his YouTube channel and boom, he's got a bunch of presentations on there.
There you go.
You can go to his website as well.
Yeah. You can go to the. I would go to the YouTube channel, hit playlist, and look at science education, and then start to get educated. It's free. You could just go there. I'm out of the loop. It's 1, 2, 3 ABC.
I mean, maybe I'll do that. Not now, though.
Okay.
I don't want to do that now.
No, but go
right now.
to his website and save it in one of your tabs, and there might be a donation button somewhere there. So check that out.
Thanks, Gemsy. He isn't going to do that. He's going to try to withdraw.
He's from Belgium. He probably, rolling.
Well, I gave all my money for Gaza, to be honest. So
for Gaza?
I don't have much to donate to you.
That's okay. I don't.
That was a joke. You don't have. No, nobody's asking for that. I was just joking. It was a joke.
Well, you can suggest it.
I'll tell you what. Let's try another one. Real quick. What are the 3 constituent parts of a scientific experiment?
The experimental device.
Wrong. Wrong.
No, the experimental device is not part of the experiment.
Nope.
No.
No.
Really? What is then?
Really? I'm not telling you. It's not.
Really?
You got to listen to the words he says. He asked you, what are the 3 constituent parts of a scientific experiment.
Yeah, and one of them is the experimental device.
What if you don't have a device in the experiment?
Then there's no scientific experiment. If you don't have a measuring device, there's no scientific
measuring. Yeah, measure. What are you measuring?
A variable.
It's not quantitative. It's qualitative. You're in a category error, right? From Jump Street. So let's listen to your full answer. Let's listen to the full answer. So we have the experimental device. What else do we got?
Well, we have the system that's experimented on.
The system. Wrong.
Yes. No, really? Incorrect. You don't have the system, the physical system?
No, it's too ambiguous, too vague. It's moron. So you got a system, you got the device. What's the third one?
I would say the first one is the framework of the hypothesis.
The framework. So you're going back on it. So you don't know what a hypothesis is, though.
No, I do know what it is.
Really?
He just doesn't remember because he's high.
Well, I said it before. I mean, there's a difference between
there's a difference between you said it before, and then I train wrecked it.
Well, there's a difference between an hypothesis and a scientific hypothesis, first of all.
Oh, really? So you're going to bounce around the colloquial definition of a hypothesis as a physics degree holder, right? What are you, some type of clown?
No, I mean, it's not I wasn't going to appeal to the colloquial.
That's what you just did. Put him on.
No.
For God's sake. I'm tired already. Get out of here. Go back to picking up cans alongside of the road in Belgium. Okay?
Hey, obviously, the scientific method, it's been a train wreck at the moment. Can maybe for the audience, if you guys want to have the conversation, since he's a physicist, allegedly, for free, can you speak about the containment and the containment and the second law? Maybe he comes to a conclusion about the fantasy claim of the globe on that side. Maybe move. Yeah,
that's a big problem. Do you know why that's a problem with the second law of thermodynamics? And we're talking about natural science. What's the problem with that? Do you know?
That he didn't know what the hypothesis was?
Nope. I'm saying specifically, we were talking about the scientific method and hypothesis and experiments. What's the problem with that? And then laws of nature. Is there a problem?
That is, the laws of nature is not a scientific question.
Exactly.
Oh, I got it. Ding, ding, ding.
You did get it. Yeah. I made you think. I had to word it correctly, though.
I've heard people say it before, especially I heard you saying it before, so I kind of reached it somehow. But
yeah, well, it drives me insane when people, especially just in general, people when they say scientific laws or something like that.
But that was my point,
though. Makes me cringe inwardly.
Since you wanted to move on away from the scientific part, maybe the containment second law conversation might go somewhere, or unless you guys want to do something else.
Well, I mean, I was coming here to destroy you guys.
You couldn't destroy a soup sandwich.
This is a different guy. This is Collapse.
Hey, bro. Can you destroy my friend here, Flassiclane and Quantum, his duo? Go ahead and destroy them both at the same time. Go ahead.
Dude, I've been doing this
because I couldn't
since the day I was born. Yeah, this is like work for me.
What did he say?
I don't know.
I said I've been doing this since the day I was born. This is like
clicking your mouse.
This is just another Tuesday for me,
What, screwing up a hypothesis since your day you were born? Okay.
This isn't the same guy, QE.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
So what do you guys want to talk about?
Your sister?
I don't have a sister.
Is she cute?
I don't have a sister.
Okay, your mom then.
My mom's a guy.
It's your mom.
Second question: Is she
That's
cute?
terrible. I'm sorry. I'm
No,
sorry.
my
I'm sorry.
mom
No,
is a
that was
guy,
bad. That was
if
bad.
you're
That was
interested.
bad.
That was really bad on Jemsy. He's really calm tonight. Are you doing lewds?
Everybody's asleep in Jimsy's house, so he has to talk very quietly.
Oh, I was wondering.
I'm quiet. I don't
Jemsy
have my mic.
too young to know what a lewd is. My goodness, Dewey.
Quaalude?
Bro, that's a second language thing. It's not that I'm young. It's that English is not my first language, so I wouldn't get it no matter how old I was.
Does it matter with age? All right, fair enough.
Hey, Destroyer.
They don't really
Destroyer,
make
where
it
you
anymore.
at? Destroy this guy on his wheelchair. That's the one that I want destroyed. The bear the
No,
bear
he's
guy.
my friend. We're not destroying my
No,
friend.
I'm too easy. I'm too easy.
Who's
He's
your
in a
friend?
wheelchair. It should be easy for you to destroy him. What? Go ahead.
Paraplegic.
Oh, yeah, paraplegic's all right when he's sleeping.
Where's the destroyer guy? He said he was gonna
he'll
destroy.
he'll never run up on you behind you.
Paraplegic, yeah, he will.
This is true. I will not
He's
sneak up on you.
He's cool like that.
I won't prance.
Oh, brother, he was jumping girls with his bike when he was a kid, man. So he's all right.
Hey, Jimsy. Yesterday you muted me just because I jumped in.
Bastard,
Support.
Jemsy.
Yeah, because I jumped in to support Apocryphon because the Glober was going in circle and throwing words and calling him names. And you were preaching that we should not talk
Berserker.
bad, talk bad.
That Glober, he is
Wait,
not
I'm not
a
finished. You're
Glober.
talking over me. You're talking
Berserker,
over
you're
me.
interrupting the conversation to talk about something from yesterday.
Excuse me, I'm not interrupting anything.
You're
I'm trying to point
Berserker.
that I'm not interrupting. You are interrupting me. You are
I'll
interrupting
mute
me.
you and kick you from the channel if you do this.
Okay.
Take it easy, Berserker. Take it easy, bro.
Okay.
You don't really want to do this because you did
Now
the
you
same
call it.
thing
Now
that
you
was.
call it tough love. What I was doing was
tough
10% of what
tough love.
Chewie does.
You're
Haven't you seen Nathan
misinterpreting. You're
operate? Go fuck yourself, you hypocrite.
completely misinterpreting what happened because that guy wasn't a Glober, and you're still going against my point that he wasn't a Glober, and you're here saying he was a Glober when he wasn't.
Dang, Kiwi, you and Nathan.
I didn't say he was a Glober. I didn't say that.
You just said
I asked him. I asked him to know where he is standing, with which model he
Whatever.
was
Anyways,
coming, so that I will tell him. Yeah. Anyways, you are being hypocrite, and you are now saying his mom is she beautiful? Okay, just a hypocrite. Okay, just wanted to point that out.
Thank you.
At least he didn't say his mom was ugly.
Yeah. Thank you. His mom is beautiful. Thank you, Berserker.
I don't know.
You know the hole in a donut?
Look, you are telling us we are not allowed to attack Globers or liars or spinners in a rate of 10% or 5% of what Fury is doing.
Berserker.
You don't
Kiwi only goes
freaking get it.
Hold on.
Talking from under your bed. Come from under your bed, you.
You're fighting the wrong fight, dude. You're fighting the wrong fight. This is not something that you
go
should
ahead
be doing.
and mute me. Kick me out.
Did I? Are you asking for it? Because it sounds like you're asking for it. It sounds like this is what you want. So
No,
if
I'm
you
not
want me to
asking
give it
for
to
it.
you, I
Okay.
will.
Would you like to debate? Would you like to talk? We can talk privately, okay?
Debate about what? About your favorite mom?
And if I'm wrong, I will apologize openly for you, okay?
I
We can talk
apologize for
privately.
what?
You can explain where I'm wrong, and then I will come and apologize openly. Okay?
Just accept
Until
his
then, shut the
apology.
fuck up.
Just accept his apology.
Yeah, thank you for the apology. Thank you. I accept it.
Where? When did I apologize? You asshole! And I told you, fucking, you are just like a Glober. What? Are you working for NASA? I will tell you if you will
Only in
prove
the
me wrong.
weekends. Only on the
I told
weekends.
you if you will prove me wrong, I will apologize. You fucking cunt.
Oh, that's not going to
Jimsy,
work.
you getting down?
He
You got him all bent out of
the thing
shape,
that
man.
he's missing is that he think I was going against
You
Apocryphon.
sound like a cunt, Jemsy. Fucking
Oh my
cunt.
god.
Stupid cunt.
Listen, bro. Listen, me and Apocryphon, we're cool. When I opened my mic yesterday, it was to point out that you guys were talking to a guy, to a flat earther, as he was a glober, but he wasn't a glober. And you guys weren't hearing each other. You were talking past to each other, calling him glober this, glober that. He was not a glober. But you still don't get it.
May I reply now? He told us he is not flat earther. He's not glober. And then I asked him if he is concave. Look, he confused us. He told us he is not
You know what? That's not even the point. That's
what I asked him.
Yeah, you ask him.
Look, I don't have a problem with you, okay? It's not about me. It's not about me or you or anyone else, okay? Or Elijah. He muted me also when I was calling out a glober, and 5 minutes later he ejected. Just after sighing.
What a bastard he is.
Get him.
It's okay. No, look, Jemsy, I have no problem, okay?
I have no problem either.
Sorry if I look, Jemsy. When I do something wrong, I apologize, okay?
It's all good. I apologize
I was cooking. I called you names. Okay, that's wrong. Okay, I apologize for that. Okay, but
that's fine. I apologize too. It's all good, bro. It's all good. It wasn't my intention to upset anybody.
But this is the club of elderly people. I mean, most of us are old enough. We are not children.
I'm elderly too, bro. I'm elderly as well.
Yeah, I'm 58. So it's not nice when someone comes tries to teach me about how to deal with people. You know, some people are so hypocrite and so lying, so deceitful that they will exploit your goodness, your patience, your calmness, your willingness to help them or others. You know what I mean? And then you will have to. Really, I mean that.
I have.
And you have seen me here.
I have first-hand knowledge to everything you're saying. First-hand knowledge.
I'm not saying that I'm smarter than others. I always repeat it.
I'm not smarter than anybody in here.
Yeah, I always repeat. You know me. I'm not very long here. 3 weeks, 4 weeks, and most of the time I sit back and enjoy because I would not be able to eloquently express myself to debunk someone. So I let those who speak perfect English to do that. And sometimes when I get angry, then
You're new
Listen,
to the
Berserker. Last night when I spoke to Demok and Oliver and Apocryphon and yourself, I've talked and argued with them about many topics. In last night wasn't different. So the fact that you disagree from to my point of view of what I was trying to say, that's totally fine. I have nothing against you. You agree with them or whatever. But my point wasn't to argue with them. It was just the way it was handled because the conversation went away from a point that was trying to be clear, the point about the horizon going away from the curve, the drop over rate. And you guys started arguing against the flat earther that had the same questions that I was asking to be able to clarify a point from Demok about that topic. And they were calling him Glober this and Glober that when he wasn't a Glober. That was my only point. Instead of concentrating on the information and the questions, you guys thought he was a Glober and attacked the Glober, which wasn't the point. And that's it. It's not a big deal.
Demok was a Glober?
No, they thought Oliver was a Glober.
No, I'm flat earther.
Yeah, Oliver has some questions about what Demok was trying to say because Demok, he's like delivery guy.
Yeah, we know.
He brings the pizza, but he explodes. He wants to shove the pizza to you. He wants to feed you the pizza, instead of just giving it to you and you eat it yourself piece by piece. He wants you to eat the whole piece at the same time.
He force feeds you.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, he force feeds you.
Yeah,
but I was trying to say, hey, I was trying to ask some questions, but I couldn't. So Oliver kind of had the same questions that I had about his topic, and Oliver started asking questions. And for some reason, everybody, like people, Apocryphon, Demo started calling him Glober when he's not a Glober, and that was my point. That's it.
Yeah,
he only had questions.
Yeah, Jimsy, may I reply? I always
had the same
thought,
questions.
should I say, should I say thought or knew? I always knew or thought that M0 is a flat earther because of the things he said since I was here and heard him. So it is not about being Glober. It was, the question, Apocryphon, I know what you're talking about. I knew what Demo was talking about these things, about horizontal. Why is it rising? I even jumped in. I just came in and heard it and understood it. And then I told Demark, I finally got it. It's very difficult, but I got it. But I wanted to tell him, actually, it's easy. When you get it, once you get it, okay. But it's not about that. It was about M0 suddenly acting like a weasel because Apocryphon got mad because he asked him a simple question. Do you really believe, or why do you believe when someone calls himself a scientist? Okay, let's say he's a scientist, and then he claims that this machine that they built, can magnify and show gravitons. So it was a simple question, and M0
that was away from the original thing.
Yeah, and M0 kept telling him, where is the question? Can I have the question so that I can answer it? I mean, that is strange, right? I mean, when I ask you, what is the color of your jacket? It's a clear question, right? And that was a clear question too. Why do you trust other people? I even tried, when I jumped in, try to explain. I told him, it's like when you go out of your house, you lock your door. It's a matter of trust. Maybe you can trust your neighbors, but you cannot trust that no stranger will come and steal something. Or you would not trust me and give me a credit of 100,000 just because I tell you I will pay you back. And then he continued repeating, where's the question? Can you ask me the question so I will stop here. If you are getting, and please don't talk about he is Glober. We called him Glober. He's a flat earther, and we were mad at him, and we were shouting at him.
And I get it. I get it. I get it, Mr. Khan.
So
you know
question,
what?
Isn't it an easy question, a simple and clear question?
It's all good. The thing is though that in reality it's not a big deal though. It's not a big deal, and that the topic of the VC is not to be arguing about these technicalities that have nothing to do with the actual point from the beginning. So it's all good, bro. It's all good.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
It's not a big deal.
Good. Okay. But honesty is an important thing, right? Sorry for interrupting you, but you also and everyone else sometimes deviates from the subject, from the real subject. I mean, the most important and beautiful subject and theme should be actually it should be the black swan, because till now the Globers evaded explaining the horizon. I mean, we can also say that we should stay on topic and only talk about that, but that is not true. Sometimes there is no one here. Sometimes there is time to make jokes.
There's many topics
what someone eats. Yeah, do you know? I mean, sometimes people talk about, because there is no Glober here to cook. They say we are waiting, and then they start talking about what do I cook? What do I eat? What we eat? How my house looks.
Yeah.
I mean,
we do that. Yeah,
it's not prohibited to talk about something else, and it was not about distracting. It was it was the frustration of Apocryphon that Not was not honest in his conversation. I mean, why
But
did he say that
he
he's
being
not flat
frustrated is
earther?
a him problem.
Yeah, why maybe Not was joking, just cynically. You never know. I mean, why did Not say that he's not flat earther when you are confirming what I always thought, that he was a flat earther? I mean, can you answer this question?
What question?
Why did M not pretend not being flat earther?
Why
When you say,
he did not pretend not being flat earther?
yeah,
I mean, I'm
he said
trying
explicitly.
here, but I don't want to
He said
insult anybody.
explicitly he is not a flat earther. He is neither flat earther nor a glober nor a concaver.
That's fine. That's him. That's him saying that.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's about the honesty.
I cannot answer for him that question.
Yeah, that's why I'm telling you. What frustrated Apocrypha was the honesty of the conversation. That,
But you know
for
why he
example,
probably said that? Because he's been in this VC many times, and he actually debunks the Globers like more than he's done it many times. He's also a senior mod in this server, and he before that conversation, he spoke to Globers, and after the conversation, he also spoke to a Glober. The thing is that it's. He was being called a Glober, and then you ask him, "Are you a Glober? Are you a flat earther? Are you a concaverter?" And he replied, "No, I'm not." And that's the thing. He probably answered to whatever three questions you ask him at the same moment, and he said, "No, I'm not." But he's been beating Globers in this VC for a year now. And he's pretty good at it, actually.
May I reply? Yeah, I know. I can see. I mean, afterwards, 10 minutes later, 30 minutes later, he started also talking to someone who came in. I think that was...
I know what happened. I remember.
Guy, Gustav Mahler.
Yeah.
That was the...
That didn't go anywhere, and that happens here very often. That didn't. The guy just didn't go nowhere. It's all good.
What I wanted to say that I saw from the way he was talking, Not, that he sounds like a flat earther, and he talks like a mod. I have realized that, but I have realized that previously. That's why I told you. But the point is, this you are pointing only that I asked the question. This was one question which I asked once. Most of the time I asked Not and even said, "Would you please be kind enough, stay at the point and answer the question?" Apocryphon just wants to know, why do you trust blindly to
he. Anyways, I don't want to say anything else. It's all good, bro. I guess I get you. It's all good. We can move on.
Okay, it's all
not
good,
a big deal. If you have any questions for him later on, I have no issues with him, no issues with you, no issues with Demok or Apocryphon. We've done this many times, so it's not a big deal.
And sorry if
we got the initial
point. Most of the time, I don't know. Would you confirm that it is true what I'm saying? That most of the time I sit back and enjoy listening. I told you.
Yeah. No, you're cool, bro. I heard you.
And sometimes I come out and blow out against.
Yeah, you do that too. You do that too. Often.
And by the way, I mean, it's not a big deal. I mean, I'm just new here. It's not a big deal because you said I'm not debunked many Globers. I mean, you have seen, right, that I got a concession after Kiwi went away because Kiwi required from KP a physical demonstration of the gas in a container. But Kiwi demanded a physical and empirical, and KP told him within 24 hours, Pickle, within 24 hours, he will come with a model in his Lala Fantasyland and debunk and violate the second law of the thermodynamics. And I told KP it doesn't count because it would not count because QE asked for a physical demonstration in a lab or an empirical demonstration, not in a computer model in your fantasy la la land. And that means you are conceding that you cannot provide a physical demonstration of gas without a container in a lab or in front of us, right? And people said, or KP said, yeah, he concedes. He concedes. When he lost, he lost. That was 2 days ago. You remember? I don't know if you were not here. You can go back and watch it. So it's not a big deal. I mean, I'm getting this. There is this guy, Crit. What is the problem with this guy? Crit's worst nightmare? Do you know this?
Don't stress yourself.
Yeah.
Don't stress.
Yesterday I got another one that he has information against Crit and against, and he's going to the police, and he's counting me to the pros and the mods like Crit, Creation Bear, and Heretic, and Berserker. Dude, I'm new here. I don't know who this guy is. I never talked to him. Maybe he's sour. Maybe he's angry at me. I don't know why, but. It's a badge of honor for me, but yeah, I don't know. There are strange, crazy people sometimes around.
Yeah, that's why we need you. That's why when we release you, is when we need someone to go berserk, and you just go berserk at them. But whenever we need the technical part, we have QE, J. And even you can be very technical. You mostly go berserk, and that's when we need you. When we have like crazy people just jumping around walls and making crazy claims about cartoons, then we release you.
Yeah, Jamesy, bro. But would you please admit that I'm not being nice to you because you are making compliments to me? I mean, previously, I told you when I calmed down. I told you. Sorry if I.
Next time, Brenda, open her mic. You go at it.
Look, I can deal with anyone, but Brenda is so stupid for me that I don't want to talk to her. I mean, even I have my. I mean, I don't mean I cannot, but I'm afraid that I will go very, very bad berserk against her.
Whenever QE finish with the crying munchers, you take them.
Okay, bro. I have to go and buy me some cigarettes because I'm out of cigarettes. Maybe that was also a reason why I flipped out.
All right, that's why you are going berserker at the moment. You have no cigarettes. I got it.
But I have to. How do you call it? I have to compliment you. I have to praise you. That it's always good when someone holds his stand and another colleague gets mad. It's better to talk it out.
Definitely.
You know what I mean? I respect that. I respect that you were able to take the heat. And as I told you, when I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It was wrong that I called you bad names openly. That's why later I said, if you'd like, we can talk about this privately in a DM. And yeah, if you
no problem,
wrong,
it's all good.
Yeah,
you can text me if you want. It's all good, bro.
Okay, bro. Thank you. Okay, sorry for taking so much time from all the others. Flatsy, thank you for welcoming me to Flat Earth.
You got it, buddy.
Okay.
It's good to have you.
Okay. Is Quantum still here? Okay, see you later, Quantum. Hear you later. Okay, I will have to go to.
Yeah, he's been cracking in the background at your jokes.
We've been having fun in the chat.
I'm not noticing it. I will take a look at it later. Okay, I really need cigarettes now. Okay. Okay, hear
Later,
you
bro.
later. I will be back within half an hour. Okay.
See you in a bit, buddy. Take care. I really like him. He's so cool.
Let me check the queue. We might have someone for Flatsy to talk to, because Flatsy has been wanting to talk. Any people have questions for Flatsy? Go right ahead. You can open your mic and direct your question to Flatsy Klein.
Flatley.
Flatly. And if you don't want to talk to her, you can have her direct your questions to Booger. He might have the answers too.
Booger.
Too bad that destroyer guy that joined was clicking his mouse and the physicist also left.
Yeah, nobody likes to talk to me because I'm a girl and Southern. These are both reasons people don't like talking to me.
Is that why QE likes talking to you? Because he's Southern from the South as well?
Well, Kiwi's not a Glober. I guess I mean the Globers don't. Some flat earthers don't like to hear me either because they're the MGTOW guys who think that girls should just shut up and
Wait, what? I never seen you.
go make a
People, you
sandwich.
speak. You always speak in the. I mean, I never seen you muted, like in a red mic. Oh, actually, yes, I've seen you in a red mic,
I've
actually.
asked to be server muted.
Nah, but most of the time I probably have seen you get your points through, so I guess people do like listening to what you gotta say.
Yeah,
Most of
sometimes
the
I
time.
have good. If I have somebody that has faith in me as a person and like someone to discuss a topic with, then I like those types of conversations. But if I can't have that with somebody, I don't really want to. I also like being a shithead to the folks that are my friends. So
So I tier. Astrophysicist? I tier to Earth. Earth to I tier. Earth to I tier. Do you copy? He's not on a phone call. He's just, since I called him, he deafened himself so he doesn't have to speak. And he's gonna play that he's on a phone call for now. Thank you, I dear.
Ballers! Come on, play!
I was wondering what the heck was happening on my phone.
You're my spirit animal, Huey.
The actual fuck.
thought I'd come out and break the silence, man. But that's old school.
That's good. Warriors is a good one.
Too funny.
Yeah, I got ITIR and Rich Evans, and they can't tell me at what distance does this water level stop being level. They can't do it. They said it, but both of them have said that at no distance does it stop being level. But then they want to add to a globe, bruh.
Yeah, it works on a globe. Cry about
Yeah,
it.
put your foot in your mouth, bud. Put your foot in your mouth.
Cry about it more, please.
It doesn't.
No, how does it work on a globe? Because level is level. Level doesn't curve. So at no distance
Elevation above a
does it
globe.
stop being level. So at a certain point, you're going to have this drop. that you should be able to measure, but nobody can seem to fucking measure that shit.
Clearly, you just don't understand what we're talking about.
Yeah, I don't understand. Yeah, I don't understand what fucking water does, bro. Jesus.
We don't understand.
Evidently not.
That's a great argument.
Excellent argument. Yeah. You just don't understand. You sound like a fucking 13-year-old. You understand me.
Deary me.
Talk to a lot of 13-year-olds, do you, Jenna?
No, I just happen to be the oldest grandchild of like 25 grandchildren. So like I've helped raise a lot of little bratty teenagers that have literally said to me, "You just understand me."
I wouldn't doubt it. I don't think you understand a lot.
Little personal attacks too. You want to turn your mic up, Baltard?
Yeah, go ahead with them personal attacks, Itchy.
Yeah.
With all that you've said about me, I feel pretty comfortable.
Do 7 offsuit, Baltard. What's your scientific evidence of your globetard, spheretard?
The funny thing is, QE, they don't have scientific evidence of a geometric thing.
Oh, thanks for giving up the ghost, Jenna.
Sorry.
Fucking setting the table here. The hell?
Yeah. He's went quiet now. Wonder why.
You guys are making enough noise.
Because he knows it's really retarded to take his science book to geometry class and vice versa.
Belly up to that mic, Rich.
Damn, you got women telling you.
My significant other, my girlfriend, is sleeping.
What's his name?
Oh, goodness, Kiwi.
It was so excellent. Just like you didn't even miss a beat, bro.
Yeah, that joke, that was grade 9 level. So perfect. Good job.
Yeah, so at no distance,
At least
right?
it's
Just like
above your
you
science
and
education
ITR answered, just like you and ITR said that at no distance does this water in this water level ever stop being level. Well, welcome to Flat Earth Geniuses.
It works on a globe. Welcome to the globe.
No.
Yeah.
So, hold on. It's like spot the difference or what's wrong with this picture. You're kind of missing it. The guy on the right, when he's making the measurement, if you're on a sphere, he can rotate. So when does it become wrong? When he starts rotating, so instantly.
Yeah, because you guys are so simple-minded as to think that as soon as he rotates, it's going to spill out of it.
No,
You don't have a basic understanding of how gravity works.
We're going to start creating 2 different fucking tangents on your ball. They're going to separate, and it's going to be instantly.
Yeah, that's fine if there's 2 different tangents. Even explain why 2 different tangents would mean anything.
Can anyone hear him?
Put your hearing aid in, old man.
Has your balls dropped?
Sound like you're
Why do you care?
I want to hear what your dumbass has to say.
And put your hearing aid in.
My hearing aid?
Yeah.
Hiding from the mob. He's got to talk quiet.
So what's the scientific evidence for your globetard? Do you have any?
This question is hilarious for anybody who is an intellect.
Jenna, and am I asking you?
Intellect?
What
Anyone who is an intellect?
Hey, I'm not answering it, QE. This is
my
Rich's
God,
question.
Jenna, relax. Jenna, relax.
See, I'm not the only one telling you to shut the fuck up.
Just relax. No, I'm just telling her to relax so my question can be heard by you and answered. It's a simple question.
Well, I don't really.
What is your? Are you ready? Are you done?
I'm not
you
going
want to get it all out first?
Fucking questions.
It's a really? How so?
Yeah. I said I'm not going to answer your stupid fucking questions.
It's a stupid. Well, when I first came out here, when I first came out here, Mr. Hearing Aid in 2016, I was bombarded by globetards such as yourself relentlessly saying that if you believe in a flat earth, then you must deny all of physics and science. Meaning that they have scientific evidence for their globe. So I ask you, what is your best scientific evidence for your globe?
If only you had a time machine, you could go back and talk to those people. It sucks that you're stuck on a claim from 6 years ago.
No, more than that. 9. So has something changed? Has scientific evidence changed in 9 years?
No, obviously all of science agrees that it's a globe.
All science agrees. Really?
Except
That's a
for
reification
backwater
fallacy, number
pseudoscience,
one.
yeah.
Science doesn't agree. It's not an entity. It doesn't have sentience or intelligence. Mr. Friggin' over talking me, you moron. So there is no scientific evidence. There is no scientific consensus because scientific consensus is actually pseudoscience because it has nothing to do with subjective. Do you need citation with that?
Why would I take?
Why are you
word
fucking over talking me?
Quantum, shut your fucking mouth, Quantum, you bitch.
Really?
In real life, I'd stomp your head
Why
in,
don't you
bitch.
come and make me?
Where do you live,
Ask me
pussy?
a question.
Yeah.
Where do you live,
Yeah,
bitch?
that would be the last thing you did.
Yeah, where do you
Oh, somebody's got low T.
Yeah. So, Rich Evans, dumb fuck. So, why don't you answer any questions? What is your... let's try this. What is your best evidence for your globetard?
Why should I listen to someone who obviously doesn't understand?
What is your best evidence for your globetard? Simple question.
Okay, Mr. Overtalker, I thought you didn't like people who overtalk.
Simple question. Answer the question, dumbass.
Why? That would just be giving you
Oh,
fuel for your
God.
fire.
You're just another pretender clown. Just put him on mute. Fuck off.
He is. Hey, QE, I've been trying to get him to answer at what distance. I want him to give me some numbers. I want him to give me some figures. At what distance? I know. Right? At what distance does this water level stop being level? Like, can I get some numbers here?
Yeah, I got it. Where's Gustav? Where'd he go? Did he boot scoot? I was after him next.
Boot scooting boogie.
Yeah.
Man,
You're not
I
as
sing
du-
that a lot, so.
He's not as dumb as he looks.
Out of my brain, Flatty.
So, all they got, all these idiot globetards got, when you boil down to it, after you sift your way through all their not mind-numbing horse shit, all they have are NASA photos. That's it. That's all they got.
So true.
Yeah.
Can't call them photos, QE. You must say images because they are not photos.
You know what's funny is that when I was introduced to this topic of flat Earth, I never once thought, "Oh, pictures from space." That's something to like that was never on my mind. And these globetards will immediately say, "What about pictures from space?"
Yep. That's all they got. We all know that, Jenna. But you have to give that to them so they'll train wreck themselves. So stop giving up the ghosts, all right?
Okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, when he asked it the second time, you came in, it was like you were going to give it up again. I was laughing.
Where's that idiot ITR at? Did he leave too? Yeah, I don't see him in there anymore. Every time I see him, he's on deaf and mute. Why is that?
He's shaking in his boots.
Well, he sure is active chat skanking.
That was Rich
I wanted to ask him about his refraction. You want to see a train wreck of a dumpster fire rolling down the mountain? Come on back in here, IT Air. I'll leave you with that just pumped the neighbor's cat look on your face. Snort another one for us, Jetty.
I really want to. I really want to see like some sort of demonstration of what that type of face would look like. Is it horrified?
I figured you were thinking about that, but I thought I'd let it go.
I've been thinking about it. I'm like, is it like horrified? Like, surely.
You couldn't knock a Cracker Jack box on its ass, Rich Evans. You're a clown. I'll feed you to my wolf pups. Fucking imbecile. Take him off mute. Let's test his science acumen. Scientific evidence. So, what is natural science, Rich Evans?
Why would I talk to someone who doesn't understand?
Yeah, you bet. You better not. You're not as dumb as you look.
Can't answer one question.
Mood is dumbass.
Yeah, you can't answer one question, bitch.
You can't answer. Yeah. That you really showed that after I asked you fucking 3 times, 2 different questions, and you didn't answer anything.
No,
but I can't answer any questions,
you
right?
Hold 2 questions.
Fucking moron. You're a moron.
Yeah,
Globe-tart
you've said
idiot.
That before about 5 times.
Yeah. You're a clown.
And
Okay,
you can't even make
Richie,
up
what is
creative
natural
insult.
science?
Clown.
It's okay. Let's just hold his feet to it. What's natural science, Richie?
And why should I talk to someone about science?
Why should I talk to
Hey,
someone?
we're being cordial here. Hey, no, it's cool. We're being cordial here. What's natural science, Rich?
If you're going to be cordial, you might as well answer my question.
What's your question?
I believe
I've
you were
asked
asked
about
the
5 times.
question first, Richie.
Right, but this is pertaining to said question. Why should I speak with someone who has shown themselves to be ignorant of science, about science?
Who's that?
You.
If I'm ignorant of science,
Jenna,
you're Helen Keller, dumbass. I forgot more about
All you
natural
have is
science
another
yesterday than you'll ever know. You don't know who you're dealing with, sunshine. My God, just get the fuck out of here and go pick up cans alongside of the road. Back to your true vocation.
I'm humble enough to
Why do you want
say
me to
that
hang out with your friends?
QE. Hey, look, Richie. I'm even humble enough to say that QE has been schooling me, and I'm also a flat earther, bro. So
I don't doubt that.
look, like this dude knows his shit, right? This dude knows his shit.
I
So
highly
what's
doubt that.
natural science, Richie? What is natural science?
He doesn't fucking
Natural
know.
science is something that you utterly failed to grasp.
Yeah, right. Yeah, your sister failed to grasp it. You're a clown.
These aren't even original.
You're just a pretender clown. Numpty Elmer Fudd sophist. Get the fuck out of here and get back to your true vocation, like I told you.
Funny.
Picking up cans alongside of the road. Supervised. You're a dipshit. You're worse than your skanking foul baltard. You're just a moron. Get out of here. Fuck off. Next. Don't give up the ghost next time, Jenna.
What was that, QE? I missed that. Sorry.
Don't give up the ghost the next time I ask these idiots for their.
Oh, shit.
You
My
know,
bad.
you know what I mean. I don't want to say it again in case somebody's listening.
I'm sorry. They got to prove their scientific globe. I got you.
Just take it easy on the coffee.
It's Bustelo. Can you blame me?
Yes.
Frequently.
My bad. Richie. Did
No.
Richie ever answer us? Did he ever answer us?
No.
No. That's not a surprise. I watched that video of yours, QE, and yeah, dude, you schooled my ass on refraction.
Well, that's good. At least you have a foundation now.
Yeah, man, and I appreciate it because it actually followed the understanding that I already kind of had, and it clarified a lot of things throughout it. So I was like, yeah, hell yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Also, you're a member of my server, which has not yet become very active. But you're fucking legend status in there, bro, because you're a fucking legend.
I'm not a legend in here yet.
Well,
Man,
you know, I got to pick roles, and so you actually have legend status in my
Not
server.
here. I'm teetering on getting fucking kicked out forever.
You might be doing something right then. I don't know.
I had legendary status for a month, and then I'm back down to Shogun.
Shouldn't I subsume all my rank in order from 24/7 since this is a satellite of 24/7? Shouldn't I, subsume? Huh?
Yeah, theoretically, maybe yes. I think so.
They have to run it by. They have to run it by the server owners. I think, pretty sure they do give them a bit of free reign in here for modding and stuff. But for you to get mod status, that would be quite remarkable since you're not very liked by the server owners, and the
Nah, look, like I've seen it even in what is it, Verity's server, dude. Instantly, he'd piss them off.
I don't ban people that make me angry. It's not angy. It's angry, by the way. It's not anger. It's contempt for pretender clown frauds such as yourself. Little difference between angy and contempt.
Here, here. Cheers. Feel that.
You're just another in a long list of pretender clown frauds I've run into since May 15th, 2016. Here in Flat Earth. Now, long list of pretender clown frauds before that from 2008, 2015. May, one each. Those were Evo-tards that felt the wrath.
I don't know if you addressed who you were talking to. I know you're talking to Rich Evans in the chat, but it almost sounded like you were telling that to Jenna. I was like, what is going on? Then I read the chat. I see now.
Yeah.
Like, you would think that we would name Horizon and Horizontal different fucking things. Like, I just make it a point to say Curvizontal Bendy Horizon, right? Because it's just fucking retarded. Why wouldn't we call it C-curve? Hello? We get elevation angles from fucking mean sea level, right? They're points that are above or below sea level. It is a horizontal flat line.
Rich Evans. I don't think you know who you're dealing with. I'm the past familiar, son.
Rich is just really dumb.
You haven't met anyone in any server.
Can we ban him? He's just disrupting and
So hold on, Bong Sao. I talk a big game. I got the receipts for the past 10 years. You already took the Pepsi challenge. You were one of the most feeble globetards I've ever run into. By the way. Chat skank your way. Ban you. I don't have the official banning capabilities. I'd ban you from spreading your dumbass Elmer Fudd sophistry to the masses. So go back to your true vocation, picking up cans alongside of the road. Supervised, okay? Bye-bye, dumbass. Bring your best of the best in here. That means you're absolute god of science. Bring him in here. And I'll reduce him to a quivering fucking effect of Jello within 10 seconds. 15 with interruptions.
Shit, I'm not even the best of flat earthers, and I can still do that. Honestly, QE, it doesn't take much. It literally just takes water, bro. It just takes water. That's it. And they're done. Did you guys see when Rich was under an alt account as Logical Lowrider and he appealed to Christ for measurements of nautical miles? He said, anything is possible through Christ. And we're like, dude, we're like literally talking about fucking measuring miles here, dude. Nautical miles. Oh, it was good. Too good. Heretic caught him.
Hey, QE, your website's not working. Been trying to get on your website and it just keeps loading and loading and it's not coming up.
You tried other websites? Make sure it's just that one.
Yeah. It's been going on for at least a week now. I tried last week and it didn't work and just tried a little while ago.
Alright.
Maybe someone else can try.
I'll try it right now.
It worked for me.
Dude, I've been having for the past hour, I've been having internet problems. Yeah.
What was that?
I was going to ask you if you were putting in globeterminator.com, like all one word.
Oh, thanks.
You got it? Okay, good.
Yeah, I got it.
When I'm using when I'm on my phone and using my browser, when I open up a new tab, it already has scientific proofs with QE's profile picture, like already on my the open page. Like when you open up a new tab and it gives you suggestions.
Nice.
All right. Education one's my favorite. Well, and the Numpty clips. You gotta love the Numpty clips. Rid of other things? Why is it my internet's messed up right now? That's crazy.
So is any Globers in here that can give any scientific proof to their globe?
I didn't know you use the scientific method for shapes. I was unaware of that.
Be very, very quiet. We're hunting rabbits here. Yeah, that's the whole point. Is there is just day after day, Glober by Glober, they come in here and they claim that the Earth, as a globe, is a scientific fact that is scientifically proven. And I'm just wondering at when or at what point ever have any of these people had to take their science books to geometry class or vice versa.
I mean, you didn't know it was a globe from all those real pictures that they show us?
We came in
Real
search of the
pictures,
curve.
sir, pictures. Hold
Glovers,
on.
roll out.
Hold on. If you were to press, here's the thing, right? Is there's a couple of pictures that are claimed to be real photos, right? And here's where it gets tricky. You have to really understand the difference between a photo, a picture, and an image.
Right.
Okay.
Those are
All
real
right.
photos.
My
All right.
Photobot Glovers.
Well,
roll
Hold on.
out. I'm just
Hold on. Hold
I'm
on.
just kidding.
Right? You can go ahead and you can go ahead and press any of your AI chat bots for a real photo of a globe Earth. And I did it. I did it with Meta AI and I pressed it. I said, I want a real photo from a camera of the globe. And it eventually comes back and it says, I'm sorry, right? It says there are no real single full frame photographs of the entire Earth taken from a camera. It's just not there.
Globerbots. Roll out.
The best pictures are the ones where it's like, they say it's a real photo of like a satellite orbiting the Earth, but like, is there a second satellite like right behind it taking pictures of the first one? Like how do they?
I've seen that. I've seen that. And I'm like, yeah, so who took the picture, right? So we see the ISS floating in space above a globe Earth. But I'm sitting here wondering who the fuck took the picture of the ISS.
It's
the second Baumgartner took all those pictures when he parachuted down.
Yeah, from Arizona.
They're
Hold
taking.
on.
They got selfie capabilities now. Like it's super advanced technology. What the fuck?
That's ball technology. You know, every time you see a circle, you just get so advanced.
Or whatever. What the fuck? Yeah.
Felix Baumgartner took all those
Completely
photos on
irrelevant.
his way down.
Which is interesting, right? Because if you really actually try to lay it out and put it down to the globe, it's like you get Planet New Mexico, dude.
From a parachute. You can parachute from space. It's so
Pictures
fun.
on the way up.
Yep.
Actually,
What was he parachuting
pictures
from
on
like
the way up.
122,000 feet?
You're
Planet
always in the
New
center frame.
Mexico!
And you're always in the center frame, no matter what area you take a picture from. And look at Earth. It's like left to right, front to back. What you're always the bullseye. You are always in the center of that image. In reference to just everything around you, out in every direction, you become the center. And I just find that weird. If there was some kind of circumference or radius to this thing, at some point in time, some human's attribute of a picture looking down from high altitude should see not the center of where you're at, you know. But that just proves flat Earth to me more, because it's like, if you're always in the center and the camera can't ever pick up the whole rest of the Earth ever, anywhere in any portion, then that just lets you know it's bigger than the camera's ability and flat.
So
And
what
this is
you're
not.
saying? So what you're saying is that observations are observer dependent.
No, I'm saying that why? Okay, if we go up of a basketball and we have a million little cameras just go up from the basketball, each different camera is going to see the view of its point of view, corresponding to the next thing. And until they backed up enough, all of them wouldn't see the whole ball in front. So if you have them all close to the ball, they only see the attribute looking down. So one of them is going to see the edge over here, the top, the bottom, in their frame of reference. So like if you took their circle and just drew a portion of the ball in each one. Some of them going to see the S, the Spalding, the A, the D, however you see that. Yeah, they're each going to see a different portion in reference to what they are for looking down at that thing, that ball. And if you are anywhere around the edge, the circumference portion, right, going straight vertically up from that area, you're going to see that is cut off. You're going to see the curved part and then be looking down at not the ball anymore in so many of these people's view. If you're on a sphere, you're going to be looking down and you're just going to see the edge of the sphere, right? You're not going to actually just be in the center of the frame forever, no matter who you are, no matter what state, no matter what city, no matter what part of the ocean. It just, to me, that just seems like a conundrum. Like, how could you possibly only be the center of the frame? I mean, that's what we see in reality. That's in all the pictures we look at. You send any high altitude footage up, and it goes up. You're the center. You're the bullseye. I think they'd be impossible on a ball. Is what I'm trying to point out. At some point, somebody would be going up from the edge of this damn thing
Did
and
any
looking
of
down.
y'all? Sorry, So have you seen where SpaceX supposedly is making like where you as a civilian can get on a rocket and take a trip up, and they were bragging about how like for the first time they took humans to 800 miles above the surface of the Earth, and it's like, wait a minute, I thought we went 240,000 miles away to the moon, but here it is, 2025, and we're able to make it 800, I think it was like 870 miles or something. So contradicting.
The hell did anybody strapped it on? I don't get it.
You were cutting out for me. I didn't catch everything you said there.
He strapped himself to on.
Is that choppy for anybody else, or is that just my internet connection?
Somebody was choppy.
Okay.
You sound clear though.
10-4.
What do you want?
$1 million.
Get in line.
I mean, I'll settle for 500,000.
I guess I could settle for that. Yeah, I just got back. What's been going on?
Fantasies of a globe Earth.
Yeah, we timed you.
Did you? You knew I was gone, right?
I can usually tell when you've stepped away.
Yeah. Talk to my son. He got a job.
Well, congrats.
Oh, good on you.
Yeah. Yeah. Good on him. Yep.
What kind of work
Easy
did he get?
answer. Say again?
What kind of work?
Taco Bell.
Hey, my first job was Dairy Queen. You got to start somewhere, right?
Yeah. 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 That's no. Yeah. Minimum wage is like up there too, like $14 an hour. I'm sitting there. What?
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 What state? Isn't minimum wage regulated by federal? Isn't it federal?
Yeah. Something like that. I don't know. He's making double what I did when I worked back in the day for minimum wage. So
Yeah, I started at $5.25, I think.
did you? I started
I
at
think that was like mine too when I first started my job. My first job was Sonic.
Sonic.
475 or 425.
475. Were you born in 1943?
I was born in 79 and it hasn't got them.
You're all yeah, James. You're all garbled, man. Drop by. Come back in.
And drop back.
My first job was in 1998 when I was 16.
Oh, that's 1998. I graduated college in 1998.
Yeah, I graduated high school in 2000.
Oh, you're a youngster, man.
I graduated high school in 2010. My first job.
Oh my god.
My first job was like in 2008 or 9. It was
Right.
like a year or two before my senior year, and man, my boss was a German lady, and yeah, it's a good time.
Nice. That
You ever-
cool.
You ever heard any German jokes? Like, knock, knock.
Who's there?
Open the door, it doesn't matter.
That sounds like a KGB joke.
God damn you.
I never heard any German jokes.
I don't think they have
I
any
wasn't
comedy
into
club.
German jokes. I lived in Germany for 5 years.
Do people laugh in Germany? I mean,
Who is rumbling over the top of me?
I don't know. Somebody on here keeps cutting out bad.
Hey,
Hey, me, I'm just sitting here.
there were no jokes back in those days. I'll tell you what. They had the master race in women, that's for sure. Yeah, they did. Blonde hair, blue-eyed women everywhere.
Yeah, and when they try to speak English, it sounds amazing.
Yeah, it is really good because they learn formal English. So when I talk, they were like, "What? What did you just say?"
Right? Yeah, because they learn like British English, like
Yeah, formal English. I was like, they were talking. And then I'd respond, and they're like, "What?"
Well, it's like I can speak quite a bit of Spanish, but I learned from Mexicans, and then I met somebody from Spain, and I was trying to speak Spanish to them, and they didn't understand half the things I was saying. And then they were like, "Oh, you're speaking Mexican Spanish, not Spanish Spanish." Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's a difference. Even yeah, Portuguese is different too.
Oh, yeah, it's totally separate language.
Oh, it's similar.
It's a race
No,
more
it's-
than ideology.
What's not an important picture anyway? Flatsy. What the hell are you talking about here?
Or the picture of when I open a new tab, it shows you your website icon there.
Open a new tab where? I just think
On
it's
my
funny.
browser on my phone, when I open it, when I just like hit the plus to open a new tab before I even type in an like a website or something into Google, it shows me that.
That's amazing. What
You've
about
done it
that
so many
cream? Why the hell do you put cream? Shut the hell up. Why? We're talking about important stuff here. Why would you cream chicken noodle soup? Why would you do that?
Wait, is this like a sexual innuendo to
No, fuck no.
cream and chicken noodles?
No, cream. Why would you cream chicken noodle soup? That's just a damn question.
Like instead of just straight chicken stock?
Yeah.
I was wanting creamy chicken noodle soup, so I made
You don't
some
cream
here
the
at
soup. You don't soup the cream.
home. Good grief!
You're
Stop
creaming
hating
broth.
so much. Cream of the
All right,
crop.
so this is finally the official cake decorating forums. All right.
If it's if it's Asian chicken noodle soup, it's cream of Samyang gai.
Samyang gai.
Dude.
That's terrible.
This is a family
dude.
show.
Dude, that just reminds me, I worked in a mechanic shop and I was checking this. I can't make this shit up, okay? I was checking this guy out and I'm cashing him out. And I see his name and he's, I don't know, he's this short little Asian guy. And I read his name and his name is Fat Dong. I can't make this up. It's spelled PHATDONG. Fat Dong.
I live in very, very small town, rural East Tennessee. Okay, so we're not very diverse here. And recently, I kid you not, there's a massage parlor that opened up, and it's called like DA Wang, Da Wang Massage Therapy. And it's got like this beautiful.
Do they have happy ending?
Yeah, I gotta go there and find out.
Wink, wink.
Orion used to his name. I know his name used to be something Wong, which I thought was funny.
Look, I mean, it was the hardest thing for me to keep a straight face while cashing this man out after I had just done his oil change. Fat Dong? Oh,
I have an honest question. I don't criticize the belief in the flat Earth, but why are all flat Earthers boomers?
Why are all flat Earthers?
Boomers. Hold on. Time out. I'm almost 32. Is that boomer?
Relax. What did he say?
Yeah, so why are all flat Earthers boomers?
Boomers.
Yeah, boomers
Gen
were
X.
between like
My bad, Gen
1948
X.
and.
Yeah. I mean,
Well,
Gen X
number
are basically diet boomers.
Well, number one, most flat earthers, like true flat earthers, aren't believers. Do you know what believe means?
Oh, my apologies. My bad. Why are flat earthers boomers?
Why are flat earthers boomers? Who can answer
The
that question?
stereotype fallacy. I'm
Yep.
not a boomer. I'm a millennial.
It's a stereotype fallacy.
You sound like a boomer.
Yeah, it's logic.
I'm a millennial.
She's a millennial.
Wait.
for
You
God's sake.
must be on the very edge. You're definitely like flirting with Gen X there.
Oh my gosh, no! I just told Oh well,
Doesn't Gen X Gen X
Hold
ends
on,
in
hold
like
on.
79?
Let Flatsy speak. Shut the hell up. Let Flatsy defend herself.
I just turned 33.
And you sound that old.
Just turned 33. Happy birthday, Flatsy.
Thanks. It was like last month though.
I've got a birthday coming up, February 24th. I'll be 32.
Yeah, and I'm only 31.
Uh-oh. We got some problems with your stereotype fallacy.
There you go.
Can I ask the guy a question?
Boomers.
Caught me red-handed.
Hey, can I ask the guy a question?
Shit.
Hey, Majestic, I need to ask you a question, man. Do you think the Earth's a globe, man?
Do I think the Earth's a globe?
Yeah.
No, I think it's banana shaped.
Okay. Seriously, you don't think it's a globe?
No.
No, I think it's banana
It's
shaped.
banana shaped. That's what she said.
The physics add up. It's in the Bible.
Physics add up. What physics?
It's in the Bible.
The physics in the Bible?
Yeah.
This
yeah,
guy's
both the
snorting
Bible
shrooms.
and the physics add up.
It's early in the week to be drinking so much, bud.
Are you high?
Oh no, I'm dead sober.
Right.
I am dead sober. I am high on salvation. That's what I am, gentlemen.
Yeah, salvation. So what's that got to do with a banana?
Well, what
you think that?
Because the
You think the
firmament,
Bible
the
talks about
firmament, gentlemen, the
seriously? Hey,
firmament.
seriously, dude, do you think the Bible's talking about the Earth looking like a banana?
Yes.
Where did it say that?
Chapter and verse.
Okay, Roman 8:7.
Okay.
What did it say?
Oh, I thought you want me to read it for you guys?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Gotcha.
Defend your claim.
All right. So Roman 8:7 says, "For the mind that is set on the flesh is hostile to God, for it does not submit to God's law. Indeed, it cannot. For the sinful nature is always hostile to God. It never disobeyed God's laws, and it never will. Focusing on the self is the opposite of focusing on God."
That's profound. That has everything to do with the earth is a banana. Good job.
Well, that's my interpretation.
That's your interpretation of it? You need to be institutionalized.
Oh, that's not nice. I'm perfectly sound mentally.
Yeah, really?
Super.
I mean, there's some people that interpret, deporting illegals Christian.
Oh,
I mean, I think
brother.
those people are about the same plane as me.
Hey,
right
hey
now.
Miggy, he's all yours, man.
Good luck.
I thought there was an ounce of intellect, and this guy seems like he's bankrupt.
You guys ever seen those memes of like the wolves?
We get the barrel of the internet that comes in here. Like we don't ever get like a decent person.
This is
it's like
this
a
is Discord, big dog.
banana,
This is a political Discord.
It's a
political
You think this is going to have quality individuals?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to get through.
The room. What's that got to do with the topic of the room?
I'm trying to get through, Miggy. A bankrupt banana.
Yeah,
Hey,
so
Miggy,
I
your
also-
voice sounds
In a serious,
by
in a
the way.
serious.
I can't hear you, Kiwi.
Shut the hell up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
I'm saying, in a
Poser.
serious tone. I know why you don't let.
Poser, shut up.
Oh,
Miggy, your voice.
no, it's not very nice. Again, I think it's against POS.
Here, Kiwi, you shut up.
I'm going to report you. That's against
Shut
POS.
up!
Yeah, go away then. Go do that.
Miggy,
Go.
your
ahead, Kiwi.
voice sounds sublime, man. Carry on, sir.
And I'm trying to get out of this from underneath this. I don't know, was it a flu or what?
It's AIDS.
I don't know. I was going through. That's your whole speech in here is AIDS, dude. Go away.
We're gonna have to release the
I'm not the one
berserker
having
on the
gay
banana
butt
guy.
sex.
He needs to go peel a banana.
Release the berserker.
I
Berserker,
mean,
where you
the
at? We need you
evidence
right
is
now.
kind of against you. Quantum said you had a cute voice or something like that, so I'm guessing you guys have butt sex or something.
That would be your guess.
And that's where you get the
Logical.
AIDS.
What a
According to
degenerate.
according to Numbers chapter 3 verse 4,
Relax with your.
Yo.
we live in a pineapple.
Yeah, I don't believe in that. Yeah.
Get
But
him
yeah,
the
I
circle.
know the reason why you guys do not let
Hey,
people
buddy, I
stream
got a serious
videos on
question
here.
for you. What would falsify the globe for you, if anything at all?
What would falsify?
The
Like,
globe
what would
for you.
prove it wrong?
Yeah, exactly.
Nothing. Because, like, a basic physics class will tell me that it makes more sense than a flat Earth.
Do you see the problem with that, though? I got to point out the very obvious problem with that.
No, math can answer everything.
Oh, just hear me for a second.
No, your
If you have an immovable belief, then an immovable belief
It's
is
not
basically a
immovable.
cult
You
belief.
can do the.
Well, yeah, but if there's no way to falsify it, then it is immovable. You just said that. You said it's immovable. You said it's unfalsifiable. The globe is unfalsifiable to you. So you just said. So my question is, do you have a cult belief or a falsifiable belief?
It's you went like blank there for like 5 seconds. I couldn't hear you.
Do you have a cult belief or a falsifiable belief?
I don't
This
think I
idiot's
have
not going to
either.
answer you, Orion.
I mean, I don't think I have either. What would consider me to have a cult belief?
It being unfalsifiable, that would be it.
What unfalsifiable means you cannot prove it false?
No.
Yeah, I'm
But
talking
yes,
about you as an individual. You as an individual. It to you. If it's unfalsifiable to you, then it is a cult belief to you. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I think he needs falsifiable defined for him. It's something that can be proved like right or wrong. So if it's
Falsifiable. Something
unfalsifiable, that means
that
it
can
can't
be
be
proven
proven
wrong
right or
or
wrong.
disproved by
If
experiment
you'd
or
stop
observation.
talking, you could probably hear me talk. Good grief.
Well, no, because
but
the
he's just
definition
using
says
Yeah,
that something
that's the way they
that can
are.
be proven.
See, that's the way they are. They're just uncouth. They don't give a shit.
Well, no, you say could be proved right or wrong, and I said
Well,
the
there's the
definition
reason
says
why
the
they
exact
get muted.
opposite of that.
That's the reason why they get muted.
Can I just?
I mean,
can I try? Falsifiable means it's science. Unfalsifiable means it's a belief.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
it's not
so you-
science.
Hold on, that's okay.
Josie, your claim would definitely be falsifiable.
Hold on. Let Leslie come through. I muted him just so she can come through.
Falsifiable just means something can be proven either true or false, okay? Unfalsifiable means that it cannot be proven true or false.
Good?
Perfect.
I think you still have him, sir.
So should I
So
just
are you guys
rephrase
saying
the
that
question
you're
so
not
it's slightly different?
unfalsifiable?
What would prove wrong the globe to you, dear God? What would prove wrong the globe to you? Question mark. I talk like a fucking 5-year-old.
He still won't get it, Orion.
No, I got it. You would have to
Let's see if
drag
you
me
got it.
to outer space or whatever version of outer space that you guys believe in, and show me from like the outer view that it's flat.
Don't believe. No. There's no believing
that
that.
you've seen with your own two eyes.
I mean, I can say I've seen a curve with my own two eyes.
Where from?
But you'd be lying if you said that.
That's what we're looking for.
My
If you
bad.
said that, you'd be lying. You've never seen a curve in your life. Not of the Earth
have.
as a globe.
I mean,
As
where
the
were
Earth as
you
a
at
globe?
when you observed this curve?
We ain't talking about a hill or a mountain. We're talking about the actual Earth curving like they say it is. Where have you seen that?
Is Eric Glover making claims right now?
What?
Is Eric Glover making claims right now? To what?
Yeah, they saw. He
Joser.
says he saw a curve. He observed a curve. with his
Hold
own
on, hold
two
on.
eyes.
She's having technical issues. It's Joser, Jenna.
Okay. I'm listening. I'm just trying to clarify. Is there a Glober in here saying that they saw Earth curve from a specific altitude?
Yeah, it was Joser.
Yeah.
He's saying that.
Let
Okay.
me get him.
All
Can
right,
you hear
and
him?
Joe, what altitude was that you believe that you saw Earth curve at, sir?
I don't even think he's.
Elevate.
That guy's out to lunch, man. To be honest, you
At
think
the
you get
bar.
much more out of him? You ain't getting much more out of him. James, you're really choppy, bro.
Oh.
Why?
Cool story, bro.
I just don't understand why people want to do something like that.
Childish.
Really, Joser? See, that's what happens. That's the reason why you guys mute this idiot. That's the reason why you guys catch L's every day. Because of this dumb shit. And you think in 2025 somebody with a little ounce of intellect will come in here and tell us how the Earth's a globe? Can't even get that.
Well, humanity's only getting worse. It's becoming more degenerate.
Agreed.
I still want to know where he was standing to observe the curvature of the Earth.
He just started playing sound clips, techno.
Can I join the conversation and give it a go from the falsifiable part?
He's not here
I'm not
anymore.
saying-
He dipped.
Well, no, I would take his position. Not that I'm high enough to see the Earth, but I'm just saying that it would be. So the claim would be that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, wait one second, techno. Are you of the mind that the Earth is a globe?
It's not me.
Yeah. So what my claim would be is that the Earth is a globe,
Hold on,
and
who's
that
talking
is a
to- hang on a
scientifically
minute.
falsifiable claim.
Second. Techno, that wasn't you, was it?
No.
Sorry, man. My apologies. It's Calix. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
It's all right.
Oh, you're okay.
Calix, are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right. So, what did you say? What's the altitude that you can see Earth's curvature?
No, that's not my claim. So what my claim is that I would say that the Earth is a globe, and then going to your question of whether or not it's falsifiable or not, I would say that it is scientifically falsifiable.
Really?
And then
So you think there's scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe?
Yes.
Where's he left?
What was that?
Yeah, here he's away.
So
okay.
Do you think that there's science for the shape of things?
Yeah.
That's where they get the most.
What science is that?
The shape of what?
What science is that deals with the shape of things?
Well, it'd be like trigonometry and like geography, or not geography.
No.
geometry,
Those
sorry.
aren't sciences.
Is that science? Is trigonometry science?
Well, that'd be like math. So yeah, math would be like a part of science. Right?
So it's
depends
not
on what you're
science.
trying to figure out, right? So if you're trying to figure out like the shape of your like Zimcan,
is it
you would
science?
use mathematics, right? But you're like
Yeah. Thank you, Calix. I know. Thank you. Is that science though?
In and of itself, no, but they go like, hand in hand, right?
Okay. In and of itself, it's not science. So therefore,
use math
when you
within
said
science,
it's
though?
Yeah, you can do that. But it's not science. It's not science though. I was asking
I guess
you,
if you're asking
is
me
there
how,
any
like, you would-
scientific I was asking you if there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe, and you said yes. But there is currently no science. There is math, which you stated, trigonometry. But that's not science. You're in a category error, aren't you?
I can make it science if you would like.
No, I don't want you
My
to. You're in a
hypothesis is that
category.
The Earth is the globe,
Have you
right?
identified,
And then the
Calix? Have you
experiments would be
identified
the mathematics? Right?
Calix? Yeah, have you identified you're in a category error?
So are you just like not gonna engage with what I said, or?
I want you to engage with what I said. Engage with what I said. I said you're in a category error. Do you identify?
It's a subcategory of science.
It's not science.
No, sir.
You're in a category error.
Listen to what Alpha Veritas is saying.
Okay,
Listen,
sure. I'll
concede
say that it's
it's
not.
not
Okay, yeah,
science.
sure. I'll concede that it's not science, but do you agree that they're deeply connected?
No. So here's the thing. When you're asking the question for science, right, you want the how I questions. You don't want the what is questions. So not science. We can discard that. It's a category error altogether. How I,
So you think that
not
the
what
two
is.
are deeply disconnected then? Like they're not
Yes.
connected?
So if you're trying to figure out if the Earth is an oblate spheroid, how would you go about doing it?
Could do a couple of different experiments. Do I know the information that I know now, or am I assuming that I have no understanding of like basic mathematics?
Just go from the standpoint of how they've even curated the information to be what it is. So how do they know the Earth is a specific set size of dimensions? They tell us how big it is. How did they get that information?
Well, I'm pretty sure they approximate, right? Or approximize.
I'm asking you. I want you to tell me. Do you know the answer? Yes or no?
Off the top, no, but I could probably go about like discovering the answer, right? So like,
Well,
my
check this out.
hypothesis would be that the Earth is a globe.
Alex, hold
right?
on a minute.
And
Yeah,
then I'd have to figure
you're
out,
doing too
think
much.
about ways that how I'd be able to go. That's
Alex,
what
you
the
don't have to
scientific
worry
method
about it. Listen, brother, it's not a gotcha. This is what I'm doing right now is identifying the gaps of knowledge that you think you have, but it's not, because right now I'm showing you. You think that the answer lies within you going to look for it right now. It's not, because if you understood that it was a globe, specifically in any way measured, you'd be able to tell it to me. Oh yeah, this such and such person did it with whatever. But the
I mean, I
fact
can do
of the
that if you
matter
want.
is,
I'm trying not to look things up and use Google, right?
well, that's the issue. You think it's a foregone conclusion. I'm here to tell you that that's just what you think. When you investigate it, you're going to find out there is no such animal that exists. There is no way. Nobody that searched it out. Nobody's measured it. It's empty. It's void. You're not going to find. What do you think we're all here for? You think none of us went through this?
Honestly, grifting.
Miggy, he was
Grifting.
over talking. Miggy, he was over talking you. He gave you a hypothesis. What was that again?
I said when you go about like doing a scientific method, so like your hypothesis would be like, I think the Earth is a globe.
That's not
And
a
then you go from
hypothesis.
there, or you could even like,
Oh
go into
my
I want to
God.
know what the
Oh
shape of
my
the Earth is,
God.
if you would like.
You just sacrificed your freaking science acumen and the altar of dumb fuck.
You got to observe it as
No, hold on. That's not a scientific hypothesis, you numpty dipshit. What the hell, man? You're in a complete category error. Hypotheses and the natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. It has nothing to do with shapes. What the hell? What the fuck? What the fuck, dude? What?
Yeah, they don't really think about that, do they?
What the hell?
I tried to tell you, Alex. You didn't believe me.
Okay, yeah, no, I see what you're saying.
Why'd you say
Must be
that?
testable, falsifiable, and precise. So I guess I would just change it to
Not
the Earth as a
testable,
sphere. with a
falsifiable, and precise. That wasn't a scientific
No, I'm not saying that
hypothesis.
was. No, I'm
you
not
would
disagreeing.
fail
Yo,
fifth
breathe,
grade
brother.
intro
Breathe,
to
brother.
general science. And
Breathe,
of
brother.
course, this fucking retard
So then
will talk
so then the
right through
hypothesis-
me, you fucking clown.
Now, Cutie, let's see if he's
Angry.
realized
So
that
then
he's
the-
in. Hold on,
dude.
let's
Shut your
see if
fucking
he realized if he's in a category error. Does
Shut the fuck up.
Does he realize
Listen
that
to how
he's
this
in a
guy's
category
talking.
error?
You guys have 40 guys sitting in here listening to this guy ad hom for a living.
Ad hom?
Yeah,
You don't know what an ad hom
What was
is.
What's an ad hom and a
Try
fallacy?
taking a break from the
What's an
internet.
ad hom and a
bud.
fallacy?
Shut up. You're talking
Shut
to
up.
people online.
What's an ad hom? What's an ad hom fallacy?
Hey guys,
Let's see
hey,
if he
the
knows.
40 of you guys sitting in here,
What
Huey
is an ad
can't
hom
even
and
come
a
up with the math,
fallacy,
bud.
retard?
Alex.
He doesn't know what an ad hom fallacy is. I did not ad hom fallacy is. I tore his
Flat
fucking
Earth needs a
idiot
map, bud.
hypothesis. What the fuck?
I
Yeah,
bet if
keep
you
the
unmute
concave
him, it's
muted.
still going.
Keep
Jenna.
the concave muted.
Jenna, Relax. Relax, okay? Relax. An ad hominem fallacy is insulting the man or attacking the man in lieu of an argument. What I did was I showed that his train wreck belly laughing hypothesis that wasn't a scientific hypothesis, I took that to the woodshed and then assessed him as being glue sniffing fungus muncher. That's not an ad hominem fallacy, you utter moron, concave earth, dumb fuck. You don't know what an ad hominem fallacy is. You don't know what a hypothesis is. He doesn't know what a hypothesis is. You're fucking morons. Why are you here? Go back to your true
Nice
vocation.
rules you have.
Picking up
You sit
cans
here and
along the
curse-
side of the road. Supervised. All right? Fuck off. My God.
Supervised.
Take over, Miggy. I'll see you maybe tomorrow night. I'm out.
Take care.
I'm about to split too, man. My break's almost over.
Later, Kiwi.
Later, guys.
Have a good night, Kiwi. Picking up cans on the side of the road, supervised.
Supervised. You gotta love it.
Now, I want to see if this Calix guy understands that he's in a category error by claiming that a globe and claiming that it's science. Right?
Yeah,
Claiming
no, I was
that
definitely wrong with saying that that would be considered a scientific hypothesis. It's
Yeah, I told
been a
you.
while since I went
I
back
told
and
you,
looked,
Kelly.
looked over that.
Well, not only that, man, but like what we're talking about specifically has nothing to do with science, man. So what is question? I mean, you should at least thought about it before you said that.
Very true. But also, I was kind of just playing, like, more or less, like, not devil's advocate, but more or less just taking up where that got picked off because I was curious on how it would go through.
yeah, you don't take a geometry book to science class and vice versa, bro.
Here's what I would say to that, but
Sure, but
just to
you, like,
remind
take-
yourself
like,
the
two
next
doesn't
time,
go, like, kind of hand.
if you're in here, never play devil's advocate because we always have a lot of devils out there. So we don't need you to be an advocate for them. There's plenty of them. So let them come in here and do what they do. Sit back and listen. Unless you're one of them.
Unless you're one of them, then you got to die.
Anyway, Earth's not a globe.
For sure.
Anybody here?
Yes.
Where'd Calix go?
I'm still
You
here.
have it, your rank.
Just loading
I'm
up
just
some
still here.
artillery and stuff.
Nobody's
No,
here.
I'm just reading.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay. So Calix, you agree that the Earth being a globe stated as a scientific proof or it's scientific fact, you can agree that that is a category error, given that a globe is a geometric shape. Yeah. Calix. No.
What's up? Sorry, I was reading something.
I was just wondering if, just for the record, if you agree that claiming that Earth is a globe being a scientific fact is a category error, given that globe is a geometric shape. Mic check, mic check. 1, 2.
I heard you. I'm double checking some things before I would concede on that.
Let me just introduce, maybe it's evidence, but it's anecdotal. But my kindergarten teacher did tell me it was a globe, so let's let that be on the record.
Yeah, the kindergarten teacher and the first grade teacher and the second grade teacher who probably knew no better than you.
Like, they can't all be in on it.
I know, right?
Technically, they wouldn't be in on it.
it's
They
like,
would be victims of this
yeah, it's like they're not all in on it. They are all fucking deceived by it. They're all just teaching what they've been told.
What? No.
I know, that's absolutely impossible, huh?
It's unfathomable.
Completely unrealistic that they would just teach what they've been told, right? But how can everybody be in on it?
Yeah, it's
well,
like,
wait, what? So you guys think?
You don't fucking know any better, though.
It's not like they're being paid to
So
tell us
you guys,
that.
so you guys think all the parents are in on it? Like Santa Claus, is that it?
Like, that's the whole
funny.
point. It's like your parents.
Wait, are you misunderstanding what they're saying? No, they wouldn't be in on it either. Again, they would just be deceived. Like,
Wait, Santa Claus is in on it, dude.
I mean, probably.
Mind blown.
Like, not even these engineers that are working for fucking NASA are quote unquote in on it. They're just doing a job, man. They're just doing what they've been instructed to do.
It's like so I can't say this word, compartmentalized. They're each
Yes.
like a little piece, they don't.
Yep. Yeah, well done. Compartmentalized. It's exactly correct.
I have the hardest time saying that word. It's like, I don't mean to go off on a tangent, but have any of you guys seen the show called Severance? Where these folks like go into this big office and they all work in these little departments and they have no clue what they're doing there. I don't know. I've been watching the show recently, but it reminds me of what it would be like, when people make that accusation that they're all in on it. No, they're not. They're just all seeing just little bits and pieces, and they believe that what they're doing is true, for this big final result. But
All right, here we've got some copy pasta from Calix. Calix posts in the chat. No, claiming that quote unquote Earth is a globe as a scientific fact is not a category error. Here's why. He says that understanding category errors, a category error occurs when something is mistakenly assigned to a category where it does not belong. For example, saying the number 5 is blue. This is the same thing. You're saying that a shape is science. Okay, you're saying that a globe, that Earth being a globe, a shape, is science. You're in the same category error. There's not even any need for me to read any further in this, because saying that that Earth is a globe is a scientific fact is basically saying the same thing as the number 5 is categorized as blue.
So again, the category error would be with me saying that when I said the mathematics part, right? So when I said that math proves it, that would be why. Like, That would be the
Except,
category error, right? But when I say that
okay,
the globe is the Earth is a globe, and then just full stop there, like, or as a scientific fact, then that alone would be a category, right?
yeah, except here's the problem, right? The math has been put to the test, or the geometry, rather, the um, given globe geometry has been put to the test. And, you shouldn't be able to see what, about 1.22 miles per the square foot of the height of the observer's height in feet, right? From a 1 foot observation point. You can do this. You can take the globe math. You can take the
Wait, sure.
curvature calculator.
Before we go into like the globe math and change the argument here, you do agree though that the claim that the Earth is a globe in and of itself is still a valid scientific statement and or a claim.
No, it's a geometric claim, sir.
Okay, well, can we go
Earth
into
is
that
a
rather
globe.
than the
What
Earth
is it?
mathematics?
Okay, what is a globe? Is a globe a shape, sir?
Sure, but it's actually more of like the description
Okay,
of a spherical object, right? But
okay. It doesn't matter. It's a shape, though. It's a shape claim. Yes.
sure, but I'm confused on what you're trying to
Yeah,
get at.
yeah. Yes or no? So the Earth
The claim
is
that the
so
Earth is a
to
globe
quote
is based
unquote
on like observation, measurements, and
to
experiments, right? Like
Well, it doesn't matter what
little bit
claim
longer,
it is, though.
listen.
why, right?
Listen, to say quote unquote the Earth is a globe, you're making a shape claim. Now you need to prove that. Well, you need to prove the geometry. The problem is the geometry keeps getting busted.
Yeah, I mean,
And the
for me,
geometry, go ahead.
sorry. I was gonna say for me personally, like back in 2015 or 16 when I saw this topic showing up, on YouTube or Twitter or whatever. Of course, like the rest of us, we were all Globers originally, and I saw like all this arguing and name calling, and I was going to play Mr. Nice Guy and like come in and like let's have a real debate and talk about proofs. And when I started to listen to flat earthers' side with things like observations, like you're saying, things that are seen too far away, and I was able to see repeatable evidence of this with people going out, like shooting a laser across a frozen lake or something. Then I realized the only proof that we had on the argument of it being a globe was literally just hearsay, and ultimately it all came from the same source.
Bingo.
NASA, the school systems, and media, which basically are all the same source. And then so I went out and did it myself and tried to observe things using 24,900 mile circumference or whatever it is, and the famous 8 inches per mile squared. And I was able to see in Daytona Beach, there's a lighthouse at Ponce Inlet. It's 175 feet tall. The base of it's like 4 feet above sea level, call it 180 feet. And I was down near Melbourne, and we were like 10 miles out. And using like a measuring tool on Google Maps, it's something like 50 something miles away. And I could clearly see this lighthouse, not just like on the horizon. I mean, you could like clearly see that it was up above the horizon.
Boom.
And
boom.
That's when I started questioning my reality. And again, like if you any of y'all spending time in court, you know that hearsay don't work. So I can't just go in there and say so and so said, NASA says it's this and that, but I can go outside and with my own 2 eyes observe a completely different thing than what I'm supposed to be able to observe. And I'm not going to say that I know the shape of the Earth at all, but I'm definitely strongly leaning towards a flat plane versus a.
Well, there's a lot of tests we can do that, like that guaranteed to be true. Like we don't really see obstruction when we see ships go over the horizon. Right? We're not really seeing ships actually go over the horizon. We don't really see ships disappearing and staying like that. I mean, they disappear, we zoom in, they're back. I don't know why.
Right, like vanishing point. I mean, just the way our eyes work.
No, they should
Cheers to you,
disappear.
sir.
They should be blocked.
Yeah, and when people don't understand the vanishing point thing, I always try to explain it as like, imagine you're standing like a hallway of like a hotel that's like infinitely long, and you're looking down this hallway. You're standing where you're standing at. You can obviously see that the ceiling is not touching the floor, but when you look down at the end of this hallway, as far as you can see, the ceiling runs into the floor. So
Yeah, they appear to converge at a certain point in your vision.
right. And then if you were to take out a pair of binoculars, you could see that no, they're not touching. That's just where it vanished. But now you're going to be able to see, I don't know, let's say 5 times further. But even at that next distance, again, they're converging again. So it's just the way our eyes work, the way we see things.
I feel like we should rename this to 24/7 Welcome to How Your Fucking Eyes Work.
Yeah. I remember as a kid when they tell you the stories of like the ships going over the hill, over the horizon. Even then, I remember thinking that can't be right. Like obviously it's just getting too far away. But like I said, all of us were globers to begin with.
Yeah. Yeah, because intuitively, like, right, we all know that the water seeks a flat, level, horizontal equilibrium on the surface in your bathtub, in a pond, in a pool, in a lake, and so on and so forth. And even calm sea level is level, it's a straight horizontal line. So, I mean, that's a lot of freaking water.
Yeah, and the Earth's what, 70% water. So if we're that much water, it's going to have to curve in order for it to be a sphere.
That's why I like to say that, at least 70% of the known Earth, because these globers like to try to pick on words and try to like make their own definitions and shit.
Right.
So
of our field, I think we're cattle held in.
Right. That's why I have to say that 70% of the known Earth, right? You know, and I know that you were told and that I was told is covered in freaking water. Well, that's 70%. That's 70% level, and then you go on to like the Nullarbor Plains. You go on to the abyssal plains, the ocean floors, the European plains, the Great North American plains, all of the salt flats all over the world. I mean, when you get to that point, you get to 100% horizontal. There is no curve. So you
I'm
reach
just
that.
interested, right? Just interested, Tech. I want to know, like, after you'd made that observation, your reaction.
My reaction.
Hello?
I mean, I thought maybe I was drunk. I just didn't realize. I just couldn't comprehend it. I mean, it took a while.
No, but I was wondering what your reaction was after.
You're cutting out a little. You said you want to know my reaction after, and then you cut out.
Hey, thanks for mentioning the planes. Thanks for mentioning the planes.
Your reaction after you heard somebody say yes, but refraction.
I believe refraction exists, but in order for a reaction to occur, it has to go through 2 different mediums. I'm simply looking through air. And the amount of quote unquote hill that should have been between me and that lighthouse is so significant that there's no way possible that refraction could create that much of a difference. I mean, we can observe refraction by taking like a pencil and putting it in a glass of water, and it looks like the pencil's split into 2 parts. But again, that's because it's going through 2 different mediums.
But what do you think? What do you think it is?
What do I think?
That
what
satisfies
is?
some. that satisfies some people's answers. That answer satisfies some people, right? But you, it didn't.
My simple understanding of refraction and how it works. I mean, again, if I was looking through two different mediums, that would make sense. But I'm looking through simply one, just air. I think that some people
Fair enough.
will use the excuse of refraction because they just don't want to believe it. I mean, it's a hard pill to swallow. I mean, let's say you're 40 years old, and it's a decent amount of time on this earth. And if that's what you've believed for that long, and then suddenly you observe something totally different that goes against everything you've ever been told, I just think some people don't want to hear it. I mean, don't you remember when your mom finally said the Easter Bunny wasn't real? It sucked.
Some of our mothers didn't lie to us that way.
I know, and
I figured it out by then, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't lie to my daughter either. She figured out, like, her mother tells her, Santa Claus is real, but I have to share with you, like, about a month ago, or not quite a month ago, just after Christmas, she says, Dad, I know Santa's not real, and I just pretend that he is to make Mom happy. And I was like, well, why do you think that? And she says, well, last year when I went and sat on his lap, he looked to be about your age with a white beard, but this time when I went, you could see he was older than Papa with a beard. So he can't age that fast. I know he's not real. I was like, well, you're right,
Kid. There's along with it, right? I think that's what a lot of globe, right?
I don't know if it's my internet connection, but I'm just catching like every third or fourth word you're saying.
Yeah, you're chopping
Right.
real bad, T-Dub.
I was just saying that I think that's what a lot of people are doing, just like that child you were talking about, going along with it for the sake of something else, like someone else, right? I think that's what a lot of people do. They just go along with the globe because, like, it's a consensus and because of stigma and whatever, like it's
Oh yeah, I mean, when you tell people
religion.
when you tell people that you think it's something different, I mean, they think you're absolutely insane, but if you can get them to actually sit down and show them, some of the things that people have tried as experiments and what we can observe versus what we're told. Most people that I've spoken with, most of my peers that actually will hear it out, most of them, I won't say they necessarily have converted, but they definitely question it now. So, but they won't bring it up in conversation with other people. They might with me, because they understand where I'm at. But I think it's because some people are just afraid of hearing, the rest of the sheeple, point fingers and laugh and say you're crazy. But well, guys, I got to hop off here for the night. I hope you all have a good evening, and I'm sure I'll catch you another time.
No worries, mate. Catch up.
Have a good one. Take it easy, mate.
You as well. Bye.
Looks like we got a few other Globers in here. If you'd like to speak up, go ahead. Don't be a chat skank. I see that Rumham and Bong Su are both in the VC and both in the chat. Why don't you guys mic up?
Ding ding, what's up, Rum? Let's go, let's do this.
Let's rock it out. Let's get to cooking.
Rum,
Come on,
you got a
Rumham and
mic?
Bong Su. Let's go.
I got a mic. You got words, I got words. Let's exchange. Come on, come on.
Mortal Kombat!
Come on, man. Tired of all this finger stabbing and shit, the keyboard, man.
Yeah, let's go. It's just easier to use your voice than sitting there chicken pecking at the frickin' letters, man.
You ran away. Ran away. Yeah.
No way! Bong, did he really run?
He dipped.
Shut the front door. He. Ow! Bro!
He ducked.
Oh.
Out of here, man. Like.
Damn, he out like a fart in the wind, dude.
Abort.
That was too easy. That's a dub all day.
What's a dub?
W. Win.
Got it.
To win.
Thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Yeah, I think he's young. You know, he's probably just a young person or something. Sounds like he hasn't thought about it much.
I'm gonna hit him with that. Baby, come back. Ooh. I'm gonna hit him with that meme.
You know, just because we don't know everything, okay, doesn't mean we're wrong about water being flat and level. It doesn't mean we're wrong about the earth not being a ball. Okay, just because I don't know everything doesn't mean I don't know this. You know what I mean? What's that song? I don't know much, right? But I do know that water is flat.
Dude, if you don't answer all questions, then Earth is a globe.
I'm gonna send you 1,000 questions if you get one wrong. I mean, you're just wrong altogether. Right?
Globe confirmed. Yep. Get one wrong. Globe
that's what
confirmed.
they do. They're like, why did red be called red? If you don't know the answer, then you're stupid, and the Earth is a globe.
Yep, thought so. Yep, Earth is a globe. Mic drop. Looking around
it
this
was like-
room here, we all agree, so it must be.
Hey, yeah. Asking me, yeah, so you don't know what the sun is? So you don't know where it is? What it is? And I'm like, you know, how am I supposed to know that? I'm just a person. I can't even fly.
Yeah, but you know, man, they're literally asking you questions that they themselves don't even have the answers to. So, like, you should feel it like a badge of honor that, you know, they look to us for these answers that they themselves don't even have. It's like, look, man, like, we don't even have, I don't know what the sun is. Okay, I couldn't freaking tell you what the sun is, right? Like,
Check this guy out. Check this guy.
I love
RHO.
you guys. Love you
Check out
guys don't know what the
RHO.
sun is. You're just confirming the globe for me.
RHO says, "Oh, I don't have the proof of burden. I have the strength and solid foundation of science, mathematics from Eratosthenes and his hired. I don't know that word.
All right. Where were you when I was in kindergarten, RHO? You could have shed some light for me.
The strength. I have the strength and solid foundation of science, mathematics. That's what he's saying. From Eratosthenes. All right, Joe, you wanna, have a talk? Open up your mic, bro.
Al-Biruni. And what was his map all about?
Yeah. I can use these same formulas to do the same. That's what he's saying. What do you have? Personal experience is the FE approach. So how would you do it? Yeah, let me grab this this meme.
Wait, what strength have I claimed? That your previous comments said I have the strength.
Of the strength of what was it?
You tell us what strength you've claimed.
He said, I have the strength and solid foundation of science, mathematics. From Eratosthenes. RHO, you got a mic? Open your mic, man. Open your mic before I find this meme. Because when I find this meme, then you will feel the strength and the solid foundation of math and science. Let me just find this meme first. So, come on, man.
that's right, Bong. We gotta meme them until they cry, and then we gotta make memes of them crying.
That reminds me of Salty Cracker.
All right, let's just start memeing from the beginning, right? Yeah. Let's just start memeing from the beginning. Where is it? What do you got? What do you got, flat earthers? What do you guys got? You guys... No, man, I'm like, you know what we got? You know what we got? Water. That's what we got. That's right. We got water. What now?
Hey,
that's right.
We also have an understanding in geography of the abyssal plains, which are the flattest places on Earth, covering more than half of the Earth's surface. Oh shit.
Oh, more than half of the Earth's surface.
More than half.
Plains.
That's more than half flat, Long.
Damn. We got abyssal plains. We got water. Wait until we show you the math. Yep. Go ahead.
Yep. Plus, there's you got the salt flats. You got the great the North American Great Plains, European plains. It's all described as in a complete horizontal position, not curving.
Yeah.
Darn.
Trying to make fun of our personal experience. Shit. What you got? What you got? Numbers on a piece of paper? Come on, man.
Hopes and dreams.
You wouldn't last 5 minutes in my flat world.
No, they really don't. They don't. Like any one of us that knows what the hell we're doing in here, these globers don't even last like a minute and 50 seconds before they start to spiral.
Just too powerful, bro. Water lays level.
Berserker. I like that meme, Berserker. The earth is flat. No!
How does one counter that? Water lays level.
I mean, yeah, exactly. How does one counter that, right? That's all you need is water. I mean, that's what you said earlier, right?
Bingo. And I've said it for the longest time. The only science needed really on the surface of Earth is the science of water that establishes a flat horizontal level equilibrium surface that don't curve. The 70% level, not curving. Oh.
Yeah, exactly. What does Bruce Lee say when he wants to flat smack a glober?
He says, be like water. Water flow. Water crash. When water it is shapeless, it is formless. Water inside the teapot become the teapot. Water inside the glass become the glass. Water can flow or water can crash.
Be the container.
Like water, my friend.
Yes, yes.
He said, "Ungai wa."
I got a new one for you. Okay, what does Bruce Lee say when he wants to flat smack a glober? Here's it. Water.
Yeah, water.
You say Chung Kwai Lo. I don't know. I made that shit up.
Hey, Confucius say, man who sit on top of kettle might be high on pot.
So you think you not grob, huh?
Some of that bendy water.
Yo, RHO. Who's RHO? Is he globe side? RHO, is he globe side?
You bring dishonor on the grober.
Dishonor on you? Dishonor on your cow?
On your cow?
Yeah, it was a line from Mulan or Mushu. Eddie Murphy plays Mushu. He's like, dishonor on you? Dishonor on your family? Dishonor on your cow? Yeah. Oh, it's just RHO, row, like row, row. Okay, row. Row, row, row your boat along the level water.
Are you drunk, Jenna?
I got a decent buzz going. What's it to you?
We can tell.
Is it a problem?
Happy hour.
He's just jealous he's not vibing like you.
You think that's the reason?
Shoot, I don't know. I just see some people being chat skanks like Rick and Ro, and they could be micing up, and I could be shutting up.
All right, I have some questions.
Honk, honk. Go ahead, Goose.
So I pulled up a topic on gravity, and I asked, what were your guys' interpretation on it? And someone said something about air resistance. I don't know if that was right, but could you guys
I don't speak Portuguese. You have to know what that means.
Pardon?
What do you mean? What is? What do you mean? What is our interpretation of gravity? Like, we don't think gravity is a thing, right? Like, gravity is something that is required for the globe.
Yeah,
For the
that falls in
heliocentric
the
model to
category
exist.
of that falls in the category of theoretical physics, right? Not applicable physics, right?
So then, what would you guys call it then? Or would
I just said theoretical physics, non-applicable physics.
It's pseudoscience because it's not. It doesn't interact with anything in the real world. Nothing. Right? Just like the curve, you don't see the curvature of the Earth. You don't interact with gravity in science. Yeah.
Okay. So then, what is the reason why an object falls?
White.
Because
it's white.
Because it's
sheer weight of the object.
Because it's denser. Because the object is denser than its medium. And why would an object go up, or why does gas go up, or helium go up? Because it's lighter than the medium. But it'll eventually rest somewhere up there.
Well, let me ask you a question. Why do you think things go down?
Gravity. I think that's obvious.
Can you demonstrate it?
My question.
Awesome, the duck. So you're basically asking for an explanation, right?
Yeah, basically.
Awesome. Google that shit. Is gravity a force? Well, it's considered a force, but it's not actually a force, and there's all this bullshit, blah, 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 blah. Now you come here asking for a definitive explanation?
From your guys' point of view.
You guys are scaring the book.
Our point of view.
What we have to do is find out how we can isolate gravity and observe it. Have you heard of Cavendish?
No, fill me in.
1 second, I'm meeting. Okay. Cavendish is an experiment done to show the effects of gravity. It's the only experiment we'll have to showcase the events of gravity. And it doesn't work.
And what was this experiment?
You have a iron rod, iron poles, little strings, attach metal balls to it, and theoretically meant to be attracted to each other. It's on like balance plates and shit. Just Google Cavendish. I can't really explain it too much. I'm like, balls deep into food right now.
Yeah, also, Dark, like, something's not just going to fall by itself, right? It's, whatever displaces the object, right? Some outside source of energy needs to be exchanged to displace the object, right? From its natural state of rest in a medium, right? So if you have a rock sitting on the ground, it's never going to move. It's never going to just fall, right? If you want to come along and exchange some of your energy to displace that rock, right? You're lifting it up, taking it out of its equilibrium, and when you release it, it's going to re-seek its place of rest due to its density in relationship to the density of the medium that it's in. Now, why is down, down, and up, up, right? They seem to be the two primary directions that we have. Nobody knows that for sure. You can claim that that's gravity or whatnot, but you're not able to validate that. Right? It's just an idea. It's just a concept, basically. It's something that you would need on a globe. Right? You guys need to be able to explain how you can have all the water sticking to the outside of a ball, whatnot.
Gravity is the only true science we have that you can't isolate and show in an experiment. They say it's the most researched and scientific. I think I'm making it cool. Anyways, it's one of the most researched and scientifically backed concepts that they cannot isolate and show. Cavendish tried to do it, but no two people get the same results. It'll work one time and it'll stop working the next time.
Because in all honesty, I feel like as long as you guys dismiss gravity, you are so confident in your claim.
Well, can you show gravity to be the cause of things going down?
Also, I want to know about this medium because I don't think I get what you guys say about this medium thing. An object can't be.
Everything is in a medium.
Okay.
every and these mediums are the different states of matter: water, gas, solids. They all form mediums, and inside these mediums are objects, things, life, people. So, and that's it. There's no vacuum anywhere. You know what I mean? So everything goes up or down, depending on the density of the medium and the object. So, I mean, if you think about it that way, it makes sense. Everything makes sense. There's no room for gravity.
And Duck, which gravity are you talking about exactly?
I didn't know there's more than that.
Oh, wait, hold on, guys. He doesn't even know there's multiple gravities?
No need to be rude, right? So we have Newton's and Einsteinian. They're both different. Einstein believes in the theory of general relativity, right?
Yeah, I was just pointing that out, that he didn't realize that.
So Einstein believed it wasn't a force. Newton believed it was a force.
Okay, so I believe by definition.
Let me just cover, Doc. Let me just cover the mediums. Right, you're a little confused on the mediums, right? So different mediums will have different densities, right? So, like, let me give you an example. Just say you have a tennis
no idea
ball.
what you're talking about.
Sorry,
I've got no clue what you're talking about.
you have no clue what I'm talking about. I'm explaining.
Just let DJ do it, man. Go ahead, DJ.
Yeah. So he was just a bit confused what we mean by mediums, right? So air would be a medium. It's a very light medium. So most objects are more dense than the air. So if you lift up something that's more dense than air, obviously it's going to sink through the air if you release it, right? Unless it's something that's less dense than air, like a helium balloon, for example. Right? If you have a tennis ball, for example, and you pick it up and you drop it, it's going to sink through the medium of air because it's more dense than air. But if you change the medium to something else that's more dense, like water, for example, you have a tennis ball and now all of a sudden the tennis ball floats in the medium of water, right? If you want to force that tennis ball down into the water, right, you would have to exchange some of your energy to force that down, the tennis ball down, and you would give it potential energy, right? So when you release it, it's going to float back up. It's going to rise because it's more dense than the medium. Does that make sense?
I guess.
Right? You've got a different medium, say liquid mercury, for example. It's a very, very dense medium, right? So even a big block of steel will float, right? It will rise. If you release a block of steel inside liquid mercury, like an anvil, it will float up to the top, right? It will go up because it's less dense than the medium.
And I assume this works in an airless environment too, right?
An airless, there's no such thing as an airless environment. What you can do is you can remove most of the air. So what you're doing is you're making an even less dense medium, right? So everything, basically all objects are going to be more dense than that medium, right? Gas isn't going to behave the same, but any other object, right, that you release in that medium, it's going to fall at roughly the same rate when you displace it, right? You're still going to have to displace it, right? Say you have a rock sitting in a vacuum chamber, right? There's still a little bit of air in there. It's just a very, very light medium, right? There's not much resistance in it. So if you want to exchange some of your energy to lift up the rock and then release it, it's just going to sink down. It's going to go back to the bottom of the medium. Very, very light medium.
Yeah. Yeah, and entropy, right? Like nature abhors a vacuum. You know that saying, right? Like how the moment you try to create a vacuum, air is going to rush in and try to fill it. So I don't think there are any vacuums up there in space. You know what I mean?
Wow, that was a good feast.
So if you exhale all the air out, aren't you creating a vacuum in your lungs? What must happen? You have to, feel the. I mean, it's like if there's space, it has to be filled with something, right? If it's air, water, whatever.
That's not true. Sorry about that.
Like outer space?
No, like when you exhale, you're not creating a vacuum in your lungs.
Right. That's that's low pressure, high pressure. I was trying to give an example of if there is low pressure, high pressure will move into equalize and entropy.
It's a bad example, I think.
How do you create a vacuum?
So if you inhale, you can create like a semi-partial vacuum. But when you exhale, you create nothing. So when your diaphragm contrasts and moves downwards, you're expanding your chest cavity. And when you do that, it lowers the pressure inside your lungs.
Right. But how would you create a vacuum in nature? Like, say a person who just a normal, layman people. You know what I mean? I'm not talking about scientists. Like, how would you create a vacuum in the real world?
You can get a sealed container. Oh, do you want me to actually answer that? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can use your lungs to create like a partial vacuum, as I said before. You can suck air out of like a closed space, like get a straw in a sealed container, or when you drink from a juice pouch or something, you're creating a partial vacuum. Or you can boil water. You can like get a container and boil the water, and then once it steams, you can seal the container while it's still hot. When the steam cools down, it's going to condense back into liquid, and it's going to reduce the pressure inside the container, and it'll create like a little vacuum.
So basically, every time we try to create a container, a vacuum, we have to use a container, right? To maintain a vacuum, right? We have to like a barrier, right?
Yeah, generally you need like a container and a closed space to create and then maintain the vacuum, because you need to prevent air from rushing in.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that seems to explain nature abhors a vacuum. That kind of explains it right there, right? That there are no. Yeah.
The only time you really wouldn't need a container is the globe explanation. Outer space is a natural vacuum where there's no atmosphere to fill the void. I think that's the only thing I can think of.
Or a light bulb.
Maybe not a light bulb. Maybe a tornado. The center of a tornado has very low pressure, creating a vacuum. But it's not like perfectly sealed. But like, good luck measuring a tornado.
So in other words, space cannot be a vacuum then, right? Therefore, space cannot be a vacuum. Up there.
Why would you say it can't be a vacuum?
Because, like we said, we need a container, right?
Not really, because there's no atmosphere to fill the void. Like the vacuum is already there. There's no surrounding
but wouldn't our air get like sucked out? Wouldn't it be all over in space? Like, what's keeping the air on Earth from effing? How does Jedi say it? Fucking off.
Gravity.
Yeah, gravity is what holds the atmosphere close to Earth. Molecules of gas are constantly being pulled towards the planet, preventing most. They say some of it does leak, but not enough.
Right, there we go.
Yeah, like for a gas molecule to escape Earth's gravity, it has to reach a crazy speed.
What do you mean pulled? What do you mean?
Yeah.
What do you mean by pulled?
What do you mean?
Can you try that again, T-Dub?
The same. What do you mean by pulled?
Yeah, molecules of gas are being pulled towards the planet. That's how Earth's gravity works, right?
By what? By what?
Earth's gravity.
So there's this thing that's having an active effect on something, and it's called gravity. But like, what's making that happen? What is gravity? What's causing that?
I have no idea. I think the gravity is just a name that they give for things that happen.
So how do we know that's the case then?
Because you can't isolate it and or demonstrate an experiment that directly implies gravity. Like if Cavendish worked 100% of the time and you can replicate it, then sure, it would be a good explanation, but it doesn't.
So how do we know then that there's something pulling on matter?
I don't think there is something pulling on matter. That's what they say.
All right, you're just telling us what they say. Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about vacuums and gravity and shit.
Yeah, that's their excuse, right? But then they turn around and tell us, well, it's not a pull. And then Michio Kaku misnomers and says it's a push when a push would imply also a force, but he himself would agree that it's not a force. So, I mean, that's what they're going with these days, that there is no pull. So I don't know how they're going to... That gas somehow goes up, but then gets to a certain altitude and decides that it's going to follow this geodesic in space-time, right? It's just ridiculous.
You know what's a thing I've been thinking about? So I've been thinking, right? Because I like logic and I like things that make sense. So Earth's rotating, right? It's stable, and it's an oblique spheroid, and primarily because it's rotating. But the rotation rate has been very stable over like a very long time. And they say gravity balances the flattening of the Earth. So gravity acts to pull the Earth into a spherical shape. But there's a bulge at the equator because the centrifugal force from the Earth's rotation counteracts gravity. So over time, gravity dominates, right? So, like, if you think about it, since gravity is pushing towards the center and centrifugal force pushing outwards, that is their explanation to how the Earth is becoming a flattened ellipsoid. So technically, over time, the Earth should continue to flatten out because of this force counteracting each other. So I'm thinking over time, the Earth should get flatter and flatter. So this image I'm going to post in chat. This is what the Earth should look like. As a basis. This is what it should look like, and then as the forces counteract, you get flatter and flatter.
Yeah, can you imagine, based on exactly what you said, that could also be equated to as what's called a circle jerk?
Yeah, it's
Well, do you know what else I found funny? Okay, so I think space-time's...
Space-time. Niggas really be making up big words.
Right. It's inherently flat, though, isn't it?
It's a
Space-time has
plane.
to be inherently flat. Because otherwise, what is it before it gets curved by mass?
There's a guy. His name is. No, I don't know his name, but Minkowski, I think his name was. It's the concept Minkowski's metric. This is a space-time of special relativity, right? When there's no gravity, no mass or energy causing curvature. It's called the flat space-time by the Minkowski metric or something. He actually describes that there's no gravity, there's no mass or energy causing curvature, there's a flat space-time. Let me Google actually. Minkowski space. What's his name? This old goof. Have a look at side chat. I'll post the wiki. So he gives a mathematical description of space-time in the absence of gravitation.
A circle jerk you have? Yes.
So, Minkowski space-time is a four-dimensional model that combines three spatial dimensions with time into a unified framework.
I think for abandoned ether, but a new name and some new qualities.
Blah, 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 blah. I would even say this guy's a flat earther.
What, really?
He could be, because he believes space-time is flat in the context of special relativity. He assumes that a flat geometry, because all his maths, because this guy does maths, right, he's a mathematician, he doesn't include any effects of gravity or curvature caused by mass and energy. The flatness is actually a key feature of his special theory of relativity. He uses like inertial reference frames that have nothing to do with the concept of gravity. And he was famous for it because his theory of special relativity operated under the complete assumption of a flat space-time framework. He didn't assume for gravity, curvature, anything, and it worked. It was actually quite a good theory. It's a very good model as well. This is where Einstein got his theory from.
Yeah, because a lot of people think that Einstein sole inventor of concept of fourth dimensional space, right? But he wasn't, was he? There was people talking about that before him.
Yeah, this guy was talking about it way before Einstein. This guy had the original theory of relativity. Like, that's why I was saying special theory of relativity. That's what this guy was known for. And this guy was in the 19th century. He read a book in 1907 or something, 1908.
I never understood or liked the idea of time and space time. Like I always thought about it like it's a measurement. You know what I mean? Like you can't take an inch, or anything like that. This is a cubit. You know what I mean? Or this is a whatever. This, you know what I mean? And say it's a thing. You know what I mean? Like, it's a number. It's probably in math, but... So I never liked space-time, because it's either that, or, if it's an actual dimension, fourth dimension, then you're God, right? Then you're looking at the past, and you're looking at the future, and everything in... I mean, how else do you explain time in this, theory, right?
Gravity.
Yeah, the word dimension has been bastardized, hasn't it? Because it really just means, it does mean measurement. That's what it means originally. That's the etymology of it, right? And so we're just using these concepts, like of length, height, to describe our experience of reality, right? And so it's just a measurement of an aspect of that reality that we're experiencing. But it's been bastardized into the sense that a single dimension could exist all by itself, in which a conscious being or like a sentient being could experience that, or there could be multi-dimension, like more than three. No, it's not like that. There's just the one reality that we experience. And then we have these conventions or concepts by which we use measure and describe our reality. But they say, that there's this fourth or fifth or sixth or even 11th dimension by which we can't possibly perceive it because we don't have the organs and the sensory perception organs, to experience it, etc. That's all a bunch of garbage, man. There's no such thing as a different realm or different dimension as in a realm, right? A different place you could go and experience things differently with different physics and all that shit. That's all bullshit, theoretical garbage.
Have you ever have you guys ever thought of that experiment where you're riding on a light beam and you get back and everybody's aged like 100 years, but you've only been gone for 5 minutes, something like that? You guys ever read about that? Well, I think they fixed that now with the neutrino or whatever. Yeah, something like that. But that's why I stopped being so interested in these theories, because it was starting to my brain's starting not to like it. Nah, let's go fishing, mate. Oh yeah, let's go fishing.
Because Einstein was thinking about the speed of light and everything, and he was thinking okay, so you're on a train traveling at the speed of light, right? And you turn on the high beams, right? Hold on a second, he's thinking.
Exactly, that one. Yep.
Yeah.
What? How did it go? You turn on the lights? You're traveling at the speed of light. You turn on the lights, and then what happens?
Does the light coming from the front of your train now? Is that now going faster than the speed of light? Right? Yeah.
Oh, that's why I was laughing at that one thing. I think I read Witsit said, you know what I mean? It transports, right? Boom! It just catches up.
Well, didn't he say that it would cause a slowdown in time?
Yeah, that's what. That's the theory. That's the idea. But yeah, as you approach the speed of light, mass will increase indefinitely. Yeah, that's what you have to also keep in mind while you're while you're going on this ride.
So it's density proportion increases. What is it? Hang on, how does that go again? I fucking suck at. So, because what is mass exactly again? What's increasing exactly?
Right, exactly. Right. What is that?
Because a commoner would just equate mass to being matter, wouldn't they? And they just imagine this thing getting bigger, right? An object getting bigger as it approaches the speed of light. Well, I don't know what the fuck it means.
So you're going at the speed of light, but when you turn on the flashlight or the lights, because the idea is that nothing goes faster than the speed of light, not even light. So when you turn on the flashlight, the light beam, bang, right? Does that go faster than the train that's going at the speed of light, or what? Does the flashlight even work?
I guess what he would say is that the particles that are trying to be emitted by the torch, those particles would slow down in time because they can't go any faster.
So the flashlight would not work. I mean, it's working, but the light's not coming out because it's traveling at the same speed you're traveling. Is that the idea?
Yeah.
Constant.
I I mean, they would try their hardest.
Yeah.
But don't we all?
Or the
When I
particles
was
are ignorant of the fact that they're already traveling at speed of light, and that like some sort of
and then
relativity.
yeah, exactly. They come out at the speed of light relative to the speed of light. What?
No, can't happen.
Meaning they travel at the speed of light while the train is going at the speed of light. I don't know. I think that broke my brain.
Maybe the aliens have visited us, but in order to get to us, traveling at the speed of light, launched from an aircraft approaching the speed of light, when they arrive on Earth, they're just like photons. And so we don't even know that they're here.
Bro, when I was a Glober, I thought that how would an alien, like if aliens like the government say, then where did they come from? Well, the nearest alien I guess planet would be like light years away, right? So if you think about it, the alien would need to have a lifespan of like light year of millions of years, right? Which is kind of like nah, it's probably not like that. Or they would need to travel the speed of light, which means they would have to be made of light, right? And my Christian Glober brain was like, that's why they're not aliens, but they're demons, because demons, spirits, are also like probably can travel at the speed of light. So that's what my Glober brain thought. Like that's it. Aliens are demons because they can't be made of matter, according to Einstein. According to Einstein.
But then wouldn't also angels be able to visit us in the same fashion?
Exactly, right? Exactly. Demons, yeah. Demons and angels. But there was still the problem of everyone seeing Jesus when he returns. I was like, I don't know. It can't happen on the ball. Like who's, like it can't. So as a Glober, I thought the Bible might be false. Might be some kind of yeah. After learning about flat Earth, it was like, nah, the Bible's been telling you the truth this whole time. I think I'll dig even deeper now. Yeah.
Gonna say something, but no, trying to stay.
I mean, is space time the example to give us? Is it not a plane, a fabric, and then they put a ball in the middle, and you throw all these marbles around it, and then they all come crashing down in the middle.
Yeah. Yeah, they say that space-time is a plane. Or at least like the model that they use to kind of help you get your head around it.
I mean, it's trying to show how gravity works, how it pulls. Maybe how the sun is keeping the planets rotating. I mean, going around it while it's shooting through space. Right? It's trying to show that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like. Well, I thought space time was like space, like all of space and not just a plane, like. So it seems like it was just to try to explain how gravity, how things stay down on the ground. Because that's also the answer to the question of what causes the sun, moon, and stars to move in the sky. You know what I mean? It's like that question, the answer to that question, they say it's gravity. But it's probably a legit question.
Did any of you guys transition from orthodoxy to electric universe and then end up in flat earth, or did you go straight from orthodoxy to flat earth?
What's orthodoxy?
Oh, just like, the prevailing wisdom.
Wizard.
Like the science.
I came from that I came from the Bible. Like I came from an Assemblies of God, like a Baptist upbringing. Like grew up in church type of thing. To be straight to here. I've heard about the electric universe. I looked over, I was like, oh yeah, that's cool, but I'll just learn more about just basic things.
Yo, does anybody know when the whole thing switched to like 8 inches per mile instead of 8 inches per mile squared? Because for the longest, everybody's like, oh, 8 inches per mile squared. And now when you look it up, they just say 8 inches per mile without the square. So, like, I'm trying to figure out when did that change? Why did it change? I don't know. Like, that doesn't seem interchangeable, bro. You know what I mean? Like, that's a big difference in the numbers. So, that recently confused me. I'm trying to figure this out.
Yeah, it's just, yeah, I never changed. This is probably people, not understanding the square, right? And they just don't want to say square because they're lazy. Not understanding how important it is. But yeah, I think it's probably just bad habit, lazy, or
No, like when you Google it, bro, everybody says like 8 inches per mile, bro, on Google. I don't know, it's crazy.
No, I don't think so.
No, Google it right now. Look up how do you measure the Earth's curve, and on Google, one of the first results will tell you 8 inches per mile, bro. Without the square. That's why I'm confused as hell. Like, when did that change, bro? When did that change? Couldn't have been that long ago. I mean, I don't know, bro. I was talking to my globe friend, and I was like, yo, it's 8 inches per mile squared. And then he looked up how to measure the curve, and, like, literally the first couple of results all say 8 inches per mile. So it's getting difficult to use this whole 8 inches per mile squared, because the first things on Google, like, literally try to disprove me.
No, I don't think you'll be able to find that. I mean, maybe some shitty website popped up that didn't have it right.
Wait, no, just Google it, bro.
If you do only
I checked on Google.
8 inches per mile, wouldn't that be like a toilet paper roll Earth? Wouldn't it be like a tube Earth? Because it will be sloping 8 inches per mile, but it will be like a tube or
cylinder.
A cylinder, Earth.
Yeah, I don't know about the validity of that statement. I have no idea. Obviously, I don't think there's 8 inches per curve or 8 inches squared, but either way, yeah.
Correct. Yeah, there's other formulas, right? If you use 8 inches per mile squared or 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, right? There's a whole bunch of different ways to work it out, but you're going to get the same result, up to a certain distance. So So yeah, anyone that's saying just 8 inches per mile without the squared, it's just misinformation. It's not even what the globe geometry claims, right? It's based off the radius value, 3959 miles.
Yeah. Yeah, squared is surface area. Cube is volume. I mean, yeah, you always have to have the square. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There's a little chart I just put in the side chat. Shows all of the math and whatnot.
How dare you say math with an Australian accent?
Yeah,
How
true.
dare- how dare
I know,
you.
man. It's because I know. How dare I? Yeah, hey Joe, if you want to jump in, open your mic. Let's go over any topic you want in relation to the Earth.
Genuine question. What is your current indoctrination level? RHO asks, or Ro asks. Go ahead.
Cope happening in the side chat. Anyone got any globe evidence they want to present?
I might have spent too much time on Reddit, but whenever someone starts a question with genuine question, I'm genuinely asking, I just start rolling my eyes. Like, look, I'm genuinely asking, when did you stop beating your wife?
Back in 1967.
What?
Yeah, that was the day.
I think I need to download a new patch to understand that accent.
Yeah, be sure that you do. Like what kind of question is that? When did you stop beating your wife? Back in 1967. I guess you believed everything was true from that out because you heard it, right?
Genuine question. I just read that. Wow.
Your discernment, man. Come on.
Oh, question like, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say I love it when they try to appeal to credentials and things like that, but then we bring up something Neil deGrasse Tyson says that completely contradicts their statement, and all of a sudden his credentials don't matter at all.
Exactly.
So when you say appeal to credentials, you should be saying appeal to authority, because the
Yeah, for
credentials
real.
is what they're placing authority.
Yep.
Well, I just asked
Yeah,
him,
it's
do you
basically
need
the
a
same thing.
degree to make visual observations? I don't know.
Yeah, that's exactly what his question means. What is your current education level?
I guess the difference is appeal to authority would be, well, what is the mainstream science? But then appeal to credentials would be, well, do you have a degree? It's essentially the same thing, I suppose.
You're
I think
appealing to
regardless,
somebody.
sorry. Go
You're
ahead, bro.
appealing to somebody that on the topic you're speaking about, you're appealing to them as if they have more authority than you. Because according to you, they seem more knowledgeable in that topic. So you just appeal to them whenever talking on that topic. That's appeal to authority. If you can prove what that person's saying to yourself, then you're not appealing to authority, you're agreeing with them.
Yeah, this is kind of on that topic. I showed a picture of like the Arctic lemur on Mars or whatever, and my friend was like, "Well, I mean, damn, dude, I guess NASA proved life on Mars." Like, it goes deep, bro. Like, even if it goes against their worldview, they're like, "Oh, well, if NASA showed a squirrel on Mars, then there must be life on Mars." You know what I mean? Like, they don't even question it. I couldn't believe he
There's
said
more
that to me.
discernment to it than that, right? So, I mean, I won't say specific names, but if you just go back 4 years from right now and look at what the world dealt with, that was all lies. And it was all lies because everybody appeal to authority.
Yeah.
That's what made it all possible, is that all the citizens, all they did was appeal to authority. Well, that
Well, I think luckily, though, there was enough people that didn't. So I think that's
But
part of the reason why things are maybe a little bit better than they could be, because not everybody did go that way. I think they came out and said, like 50% of the people didn't get what, and I think that's like pretty significant into like what they're trying to do with these agendas.
No, I'll agree with you. I'm not trying to get there on the point.
Yeah.
The point being is the appeal
Hey,
to
but you should say to your friend, dude.
You
should say to your friend, even if that's true about life on Mars. One sec, Richard. I'm just going to get in for a second, and I'm going to mute up, and you can go for it. Even you should tell your friend, even if it was true about life on Mars, that NASA proved it, NASA's still lying, because they're telling you, no, it's not. That's a rock. It's not life. etc. etc. There's no life on Mars, right? So yeah, still lying.
Yeah,
But even at that, it doesn't really. I mean, they still appeal to authority, bro. Because I'll show them like visor pictures of like back in the day where they couldn't get it right, and there's like office photos in the visor, and they're like, well, like they were wrong back then, they were lying a little bit back then, but like now they're not. Like, in what decade did NASA go from lying to everybody to like now we're a genuine company? And like, I don't know, they don't have an answer, so they're just going to appeal to authority because NASA is obviously the number one authority, and I'm just a flat earther. I don't have a degree, so I could never say anything against NASA.
No, I'm just saying, like, when a society, in a philosophical point of view, when a society starts believing things that ain't true, right? Well, that society will be destroyed. Its own doing, its own. If the majority of people appeal to authority, and authority will be the last call. It will be the final straw.
Yeah.
Authority. Because they appeal to it.
Also, aren't the Mars missions handled by JPL instead of NASA? Because they're an unmanned mission.
They're only seen on two-dimensional screens. That should say something. I should say something.
What do you guys think about the rockets landing back on the pads and stuff? I've heard a lot of flat earthers saying that's not even real, but like, I mean, I don't care if a rocket can land on a pad, bro. It ain't going to space. Like, I don't know why I shouldn't believe in that.
Like, what does the flames impress you? Because we see drones doing it, right? Drones can do that, right? Do they have flames? Oh, drones don't have flames. So what makes you appeal to the rocket? Is it the flames?
I mean, I don't know. I see it in the sky. I live in Florida. and I see it taking off, and I'm like, okay, cool. I mean, they're shooting something in the sky. I don't know. I mean, it ain't going to space. And if they're fucking catching the rocket, like, more power to them. I don't care. Like, that doesn't negate the shape of the Earth. So that's why I'm confused why a lot of flat earthers are like, oh my god, they're not actually catching the rockets. Like, I mean, okay, I mean, sure, that's fine, but
No, you can't put people in a category like that. Like when you say the term flat earthers, sounds like you're putting us all into one category.
well, the
We all
reason I
don't
say
agree,
that
man.
is because I've never met a glober that thinks that. Of course, they think the rockets are real, 100%. So the only people that even might think, oh, well, the rockets are taking off, but they're not landing or whatever, like, it'd have to be a flat earther because no globers are going to think that. So that's why I use that.
Just saying the
Everybody
term
vote.
is like a stereotype fallacy. Like you're using fallacious logic, reasoning by saying that term.
Yeah, I mean, I get you. I don't think there's flat. I think it's mostly level, but yeah, I get you.
But like James, you could have subcategories. You could say everyone falls under the umbrella. Well, a lot of people fall under the umbrella of flat earther, and then there's type A, type B, type C flat earthers, but they're all flat earthers.
Absolutely.
Right?
So specify it when you say it. I would agree. Just specify. You can't just say type C. That I see what you're saying in your terminology, but you got to specify that. You can't just say flat earthers and talk about all of them.
No, I mean, I said a lot of them, not all of them, but like I've seen a quite large number of them saying that, and I don't really know what to make of it. I'm not really sure what to think about it.
Like, what is the most common thing you hear from quote unquote flat earthers? What's the most common thing?
I'd have to think about it, but it's mostly just like, I don't know, it's CGI, and then they're like showing weird camera occurrences or something to that effect. But a lot of it is kind of like it's a little dodgy, I would say. Like, yeah, I mean, it very well could be CGI, but maybe it's not. You know, I don't know.
Wait, what's CGI?
Like the NASA or SpaceX catching the rockets, and then the Blue Origin, they call that rocket too.
Right. Yeah. Look, they're capable of doing something such. I've got no problem. I mean, why is it even a problem for a flat earther? You're right. Like,
yeah, I agree. Yeah, I
who cares? Yeah.
But
who cares if they can do that?
But that's how you know it's real. That's how you know it's real, because it looks so fake.
Well, the whole thing is that
exactly.
What I was saying is being proven because you're going off onto something that wasn't even what we was discussing. It is in a way, but you're utilizing these faculties to put flat earthers all into one category.
Well, not all flat earthers believe that, of course. Right?
Oh,
Said a
you
lot
can
of
believe
flat
it.
earthers.
The thing about some of these things is that as technology gets better, right, as they're able to fake things in the sky. You seen that movie Spider-Man? How they use drones to project holograms into the sky and fool everybody. You know that Spider-Man one? What's his face? Yeah, Mysterio. I think that's his name. So as technology gets better, so does the technology to fake stuff, right? So like you can choose to believe it or not believe it. The point is, we're not able to prove if it's real or not. It's getting harder and harder to do that. That's why it's better to just stick with what we can show people or prove to be, like water, the horizon, stuff like that. But yeah, I think it's
that's a good
it's getting
explanation.
it's getting harder to spot the fake because technology.
Where's the guy that asked about the electric universe? Are you still here?
Oh yeah, that was me.
What's your username?
Skip Gradient.
Okay, all right. No, because I wanted to post something for you that it's observed across many positions in the world, and something interesting that the optical equipment that is used in combination with other optical equipments, this one is called electro-optical. So it's in relation to the observations of what people call the electric universe. So when we look from the ground to the sky, right, we do these observations and we observe phenomena, right? And many people observe it and label it, like you spoke about the electric universe people. So with the electro-opticals, something very cool is observed. So, but anyways, I just post it for you, and you guys can keep talking about the difference between real water and water in the TV around a spinning water ball. Because there's a difference. I'm sorry, what was your username again? Electric Universe?
Skip Gradient. SKIP.
You've been here before?
Yeah, I come here all the time.
Skip. Well, I haven't recognized you. Skip?
Hey, what's up, Ro? What's up, Ro?
Skip Gradient.
Hey.
Yo, he finally mic'd up, bro.
Yeah, man. What's up, man?
I'm so sorry. I didn't want to interrupt the conversation that was happening. Was it over?
No, go ahead. You can open it up for whatever.
Oh, okay. My original question was just basically, what was the education or the highest education of some of you all who are here who's actually found some research for FE? And if you don't have anything that's higher than a bachelor's degree, I was wondering, is there anyone that's in the channels? I know in different channels, I've been here for a while. I usually listen in and things like that. I think I've only been here once before to talk about the pinhole camera and everything like that. But I know that there are some people who are very educated on this subject. And I wanted to actually find a firsthand experience by someone that has a higher level education and what actually convinced them, possibly if they're in the science or mathematical field. Attitude.
Depends on like a bachelor's degree in what field?
I mean, anything. It could be in physics. It could be anything that you would consider. No, okay. Well,
they're just. I don't know.
Point
If
me in
here
someone's
at the moment.
direction.
I can't speak for any of these guys. But if you hang around long enough, you'll get to speak to people like 007, who has a degree in computer sciences. You got AI Overlord has a PhD in science or something. I don't know what he's got. Documents. He's got qualifications in science. You got QE, who was just here earlier, who has he's educated in biochemistry and other stuff.
Lloyd teaches architecture.
He's an architecture. Yes, at a university. We got university teachers. Like, there is so many, heaps.
Well, I mean, specializing in the field of science and mathematics predominantly.
I mean, I can link you to a video to a PhD geophysicist. He talks all about
is that someone that's here?
No, not in here. It's just
oh, okay.
video,
Yeah,
like I said. Yeah.
Well, that would be the issue. The main thing in which I asked for was the ability to talk to someone of a higher education that has a first-hand experience with flat Earth and what convinced them to kind of move away from the herd.
Doesn't matter what degree you have. Water is gonna be water. Doesn't matter which degree you hold.
Yes, but most of the arguments in which you're hold on 1 second. Hold on, we're not talking about just the basic layout of your eyes. Any of you can have that expertise. We all have eyes. But again, you're making claims.
We also have lasers.
Science.
We have infrared cameras, so everybody can use in here.
Do you have lasers and infrared cameras at your disposal?
We have cameras.
I don't think that you do. Okay,
I can show you. I can show you imaging.
Unless you are qualified, you're not the person that I'm looking for. I'm asking for someone. I made a simple question.
He's in appeal to
You're not,
authority, guys.
listen, you are not qualified for this conversation. You are not qualified.
Actually, you didn't ask for my qualifications. You don't know about me or my constituents. This is an actual question, genuine question, which most of you jump to the idea.
Which degree do you hold? If you don't hold a degree, I cannot speak to you.
I actually never said that you can't speak to me based upon my degree. I made you
So let's
a
talk
question.
instead of talking about talking. How about
okay,
you bring
so
bring forward? Let's bring forward.
Hold on, 1 second.
It sounds like your degree is in the
one second.
mouth.
Hold on. You're trying
It
to run
sounds
into
like your
credentialism.
degree is
I
in
never said
interrupting
anything.
people.
I made a simple.
Again. So we can talk about different topics. You don't need to bring forward degrees. We can speak about many topics without holding any degrees. If you want people to flash their degrees, they can flash them, but it's not a necessity. No one has to do it to speak about these topics. Are you going to flash your degree? Go ahead and flash your degree. What is it?
Well, hold on, because what he's admitting, and he doesn't know he's admitting, he's an appeal to authority kind of guy, because he's coming into, quote, flat earth, unquote, and he's asking for the top guy. So he's asking for an appeal to authority, and he doesn't even know that he's doing it.
What is his username? Where is he at?
Yeah,
In order for me to actually appeal to authority, that means I would only use something as a true statement based upon someone that's educated or authoritative in some particular type of way. This wouldn't even go into credentialism or elitism.
Can say.
So again, I'm asking
someone
if you don't have
through facts without
the prerequisite, it's okay.
Someone
That's
can
fine.
say through facts even if they don't hold any degrees.
That's fine. That's not what I'm asking.
The degrees are not gonna change the facts.
Yeah, the degrees are not a prerequisite to whether the Earth is flat or round. You don't need a degree. That's not a prerequisite.
Especially in science, since this is not a scientific inquiry. So I don't know why you're trying to appeal to people with science background.
Yeah, and people can also be self-taught. Right? A lot of these people have been looking into this particular topic.
Be self-taught, that's great.
The talking points around it. Don't interrupt, dumbass. Right? You think you're so smart, but you don't even know how to have a regular conversation with people. Okay, so if you want to be in this chat, right, you're going to have to present some globe evidence, or you can ask questions about flat Earth, right? But you're not going to come in here and just be a fallacious, arrogant douchebag and get away with it. Simple as that.
Asking you a simple question. You're the one who's
Hey, you need to get a degree on mute and unmute because you've been muted and you've been talking while muted, dude.
That's fine. If you have to
That's
mute
not
me
fine because you know when you're muted, you shouldn't be speaking because nobody can hear you.
My question, then that's okay. If you can't hear me,
so
you haven't asked a question yet. You're just fucking.
When you're let me see if we can get this simple thing about the app, right? If you're muted and you're talking, nobody can hear you. Do you get that?
The main thing that I want.
He was still talking.
Your ranks.
So listen. You're muted. Your server muted right now. Okay. Right now, no one can hear you. Okay. I'm gonna unmute you and address the fact that when you're muted, nobody can hear you. Just address that to see. Oh, come on, guys. You're muted.
So do you all not have anyone that can share their personal expertise?
So do you have an expertise in Discord muting?
I know how Discord muting works. If you can't answer my question, so you have to abuse authority, then that's okay.
Do you know how water works now?
This isn't about water. That's not what I asked you.
It is about water.
I can repeat the question I asked while you had me muted. Do you have a Ferrari?
Do you believe you live in a water globe?
Do you have a Ferrari?
I have 15 Ferraris.
Okay, well, we can actually start asking questions. If you have 15 Ferraris, then that means you, and only you out of the people here, because no one else said anything, are qualified if I start asking about a Ferrari.
You are disqualified from this conversation.
No,
You don't
I'm
know. You
asking
don't
a
know.
question.
You don't know how. You don't know. Do you believe that you live in a
Again,
water
who's
globe?
answering? Who's asking the question? Me or you?
Do you
Me,
have a
because it's my
Bugatti?
table.
It sounds.
You're
It
sitting on
sounds
my
like. It
table.
Do
sounds
you have
like
a
you're trying
Bugatti?
to. You're trying to score a point in
Do
something
you
that's
have a
not even about
Lamborghini?
points.
No, this is not
Can
basketball, dude. This
yeah.
is not basketball.
Okay.
There's no points. You're not getting any points. There's no score.
Yeah. Do you have a G5 airplane, like a jet?
He's confused. This is not a sport that you score points or a video game. No,
Did you
it's
say
not.
basketball out of all things?
Yeah, or it's not a video game where you score points. It's not so. Call
So
of Duty
why did you say
Zombies or something.
basketball out of all things?
Maybe because you need
Maybe
a
because you're
horizontal
racist.
frame
Okay,
of
let me talk to
reference.
somebody
Let's talk
else.
about
It's actually smart.
racist. Right? Nobody knows what color. Are you black? Are you trying to say you're black? Are you black?
So basketball, right? Basketball, you need a horizontal court to design it based on a horizontal frame of reference, and you use a water level to determine that to be able to bounce the ball, right, and be able to play the game.
Water
Do you
for
know
a
that?
Ferrari. Okay, that shows that you're uneducated. If anyone here has a Ferrari,
I still can't work out how the
Do you
loop
know? Do you
works.
know that Ferraris require the second law of thermodynamics and gas pressure systems to be able to work, and that's impossible on a globe? Do you know that?
it has. Does that help you tell me how much torque it has? It doesn't. Exactly. So you're disqualifying yourself. So does anyone here have a Ferrari? This is all
We're
to prove
talking
the
about
point.
curvature, right? We're not going to talk about what you want to talk about. We're going to talk about.
Hold on.
Right? You're
You
here.
you asked me
You're
the
here.
mic.
Wait. Let me
but
say something, right? You came here because you wanted to know what this is about, right? What we're about, right? So we're going to tell you what we're about. Okay, we're not the Flat Earth Society. Do you know what that is? The Flat Earth Society? What Obama was talking about? What that guy Netanyahu is talking about? Right? That's not us. That's a disc in space. That's government propaganda. That's not us. Okay, you know who we are? We think it's flat. We think it's not a ball. Okay, we measure water flat and level. All right, that's it. That's what we're talking about here. Okay, you got any questions? Do you have any questions about
not with me.
What we do?
That's not what I
here?
asked. I didn't ask you any questions.
Yes or no? Do you have questions you want answers to right now? So yes or no question.
That question was, is there anyone here that has any level higher than a bachelor's degree in any field of...
Not you. Not you.
Yeah, that question is irrelevant, bro. It is not relevant. Do you have any other questions that you want answered about the topic? Flat Earth? Yes or no? I mean, it's just ask.
And don't ask him questions. I mean, or maybe, you know what? Don't ask him to ask a question. Don't ask him to ask a question. Just ask him to reply to something or to give an answer. Like,
He sounds like a teenager. He sounds like a teenager. He's probably in high school, right? It's a bit arrogant.
Sounds like
maybe
he might just turn old enough to be in Discord.
Really?
Something
You're
like
funny.
that, right?
Okay. So, anyways, as I was asking, is there...
Hey, did your balls dropped already? Because you might not be old enough.
bachelor's degree in science or mathematics higher than a bachelor's degree who can share their personal...
Yes, I can share my personal experience about...
You know what Ro needs?
Water
What Ro needs is a role model. I think Ro doesn't have a role model, like a dad in his life. That's why he's talking like this, like a lost
Robert Utah.
boy.
Robert Utah is
I have
available.
a father in my life. What are you talking about?
Oh,
again,
well,
you're making another assumption because I'm black.
Why don't you behave? Why don't you
What do you
talk
mean?
like you have a father?
Did you
why
just
don't
say
you
you're a
have
crayon?
some respect
sorry?
for yourself and the people you're
I
speaking
have tons
to?
of respect for myself. Why
And
would I
about
give
the
respect
people you
to people
speak
who...
No, if you don't have a
Well, then why? Then you will never get respect. Okay, if you don't give respect.
First of all, no, that's
You're not
not how
going
respect
to.
works.
Well,
you
well,
don't.
look,
First of all, you don't bulldoze people.
You're
in a
coming in here
conversation
and
when they're being
disrespecting
genuine.
us.
No one's.
You're coming in here. Yeah, he's probably still talking, so I'll just. Wait, let him realize he's
It
muted or
sounds like he
something. I
has
don't
a
know.
degree on diarrhea of the mouth. Do
He's
you
very
get
young. I
graduated?
think 14. He's 14. I'm guessing he's 14. You there, Ro?
Why would qualifications higher than a bachelor's degree in science or math matter regarding this topic?
Because it means that you have a large amount of familiarity with indoctrination.
A
So
large
you know
amount of what? A Ferrari collection?
indoctrination. No. Again, you keep
Indoctrination.
like you keep
Bro, you
you
say
keep
axe instead
diverting.
of ask, and now you're saying indoctrination.
Indoctrination. So sorry, I'm talking before myself.
Yeah,
I'm
you can't even
cooking.
say ask. You say axe, right? And you wanna go on
Ask.
about qualifications.
What
Yeah,
what
look,
what is
man.
that? What
I don't
so
think
the
you
way
can
I
even
what
ask it.
who are
I don't
you?
even
What are you
think
talking about?
dude. I'm
No
a
one
guy
is
here
challenging
that's
anybody.
gonna mute you, and I'm gonna give you 3 chances to answer a basic question. And if you fail 3 times in a row, I'm gonna ban you. Simple as that, right? So the first question is: do you know the Earth's a globe, or do you just simply believe that the Earth is a globe?
Good
And it will be a
question.
yes or
Answer
no
that one.
response.
Some an indoctrination to the particular point that
Okay, that's
He was
1
still
strike.
talking, bro.
Right. No, it's a yes or a no. Do you know the Earth is a globe, or do you believe that the Earth is a globe? Yes or no? Attempt number
I'm not
2.
here. Go ahead.
He's not here. He's
Okay, so
not
that's
here.
two times. I'm
I
just
mean,
going to
he's
go through
not
the
there.
process. Just one last time. Do you know that the Earth is a globe, or do you simply just believe that the Earth is a globe? Last chance.
Do whatever you need.
Okay, you failed, bro. Goodbye.
That's okay.
Have a good day. Thanks for coming.
Hey, Ro. Oh, yeah.
I guess that's it.
I think that's about as bad as the Glovers come, man. That was rough.
I mean, Neil deGrasse Tyson has a PhD, and they throw him under the bus. So what does it matter, right?
Do you have a Ferrari to be able to be qualified?
No, I don't qualify.
Yeah, bro, you don't have the prerequisite of a degree, bro. You can't believe in flat earth without the prerequisite. Everybody knows that.
You don't know about water.
I don't have the prerequisite to be an
Ferrari.
authority on such matters. Yes, Ferrari. Exactly. It's like a Jack Doherty fan or something. Those TikTok people.
He pulled an Andrew Tate, bro. He's like, yo, where's your Bugatti? Like,
Yeah, one of those guys.
he pulled it straight out of an Andrew Tate video, bro. He just replaced Bugatti with Ferrari.
Man, that dude was chat skanking for like hours, man, and then he comes in here and just blows it. What? It's like,
Hello?
Yellow. Yellow.
Hello?
Jadu? What happened, Jadu? I'm missing our show now. Where's he at? Just bring him back. Let's talk about Ferraris.
It's like row, like row your boat.
Row. Maybe there was too many people talking to him, maybe one person. Anti-globalist has that finger in the ban button.
Yeah, I gave him multiple options, dude. The guy was going nowhere. He couldn't answer a single basic question. I mean, I can unban him if you want. I'll unban him. Did you do
Bro,
it?
he couldn't stop talking. You muted him like 10 times, and every single time he just like kept going, bro. Like,
Dude, the guy, because the guy couldn't answer a single question, right? When he would stay off mute, he would just keep waffling on about unrelated shit. He didn't want to talk about the topic of the room, right? He was just being an arrogant dickhead the whole time, right? If he can't answer a single question, then yeah.
I was hoping he kind of turned into maybe having the conversation, but it didn't. Never made it. Like
yeah, that
actually
was bad,
address
bro.
something.
Like, usually it's bad, but not that bad, bro. Like, that guy didn't, like, we couldn't even get to the flat earth topic. Like, we didn't even mention flat earth. He was talking about degrees and Ferraris the entire time. Like, that's crazy, bro. He couldn't even answer, is the earth a globe or is it flat? He couldn't even answer that. Like, that's the base question. Like, if you can't answer that question, then we can't even talk, bro. Like, that's nuts. I'm not gonna lie. I haven't seen something that bad in a minute.
Yeah, if you're making less than like $3,000 a week, yeah, I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to somebody who's making like, yeah, because that's how I'll know I'm talking to a real, someone who knows what they're talking about. So if you don't have a Ferrari, I don't even want to hear you. Okay, like just whatever.
You need a higher level. I need a higher level of indoctrination. No, sorry, indoctrinization.
That's a good way to win any debate. Are you making $10,000 a day? No? Okay, I'm not talking to you.
I'm not indoctrinized enough to talk to.
Yeah, I thought it was really funny when he started talking about prerequisites. You were like, "Oh no, I don't have a degree." He's like, "Oh well, well you don't meet the prerequisite then." Like, what? What does that even mean, bro? The prerequisite for what? Being a flat earther? Like, oh man, that had me dead, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
You're not qualified to be that yet.
You're not wrong. Yeah, I don't meet the prerequisite of death. Thank God, right?
Hallelujah. You sound like maybe you're closer to his age. Maybe you should have talked to him. And you sound pretty reasonable.
Well, I tried, but I think this guy wanted to go on his own rant. Clearly, because like he got muted and just didn't stop, bro. He's like, I'm gonna say it even if I only have to hear it. Like,
he was talking while muted, but he didn't know he was muted, but kept talking. That's
no, I think he knew. I think he knew because you told him, and then you muted him again, and then he kept going after. Because even when Anti-Globalist muted him, and that was after he said, "Yes, I know how muting on Discord works." And then Anti-Globalist muted him again, and he kept talking. Like, he just didn't care, bro. Like, he's literally was totally fine speaking to himself.
It sounds like he was on his PlayStation, probably playing Fortnite or something.
Yeah, imagine having to, like, move your thumbstick to mute someone. Couldn't be me, bro. Couldn't be me. No offense if you're on console, bro, but I don't think anybody is.
Yeah, I think if you're on console, there's like a PlayStation logo next to your name. Where the mic is, next to where the mic is.
If you're on console, like, you need help, man. I don't know if anyone can save you. You're inconsolable. PC Master Race.
Good try, good try.
Am I right, though? PC Master Race.
For sure, bro.
Is that percentage?
Yeah,
You haven't got kids, no dad jokes.
We could have percentage. Percentage has a high percentage degree. We needed you like 5 minutes ago, percentage.
I actually have 2 degrees.
Damn, dude,
There
we
you
could have
go.
used you.
Unban him right now.
I have a double major, but it's not important.
What's your degrees, dude?
Of percentage, high percentage.
They are high percentages, like like in terms of like society, the hierarchy.
Do you have a Ferrari, bro? I don't know if you're qualified for the debate with him.
Bro, I would never buy a Ferrari, man.
You might not be indoctrinized enough. You need a high level of indoctrinization. Talk to this
I am
guy.
that, honestly.
I think percentage might be the correct person to speak to this guy.
Which guy?
There's a high percentage that he might be successful or totally fail. High percentage of both.
There's a high percentage that there's a percentage going to happen with the percentage, with 1% of a percentage.
I wish I had $5 for every percentage, man. Come on, guys. You guys are making
Whatever
me rich.
happens, if this guy comes back, do not allow Dimok to speak to him. Don't.
Which guy you guys
I was going to suggest just Demok and him one on one.
No, Demok is gonna kamikaze his ass.
Who are we whispering about? Who are we whispering about?
Yo, so this guy came in and he was like asking for our degrees in flat Earth and shit. And he's like, "Bro, where's your Ferrari, dude?" Like, I don't know. It was really cringe.
Well, I read a lot of books, but in my garage, I got a Ferrari. What I really like to drive is Ferraris. But more than my Ferrari, I like to drive these books. Drive them up here.
Knowledge.
Yeah,
The thing is,
you know
if
what
you
I
actually,
like better than my Ferrari?
if some of us
I like
actually
that.
told him what our degrees are, you just call us liars.
Yeah, he would. You just tell him we like knowledge better than his Ferrari. Yeah, he can't own that Ferrari anyway. He probably got to lease it. He don't even get to own it. It's like he gets to use somebody else's vehicle and shit, like a Rolls Royce. Come on now, who wants to do that? Rather have my own car that's mine, and the government and Rolls Royce don't call you and say, "Hey, did you just fart in my car? You're gonna have to return it."
Yeah, are there electric Ferraris now?
I know there's hybrids. I don't know about fully electric.
That would be dumb.
Well, I think there are. Just the four little motors, the electric rotor motors, like a drill blade. on each of your tires, and that's your car. And then they put power to them and they go.
Yeah, all cars are electric. All cars have electricity, right? I mean,
Yeah,
most.
of sorts, yes. Oh, yeah.
Unless you put candles for headlights.
The carburetors,
Coal, steam,
the carburetors
something like
need
that.
electronics.
No, the headlights have electricity, and your
Yeah, but I'm saying
backlight.
just
Your
the engine
battery,
itself.
your alternator, your water pump. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
all of it has to at least spin.
Imagine you only use candles in your backlights. So it's
I
not
got
electric.
14,000 Cricket lumens. Huh? 10,000 fireflies? What if they
Just zip
judge
ties, some
light by
flashlights,
firefly
and turn them
power?
on.
Yeah. What if instead of lumens they were like 50,000 fireflies? Keep your house lit.
I want to say that's one of the benefits of like a carbureted car is you don't really need like electricity. If it gets EMP'd, it should still turn on. I'm pretty sure.
EMP'd?
Or like whatever, you know. I mean,
Fart gas?
say that again.
Fart gas?
Yeah, that one.
A sun fart is going to shut your. It's a good thing you have combustible motors. Because without your combustion, fart gas will shut you down. Tesla has no chance. Fart gas.
Water gas.
Solar farts from hydrogen. A hydrogen fart.
Where's the new people? Come on, talk to Dimok about the topic. Ask any questions. If you want someone with a degree, talk to Percentage.
No, that's if you want someone 2 degrees.
If you want someone to
Talk to someone else
disagree,
who just,
talk to
just want
Demok.
someone 1 degree.
If you want 1 degree, talk to Percentage. If you want to disagree, talk to Demok.
That's a good one.
Guys, Rick was asking earlier because they, the Globers believe that your senses are conspiring, like your vestibular system, you don't feel any movement, and your eyes are conspiring, right, to lie to you. But then he asked about your vestibular system not detecting 15 degrees per hour. But I told him, no, you gotta use your eyes for that. Your other senses, your eyes, right? Your vision, because you can see the stars moving as at the so-called. That's the claimed movement of the stars. So
we can reach out and grab them too, right? No. You can reach out and grab them, right? The stars? No?
Sure.
Oh, your hands are sensitive too to let you know they're farther away than what you think, and you're not grabbing them. So, like, yeah. And if you rub your hands on certain things, you can feel the vibration versus not feeling anything. Like if a train is moving, you're going to rock back and forth left to right. So you're going to know that you're moving. That's why you have all the senses: taste, touch, sight, smell, hearing, sound. And you have another sense probably that's like intuitive or something. Yes, I don't fucking know, whatever you want to call that. Just the idea of your imaginative awareness has to be another type of sixth sense, whether you're right with it or not.
So demo or Percentage, if you don't feel the movement, your vestibular system, because if the ground starts spinning, you'll feel it. But then you also observe the sky moving. I mean, the sun apparently moves between 13.7 degrees per hour to 15 degrees per hour, and the stars move 15 degrees per hour. How can they flip that, the observation, and say that you don't feel the movement below you, but the ground is moving at 15 degrees per hour because you see the sky moving at 15 degrees per hour. You see the flip that is happening? It's like a nonsensical claim because your sensors are telling you the opposite of what's happening. They claiming a flip of the whole situation.
Yeah, they're telling you you don't know which one's doing which. And they can declare that for you because you're too dumb to understand that if you're moving slow, you would never know. And then you're moving so slow that nothing about you, none of your senses are going to pick that attribute up. You're not going to pick it up through sight, sound, feel, anything. I mean, and that's just crazy because, I mean, that's the whole point. When we look out the window and we see other things moving, that gives us the idea that we are moving, looking out the window and seeing movement. Seeing that we left grandma's house or her driveway. Even though we could be in the worst, weirdest coma in the world and not feel anything, but still know through our eyeballs that we're moving. So the only thing they could detect stuff is our eyeballs. As long as we had some type of window or somewhere to look, we'd know then too. And I'm not really sure what speed you would have to be moving for someone to not notice it all. That's, I mean, I don't even know.
Because they want to use the degrees, right? Because, 15 degrees per hour is too slow, whatever, right? But that's at the equator, that's 1,000 miles per hour, right? And they say that's too slow, whatever. Or one rotation per day. But what I'm pointing out is that the actual observation and your senses that you use all across this reality, and they work decently well.
You can't go 1,000 miles an hour. It'll blow your eyeballs out.
Yeah,
I'm serious. If you get in a car or try to go 1,000 miles an hour, your eyeballs will pop. It'll mess your eyeballs up.
Yeah,
They're not made for that. They're literally not made.
Is that due to
for
G-force, or what exactly causes that? Do you know?
What, going real fast?
Yeah, is that just simply down to
Going
G-force,
real
or what?
fast. When the guy's walking around like you and me, it doesn't happen. Weird. Your eyeballs just don't get depressurized or pressurized or any resistance to them to that extent of whatever warp speed or whatever Mach velocity. So 600 to 700 miles an hour, and your eyeballs are going to be bruised, and you're not going to be able to use them for a while. It's just what happens to the dudes who do it. So if you get in a vehicle, go out to the desert, go about 600 miles an hour, then you're going to be crying, and you're going to have two gauzes on your face, and you're going to look like a insect for a while until your eyes heal.
this to do it like in a container, like in a sealed thing. But if you are standing on the ground, and this ground was moving at 1,000 miles per hour, then you're not inside a container and on the spinning water ball.
He even had a helmet on. He had protective gear. He had goggles, and he had his car, and that still didn't stop his eyeballs from doing that. Look it up.
How fast was he going
He's
again?
one of the first dudes that snuck away and tried to do the speed record on his own, supposedly. So some guy snuck a rocket car somewhere to the desert. Nobody knew about it. And he got in it and he drove it fast as he could. And then people saved him because they weren't around, but they were around. But either way, the point being that when they try to do these things, of course they try to do them. How do they work out? Maybe not the way you would expect it. So going 600 miles an hour might not seem like a lot, or 1,000 miles an hour, but if you start to go that fast, it's going to mess you up as a human. You can't take that internally. You can't. Not even on the outside of you. Externally, you can't. That's why they always pass out in jets and airplanes. Pilots, they always pass out in the jet. That's so many Mach. And they wake back up. So a jet ride is you passing out sometimes and waking back up in the middle of battle or the middle of like flying. Crazy, huh?
Even with all this gear connected that is giving you oxygen and extra pressure.
Yeah, you still pass out. Yep. And you hear, he'd come
And the,
through.
the astronauts are going in their rockets, drinking tea and
Bullshit. You got to be strapped in a rocket seat, facing upward, and you're strapped, and you can't control anything from that rocket seat. There's no steering wheel. There's no, you're just laid back in that rocket seat. And then when you start going at that rate, that's going to sit you down somewhere. And then after you get to where you're going, then that's going to be a parabolic something or whatever. So I don't think they even understand, like,
but then aren't they going at 17,000 miles per hour up there?
oh, no, they don't even know what that speed means.
But they changing screws at 17,000 miles per hour.
Nah, they're not even driving the object 17,000 miles an hour. You can't. You can't fall at 17. So what do you think, brother? You think falling, if I drop this rock, it's going about 17,000 miles an hour? They're only
No,
in
I don't think.
parabolic free fall. So if you take the math of parabolic free fall flight, they're not going 17,000 anything. They're going in a parabolic fucking arc, which is you experiencing no feeling before you hit the top of the thing, before you go back and hit the bottom. You're stuck in limbo. So they're like free falling around Earth at the rate of gravity 9.8 meters a second per second. 9.8. Do the math. Ask ChatGPT. 9.8 meters a second per second for 24,901 miles. How long does it take for 9.8 meters a second per second squared to get to there with less resistance than on Earth? With basically not any resistance. So that'd be per second, per second, per second.
Any new people got any questions for space expert Dimok? Go ahead. He knows about space because he puts stuff in the space. You know, you move a chair, a table. See, look, there's some space there. You put a table there.
Very good at feng shui.
There's no space. It's just an empty floor.
Damn
Just an
you.
empty floor there.
Damn you.
Unoccupied floor. Let's put a chair there.
A chair and one flower. Why, I don't know. Just because. And people won't have any clue what the flower's for or the chair. It's going to be funny.
Gay sex.
Sorry, not what.
Yo, what's up?
What up, bro?
So you actually believe in the flat Earth or not? 'Cause a lot of people in here be just trolling, bro. I'm trying to find some actually people who know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah,
not a
I
troll,
know.
man.
Yeah, I know how elevation works. Only on flat Earth with a horizontal reference. Yeah. What about it?
Yeah. I mean, like, I don't know. I just want to talk about it because a lot of people seem to, they don't. I think that there's a lot of people in here that are muted right now because they think that it's funny or something. I've been in here a lot, and a lot of people are trolling. I always like to come in here, and I always like to.
What would be funny about elevation? Only working one way.
It's not funny about elevation. It's funny because they think it's funny because it's flat Earth. They think we're stupid. They think it's. I believe you. They think we're stupid because they're uneducated. No. They think they're stupid because they're uneducated and they were manipulated and brainwashed by the government into believing a false narrative, which is it isn't.
You were
That's
too.
100%.
We all were.
Yeah. No. Right. No. I think he gets it.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
So,
but they
I
think
feel
that's
like
funny.
most of the trolls
They're
get
not brainwashed.
discovered pretty quick, bro. Like, I don't think there's any lingering trolls that like stay around for a while. Like, pretty much, like you get fucking banned. So you don't have to worry about that for the most part.
So
How do we know you're not a troll?
Yeah, it's exactly what a sleeper cell agent would say, Big Smoke.
Yeah, bro.
But I want to know
Sorry,
why it's
Demon.
so
Get
hard.
going, man.
Yeah, why is it so hard to comprehend that vertically you can increase in elevation, not horizontally, not front to back, not side to side. And if you're on a ball, you have to increase in all directions the same. So whether it's going horizontally or going up, every bit of an imaginable inch or the smallest amount imaginable you could move up or horizontal, you would increase in distance and elevation in both. But this is only true in one. So if we're standing on a flat piece of paper,
Yeah.
the
So
flat piece of
basically,
paper, yeah, the flat piece of paper, you and I can walk forward, backward, left to right, front to back, everywhere on it. We're not changing elevation, right? We're not going
Yeah,
to
I'm
change
here.
elevation on that paper unless we go up, and then we're not going to change down elevation or fall down unless we go back down towards that paper somehow, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's flat. Now take that paper and fold it to a circle.
You want me to actually do this?
No, I'm just saying.
Okay.
Listen,
That
guys, the
part's
only difference.
optional.
So,
No, you want a long pause? I was confused.
well, I'm just saying, well, you have to imagine folding it in the paper, right? Now take that piece of paper. Now your elevation has to follow that piece of paper. Say you're a little guy on the top of that paper. That means from every point that you could draw down below any point of that guy, it's the same elevation. So that means you should be able to go on top of a building on the globe, jump down a little bit, and still be at the same height you jumped down from. Two physical positions have to exist in this reality for you to climb down the stairs from the top place to the bottom step, and that bottom step be at the same elevation where you started, sea level. Climb down from sea level to sea level, and then you'll prove a ball. That's the only way a ball works. Sea level wraps around into a circle.
Yeah.
So a circle you can cut a cord through, right? A diagonal line, like an orange. You can take the really outside peel. The outside peel represents the ocean. Just the outside. And you're a little bitty dude, and the ocean's really deep to you and me, right? We're only what, 5, 6 inches, 7 inches thick? A foot or two if we're big people. Not really that thick, right?
Yeah.
So we can swim through the ocean diagonally, calling it a cord, and swim and pop out the surface. So you can dive into the surface and pop out the surface of a ball. Going down
Oh, it's
diagonal.
interesting to me. You can see I forget what coast, but you can see an entire country from like 3,000 miles away.
Right, but we're looking for drop over distance. We're not looking to see what you can
that would
see.
be
'cause-
impossible if the Earth was a
No,
card.
no,
That's
yeah, but you can't get stuck on that 100% because if you and I are in the desert and we see water, is there water? No, it's called a mirage.
yeah,
So
but you can see the actual like other.
listen to what I just said. We're in the desert. We see a mirage.
No, I know
What are
what
we
you
gonna do
mean.
with that?
But you can dead ass actually see the.
We're in the desert. We see a mirage. What do we do with that?
What do you mean?
I'm asking you, what do you do with the mirage? You tell somebody how far you can see with something that doesn't really exist that you're imagining? Something that appears to be there, water in the desert when it's not?
No, but if you
I can go
actually
check.
see something,
I can be ahead of you and say,
actually
look,
see
dude, there's
something
no
from
water here.
3,000 miles away.
This is what you do with a mirage. You find another mirage, and you have a mirage à trois.
That's what I'm saying. You're talking about looking out somewhere. What's that doing, brother? Can you measure by looking?
No, you have to mirage the trois, bro.
Do you have
Mirage à trois, exactly.
Stop being goofy percentage. You're gonna get this guy going.
Superior mirage, inverted superior mirage.
We're just but we're looking for your eyeball tape measures. So unless you got tape measures in your eyeballs, stop telling me what you see. It ain't fucking helping.
Yeah.
For distance,
Yo,
it's not helping.
can we skip over beginner flat Earth like a 101 and talk about something like more serious, something heavier?
Yeah, let's talk about something more serious. Yeah.
Like, who here believes in the celestial sphere?
I haven't
What
heard
the
about
fuck
that.
are you
Open me
talking
up,
about?
man. Open me up.
No. Hell no.
Dude, open me up.
Hell no,
Open
we're
me
not
up.
doing
What is
that.
a surface? What even is
We're
that?
not doing that.
Is it flat if we live in a
Open me up.
I can't even
All
say
the
that word.
info that you know,
Celestial
bro.
sphere?
Open all of it up to me, man.
I don't know what the fuck he's talking
Percentage.
about.
Which celestial
Are you talking
sphere?
about a dome? Is that what you're trying to say?
There's
Is the
multiple.
dome a
Sphere,
celestial
I
sphere?
heard him
The
talking about
celestial sphere is like this, the theoretical, apparent sphere that the lights in the sky make. That's where we get the latitude and latitude from.
Oh, no, I exist in that atmosphere. I exist in the celestial sphere.
Yo, this guy might be a faker.
So are you saying the stars are spheres?
I
Is
might
that
be
what
a
you're
fake because I said I might be in the celestial sphere as a joke, bro.
Brother, all you gotta do is stop looking at spheres, go fucking dive in the water, and when you pop out the surface,
I do believe that the celestial sphere.
and when you pop out the surface, we'll live on a globe.
No, I think he's saying the
We're
Earth is
trying to keep
flat,
it
but
real,
the
man.
stars are spheres, right?
He knows
Is that
the
what you're
Earth is
saying?
flat.
I don't think the
What's that?
stars are you guys talking to me?
Yes,
but
it's not
yeah.
physically possible for him to ever think the
Yeah,
Earth
because
is
there's a south celestial
flat.
pole, right, and a
Oh.
north celestial pole.
The star? No,
And
no,
these two,
Bro, what the
it
fuck
makes a
are you
celestial
doing?
sphere.
You're on
no.
track.
You guys, listen. Let me say
Don't
something.
interrupt.
Yeah, if you could explain it.
What are you guys doing exactly?
Please, you guys are
I
asking
was
me
to
questions and then I'm
one
not getting
cord
answers.
line
I
under
don't
the
know why
little
I'm being
boat.
asked 3 questions
Hey,
at a
dude,
time.
shut
I'm
up
not
a
gonna
minute.
answer. All right, whatever.
Too many
Shut up a
people
minute. You
talking
don't
at
even
once.
understand a fucking
No, I won't
horizontal
answer
line.
anyone's questions anymore. Fuck it.
You don't even comprehend horizontal, dude. How in the fuck are we going to talk about stars? Listen, all we have to do is dive in the water that's curved around, over the boat, under the boat, right? That water we're standing on top of is curved under the boat that's below us in our view. That's what we imagine, right? With our eyeballs. The mirage, boat went over a
Are
curve.
you fucking being serious right now? Does someone else repeat what he just said to me, bro?
The boat
I'm serious.
imaginally goes over a curve of a globe. That's how they say
Oh,
it. We think
explain
we
it
live on a
slower and
ball.
in more detail, bro. Like I've never had anyone explain this fast and bro, come on.
Can you hear? So the people
hear. You're explaining
they think that a boat is dropping down below you beyond a hump of water. That's what Globers believe, right? They don't have a side view. They've never measured the fucking thing. And no human can go swim diagonally under the boat and pop out in front of it. That boat that's
what
on curved
direction is
water.
diagonal?
Do what?
What direction is diagonal?
45 fucking degrees from
What the fuck is
horizontal.
that?
You don't
What's
know what
horizontal?
45 is? Then you shouldn't be talking about flat lines.
No, I do.
So
It's vertical.
you know how they. So you know how they say, right?
It's
So
vertical rotated another 45 degrees. I know what it is. I'm joking. I'm not joking.
Yeah. So
I didn't realize that for a split second.
So you know what he's describing would be like, you know how they say that the shortest distance between 2 points on the surface of the sphere is an arc, right? It's a curved line, not a straight line, right?
Yeah.
Well, he's saying now draw a straight line between those 2 points. Now, if that curved surface was water, well, water, we're able to go through water, right? We can't go through solid, but we can go through liquid. So if one person was to take the path of the straight line through the water, right, while the other took the path on the top of the water, right? That's what he's talking about.
And just pop out the surface. Go down and pop out the surface. The only way you would be able to on a ball physically. That's all you could do. There's no other fucking thing you could do. That's how an orange works. When you stick a needle through the peel diagonally. It doesn't go into the orange. It stays through the peel and goes diagonally and pops out the other part of the peel. That's how spheres work.
I don't need to know all the mathematics. I already know, bro. I
Nothing
already
to do with math.
I already know that, bro. I don't need to know the mathematics.
It's nothing to do with math. It's you diving
I don't
to
need
the
to know any of
surface.
this shit. I already know, bro. I already know that the fuck, like, bro. I already know.
You already know Earth's flat, and you came in here to talk to a flat earther. Are
Oh,
you
I came in
retarded
here
as
to
fuck?
talk about some shits, bro. I came in here
So
to
what
talk
do you?
about, like,
Why don't you just say a topic then? Because you're not making no fucking sense, really. What do
all
you
right,
want to talk
let's
about?
talk
That
about
makes any sense?
consciousness.
Oh my god, you dumb bitch!
No, man.
That was actually not funny.
Yeah, we'll talk about
No, we're here to talk about Earth and the reality we experience. Like, sure, we need a consciousness to experience that reality, definitely. But we want to talk about the experience
I don't
we're
mean
having,
that. I mean, I want to
not
know about
why we're having
I
it.
want to know. I want to know consciousness as in what led you.
This
Like
is
what?
not.
Like no.
Maybe on Sunday you might get that because we have an event called Speculation Sunday, and we can sort of go off topic a little bit and discuss other things and speculate our heart out. At the moment, we just sort of want to talk about the geometry of the surface that we live on. That's the topic we
Have
want
you
to
guys
really
ever
engage
taken
with people.
Have you ever taken any psychedelics? Have you seen the fractal mathematics?
No.
That is the mathematics
What do they look
of
like?
the universe. It
Well,
literally looks like on my.
Draw me the mathematics of the universe. What picture is that? What color? What?
I could draw it. There is drawings of it. There's drawings that depict exactly what I'm thinking of. I could show you drawings. So I'm gonna find some.
I can talk real fast too, but that doesn't make me right. There's drawings of being wrong.
No, I can
Listen,
show
I
you
can tell you those too.
drawings of these fractals that'll show you what I've seen, and they'll give you a reference, so you can have
a fractal of what? Can you just give me like a middle image? Is it a dinosaur, a giraffe, a flower?
It's what your eyes are. It's what your eyes. It's what your eyes are processing. Your eyes are processing the information around it and turning it into something.
Backwards, upside down,
That's
and
what you're
inside
seeing.
out.
I know.
Inverted image.
No, I'm not saying anything backwards. I'm saying it's
how your eyeball
your eyes are
processes
processing. No, you're seeing your eyes processing its surroundings.
Where are your eyeballs at?
You're seeing. You're not literally looking at your eyeballs, bro. You're clueless, bro.
That's not what I asked, dumbass. Where are they at?
Where
are they located?
They're located above.
They're located in the front of your
Hey Jedi, how's it going, man?
They're located where?
They're located in the front of your head, looking forward, right?
Conversation.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now, where are the nerves connected to?
To my eyeballs,
back of your brain, in the back. One to the left and one to the right. So the right side one's on the left side, and the left side one's on the right side.
That's nasty.
Yeah, and then when you look at a spoon, everything's inverted and upside down when you look back at yourself.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay.
Hey, Ruth. How's it going, man?
Yeah, so you're seeing shit like that, bro. You're seeing the shit you just said, bro. That's what's happening. Like shit like that.
Oh, but that's what I was trying to tell you, and you just agreed right away.
Yeah, bro. That shit like that's happening, bro. It's crazy.
But I didn't say you're
crazy
seeing fractal patterns. I'm just trying to tell you that your brain.
Literally are, though.
Brother, hold on a minute. Your brain has to interpret that. Do you want to know people that actually see fractal patterns have brain damage? There's a person that we talked to, that I used to talk to a long time ago, that was a flat earther. They had something wrong with whatever. And after they got done with whatever, they see your face as like they punched a mirror, and that's what your face looks like. Do you understand? So after they have something wrong with their brain sees you as a fractal pattern, like punching a mirror, and now you're all chipped up and cracked in every little piece. But that's how they
No, I'm
see
not
you.
talking about it like that. No, I know what you
Well, that's
mean.
fractal.
Yeah, nah. I think
That's
you have a
literally
different
how they
term. I
see
mean,
when their
I think
brain's messed
yeah.
up. They're still
It's
alive.
not
They
like
can
that.
function.
It's not like fractals. No, it's not like that. No, no, no,
Okay, so
no.
that's what I'm saying. That's why I said
Even
when
if
you.
you're on a low amount, I'm not talking about frag. I'm talking about it's this pattern, man. It literally looks like you're seeing math.
Have
It
you ever
sounds
played a number
insane, but it's
recognition
like
book where you got to
no,
color
no.
the ones one color and the twos one color and the fours one color?
Nah, maybe I don't know.
Maybe as a little
I
kid,
don't even know. I can't
you
even
have the
remember what that
colors on
is.
the side and it says green 4, blue
No,
2,
I've
and
zero.
every
I
2 or
don't know if
4.
I did that. That maybe I did, dude. That sounds. I have no idea, man.
Well, that's fractal.
Paint by numbers. That's what we call it.
Yeah. Wait, are you talking about the fucking thing where you make pixel art? Is he talking about pixel art? You just said pixel art, man.
What about a kaleidoscope? Right? Yeah, I used to love those things, but they got boring after about 30
No,
seconds.
I'm not talking. No, dude. That's not what I'm talking about. You can see that. That's what happens if you do a lot. I've never had that happen to me. I'm saying like really low. You'll see like it looks like it. Like for me, I saw like two cubes like rotating in each other, like two cubes literally rotating, and I saw it like you know how like I don't know if you guys have ever had like static vision where you can see a ton of like static in your vision, or like it looks like a ton of like rainbow dots, or if you're in a pitch black room, you can see a ton of like really tiny rainbow dots. Like it looks like I don't know. Yeah, some of you guys probably know what I'm talking about. It looks like that, but those were like those really tiny dots were instead these two cubes rotating in each other like 4-dimensionally. It was crazy, and it was like all like my whole vision was made up of those two cubes, but I could still see normally. But it was like my vision, and it was like the pixels of my vision were instead these 40 cubes, two like tesseracts rotating in each other. It was crazy. I was seeing tesseracts. Like my vision was made up of tesseracts, which is like that 40 cube. They're kind of crazy. But it looks like you're like it literally looks like your brain's processing mathematics or some shit.
Or it was just a really good trip.
No, I was on a really low dose that time. That was when I first started. That was a really low dose. I'm telling you, like, dude, like, if you just like, if you take it like, not on a really low dose, but it was enough to feel like I actually like, but it was like, but it was like not enough to be tweaking. I wasn't to trust me. It was not anywhere near enough to be tweaking, but it was enough to like see, like, barely. It was like
All
one
right,
and a
then
half.
percentage. Percentage. Bring up the celestial sphere. What were you trying to say? Go ahead, percentage. You're up.
Yeah, appreciate that, man. I posed the question because I was interested in like the different stances of you guys as to whether or not it's a real thing or like how do you guys explain it or that sort of thing. Just like seeing what you guys think.
Can I say my perspective?
Go ahead.
I do believe the Earth is flat, but I feel like a lot of people don't agree with me on my perspective on space. Can I say it or no?
What do you mean space?
Yes. I believe that space exists.
Define space.
Kind of making me want to go back to the globe.
Can you define
What does that
space?
mean? Define space. There's other things other than what the surface that we are on. There's other things out there. There's more. There's more. I don't know, but there's more than
You're talking
just
about
the
like lights
surface.
in the
There's not
sky,
just
like planets or what have you?
It's not lights. No.
I know, but are you talking about planets?
Yeah, but I think they're the same. I think our Earth is flat, but I think but just because of those images, they never show them as circular. They never show them as spherical. They show them as circular, but not spherical. You actually look. They always show them from the same angle.
Okay, what do you think they are though? You think like they're like Earth, as in
I think they're
their
planet. I
material?
think they're planets. No, I think they're planets, but I think they're flat, just like Earth. I think that flat.
Yeah. So you think they're flat terrain, right?
What about the gas ones, bro? Do you think those are flat too? Do you think they are gas planets?
Yeah. Well, their core is made up of metal, so yeah, I still do think that they are. I think their core is just.
Wait, how does a flat disk have a core? I don't understand
It does have a core. Yeah, I didn't know that too, but then I learned that they have a core and it's made up of a very like strong metal.
You learned that from where?
Where did you learn this from?
I learned it from so my friend, he is from Vietnam, but he went to the University of Poland. This sounds stupid, but he went to the University of Poland, and we'd have all these conversations, and he would teach me about a lot of this stuff. And the university he went to is a really good, like, it's not like any of the bullshit here going on here. It has nothing to do with any of that bullshit. It's like really good.
What college did you study in? What faculty?
It was some Polish name, bro. It's like not. It's some Polish name.
You don't know what he's studying? Whether it's like math or
what did he study at?
Physics. Yeah. What's he study? What's he trying to be?
He went to business, but he also did a side class in astrology, but it's different and it's way more like realistic in Poland. It's way better. It's like it wasn't like astrology class, but it was like a mathematics class. It was like a understanding the world class.
Is he a flat earther or no?
Yes, he is.
Okay, all right.
Bro. Okay, so first off, it's astrology, astronomy, not astrology. Astrology.
It's not that. That's not what he did. I'm saying just to explain something like that. He just did it. It was a class to like understand the world. Like it went through like understandings of the world.
I hear you.
Jake,
but astrology is the one with like horoscopes.
I just want to ask Jake a quick question. How are you justifying that gas fills space? If you believe in space, then how are you justifying that we have gas pressure?
I believe that we have an atmosphere. Just because the Earth's flat, there's no reason we don't have an atmosphere. We have trees. Trees produce oxygen that creates an atmosphere. There's no denying that.
Right.
And
so if there's
nitrogen
space, then how is the gas?
From our thermal events that release nitrous with the oxygen that comes from our planet, which creates an atmosphere. Just because the planet's flat doesn't mean it can have an atmosphere. That creates an atmosphere, and outside of that atmosphere, there's empty. There's
nobody's claiming that there's not an atmosphere.
Okay.
So how are you just justifying the idea that there is a space adjacent to our atmosphere?
He just answered the question, man. He said that the stuff is constantly being secreted from the surface.
No, but that's not a good enough answer when we know that gas pressure needs containment.
Answer.
Gas pressure needs something to press on.
It's an atmosphere that is the containment. It's creating an atmospheric pressure that creates a pressure, an atmospheric pressure.
That's impossible. Gas cannot contain gas. That's impossible. What you're explaining is fantasy. Gas cannot contain itself without physical containment. Otherwise, you're going to have to demonstrate that.
If you want to say that gas is being constantly produced at the ground level, and the pressure that we have is just that gas pushing against the different barriers, the different things like people, the trees, whatever, and then as you go up, it's being constantly like evacuated into the space, but it's constantly being produced, so we constantly have like an enough. Then that's one thing.
From the flat dirt.
To say that the gas is containing itself is odd.
It's pushing down and up from the flat dirt. That's what he's saying. He's thinking it's pushing down and up from the flat dirt and creating a horizontal gradient with itself, up and down against its own self, which could be the case, said what the other containment would be, or the outside idea of up, right? Like the reaction to that.
I'm surprised that you guys didn't say like how do you think this flat circular terrain that are the planets are up there? How are they staying up there?
Yeah, gas can't stay. That's what we're pointing out right now. How can a gas be up in a vacuum? Do you think it's a vacuum?
Gas. I'm talking. He believes that there's material, terrain, land up there.
Yeah, he also believes that gas is a land.
They're all just facing us.
No, but the material thing is like the more obvious thing. Like it's like,
Yeah, but listen, if there ain't no gas floating up there like a cloud, there definitely ain't dirt rocks. What do we got? Dirt rock UFOs? I don't know. Just saying.
So Jake, can you see the little demonstration in the side chat? Yeah. So right, the bottom container, right? That's a gas pressure system, like we have here on Earth, right? We're breathing gas pressure, right? The atmosphere, as you called it, the atmo. Okay, and then the top canister or the top container, right? That's a vacuum chamber. Okay, and it's the high pressure system's blocked from the low pressure system, and you'll see what happens as soon as he turns the valve, right, and opens the high pressure system to the low pressure system. You'll see that the gas instantly fills the available space, right? So they claim that space is like that vacuum chamber that's in the top chamber in that demonstration, right? So they're claiming that you can have gas pressure system next to a vacuum, uncontained. What would happen is the
So
high
what's
pressure
creating that vacuum is my question. Because that's what space is. So what's creating that vacuum?
Well,
what's creating
we know
that vacuum?
Okay, so here on Earth, we need a container to create a vacuum chamber, right? They're just removing most of the air, right, and
Removing
turning it into
oxygen.
a vacuum.
Yes, correct. And so what you
Right,
just said
so what-
exactly is you're saying that the oxygen. No. Let me say something.
Go
What you
ahead,
just
go
said
ahead.
is that you said what we need to do is remove the oxygen, which creates a vacuum. Remove air. Remove anything. Right? And what you guys
Yeah,
are
yeah,
arguing
but-
is that the Earth is not self-containing these gases, and which would mean that outside these gases aren't there. It's a vacuum. It's space.
Right, so you can't have a gas pressure system inside a vacuum chamber or adjacent to a vacuum chamber without a physical container
But that's in the atmosphere.
separating the
Once it
high
leaves
pressure.
the atmosphere, that's what the atmosphere is. It separates the vacuum from the gases.
No.
That's what the atmosphere is.
Okay, so if you have a look at the demonstration, right, you'll see as soon as the high pressure system is exposed to the vacuum, the high pressure instantly fills the vacuum, and then it's no longer a vacuum because the high pressure will instantly fill the available space.
Yeah, look at one side of that as being the atmosphere, right? And then you're thinking the other side is outer space, right? But if we remove the barrier that's separating them, what happens?
What happens is a violent. Hold on, I just want to add on to that. Your theory.
But can I say
your
something
theory
else? So
doesn't. No, I'm going to add on to it. No, I'm just going to finish this point because I started this point. There isn't just an expansion of gas into space. It is violent when you have a high pressure system next to a vacuum, and there is not an explosion, but there is explosive force behind it. So you can't just say, "Oh, gas can contain gas," and entropy is reduced. You can't say that. You don't have a mechanism or example for that.
Okay, so first of all, let me say something about what that first guy said. So he said that barrier. So if when you remove that barrier, when you remove the barrier, that it just completely the gases go into space. But that what I'm saying is the barrier is the atmosphere. And you're saying that imagine if the bottom part is the atmosphere and you remove the barrier, the gas just goes into space. The barrier is the atmosphere. The bottom part isn't the atmosphere. The barrier is the atmosphere. And the
What's
gases
the barrier
are in
made
the bottom
of?
part. That's literally, this is a perfect, matter of fact, look at this. This
What's the barrier made of?
Hold on, wait. Can I say something? This is a perfect.
I just told you gas can't contain gas. I just told you that.
Let me say 10 more words. Okay. This image that you just sent, if you look at it at the beginning to end, this is a perfect description. Or not at the beginning, that's a perfect description of space. Literally, that barrier in the middle is the atmosphere. The gases at the bottom are from the trees and from our thermal vents. And then the vacuum is because the atmosphere is not allowing it into the vacuum. That's the vacuum. That's the vacuum of space.
Yeah, what's it made of?
No,
you just sent me proof of the vacuum of space. That's what you just sent me. that literally shows it directly. That's literally a perfect example of the atmosphere.
No, it's not, bro. Because
No, it is.
They didn't just like remove air from the center, and then that's what happened.
I don't know why you guys. The Earth is flat, but I don't know why everyone has to believe that there has to.
Is your barrier physical?
It's not physical. No.
Not physical. The barrier is not physical. So what is the gas particles?
Pressure.
What is the gas particles going to
Pressure
collide with then?
So do you guys believe in gravity or no? Do you guys believe that just because the Earth is flat, that gravity
Do you know what the definition of gas pressure is?
Is gravity a force pulling downwards? I'm just curious.
He asked, "Do you know what the gas pressure?"
Yes, it is. Oh my God! Did you just say yes? It is. Okay, all right. See, I asked that to get a baseline where you're at,
you want me to get more in depth? You want me to get more in depth on what it is?
bro. So, I mean, I'll let
What it
someone
is
else.
Get distracted. Hold on. Let's not get distracted, dude. Calm down a second. A question was asked to you. Can you define what gas pressure is? Do you know the gas pressure equation?
I don't know the equation. No. That's something I learned. I did learn it, but I do not fucking remember that shit. I learned that in my
do you know the definition?
High school.
Devon, do you know the definition?
I don't know why we're bringing up stuff from school. That's quite interesting. And
well, it's important, right? Because
we're talking
it's
about
important
gas
because
pressure.
if you're
sorry, go ahead.
If you're going to understand what if you're going to understand what gas pressure is,
that's exactly how it
doesn't understand.
I know exactly what you're speaking of. I learned that in school. I remember learning about it.
Where are you at?
Gas doesn't contain gas.
Mic check.
Yeah, mic check. Mic's fine.
What was he? Was he just not listening to me? Is that what he was doing?
Wasn't listening to anyone.
Oh.
Yeah, he's cutting in everyone.
Okay. Well, if he can't define gas pressure, then how can he be talking about it like he knows what it is? It has to be defined for him to understand what it is.
Yeah.
He doesn't know the definition?
No.
No, he thinks gas can contain gas.
Okay. Is it Jake from State Farm? All right.
Yes.
Can you look up the definition, Jake, real quick?
Posted about 15 of them.
Yeah,
Okay.
Jedi's posting them in the section. Yep. And if you wouldn't mind, sir.
Exerted by gas molecules colliding with the surfaces of objects.
Surfaces of objects. Yeah, where did you get that definition?
I don't know. You told me to look it up. I just looked. I did what she said. That's just what I read. I don't know. I'm just reading
that's Reddit.
No, not read it. I just read the first shit I saw. I just read. You told me to look it up. I just read the first shit I saw.
It's not for Reddit, but he read it.
Yeah.
Somebody's. I don't know.
I read it on 9.1 gas pressure chemistry fundamentals, University of Central something.
All right. So in order for gas pressure to be achieved, its force per unit area, with colliding with against the walls of the container. So the gases have to be contained. Would you agree with that or disagree with that?
I would agree 100%.
Okay. So in order for you to achieve gas pressure, the gas needs to be contained.
Correct.
In order for there to be volume inside of that contained system. So if you're going to say that we do not need a container, then how is it possible we can achieve gas pressure without a container?
No, we're in a. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the atmosphere is the container. We're in a container, and that's the atmosphere.
So yeah, but you keep saying the gases are containing. Is there a demonstration that you can show us that gases can contain other gases? Simple demonstration.
The farther a gas goes up, the more it dissipates. The higher it gets.
But that dissipation is not helping you. Dissipation is actually helping us because that's dispersion, right?
If you look
the gases
at
are going
a tornado, the top of their tornado.
No, we're not
because
dude, we're not talking about tornadoes. We're not talking
but I'm just saying,
about
for example,
tornadoes.
I'm going to get to your point though because it'll make sense if you just let me explain.
No. We don't need the point right now. You're rambling. It's not the point. We're talking about the system we're in right now. It doesn't make sense because we have gas pressure right now in the system. We're talking about everything that's within. Tornadoes are in the system. They're not outside of it.
I wasn't going to get about
What we're
pressure in
saying is,
tornadoes. I wasn't going to get a pressure in
no,
tornadoes.
we don't need that. That's a gradient pressure.
How
it's differential.
Jake, hold on a sec. Jake, you keep cutting through him. I'm going to have to mute you every time somebody else speaks to allow them the space. Just allow them the space and then respond, please. Thank you.
Yeah, so you can't talk about something that's within the system. Like a tornado is within the gas pressure system. It's utilizing the pressure differential. You can't say the tornadoes are an example. Let me finish, bro. You can't say that because it's already within the system. We're talking about gas pressure in the first place. Like how did you get gas pressure in the system in right now if it's not contained within a system with like a physical container? If you're saying there's not a physical container, then the onus is on you to provide a demonstration how it's possible to have a contained gas system without a container. I mean, with a container, if you're saying the container's gases, then where can we see gases containing other gases? You can't just point to the sky. It's circular.
I get it. So it is actually, I retract what I said about it not being physical. It is physical, and that physical thing is the atmosphere. That is a physical
thing. Oh my God. Stop saying that. Gas.
Why?
Atmo.
No, but hold on. But let me say something, though.
I don't understand what you're talking.
Paragliding, and I know many flat earthers who have done. Okay.
Excuse me.
Let me say one more thing. Just last thing.
No. Stop. Every single time that you say that gas contains gas, you do not understand fundamental laws of physics, like entropy, for example. How you cause pressure, how you stop gas dispersal. PV equals nRT, for example. You don't understand that when you say gas stops the increase of entropy, which is gas dispersion. Gas doesn't stop gas dispersion.
Okay.
Just wrong, dude. Gas fills spaces, presses outwards into an available volume.
So now you don't have the gases can't contain other gases. Do you understand that? You can't use that argument. It's not gases can't be a container for other gases.
That's not what I'm using, though.
You said atmosphere.
Yes, dude. That was the whole point. You said you were trying to show us how.
Gas.
What? Really? What is it then?
Okay, let's look it up. Let's all learn. Let's actually all learn. What?
Why are we? No, I don't need to learn, dude. I'm asking you because it seems like you had something in the hopper.
Let me
ready to go.
No, let me make sure I know what I'm talking about.
Make sure. No, we don't need it, dude. Stop. If you don't know, listen. This is a time for humanity. Where are you at?
Make sure.
Here's what I'm gonna do.
No, Jake. With all due respect, it sounds like you're new.
Right.
You sound confused. I urge you to just take your time, listen, and learn.
Yeah, so basically, Jake, all you really have to do right now is just say, hey, I didn't know that. Let me go and do some research. I'll come back. That's fine. Nobody's going to be pressuring you. We're here all the time. But if you don't know what you're talking about, we're not all going to sit here with you like a classroom and find it out with you. I mean, you can do that on your own time. But as far as you know right now, you're not sure. So that means if you're going to look it up in the middle of an argument, then you don't know, dude. You just have to concede the point. I don't know. My bad. I'll look it up. That's all I want you to do is just realize you got to do that, man, in this conversation. You can't just barrel through and act like you know what you're talking about. It's not going to work.
Well, I feel you, man. I wasn't trying to say that I know what I'm talking about. I was just trying to say, my theory. It was just my theory. I wasn't trying to say
that's cool, Jake, but we're not basing any of these conversations on anybody else's theories. They have to be either a definition that everybody can agree on. We all agree upon the definition for gas pressure, right?
How we learn and how for example, he was saying about the boat and the curve. That was a theory. That was a theory that someone created. That was a theory. That's how we all learn. That's theory.
What?
That's all.
The boat and the curve. I wasn't here for that argument.
Well, there's a guy who brought up a theory about a boat, and he was talking about the curve. He was saying it really fast, and I can't pay attention when people talk fast, but.
It is what it is.
I mean, I'll be honest. I was having trouble understanding this point too, so I get you on that, bro.
I'm not going to speak for Demonk, but I don't know what he was talking about. All right, but besides that, and so some of the points that we bring up in here, they're just talking points, but you can look them up. None of the things that we're saying here are just hooey. I mean, just so we can win an argument. It's just based on the physical and natural world, attributes of how we understand, based on, applied science. So we're not going to just be saying things to you that you're incorrect just to be a debate pro. That's not what we're here for, man. We just want people to understand the physical and natural world for what it is. And then if you do have an idea that supersedes what we're saying, then all we're asking for is a definition and then a demonstration so that we can understand, okay, you showed us that there's a defined way that you understand something and then a demonstration to precede that. Then we'll be good, but it doesn't seem like you have that right now. Which is why I'm saying it's like, man, just admit you don't got what right now the sufficient evidence for it.
I just gotta look more into
Anyway, yeah. How you going, man? I'm
I
on
think
break.
the more you look into it, the more you'll come to the conclusion that maybe there isn't a vacuum of space.
Carry on, gentlemen.
Will do. See you in a bit, Alpha.
But then that would suggest that the only thing that exists is us.
Yeah. I mean, it has implications, yeah, I guess.
The only defensible flat Earth paradigm is a wraparound one, a Pac-Man one.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
The Earth is observably flat. There's no measured curvature.
Yeah.
But the only thing that matches the observations that we have is like a toroidal space, like a wraparound type Earth, a Pac-Man Earth.
Why?
Because no other thing will, no other like any projection that you have without this effect, this exterior connecting effect, will be inexplicable. It will not match real world observations.
What rules are you putting on? Because you're talking about observations of the sky, right?
Yeah, not just the observations of the sky, but also traversing the land. Like, for instance, if you had the azimuth equidistant projection, if you were to go out, to the past Antarctica, you're not going to pop up to the other side of, like, if you're going south from South America to the other side of, like, Africa. That's not
percentage. Look this up. Look this term up. Snell's window.
Snell's window. All right.
Snell's window.
Snell's window.
Yeah. So the fish in the medium of water, when looking up towards the air, can observe a 360 degrees horizon. Okay? Or that might be the correct number or not. The 180 degrees, I probably got that wrong, but he can see a horizon, a full circle of the horizon. So you, in the medium that you're in this, let's say you're the fish in this medium, and when looking up towards the other medium up there, whatever it is, the multi-layer sky phenomena that has many variables that are unknown, you can attach some of the phenomena that it shows in the Snell window that you're looking through from your medium to the other medium, and you can see a circuit or this 360 degrees observation of the whole of the sky from certain positions, just like the fish underwater, looking up towards the air.
Okay, so
that's one of the variables.
Okay, give me an example of how that applies for us on Earth.
Remember, because what are you bringing up? Like the observations of the sun from certain locations and not adding up to certain configurations of the ground?
Sure. Okay, so let's take like the sun in Antarctica, the 24-hour sun that they saw. How would that work? Or like how would that go in line with what you're saying?
So like just like the fish underwater, in this medium, you're looking towards, you could say refraction. There's refraction, because remember, we're looking through, I mean, this is speculation, obviously, but we're looking through lenses, and when you apply Snell's window, you could be looking at a circuit of of the movement of the sun all across the sky in the other positions, but from that position that you're standing, you're looking at the full circuit of it. Just like the fish looking at the 360 degrees circle of the horizon. Do you check Snell's window?
I got what you're saying. The issue here is that in Snell's window, the fish, it's seeing from both sides of this circle, it's seeing everything that's in between, right? Now, if we were to apply this on like people in Antarctica seeing the 24-hour sun, right?
Mm-hmm.
Say we have like the AE projection or what have you. You have someone in Antarctica seeing this Snell's window. They're seeing the sun go 24 hours all in their sky.
From that position, that is not happening on other
positions. From their position, of course. But then from the opposite side of the flat Earth, someone that's on the opposite side, also in Antarctica, they see the same thing from their position, and yet neither of them see
Snell's windows in plural.
I hear you, but neither of them see what's in the middle. Neither of them see the North Celestial Pole, for instance, or any of the northern stars.
Because the people at the other positions are looking through other windows, not seeing that other window that the other guys are looking through.
I hear you, but it doesn't make sense that the sun is going near both of them from opposite ends, but it's skipping the middle. Their skies are skipping the middle part. How does that work?
That is there, as we know certain variables and certain things that we can demonstrate down here to see certain optical phenomena, there's most definitely other variables of the heavens above that are unknowns. So that's a good question, but we might never find all of the answers, because like you do know that if you have a Swiss watch, you can break it apart and know what makes it tick, right? But we cannot do that with the heavens above.
But Jamesy, my point is with a wraparound model, with like the Pac-Man Earth type model, then it easily is explained because all of the lands of Antarctica, all of the lands on the outside are warped together. You understand?
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
Can you substantiate your claim?
Yeah, with the observations that we have and the fact that Earth is measurably flat. It's not.
Wait, 1 second. With the Pac-Man model, you mean that me walking to one side of the Earth, I will keep walking that way and then appear of the other side, or this is only Pac-Man, or the sun is Pac-Man? The sun is Pac-Man. The sun is doing that.
You're walking. The wind. The lights, the lights in the sky, everything, the waters, all of it is like a it's all wraparound from the exterior. Exteriors are connected. It's all Pac-Man.
Can you for 1 second not be a complete fuck? We can't answer Mark. Like substantiate your claim. Like show the images that do this, dude.
It's a deductive argument made by the fact that there's no measured curvature. And we still have these observations of the celestial pole.
But you can still have to consider that you don't have to say that you and I can function as the heavenly bodies. You and I standing here on this medium, walking in circles or in straight lines or whatever with navigations we're gonna do, and going to different positions across the world. We can do all that, fine. But then the Pac-Man claim that you're saying that the sun is doing because he's being observed at multiple positions and doing all of these phenomena, you can argue that the sun is doing the Pac-Man magic, but you don't have to say that you can do that magic like the sun does.
I kind of
you see what I'm saying?
Multiple positions.
I think so. You're saying that it's not necessary that both are doing it. Either we're doing it, and like the lights in the sky are what they are. No,
the luminaries might be. I will say the luminaries are doing it, but not you.
No, I would say you have to be doing it as well, because the Earth it's measurably flat. And that being said, I mean, there's going to be one end of land on one side, like there's going to be one end on one side and the other end on the other side, and yet we have people, traversing, for instance, going from South America through Antarctica and popping out from like the south of Africa.
But
right?
But in the observations and the demonstrations of light, that you can reflect lights, to have Snell windows, you can have refraction, you can have reflections of the light, and light can be doing all these different things in combinations with whatever the creator made to make it look the way it looks to our eyes from our position. You cannot demonstrate you and I doing it. We can show the lights doing all those different things, but not you and I. See where I'm coming from?
No, I see where you're coming from, but I'm saying even you and I can do that. I'll give you an argument. So when they were in Antarctica, like recently, like Witsit and them.
Okay, they went from one position of the world, then they went to another in, let's say, an airplane. Then they got on a boat, and then another airplane, and they went to another position of the world, and they standing from that position, they're looking at the sky and observing the celestials doing something.
Yeah.
And then the only way you're gonna be able to argue this better is if you have, let's say, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 20, 50 groups of people going to multiple positions. Let's say all positions are across the Antarctica region, and all observing this thing, and maybe going to other positions like South America, South Africa, Australia, and doing all of this at the same time.
Yeah, that wasn't my point. My point is, and I'll start somewhere else. Let's say we're at the equator. We're in Ecuador, okay, and we're observing the sunrise and sunset. The sun, it's going to be even, like depending on, let's say it's the equinox, right? It's going to be on the equator. The sun, right, is going to be going straight through, right? Going to be above us the whole time. You with me?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So now let's say we're at the Tropic of Capricorn. The sun is going to be overhead, and let's say, yeah, so fine. So as we're approaching the Tropic of Capricorn, it's going to stop being straight from the equator. It was straight. It's going to start getting like having a the wave, the sine wave type rising and setting aspect to it, right? And as you keep on going down south, as you approach the South Pole, 0 degrees, or you could even do this going north as well, it's going to start to level out again. During like at the solstice, it's going to be absolutely straight throughout the night sky. They weren't at 0 degrees, or at 90 degrees, I should say, but they were like 80 degrees or something like that. And as such, they observed the sun going up and down in the sky. But if they kept on going south, they would see that this up and down thing would reduce, and it would level out, and the sun throughout the entire sky, if they are out south, would be just completely straight. You understand?
Yeah, I say refraction.
I don't think you could say refraction for that, because this is something that it's directly
God's
proportional.
refraction, God level refraction.
I mean, I don't know what to say that.
Yeah, that's what I was
But my
going to
point
say
is, it's
before.
directly
What rules
proportional
are
with the distance that you travel. It's directly proportional to the distance you travel.
Yeah, bro, but remember, it doesn't matter. Your ground position is one thing, but the observed phenomena can be happening from the source that is up in heaven, from God's throne, and God shining his flashlight or his laser down his feet towards us. And when that laser is passing through his construct, all of the mirrors, all of the layers, all of the mediums that he put in place, for then passing through all that, and then from the ground, looking up and seeing that phenomena happening. And God is playing with his laser with you. And you're saying, Pac-Man.
I don't know
like
how to respond to that.
you have to impose rules upon things in the sky. Like that's what you're doing. Like you don't know what rules they have to abide by. You don't know the mechanisms. You don't know all of it. But to be able to say, "Oh, it has to be this or it has to be that," like doing what it's doing, and we have no idea why and how.
I can formulate another half Pac-Man. The sun is Pac-Man, but you're not Pac-Man. You are the ball. You see in the Pac-Man game when the little balls are staying in the map and never go to other sides of the map. Those balls stay and appear in different positions of the map. But then Pac-Man, the sun, right, yellow, right, the sun can go to one side and appear on the other side, right? Or you can have two Pac-Mans, Mr. Pac-Man and Mrs. Pac-Man, moving and being at different positions or observe on the board. Sure, the sun is doing that, and luminaries are doing such effects, but you can't do it because you cannot demonstrate it. You doing it. You get this percentage. You do get it. And you will have to agree. If I agree with the Pac-Man of the heavenly bodies, sure, you can argue for that, but you cannot demonstrate you and I going through one wall and appearing 20,000 miles on the other side of the other wall.
Well, give me a second, man.
Pac-Man Earth, bro? Come on.
No, Pac-Man. He is saying Pac-Man Earth, but he's saying Pac-Man heavens above as well. I will say Pac-Man the heavens above, but not you and I on the ground.
Okay.
Because the Earth is Earth, but the heavens above are the heavens above, and you cannot say that. Oh, God did all of these constructs of the heavens above, and it works. We can observe this phenomena happening. Therefore, Pac-Man Earth, you know.
So it has to apply across the board, Gemsy, because whatever projection you use, whether it's the AE projection or whatever projection you use, there's going to be a hole in it from the fact that, like, for instance, if you have now they're doing the dipole projection and they have the straight line with the equator, and it's and it basically would make it, if it was a flat Earth, using that projection, they would make it so that you can't go trans-Pacific. You can't traverse the Pacific.
What is if God's tent has windows, and depending on your positions on the ground, you can only see certain things through certain windows, bro? Like you can only see the full phenomena at certain positions. You can observe the full refraction, God's refraction of the sun doing the full circle of the heavenly sky from this position or the other position, but on another position you cannot see that.
Bro, forget the observations of the sky right now, okay? Are you familiar with the dipole projection that they started doing after this Antarctic thing? You know what I'm talking about? The one
The
that
dipole, the Antarctica is an island. It's not a circle of ice like some people put in.
Exactly, yeah. And they have like the two.
Yeah, and it's like there's an equator. There is like but you gotta remember that there is multiple readings of magnetic fields on the floor. So that phenomena, is it? Can you send me that stuff so I can take a look? Because I remember seeing some of this stuff in the past. So I just want to just look at it again and just try to.
I forget what it's called. I think maybe it's like called the stereographic projection of Earth, or
might find some good things. I might find some flaws as well. So
my point is, with that one, like you have a hole wherein it's basically saying if it's like a flat Earth with that map, then you can't traverse the Pacific Ocean, and we know that they constantly have ships going through the Pacific Ocean, so it debunks that one already, unless there is the wraparound effect, this Pac-Man effect, going from one end of the equator to the other, one end of the straight line of the equator.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Bro,
You're limiting your imagination.
You could be in a corner, and the Pacific Ocean can be just an ocean within something else. You don't really know.
What's that?
You could be in a corner of a room and just navigating around the corner of the room and seeing lights coming from the other corner. You don't know where you are standing in the hall of the creation, bro.
No, I'm saying that you would literally go from one end to the other if you're going
It's from one end of the other to
Pacific
what?
Island, Pacific.
You're a microscopic little dude in the ocean. What are you talking about right now?
I'll get an
You're
image.
saying we went across the ocean. So you in a boat going across the ocean doesn't mean fuck all to me, brother. Tell you the truth. Nothing. If you think it does, that's weird.
Because you're gonna go from one port to another port, or maybe you're gonna do a big circle, and then you're gonna pass a bunch of ports and say, I did some big travel across the waters. But you don't know the extent of the whole thing. Even if you travel for, I don't know, 5 years, 10 years, do you actually know the whole extent of the place?
Percentage, can you write it out? It seems like you keep explaining.
I just got an image. I got an image that'll describe it.
Okay,
well.
that's even better.
I mean, the percentage, I'm not completely disagreeing with you. I think there is some Pac-Man effect with the sky, but the part of the ground is the one that we cannot actually demonstrate.
So take a look at image A, on left side. Because we have two celestial poles, because there's a celestial sphere, the projections that we have are they have at the bottom you have the AE projection, basically the azimuth equidistant projection, and on the side you have this dipole stereographic. They're both stereographic. This is the dipole projection where you have both poles in the same kind of in the frame, and then the AE one you have the north pole in the center, and then south pole is supposed to be the outer exterior, right? And I'm saying either way, with they're untenable. Both of them are untenable unless you have a Pac-Man Earth a conception wherein any projection is perfectly fine. It all matches the observable reality. For the AE projection you have on at south. This is why I was mentioning as you go south, towards when it's summer solstice in the south, you'll see that the sun, it starts to level out in terms of the 24-hour sun. It'll level out. It'll become a straight line when you're at 90 degrees south, right? And 90 degrees south in the AE projection is all around, which doesn't make sense, because how can you be at a single point and then but be all around the world? It doesn't make sense. Understand? So that would destroy that projection without the wraparound model, the Pac-Man effect. The second one, where you have two poles, you see the straight line in the middle. That's that would be basically going through the Pacific Ocean.
Can you pause? Because I don't see where you say you posted something. I don't see it.
Yeah, it's at the very bottom. What does C?
Oh, percentage. Okay, that image. Okay, my bad.
So in the second one,
bipolar model. I've heard somebody call this.
Listen, you can actually do an observation from a horizontal frame of reference, and you agree that there's temperature on the ground as that we can, at least that we can measure, and you can map the sky as, let's say, two circles, or you can map it as a celestial sphere, two dual pole of the sky. But the thing is that you're trying to bring that to the ground somehow, and I get what you're saying, but I still can see this phenomena being.
Well, I think that's C. C brings it back to the ground. Can you go over what C is?
C.
There's A, B, and C there.
Oh, yeah, I don't know what C is. I'm just like referring to basically A and B, but mostly A, because this is an image that I got from Geo in Earth Awakenings. But basically, it's like a good representation of the fact that they're trying to model the celestial sphere. They're trying to make projections on a flat surface, with no observable curvature. And the issue is,
C is makes a sphere, and then the top C, middle C. So if it's less than 0, you got a sphere. If it's equal to 0, you got a flat plane, and if it's greater than 0, you have like concave or hollow Earth.
I don't know if I would think that would be you'd have part of the. I'm not sure actually, like a circle.
See how
of the
the
circle.
Earth is inside another circle?
Yeah. But I don't know what that math is referring to be honest. I don't know. Is that like epsilon? I'm not sure. But my point is, if like in A, when you have the vertical stereograph, that one right there, if you apply it to like the Earth, in between those two poles you have the Pacific Ocean. That straight line where the equator is would be, the equator, a large part of it is the Pacific Ocean from the two ends. So, but we know that people go across the Pacific Ocean. They travel across the Pacific Ocean, and so those two ends would be connected.
You're not like the main problem here is that you don't really understand what was presented.
Facts.
What am I not understanding?
Third of the content you're leaving out there.
Yeah, because it's not relevant to what I'm presenting.
Well, yeah, because you're talking about bringing it down to the ground. That's panel C. Panel C is bringing the sky down to the ground. You're abruptly stopping at B, and then putting it into the water, and then hey, it must be Pac-Man.
I'm not even relying on B or C.
That's crazy.
I didn't edit the image to present. I'm only presenting the stereographic aspect of the Earth, and the first thing was a good image for that.
That would be.
Don't worry about the rest of it, because I was too lazy to edit it out.
Well, if you just would have left A and B there, it would have been confusing as fuck. You're like, okay, what are you even talking about? But when you show C, these are the 3 different conceptual ideas of bringing it to the ground.
No, that's not what I'm arguing at all. Forget B and C are there, man. All I'm saying is focus on the stereographic projections of a flat Earth, right? We know that there's 2 celestial poles. How does that work on a flat Earth?
Yeah, that's panel C, right there.
Very carefully.
How it's organized, how the system would be organized upon different axes.
That's not what I'm arguing at all.
That's what you're looking at right there. You need to go back to Geos and talk to. I'm guessing it was a concave earther who presented this, who came up with this.
No, man, I'm telling you, Geo
who
got
did
the
it?
image.
Who posted it?
We were talking, but listen, we are only ever referred to the first image. The second one is just I don't know what.
They probably got lost in the sauce, and they just gave you a charity.
That's not why. It's because the application of the actual image in its context wasn't like relevant to us. We only cared about the stereographic aspect of it.
No,
so
I'm sure the person who posted this had a full breakdown, comprehensive and groundbreaking for every 3 panel.
No, he did not, because he presented it to me, and it was Geo, bro, and I got the image straight from him.
Yeah, so go back to Geo and get the full kit and caboodle. Instead of
Bro,
coming here,
Geo presented it when I was talking to him, and he only mentioned the first image.
Dude, he
You're
probably
not,
gave
you're
up.
not tracking.
He probably got through part of the first image, realized you weren't tracking, went down some Pac-Man pipeline, and just said, "Fuck it," and just gave up.
That is really, literally,
isn't likely to
completely
suffer.
not what happened.
Geo isn't likely to suffer a fool. Like if he sees that someone isn't tracking it, he kind
Maybe
of
you should go ask him. Maybe you should ask him.
No, it
Chris.
says you-
ask him what he
you to go
presented.
ask
Ask him which, like, if he even bothered with talking about the B or C, if they were relevant at all.
This
Go
would
ahead and ask.
explain why
I
the.
haven't talked to Geo for years now.
So this
Gio,
would
I'm telling
explain
you,
why
that's
the
not what was presented. It was only the only
equator
one
is
that
straight.
mattered. Sorry.
This would explain why the equator is straight.
No, this would explain the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, basically the vertical stereograph. But then it opens the hole, which is even worse, which is that it doesn't explain how people can traverse the Pacific Ocean, because on both sides of that stereograph is the equator is the straight line, but on both ends is the Pacific Ocean. So if it's flat Earth, how can you go from one end to the other? It has to be Pac-Manning. That's the point. With a Pac-Man Earth, like this wraparound effect, it doesn't matter what projection it is.
Doesn't have
it's
to be
always going to be
Pac-Man.
explained.
No, it doesn't.
It has to be. I promise
you're
you. The only way you
retarded.
can have a defense.
Oh
my god, dude!
Is by Pac-Man.
You're just retarded, and you think that.
Okay,
that's
all
good
right,
for
have
you.
fun.
Fucking Pac-Man.
You'll never make sense. You'll never make sense of the observations on the Earth without having a wraparound effect.
Or that it's a sphere of some kind. That's the other way to do it.
No,
we have no measured curvature, so this is how it is.
Been ruled out.
That's what happened with Jaren. Jaren didn't recognize that there could be, or maybe he just disregarded it because he thought it was ridiculous.
Look, man, y'all go ahead and prove it first.
Not all you guys, but Percentage and Jaren. Something wrong with both you.
I don't like your Pac-Man. It sounds like Percentage.
No, Jaren
and Geo.
He discarded. He didn't.
Geo's got
he
10
didn't mess around with
sons and
the
4
Pac-Man
sons
things.
in
He
the
went straight to
corner.
the globe.
Fuck you guys talking about over there, man.
Yeah, well, I mean,
fucking
it kind of
sons
makes
you guys
sense.
got?
Pac-Man 1 is a bit funny. I suggest there's a magical point in the ocean where you sort of pop out of existence and pop back into existence thousands of miles away.
Get the fuck out of here.
What the
fuck? How many sons you guys got over at Geo's?
It's seamless. Eggshells. It's imperceptible.
I thought you were joking. I thought you were just.
This dude's crazy, man. That's why I've been arguing with
hard top,
Percentage
man.
for a
It's
long
the
time.
only
He's got
defense. It's the
problems.
only one that makes sense. You guys will.
No,
if
well,
you,
I mean, that's not exclusive to a Pac-Man. It's not exclusive.
It doesn't make any fucking sense, dude.
It is. The flat Earth, with the observation that we have in the world, is exclusive to Pac-Man.
No, it is not.
Fuck.
Bro, okay, what's another solution then? What's another solution?
There's no other.
What you guys think you know is garbage. You guys
Say
are
it again,
just fucking
Tito.
dumb and imagining shit. Stop talking over me. I'm trying to answer you, Eggshells, you fucking idiot.
I was asking
You
Tito,
motherfuckers are imagining retarded shit. Stop. That's the fucking problem.
So explain the multiverse.
Stop imagining shit.
Tito?
You fucking idiot.
Yeah.
The what?
His imagination percentages, because that's where we're going right now. Is imagination land, right? And he's limiting his imagination, right? So you could have multi-conjoining planes, right, that are identical. So you don't necessarily have to transition or be teleported from one place. Right? You just cross. You're just going into an identical area.
But it's a Pac-Man. You're just calling it multiverse, right?
It's not Pac-Man, because Pac-Man would involve you basically teleporting, right?
And what's different
only
in the multiverse?
Because there's only one limited area. There's only one.
Yo,
area.
where's this Stargate, man? I want to go through. Is it like a Stargate or some shit? It's like a portal, a fucking portal or some shit. What's up?
If you go to other multiverse, other multi people, like the same people in the other ones as well, or what?
Holy fuck, you're the one saying it, Percentage.
Everything is identical.
Everything's
so you can visit other people's realms. Yeah, it sounds very similar to Pac-Man.
Yeah, it is,
enough.
but it's not. It is. It sounds the same, right? But it's not. So it's not. It's not as if you're.
So how many multiverses are there?
From one end of a limited area, into another side of it.
How many multiverses are there?
What the fuck is a multiverse?
This is imagination
What?
land.
Yeah, Bong, what is he talking about?
Are you talking about Marvel? Are you talking about like on the movies?
We're trying to make sense of two 24-hour suns, and Percentage and T-Dub are going with something that is not vastly far from Pac-Man.
Boy, there's no need to make sense of anything because, like,
that's true. That is true.
I mean, you can try, but we don't have to. Nothing's been verified. I mean, like,
nothing's been verified. What hasn't been verified?
So first you had one sun for till 2025, and then
it's
yesterday.
A question. It's not okay. Doesn't satisfy the answer. What have we verified?
Suns.
What haven't
so you guys don't know how many suns you have now. I thought it was verified.
You're still doubtful of a 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
No, I'm asking you how many suns you got, and you won't answer the fucking question, idiot.
Can you answer a question? Are you doubtful of a 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
No, you're the dumb fuck that can't answer how many suns you have.
You are, aren't you?
Yeah, I
go on. Have some courage. You are the creator.
Yeah.
Eggshells, relax, bro. I don't even know why you're yapping right now.
I'll tell you why. It's not because I thought they faked it or something. It's because you've got competing individual stories. One person has said they didn't see it. Other people said they did see it. You got one guy who screamed, "Where are the guns?"
Who said they didn't see it?
The one that Nathan Oakley interviewed.
No, hang on. What was he on TFE?
If Admiral Byrd could see what people are doing today, they go to Antarctica, right, after that whole speech he gave, right, and they scream out into the middle of Antarctica, nowhere, "Where are the guns, Nathan?" Like, what the? Maybe rolling in his grave right now or something. I don't know. What the hell, man?
The guy wasn't on TFE. All they did, they got one small snapshot of one type of thing that clearly had an operational bias to frame flat earthers as completely unhinged lunatics. So I would say this one is like the black swan. We're going to toss it out.
Okay.
Just because you've got a lot of bendy cranes and bendy, there's angles here. There's angles and manipulations and all kinds of stuff going on there. So let's toss it out. Let's go back to observations that they did see from the original, their first location, the sun wet behind the mountains, and they're like, okay, sure, let's go to a different location. And then they went to a different location, and the behavior patterns got even more bizarre from there. That's where you get Vape It Gate. That's where you get Where Are the Guns?
Vape Gate.
Where he screams.
It's very interesting.
So the second location didn't have all the participants. They only brought like three. Was it the four people? You had McDuffie, Whitsitt, Jaren. So why this other location and whatever film crew people they brought with? So that second location where supposedly it showed the 24-hour sun, why? Because of a mountain?
What second location showed the 24-hour sun?
The location they had to go to that was on some track for the marathon. Their original location didn't have a 24-hour sun.
Oh, it wasn't inside the Arctic Circle, you mean?
The Arctic Circle, it just dropped below that mountain. That was.
Oh, I see. Fine. I mean, the sun's. But I mean, none of the things you say make me think. So it's to do with the booking of the event, moving it, screaming, "Where are the guns?" These are the things that.
Just like someone would say, "Hey, the black swan is out because there's a bendy crane." This has much.
What's the bendy crane here? What's the bendy crane?
All the weird shit from the very beginning. It's been goofy and weird and bizarre.
But what about that has to do with whether the sun was up for 24 hours?
It shows that it was more, at best, it's a social experiment. It really wasn't anything with a method or scientific endeavor. At worst, where there's smoke, there's fire. This is weird as shit. So let's put it on the back burner and let's look at all the observations. all the witnesses. And the story isn't consistent. Something's going on in the South that doesn't match what people have thought, going back hundreds of years. I mean, Zetetic astronomy had noted the midnight sun way before any globalists even considered it to be possible.
Yeah, I don't get what that's got anything.
Return
Two
back
suns in Dubai.
We could return to Zetetic astronomy and try to start over and see if you get the same results. Instead of burning books, read the motherfucker.
Sure, with you on that.
I mean, 8 years ago, right? Well, if you mentioned going to Antarctica, it was like, oh no, we're gonna ban you, dude. Like no one's ever doing that, right? And if you had the chance to do that, it was like, oh, watch out, they're gonna try. They might try to fool you. They might try to fool you going there, but you know what I mean. And finally, after all these years, oh shit, somebody's going. People are going, right? And instead of going to Antarctica or using this as an opportunity to check out everything else in Antarctica that flat earthers would want to see, like, I don't know, the ice wall, the 200-foot ice wall, or you know, these kinds of things, like, well, what's all the way down there? You know, is there a firmament or some kind of, where's the darkness, right? How far the proximity of the sun? You know, like instead of doing any of that, it's like, let's go check for 24-hour sun only. And just do that only.
I'm with you. Why did these people who claim to be such good testers not do any tests? I'm with you on that.
Such good testers.
I mean,
such good testers
if you're a
didn't do
flat
tests.
earther,
I mean, he did bring a magnifying glass. That was a good test. I approve that test.
it's just an opportunity of a lifetime. It was it's like going to the moon, right? Instead of like doing all this research you could do in science, and so everyone can understand what's going on, they go and focus on trying to make this one thing look real. 24-hour sun. It's nothing to do with the argument. I mean, with the curvature.
Yeah, that's the thing too.
But I mean,
the flat earthers off the internet for like the first day and a half. Look, all the globalists are like, here's your password, here's your password, here's your password, and flat earthers, fuck you, and fuck you. You're like, so what is going on here? Why is this control of information?
I don't follow that at all.
Oh, the Wi-Fi password. For the first day and a half, people are like, how come all the globalists are live streaming? They're posting videos or doing where's the flat earthers at? Where do they go? They're like, oh yeah, they're just they're not given the password yet.
How do you live stream from?
I mean,
why?
So much of this stuff comes down to sounds a lot like flat earther incompetence. Somebody's not cutting up their food and chewing it up for them.
No, they were literally flown on a different flight, and Witsa did not get the password until later. He was not given it.
Are you telling me there's
like if you're saying you can't get into the Wi-Fi, then that's a you problem, bro. Like there's not many places in the world where I need to be on Wi-Fi more. I won't be on Wi-Fi instantly. And if your job depends on getting on Wi-Fi, get on the fucking Wi-Fi.
As an IT radio,
you guys are excusing being inept.
I'm so interested. In how the hell you can get Wi-Fi or internet connection out there so they can live stream. I'm thinking, is there a fiber optic cable to Antarctica?
Satellite.
Is that cost effective? Right? No, you don't.
It's satellite. If you've got a question, that's the answer.
Okay, airplane.
Airplane. You're bored, bro.
Airplane. Okay, fine. Fair enough. Airplane, balloons, whatever. Right? Okay, what was the speed? That's why I'm interested. It's like, what the hell? How far are you guys? How isolated are you guys from society? Because I can't even get this kind of connection in American Samoa, right?
You can't
where there's actual fiber optic cables. There's fiber optic cables coming to the island. I can't even get a Wi-Fi signal. Like,
that's incompetence
again.
The
back of my house.
If something can be explained by flat earth incompetence, it's just a safe bet.
How isolated? I'm wondering how isolated do you have to be?
Give me any bit of flat earth evidence, and I'll explain how incompetence.
No one cares what you have to say, Brian. Go do something else.
Isn't that funny?
Well, you care.
I can't get Arizona Desert Starlink, but you can get it. You can get it to work in Antarctica.
Yeah.
but not the
Satellite is the answer to the question.
Patch me in.
Starlink.
Hey, while we're at it, patch me into the moon, will ya? Can somebody do that real quick? Yeah, this is get me the moon, right? Yeah, hi, boys. I just wanted you guys to know you guys are doing a great job up there. We're all looking forward to you coming back down to Earth, right? Am I right or what? Antarctica.
I don't know what you're talking about, man. It sounds like you're just making stuff up again.
Oh, live streaming from Antarctica.
Word association.
Live stream
connection.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, there's been live stream webcams going for like decades there. Like it's only a still frame. It's done with a webcam, but it's a still frame like every minute, and they stitch it together at the end of the day. But that's existed for ages.
I would expect that if that's where they're launching all the helium balloons and all the satellites from, I would expect that they would set something up for themselves.
So you don't think that they were live streaming from Antarctica?
I'm just wondering how a bunch of flat
It would be too complex. Why are you guys falling for this? Why are you guys falling for this? Why is the 24 hours on such an issue?
Yeah, we honestly don't care.
You don't know why it's an issue? Is that an honest question, Jim?
No, we just don't know.
Excuse me. You can just say refraction of the heavenly bodies, and that's it.
Sure, you can, but then you'll be asked to explain it.
Are you denying refraction?
You don't. You can keep carry up in this pretense that everybody knows that you don't really believe.
Yeah, you're going to be here tomorrow too.
Are you denying refraction?
Because that's not a good answer. It's a terrible answer.
Yeah, we don't need to. We're not here for your enjoyment.
Evidently, you are.
Not really.
Not really.
Explain why there's the horizon if it's
why you're here more than me.
How would you know that?
You're here when I'm on good.
Boy.
Like, if you can't explain why,
It's just getting out of hand. I'm gonna have to mute everybody then.
Yeah, you're gonna have to mute everybody because you're a bitch.
Okay.
Damn, who's that
guy? First. To go back to Percentage's point, I think is valid. It needs a solution. It is a problem in need of a solution. Good on him for working on it.
Thank you. Yeah, any true, intelligent flat earther will recognize the necessity of this wraparound effect. Simple as that.
True, Scott.
The Pac-Man effect? You mean the Pac-Man effect?
Do you consider the sky
you would recognize the absolute necessity of it. The mutual
percentage. Do you consider Snell's window refraction of the sky doing it through lenses above the sky?
No true Scotsman. That's quite.
Oh well, I just was curious where I could find this recording on YouTube.
Both the bots have a link to.
Just click on the link in the description. But dude, like,
James, I don't think Snell's window.
Hey, percentage, percentage, or what?
All right.
Or what?
What?
T-Dub, he was addressing me, bro, and you addressed him when he was addressing me, bro.
I'm just curious.
I wanted to get in before that, though.
Unless we're doing a thing right now, just wait. Go ahead, Grimsy.
I don't know what you're responding or what to, so you have to like.
Said it's a necessity.
Yeah, it's the only thing that matches our observations.
Or
otherwise,
what? If
otherwise,
you don't provide one, or what?
Of your work.
Bada bing, bada bing.
Or you're wrong. That's or what? Or you're wrong.
Or the Earth's not flat. What? Or the Earth's not flat.
You're willfully ignoring the reality.
Okay, so we don't need to bother trying to explain it. Like Gemsy said, we can just invent anything, and we don't have to give it. We don't have to justify it. We can just make up an excuse, right?
So as long as I can fly to the firmament with my JBL speaker
describe what we see, the observations.
I want to be mine again, baby.
Okay, silence.
Hey,
you did this last time.
I'm gonna address percentage. Are you saying that with this Pac-Man model that you're presenting or arguing for, that is missing all of the variables from positions across the world, all of the observations of multiple positions, all of the variables of how the heavens above work? You're saying that this little piece of idea supersedes all of the cosmologies of all of our ancestors all across the world, and everybody in the past. This is the one. Are you saying that?
I'm saying that this explains every observation that we have, every true observation, it explains it.
Every
And
observation, do you see in
every
the
single
data model?
observation, every reliable observation that someone has
Do
made
you
up, like, you know,
see
actual
do you
observations.
see God sitting on his throne from this Pac-Man model?
That's not an observation, bro. That's a belief. That's a faith-based belief. I'm talking about real-world empirical data.
So on this observation, on this Pac-Man model, do you see all of the variables of the heavenly bodies and what makes them tick?
Appeal to possibility.
I don't even know what you're asking, man. I'm talking about empirical observations that people come with. So any observation of the
percentage, the cause, the cause of the effects that we observe. Do you have the cause of the effects of the heavenly bodies?
No, the cause is not the observation. The observation would be the effect, and I'm saying it matches the effect, the observations. Can you listen to what I'm saying, please?
So you have observable phenomena, but you cannot determine the cause of the observable phenomena from the place you're standing on.
No one's talking about the cause right now. I don't know what the cause of the lights in the sky are.
But you're saying that the cause and the thing is the Pac-Man model, that this is what's actually happening when you don't
not what I said.
have
No.
the cause of the effect.
That's not what I said. I don't know where you got that from. I'm saying that this Pac-Man effect it explains the observations. It makes sense of all of the observations. There's no holes in the conception like there is with the AE map. Now that we know that there's a 24-hour sun, you know that you can't have people viewing the sun in the south past, you know, like in Antarctica when the sun is at the tropic.
Kind of like a globe. Globers say the same thing.
It's true.
Globers say the same thing.
Yeah, but globers think that the world is curving, and I'm saying there's no observable curvature. So we haven't measured curvature. That, you know, premise one, there's no measured curvature. Premise two, there's observations that aren't in line with the AE model. Any model that you have without the Pac-Man effect, it's not going to make sense. With the dipole model, it's not going to make sense. But with the Pac-Man model, it doesn't matter what projection. You can have any single projection you want, and it will make sense with the Pac-Man effect.
Do you have the heavenly model? Do you have the model of the sky? Do you have that?
What do you mean? Can you define your terms, please?
Okay, you're standing on the ground, so you have positions on the ground, right? You can map the ground and do these things up the ground. Do you actually have mechanism of the sky model, and do you know how that actually works?
Yes, it would be modeled out with depending on what projection you want to use, and it would have no deficiency with the Pac-Man effect. You understand?
So the clock of the sky and the cause of those effects, you said that you have all the pieces and all the gears in place that make the sky tick.
I don't believe I said that, but okay.
So you're missing a bunch of unknowns, so you cannot declare that you have the explanation for what's actually happening.
I don't have the explanation. The explanation is the cause, man. Like, I don't know why you're saying this stuff, Gemsy. There's a difference between an explanation and a description. Okay, I'm saying these empirical observations are you know, they're accounted for. There's no disagreement as to what we observe in reality and what's in the model.
There is. That's what I'm saying. You're not paying attention here.
What is it?
The final experiment appears to be a one-off event that is flooded to the brim with all kinds of weird, cringe shit that makes it a Bendy Crane type of photo, rather than.
Don't you think everything is weird and cringe?
Eggshells, bro. Stop yapping, dude. We're doing a thing right now. Just relax.
Okay, cool. You could do the same too, Creation. Just as
not really. I could just pop you on mute, bud. Just relax, dude.
No, I that's not what I said, Eggs. Not everything. When you got a guy who's coming out saying that either anyone who goes on this trip, either you come out a hard, staunch, rapid, foaming at the mouth, flat earther, McToon style, or Wolfpack style, or you're just fucking crazy, then yeah, that is already some kind of front-loaded bullshit that has to be looked at more with a greater scrutiny.
Facts, bro.
Sure, but are you saying, Crit, that all the ones that went and said that there was a 24-hour sun, that they're all in cahoots?
There's not all of them did see a 24-hour sun. Only 4 of them.
No, the ones that did say it. The ones that did see and say it, are they all in cahoots?
Only 4 of them saw it.
Who went on the trip and didn't see it?
Yeah, the only people who saw the 24-hour sun went to the second location where they take that tracked vehicle, drive like I don't know what I can't remember what it said, like an hour or something south to get around this mountain that looked like it was close by, but it was actually like some dozens of miles away. They had to get to the other side of that. So it was like.
And you hold it. The video is doctored.
Okay, what?
That all the videos that they like put out for the 24-hour sun is they're doctored, or
which video do you think you're talking about?
So like the not live stream, the 24-hour sun video that Will Duffy has, where it's like the 360 degrees one, that one.
Okay, yeah.
And the one McToon took.
All of them or one of them? I mean, which video are you even referencing?
I'm saying, like, I'm asking a general question. Any video that they have showing the 24-hour sun, are you saying, or is your stance that it would have been doctored?
Yeah, it was definitely doctored, and you know that because it wasn't a live stream like they said it was going to do. They were going to do. They took it back, they processed it, and they changed it because one of the things was that their doctoring took out details like their feet putting imprints into the snow. Are you trying to say it wasn't doctored and their feet actually didn't leave footprints?
Yeah, I'm convinced that there is a 24-hour sun.
Yeah, are you saying it wasn't doctored and their feet didn't leave footprints?
I'm convinced that they didn't doctor it. Yeah.
Okay, so their feet. You really think you can walk in snow and not leave footprints?
If it's packed down, yes.
It doesn't snow there, Crit. It's ice.
Yeah, they didn't leave any imprints in the snow when they walked around.
No, but it's like packed down ice. It's sometimes it's hard to leave a footprint if it's really dense.
But the heavy vehicles did left some tracks, and when you walk across those, you leave kind of like tracks on the broken ice. But there's ice that is so hard that you can walk on top of it. It's not gonna leave any marks.
Yeah,
so it's all packed down. But then McDuffie was able to do a some sort of weird squat and like eat snow off the ground, like he's like a pig in a trough.
Oh, there you go. That's a good one then.
Okay,
if he did that happened then.
This just seems too contradictory. One thing after another. The snow.
But a bunch of things can happen, bro. A bunch of things can happen. There could be ice in some area, no footprints. Then there could be other area that there could be footprints, and those things can happen. Both of them.
Yeah. So I'm saying what we're looking at here is a bendy crane event.
And also, if you're saying that some people saw the 24-hour sun and some didn't because some went behind the mountain. What if you put a camera on the tip of that mountain, and then you do see that camera on the tip of the mountain, all of the cameras, everybody recorded at the tip of the mountain, and they see everybody saw the 24-hour sun. Everybody went to the tip of the mountain. Everybody saw it from there.
How would you get some extremely out of shape weirdos like McToon and Wolfpack up a mountain? How would you?
Yeah. That's definitely an important variable. Yes, but still,
I mean, Jaren
is that the 24-hour sun can still happen I mean, I don't see any issues with observing the heavenly sun doing a full circle across the sky. I don't see any issues. And people recording it. There's no problem. So arguing like there might, I mean, you could still argue for it. Oh, it maybe didn't happen. Sure, you can say that. You could be skeptic, but I will say it did happen myself. It does happen. I don't see any issues. That's the
But you
thing.
don't see any issues? Like, we do know that many flat earthers have denied it.
Many who?
Eric Dubay, Dave Weiss, Nathan
Who cares?
Oakley.
My name is not who. My name is who cares if they denied it. My name wasn't who.
So that's what I was going to relate.
Look at this one. Dave
I was going to relate to that.
It. He compared it to the Apollo program. Like it's going to be this new age of flat Earth and globe Earth discussions. Like it was going to be an iconic moment of like peace and coming together. And he said, but instead, it turned out to be just like the first Apollo, like the Apollo program, the most ironic token of all of flat Earth versus globe Earth debates. Like when people said, hey, look at Nixon's going to land on the moon for world peace and everything's going to usher in a space age. Instead, Carl Sagan says, it was quite ironic that he carpet bombed Cambodia because he was mad at Vietnam after he went to the moon for peace. So then what Dave Weiss compared this to is like, it's quite interesting that this coming together in Antarctica was supposed to bring about a new age for internet discourse between flat Earth and globe Earth, and it just doubled. It intensified the toxicity. Like quite ironic.
Well, intensified the toxicity from where? Am I being more toxic? Is that what you're saying?
Like the globalists. Like McDuffie's takeaway is either A, you now join forces to exterminate, or B, you're just a crazy nutcase who needs to get kicked off the internet.
Well, I've never been much of a fan of him and haven't heard him say that, so I don't know where to go.
It's like if they thought they won, isn't there supposed to be some sort of like, fair play? Like, hey, good game. But they didn't even do that. They didn't even they weren't even back yet, and they were already dialing up the toxicity. Where are the guns? You're a liar. Turn off your internet. Your subscribers need to unfollow you and follow me.
So why? But if it was utterly meaningless, why did anybody go? Why has it been a discussion? That's the bit I don't
you have
get.
to ask. What changes? Nothing new under the sun. Nothing changes around here. You could have a globalist present their own experiment that's supposed to be the final experiment. That's supposed
Nobody will listen.
No one gives a shit. No fucks given.
Zero. I'm with you on that. Yep.
Why would a flat earther adopt a new cosmology or talking points or discussions when even the globalists can't convince themselves of their own bullshit?
Bullshit.
Yeah, one of the ones I talked on another server, and I'm like, they're like, so hey, what's your take on the final experiment? I'm like, well, sure, like flat Earth has 99 problems, but a mega church super pastor is not one of them. I said some little quips like that just to kind of get the ball rolling, and it turns out that their take is that the discussion is over for flat earthers. For them, it's not. Only the flat earthers now have to do something else with their life. But for them, they'll continue to talk about flat earth forever. Perpetually.
Well, no, I more take percentage, what it sounds like percentage is arguing for, which is my view is if now we have some disconfirming evidence, what that behooves us to do is to go back and rework on our predictions or our model or whatever you want to call it, and go, okay, the A, which is what most of what Eric Dubay talked about was in Rowbotham's thing, right? And Rowbotham and Dubay are then parroted by other people that I mentioned. So it's a sort of from the same lineage, has been denying the existence of the 24-hour sun. So I don't agree with that. Like, you should pack it up and go home. I didn't expect that. Like you said, it's a social experiment to see what happens when people face it. But what I do think it takes is to do something like Percent's doing and go, okay, how can we make this fit? And that's what Jaron said. He's like, I didn't think it changed the shape of the Earth. I just thought, okay, we'll have to figure out something else. And then when everybody started attacking me, it wasn't really about the change of the Earth, the shape of the Earth that made him change his mind. It wasn't about the curvature of water. It was the fact that flat earthers were all calling him a shill and denying the fact that he'd seen the sun.
It wasn't all flat earthers.
No, it's individual incompetence of realizing and acknowledging.
Jaron demonstrated what he thought about flat Earth at the very beginning and how he viewed himself. He's like, hey, cult leaders do not like to be questioned. So you got that. Then he says, hey, flat Earth is a cult. I was questioned. Fuck you and fuck your cult. Because only a few people questioned him. It wasn't even a vocal minority.
Well,
it was
I was watching his streams. I was watching his streams.
You can argue that Jaron is just a slow guy because in 2016 he was part of a group that debunked the AE map, and he took him to 2024, almost 2025, to drop it, even though he knew in 2016 that it didn't work. So maybe he's just slow.
If anything, a lot of the globalists have been praising Jaron as some kind of new type of flat earther, one who's willing to call out flat Earth X, Y, and Z. And I'm like, certainly. So let's hear what he's calling out about the globe side. And all of a sudden, then they hate him again. You're like, so all his videos and his documents.
Is this happening right now, Chris?
Yeah, in the room? Now, you hear globalists.
Who's doing it?
Rail Jaron as some kind of abject retard. But he doesn't seem to care about that because the issue is he doesn't care what globalists have to say. What they say is worthless. It's garbage. They don't care. He doesn't care. What it hurts is that people he thought he cared about saying things. So that's what's really being parsed out here.
Hello, everybody. I'm glad that we could all make it.
Is who do you care about and who don't you care about in their opinion and what they're saying. So this didn't change anything.
Namaste.
Breathe. McToon and Dave McKeegan are goofballs, like literal goofballs.
Bro,
like in one of the videos, I saw him talking about how McToon and Keegan were affected by the 24-hour sun, and they were acting goofy, like they were hallucinating, and they couldn't really fall asleep or find a way to get some rest. And he's kind of just laughing at them. It's like, dude, shut your eyes and try to settle your mind. But they couldn't. They couldn't do it because they didn't really have the toolkit to control their mind, body, and soul. That they're constantly affected by stimulus and triggerings that when they got there, the sun dominated their worldview. We're the flat earthers who practice some sort of, biofeedback and maintaining some sort of, steady, stable mind, body, and soul. It didn't really affect them. They're just like, yeah, the sun's up, okay? I can still sleep, I can still eat, I can still meditate. I'm not saying and doing bizarre, crazy shit.
Jaron's an honest man. His only issue is that he lacks the faith. He lacks the faith to hold on to the flat Earth and explain the data by the Pac-Man effect.
Yeah,
that's only.
Yeah, well, he said it himself. It was much more to do with his community, because I disagree. I think it was flat earthers in his chat. I was seeing them, people who supported him for years, furious at him, all trying to go giving timestamps of Masonic hand symbols and calling him trans and it's that he's like.
There was a lot of globalists doing that because what you didn't see was globalists.
Sure, but what I'm saying that might be the case. But what I'm suggesting is he's not going to care if the globalists are doing it because the globalists have always thought he's an idiot. But he's saying his own audience doing it, and he started challenging them and going, they're obviously not very good.
And none of those accounts no one had ever heard of. It was brand new people that no one even heard of. No one even paid attention to.
Well, that's not what he was saying. He was saying people he'd known for years. Was the way he was putting it.
But why did he continue holding to that model if he and a group debunked it in 2016 and he knew already?
Well, I don't think he ever said that. I think that you just made that up because you live in unreality.
No,
I don't think that's a true thing.
Maybe they didn't have such clear-cut evidence like the sun.
Do you say that I made it up?
In Antarctica.
Yeah, most of the things you've ever said to me, I think
more in your face data.
I just don't
and I disagree with you, Eggshells, that he the reason he went, to the Globe Earth is because the community. No, the main reason is that he could not explain the data that they got.
He didn't go.
Yeah, that's certainly a part of it.
Nobody in here. Creed, you never heard before that Jaren in 2016 was part of this group that were doing observations, and they came to the conclusion that the EMAP didn't work for the exact same reasons that were happening recently.
Yeah, it had to do with the north though. How there wasn't a 24-hour sun in the north. Or something.
So wait, who was denying a 24-hour sun in the north?
You saying that you say that I lied about that? And that's an actual.
No, I didn't say you lied about that. No, I didn't say you lied about that. What I said was very specific about the conclusion. Haven't changed it. Didn't say it didn't happen, but just that he already reached a conclusion that the AMAP
was debunked back then.
You're saying that's what Jaren said, and I just don't believe that until I see evidence, because I've played these games with you in the past, and just
that the group that
typically anytime I'm talking to you specifically, Gemsy, you don't have sources that back up the things you say.
The group that made the observations in 2016 came to the conclusion that the AMAP didn't work, and he was part of that group.
Well, if he said it, then sure, show that to me and you'll have proven me wrong. If he didn't say it, then you're making it up.
He was part of that group.
Which is it? I'm part of many groups and I don't agree with some of the things they say. That doesn't mean anything.
Say you're making it up. It's possible that he's mistaken.
It's possible he's mistaken. It's just that that's true. But I just have a very low trust.
You call me a liar, and he was doing those observations.
I'll call it. I think you lie a lot.
Okay, you're banned then. Doing it. I lie a lot. I ban a lot too. Okay, I ban a lot as well. Is that what it is? I lie a lot and ban a lot. Should I do both?
I mean, you should stop doing either. Really?
Is there bad blood between you guys because he banned you, Eggshells? Is that what?
I don't know if Gemsy's banned me. He could have. I've been banned plenty of times.
that because he just called me a liar because I said that Jaren was part of that group that debunked the imam.
No, that's not what I said. Why I said it? That's not why I said it at all. I said it because.
So you said it because something else.
He's got a very bad track record with me. That's why.
You said it. So why did you say that I lied about that when it actually happened?
You've got a very bad track record with me.
You have a really bad record with everybody. And you're still here talking and didn't get muted. And you still have a bad record.
Fine. Then doubt the things I say. If you catch me lying a lot, then doubt what I say. I catch you lying a lot, so I doubt what you say.
You're a liar because you say that you live in a spinning water, but you lie about water.
It's a public venue, right? It's a public platform. So when you guys say you both have bad track records of lying, these are accusations. These are, you have to back it up.
Yeah, he lies about water. He doesn't believe in water.
Play back the clip the other day before he banned me, and I just spent half an hour pointing out that he kept deliberately misunderstanding statements and saying things that were untrue. He spent half an hour doing it while I was calling it out.
Misunderstanding.
I mean, we can go back to it. You've obviously got a source for this, for Jaren saying
you deliberately misunderstand and flip everything people tell to you.
I don't think I do.
You deliberately misunderstood what I just said and lied about it.
Did that happen? Is that true? This is the test now, percentage. This is the test. Did that actually just happen? Did that happen? Did I just mischaracterize what you said? Or did you just lie now?
When I
said you were going to lie. I didn't actually say you were going to lie, but I last time
who said was lying?
I didn't mischaracterize anything you said.
I was lying. You said I was lying. Who said it? Who brought it up?
You did, Eggshells. You did say it, or you just made it up, meaning, or you just lied, and then I chastised you for that, and then you ran it back. You said, it's right. He could be mistaken.
It could be mistaken. Yeah, I can't tell with Gemsy which he's doing, but I would be really surprised if Jaren in 2016 said the AEMAP doesn't work, and then we're still testing it in 2024.
And that he, like I said, that he was a part of a group that debunked it?
If he's part of a group and some people in the group came to that conclusion, but that doesn't include him, that doesn't touch on what I'm saying, does it?
He doesn't fill the criteria and being part of the whole test.
You said he already debunked it. That implies that in his mind it was debunked, not in a group he belongs to, in his mind. Do you have evidence for that? Or me mischaracterizing what you said just a moment ago. You said it. You said I was making up something maliciously about what you said a moment ago. Did that happen? Did either of these things happen?
It didn't happen because Eggshells was questioning. It didn't happen.
right? So neither of them happened. That's what I thought. Or there'd be some evidence.
It didn't happen then. That happened in 2016 didn't happen because you say so.
Well, I'm doubtful of it.
Yeah, there was a fair rebuttal to say like it might be just the opinion of some of the group, but not like the entire group, and not him specifically. Do you have any evidence that he specifically thought it was debunked?
When I said that people spoke about this in 2016 and they were doing the observations and they were talking about the AE map and how it didn't work because of the observations, that was the conclusion, and that's what I saw. And that's what people spoke. That's what spoke about in many. This conversation didn't start last month about the 24-hour sun. This conversation had many chats. People had this conversation in many ways, and now you're saying no, it didn't happen. No, it didn't happen. When this conversation have been happening for a long time, not just a few months ago.
Who said what conversation didn't happen? I think you're just making that up. I don't think that happened.
The conversations about the 24-hour sun, about the A map not working. Okay. He didn't start it a few months ago.
Well, nobody said it did. That doesn't touch on the topic. The question is, did Jaren personally disavow the AE map before he went there? And I don't think he did.
In 2016, they did test. They did observation. They came to the conclusion it didn't work, the AE map.
So when you say they, as in the group, was Jaren like how?
A bunch of people were in the chats talking about, okay, let's do the observation of the sun from this location: South Africa, Australia, America, and they were calling in a live video. So, do you see the sun? What is the degree? Okay, it's this and that, and they were saying
like the Dr. Z thing back in the day.
What was that?
Is it like the Dr. Zach thing that they did back in the day?
It was something like that. They were doing it live, calling each other and comparing the locations of the sun and calling each other during the day, during the night, and
the whole series is on Nathan Oakley's channel. I can't remember what they called it, but it was some sort of thing that they did all around the world. There's a series, so you can go into the playlist under Nathan Oakley's YouTube, and it'll be there.
Call it doing it.
It's a cool idea. And it means there is a recording of Jaren already disavowing the AE map.
Yeah, and technically, Gemzy, the burden of proof is upon you.
Sure. He said he'd already debunked it. Obviously, that implies to him it's debunked.
They debunked it back then. That was the only thing I said. They debunked it back then. Why they're still arguing it? If they debunked back then.
Yeah, and I don't think they did. I think that you haven't presented any evidence.
They didn't debunk. They actually said it was debunked.
Well,
again,
show that.
I did change his mind. And I said, why? I asked the question, why did he held to it? Why did he held to something that was debunked back then? So that was his decision. So that was part of my argument. I was lying. I was asking why did he held to it?
A better question would be, if he debunked it in 2016, then why is he holding to it? Why is he feeling to?
That's what I asked.
Sure.
No,
didn't I ask it percentage?
He made the positive claim. You didn't say if he debunked it. That's what I'm saying. He's contesting your positive claim, your presupposition that he did debunk it, and that's why the burden of proof is upon you to.
So if they debunked it back then, why is he still holding to it to this day?
Don't know. If that's true, it's a good question.
But he's not holding it anymore. Yeah. Maybe the final thing was the 24-hour sun, but they saw the 24-hour sun from the North Pole, so what makes it better? The 24-hour sun from the south.
Makes sense to say it in one spot, not in two spots.
My answer to that speculative question, if they did debunk it in 2016 or whatever, why is he doing it right now? I would say maybe they didn't, maybe it wasn't clear. Maybe it wasn't they didn't have certainty, and it was kind of not as clear evidence, or the debunk was kind of maybe there's margin of error. I don't know what the tests were or what have you, but
yeah,
it just
you could call it inconclusive. Like his Lake laser test that he did in Behind the Curve, he called it inconclusive, right? Which is an understandable inconclusive, where his reason ended up being the light at the lower level may have shone through reeds. We never checked it, which is a fair point. Well, except it rests on incompetence. We never checked it to make sure it could shine through. If it was straight, there could have been reeds in the way at that height, so we don't know. So they're calling it inconclusive. And so, but that's what you're saying, percentage, right? You can find some way to rescue it or solve it, or you might not find it as compelling as you first did. And that's,
Exactly.
that's why you want to hear Jaren say, oh, this obviously disproves the AE map. Or did he go, oh, I'm going to have to do some work, and then did some work and made it fit?
So he was still waiting for do something else to then throw it out. So that's why he held.
I've got no idea.
He wanted to see the other what he saw recently, and then dropped it. That's probably it. That's the answer to my question. Why did he held it? Because he wanted to see the 24-hour sun at the south. That's the answer, most likely.
Sure. It could be also percentages answer, right? That's such a much more in-your-face experiential thing. To feel the sun on your face at midnight is something that is a more remarkable experience than compiling lots of data and checking angles to things and wondering how accurate everybody else was.
Yeah, it's definitely more of an experience than going outside and just like measuring the angle of a shadow or what have you.
To be confident you've seen that in the north and then see the sun do the same thing going the opposite way in the south. Yeah.
The first one sounds more meta, right? You're relying on other people and stuff like that. It's not as empirical as you doing it yourself in totality.
Yeah, and definitely. We just adding the last piece of it, going yourself and doing the last pull of the straw. And obviously he was holding a map that it was what people call it a glow projection that has many other different projections that don't even look at the first one. You've seen many many of those maps that look different, all of them, right? Many versions of them of the AE maps. That's not the only one that he was holding.
Yeah. Who's holding it though? What are you?
The map that he was arguing for, the asymmetrical equidistant, it has many versions. So he was holding to one, and then when there was many others. So it's kind of silly. I'm just saying that holding to that belief of that map only for a long time, when there was other maps available, why not hold to the others as well, or many of the others?
Oh well, I think there's good sense that puts either the north or the south, in the center. If the north or the south isn't in the center, or like on the one percentage is presenting the center of something, then there's two centers of something. Then you could center it around Sydney, but everybody would be like, but the sun, the seasons, the time, the clocks, nothing makes sense centering it on Sydney, where there's a lot that makes sense centering it on either the North or the South Pole. So it really, I think, only gives you two maps. Or like percentage is saying you end up with some Mercator thing where it's got Pac-Man going every direction.
Yeah, but he's saying that you go in every direction with the Pac-Man when you're actually the guy observing the Pac-Man game. You remember in Pac-Man, you in reality are observing the Pac-Man game and seeing that little yellow circle, the sun, doing what it does, going across the horizontal lines and appearing at the other side, right? So the sun is doing that, and sure, the sun can do that, but you can. I don't think you can argue that you are doing that as well yourself.
No, you're taking it too meta, man. You are like the Earth is the game, and you are the Pac-Man, and the water is Pac-Man, and the sun is Pac-Man. Everything's Pac-Man.
No, but Pac-Man is like on a TV. Pac-Man is on a TV screen, and if you're gonna argue Pac-Man is happening with the sun, because you're arguing that the sun is a TV screen as well. And okay, let's say the sun is a TV screen, and we're observing Pac-Man happening live, right? Maybe God is playing Pac-Man. Maybe he is the one playing.
Maybe.
You can make many arguments instead of saying that you are Pac-Man or you can do what Pac-Man does.
I don't think that's an argument. You're just saying that there's a person like that's playing the game or that engineered the game or whatever, and maybe that's God, sure, but still.
No, but you're looking at the screen that God is looking at, or the engineer of the screen,
you're
right?
Not,
he can play Pac-Man
you're
as well.
in the game.
You're watching God playing Pac-Man, like you're watching your brother playing Pac-Man or your dad playing Pac-Man.
No, you're in the game.
You're looking at the
or an
screen,
omnidirectional treadmill, like the world is moving, and as you walk across it, it scrolls up towards you over a treadmill, but treadmill going in every direction.
No, because
or it's just fucking unknowable, and you should just give up trying to fucking explain it.
or it's a ball orbiting balls.
Exactly.
Because the thing is, like I'm saying, when you observe the Pac-Man on the video game, you can say, yes, the leader circle went there and appear at the other side. And then you arguing that for the sun. Oh, the sun is doing something similar to Pac-Man. It's over here and then it's over there, right? Okay, sure. But that doesn't mean that you observing the guy playing or looking at the game in the TV can actually do what the sun does. On the ground, you on the ground can actually do that yourself.
You can.
So you can say Pac-Man of the sky, but not Pac-Man of you doing it on the ground.
Same with you on the ground. If you're going south from South America and you go through Antarctica, and you go to the south of Antarctica, the South Pole or whatever, you're going to be Pac-Manning all around if you're using an AE projection. All around this,
no, don't use that. Throw that away to the trash. Everybody's throwing it to the trash. Why are you trying to use that?
Fine, but it doesn't matter. Any projection is the same with the Pac-Man effect. They all work. You understand? If we're gonna judge projections without the Pac-Man effect, then the AE one is still better than the one with the 2-pole ones, because that one, again, it splits the Pacific Ocean.
Not necessarily.
On either side of the flat Earth, meaning you can't possibly traverse the Pacific Ocean. But we know that they do that all the time. We know east-west circumnavigation. No one has denied it. And no, Amish underground does not require Einstein when it's no bending of time-space absurdity.
Just a kind of repeating.
You can say, I will say, with the Pac-Man thing, you can see the sun doing the Pac-Man moves, but it's still in question that you can actually do those moves yourself down here on the ground.
What, go around the equator?
So. No, like you can walk to one spot across the world, and then you're gonna teleport to the other side and be at the middle of the world or thousands of miles. Like that's what Pac-Man is. That's what the argument is doing. The sun is doing, being dispositions. But that's the sun. That's the Pac-Man. Not you, the observer, doing Pac-Man stuff. You're not Pac-Man.
How do you know? How would you test it? Is this a testable theory?
But that's the thing, that we can see the light, the sun doing that stuff. So we can say, hey, looks like Pac-Man. We make the Pac-Man game something similar to what's happening. But can you do what the video game guy is doing? Can you do it?
Maybe. Sometimes.
Oh, maybe sometimes. Yeah, you can go through a wall and appear another wall in another country.
Maybe. I don't know. That's the question. You can
do it in the video game.
Percentages idea.
You can do it in the video game, right? You can do it in the light projection or whatever. But can you actually do that? There's no demonstration for that. You say maybe.
You think there is demonstration of the sun doing that? Because wouldn't you say the sun's got to be physical?
The sun could be all of those things. It could be light. It could be in a physical surface.
What do you mean? It could be light.
Physical medium. okay, the sun is light, and it could be going through multiple physical mediums and multiple physical surfaces and layers. That's physical. And you could be observing the sun at a physical positions up there in the sky. Like when you're looking at reflections of the sun on. Have you ever been in a highway and there's many cars and you see reflections of the sun on every roof of every car? And you can see on the windows of the cars, the sun there, the sun here and here, like a bunch of suns on top of all the cars. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or many windows. You can see many windows of buildings, and you can see the sun on multiple windows of
What's going on, man? But I can see myself in many mirrors. I still exist and am physical. That doesn't answer the question. That's just like a long bit of not very good poetry to avoid the answer. Is it physical, yes or no? Maybe not. Is an acceptable answer? But you can't just go, it gets reflected.
You're the one asking that question. You're the one asking that question. Yeah, the sun is something that we observe in the physical world, and up there, it's physical. Up there, there's a medium here. You're standing above the ground, which is physical. You're physical. You're in a physical.
I'm not asking about those things. I'm asking about the sun.
You're looking up to the mediums above, which are physical, and the sun is happening in a physical place up there.
It's happening in a physical place. It sounds like, no, it's not physical. It is an effect, right? I wouldn't say a field. I wouldn't say a magnetic field is physical.
The sun definitely has a source that is the sun is an effect, like you said. It's not the source. The source of the sun will be that mechanism that we're missing to be able to give all of the answers of how it actually works.
Yeah, well, I think this is the only way the flat Earth can live on, and not really having any answers.
Flat Earth? That's the sky. That's not the ground below your feet.
Yeah, like that.
The sun is not
altogether making any sense whatsoever.
The sun is not the ground below your feet, dude, or the waters across. It might be the waters above, but that's not where you're standing.
There's a very nice man.
There is.
What was your evidence for Pac-Man's son, dude? What was your evidence for Pac-Man's son?
Yeah, what is it, percentage? It's the only way to make it work, I think, is what he said. I think it was more a sort of process of elimination.
It's deductive, yeah. It's a deductive argument. The evidence is that number one, Earth is, there's no measured curvature, so it's flat. And number two, all these observations that we have, they are explained by this model. It's any model applies to any projection, but this effect of having a Pac-Man, like this Pac-Man, those two leave you the only
refraction, bro.
Of Pac-Man.
Snell's window.
Snell's window doesn't.
Let's have an observation of Pac-Man's son.
Real quick, if you don't mind, Jemsy. This is what I was going to say earlier when you mentioned Snell's window. Is that with Snell's window, it does not it ignores the observations of the sky towards the north. You understand?
No.
Always the problem.
It like basically if everyone around this around Antarctica, towards the south, is seeing the sun as it goes to the opposite side of the world, right? In between in the center of the circuit of the sun in your Snell's window or whatever, you should see the northern lights as well. There's no sense that you can see the sun from across the entire flat world, but you don't see what's closer. That doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense, obviously, because you cannot use your senses to be able to determine what's happening on the heavenly bodies above. It doesn't make sense because you cannot use your senses to establish the mechanisms in place. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. Of course, it doesn't make sense. That's obvious.
Okay. What are we arguing again then?
Arguing? I'm agreeing with you that the Pac-Man sun, sure, you're gonna see it at multiple locations going from multiple positions. That's not a big deal.
Where do we see that?
Well, he's saying that when the guys are seeing the sun in the Antarctica doing the full circle, then at the other side, people are still seeing the sun, but going across the sky, not doing. I mean, you're seeing the sun at multiple positions. They're saying
we don't see it. We don't see the Pac-Man effect. If we obviously saw it, then it wouldn't be this like thing that that you guys are ridiculing or something like that. It would be something that's tested and
ridiculing. Bro, I've been talking to you. Ridiculing? Do you hear me ridiculing you?
No, not you. But like people, generally speaking, ridicule. This is why Jaren became a globe earther, because he thought that this Pac-Man. I don't even know if he even thought about it, right?
I saw a bit on his stream where people were promoting it, but he was saying it was too wild for him.
So there you go. So I appreciate that. I haven't watched that. But yeah, so that's why it's the only thing that's cohesive with a flat world and the data we see. If anyone who's considers themselves a true intelligent flat earther that has that isn't going to jump ship, then you have to subscribe to this. There's no other option.
Bullshit, dude. Bullshit, man.
Who do you think you're talking to, man? You think you're talking to a bunch of fucking Globers or some shit? A bunch of fucking New Agers or some shit? Like, what the fuck, man?
No, I realize that you're
telling me. Are you telling me if it wasn't for that game, if that game had never come out, like, what the fuck would they do, right? What would they call it?
Yo, I realize that I'm talking to old dogs, and I also realize you can't teach old dogs new tricks, so I'm not surprised that you guys aren't picking it up.
No, percentage. There could be another possibility. The mediums that are between you and I, the observers, and the mediums above from the observed phenomena of the sun, and the source of the sun, whatever is between the phenomena that we observe and the source of it from God, the Creator, from that point that He sources the sun, and the mechanisms in place, it could be causing all of these effects, percentage, including a bunch of variables that we don't know of.
Unknown. Exactly what I said. That the other option is that all this is unknown, and you can't impose upon it what it should or shouldn't be.
No, it has to be Pac-Manning.
Pac-Manning will be reflections, because that's what's happening on the screen. It's like one light going to another. It's reflecting from one pixel of the screen to another pixel of the screen. It's light going from one position to another.
There'd be no reflections. There'd be no multiple suns. It would be imperceivable. You don't know where it's Pac-Manning because you don't know which projection is actually like the perfect kind of like the truest map, and it doesn't really matter. Because
so it's not Pac-Manning
everywhere and anywhere.
So it's not Pac-Man.
No, it is. There has to be Pac-Manning to explain the data that we have.
You're claiming God knowledge.
No, I'm not. I'm claiming just regular deductive inference.
But can I also challenge
what
back?
You think you understand that it must conform to, and it doesn't necessarily have to conform to your feeble little mortal fucking mind.
So percentage,
maybe you'll get there. If you're worth your weight, maybe you'll get there.
So percentage, if the source of the sun is at the top of the construct and it's coming up from heaven down through the mediums below it, and it's showing this effect at multiple positions, like you're saying. Pac-Man moving from one side to the other one.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying
it's going from one position to the other. It's going from one side to the other side.
Yeah, but there's only one sun. You understand? There's not
it's going from one side to the other side.
Multiple reflections. It's not even doing.
So yeah. With the source is coming from above the construct, and it's shining through whatever layers, and when it's shining through on a certain side, you're seeing it from the ground. You're seeing it at a certain position, and then when it moves, from your perspective, you're gonna see it. I mean, from the medium that we're in across the other side of the world, it's gonna be seen over there on that side.
No, that's not my paradigm at all. That's actually wrong. That's like the coffee cup caustic type of effect with like the the convex mirror and the light, the sun being a light source above
multiple mirrors. No one convex. It could be one flat, one convex, one lateral, one horizontal. All of them put together. All of the mirrors.
I hear you, but it doesn't matter because it's wrong. Because if that's the case,
I want to go in Mars.
You would have a reflected sun and the real sun, right? Or a reflected sun and then the refracted sun that's available to
in the medium that we're in. You see refractions in the medium. We see like in the clouds we see a sun, and then behind it we see the actual one.
Yes.
Yeah, but I'm saying you on one side of the Earth, like let's say we're taking like the AE map. You're on one side of Antarctica, and on one side of the Earth, which is Antarctica, and then on the other side of the Earth, which is also Antarctica.
Why would you think that's what the AE map is?
The AE map is Antarctica all around.
That's a reification. It's not how you're supposed to look at maps.
It's a map, bro.
Yeah, it's a map. It's not for you to think that's what the land looks like.
No, with the AE projection of the world, you have Antarctica all around. Unless
it's not a projection of the world. It's just a map. It's not a projection. It's not a projection like this is what the world looks like. Here's how it's projected. Are you retarded?
No one's saying that this is how the world looks. We're saying if we're projecting it like that, then Antarctica.
Then that's how the world looks. No, that's not how. That's a reification fallacy. That's not actually how it works.
Do you know what projection is?
Not what you think it is in this case. A map projection isn't what you're thinking it is in this case. What are you talking about? Because the word projection is in it, you think that's what it means?
No,
I'm
saying, what are you talking about?
Bro.
I'm asking you what projection is, and you're saying
the map is not the terrain. Period.
Exactly. That's why a projection doesn't necessarily mean that's how the Earth is.
No, a projection is not necessarily. A projection isn't that at all. Not the map projection. What are you talking about?
What are you saying, man?
Like this is the shit. Like we're in 2025 and people, I don't know, bro. Whatever. Continue, Jimsy. I don't give a shit. It's too early for me.
Yo, you want just divine projection?
Percentage isn't there like an AE map that shows Antarctica as not a circle around? It shows like an actual continent. There's many AE maps.
It shows an ice shelf continent?
No. There is that one that you're talking about. The one that's some people dropped out recently, right? And then there's other AE maps that don't look like that one that you're talking about.
The only other one would be if they centered the center on the South Pole on Antarctica, and they had the northern continents and lands or whatever on the outside. That's the only other possible AE projection.
That's the only possible. Okay.
It is, to push back, because I've been supporting percentage a lot, it does sound like an argument from ignorance, saying, I can't figure out another way it works.
No, I don't think so. I don't think it's an argument for ignorance. I'm saying that it's deductive. So we have the observations that we have, and these check out. And so, this is the thing that works. If there's a different thing that works, show it to me, but I don't think there is. This is the only one.
Pac-Man Earth works.
Pac-Man Heavens Above. The heavens above are not Earth.
The Pac-Man Heavens we're getting some buy-in for. Any other takers for Pac-Man Heavens?
Yeah, because that's what he's saying, but he's saying, okay, since Pac-Man Heavens Above, the sun above, and the layers and the mechanisms above, therefore Pac-Man Earth, but that doesn't make sense. Because
that's not what I'm saying, James.
The Earth is not heaven.
Coming with, but that's not what I'm saying. You've misunderstood me from the get. I'm saying it applies to everything. Every observation, every thing that you experience, it applies to it. Where you move, you're traveling, everything is affected by it. Understand?
No,
It's not just the heavens. It's not looking through through mirrors or convex or whatever thing. It's not a light source above whatever. I'm not making any claims to that sort of effect. I'm only saying that every observation that we have on Earth is explained by this and this is not it's not perceivable. This effect that's imperceivable of a toroidal space of a wraparound of the pack.
Of the what? Of the what?
That sounded like an argument from ignorance wrapped up with a pragmatic fallacy.
How's an argument from ignorance? Either you or Eggshells, both you guys said that. Go ahead.
Yeah, because when you're saying that it's the only way that you can see that this would happen, so it has to be it.
Yeah, that's why I was saying it.
From incredulity as well.
Well, incredulity is like, it seems crazy to me that this would go like this, where ignorance is more like
credulity.
Argument
from credulity.
Are we talking about Pac-Man Earth? Because I'm still like wondering. Yeah, you guys don't find the whole Pac-Man thing crazy? Like disappear from this side and reappear from this side? That's not crazy. It's the fact that he's using fallacies is crazy.
Well, it's
Am I
it's
crazy?
as crazy as people folding a piece of paper, joining 2 points on a piece of paper together and saying, this could theoretically lead us into, wormholes, and we could travel across vast distances through space, light years.
Okay, I will say this. I'm more worried, or not worried, but more alarmed by the use of so many fallacies to support the idea. That's what I pay attention to. So when I'm hearing someone and they're like, this has to be something, they're trying to make a claim, and all I hear them supporting their claim with are logical fallacies, there's a problem.
It's not a reification. I'll challenge you to
reification.
Logical fallacy. But you guys said it was
like
an argument from ignorance. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Like reification, argument from ignorance. What was that other one, Flapsy? Wrapped in
pragmatic fallacy.
An argument for ignorance is saying. Hold up. An argument for. Let's do it one by one. Okay, you guys are saying they're fallacies. Let's go. Argument for ignorance is saying something is true because it can't be proven false. Right? Did I say that? Did I say it's true because you can't prove it false? No, I said it's true because it matches all the observations that we have. It makes sense of all the observations we know that the Earth isn't measured. There's no measured curvature.
Wasn't something core to your argument that we can't make this fit unless I thought the way you put it one of the times, which is what made me say it sounds like an argument for ignorance, was there's no other way to make it fit. And that bit is where it's an argument from ignorance.
And if you can't explain it any other way,
it's like saying the Jews came from Egypt because I can't find anywhere else they came from.
No, we have two criteria to satisfy, right? One is that Earth that has no measured curvature, that's flat. We have to maintain that premise. The other one is that we have these empirical observations, right? The only way to satisfy both of them is with this effect.
The hell is an empirical observation?
Ignorance.
What's the difference between an empirical observation and observation? Why you guys like to just throw words?
You could say it's being redundant, but someone could have like an epiphany and call it an observation. So
you sounded like
implies you tested it a bit, right?
Percentage. You sounded like Witsit there for a minute, where you had to add so many other words where they're not necessary.
Yeah, you said this is it's a necessity to be able to explain the observations, or you're wrong. That was your words.
Like,
wrong about what?
Yep. Wrong about you thinking that it doesn't have Pac-Man Earth. That it has to be this to satisfy the observations that we have.
No, I never said it can't be or isn't.
It has to be this in order to satisfy. What?
That's not an argument from ignorance. Try again.
No, that wasn't an argument from ignorance.
No, I'm asking him what that is, because again, that is a fallacy, though. I'm not asking him what the fallacy is. I'm asking him to say the whole sentence because he was interrupted.
Crit earlier said, I have a no true Scotsman fallacy because I said that no true intelligent flat earther will deny that this Pac-Man effect, and he said that's a no true Scotsman fallacy. But I can
what is a Pac-Man fallacy? I mean the Pac-Man. What the Pac-Man phenomenon? Whatever you just said. What is it though? What are you talking
It's not
about?
a phenomenon because we can't sense it.
So what is it?
It is the notion that that the exterior of whatever projection you're using connects. The opposite ends connect.
Yeah, man, this is just a really glorified reification. Jesus Christ.
It's reason.
Plus percentage. I never said that it can't be right. I never said that it is wrong. Right? I just said that you saying that it can be the only thing is wrong.
It's not. It's literally the only thing that explains the phenomenon that we have.
Yeah, be weird.
It's like
The only thing that explains something that we can't test, prove, or disprove, or whatever. See, these kind of claims are very dangerous, and you should be careful not to make them.
See, this comes from, man, like people have not been okay with not reifying the Earth since forever. Like every time we discover as flat earthers, like, okay, we can't do this. It's like another resurgence makes an effort to do that. Like we now we have the people that just will not let circle and bigger circle Earth go. Can't let it go. They have to think of the Earth as, okay, on that side of the equator, I'm just on the outside of a big ass circle. That's so dumb, man. Like, the fuck.
Yeah, mind you, that's not what this is.
The Earth is so vast that it's not any idea of what it looks like overall is just ridiculous.
And I'm also making no claims to that. Like I said, this works with any projection you use.
Yeah. And you can map the ground, right? But nobody here is saying we can't map the ground. There isn't an upper limit to, like, we can map our neighborhood, but it's impossible to map.
These things are done on small scales, and the Earth is so vast that when we have to do it on small scales to do it at all, because it's vast, we're small.
Sure.
So
but the question would be
anything that you would expound from that small coverage, and then just having to keep making more and more coverage, more and more ground, it doesn't give you a perception of the overall, because you don't know the factors of what you're doing on the vast oceans where you're being tossed to and fro. Like, you can't keep a straight path. You have to go with the path of least resistance, but in a general direction. So you're not actually able to perceive an overall image of everything. We do that in our own minds because that's what our brains want to do. So, as a matter of fact.
So where's the limit?
Well, what do you mean? Like how far you can go up and see out? That's
no. We're just talking about a map.
It's not very far considering how vast the Earth is.
No, we're just talking about a map. Like, can they successfully map the islands of Indonesia?
I mean, we do map things. We are very good at doing things because we're intelligent beings.
Mm-hmm.
But we're doing it on a small scale where you're trying to act like there's a way to understand the overall when we don't have that ability. Not in reality.
Well,
no, he's asking
just
what's
not
the
saying
maximum scale we can have. How big can we?
Really doesn't matter. My point is that we don't get to see the whole Earth at all. We don't have that perception. We work on very small scales, but we're very nifty at doing it because we're intelligent beings. But you have to understand that we are seeing things on a small scale, not a vastly big as the Earth scale.
I'm not. I feel like I'm asking a very
as much as you can.
Yeah,
that's all I wanted to. You need to keep that in mind before you ask another question.
But it just doesn't answer the question.
Increase the small scales as much as you can, and then connect the small scales that you've measured. Stitch them together.
Okay, so what? That means you're stitching something together that you had to do in an area and then another area.
Yes, that is what I asked.
Yeah, you're having to stitch it together with the minds of human beings, dude. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
Well, I mean, but don't we already do stitch shit together? So
Exactly. That's how,
so
that
what?
doesn't matter. Yeah, like I'm saying that this isn't giving you an overall scale of the vast area that you stitched together.
So if you accurately mapped a small scale, like your
How
local
do you know it's
environment.
So,
Well,
if you
said we do it very well. We're very nifty.
Map something, then what? If you accurately map something, then what? You can look at the map as the terrain.
No, I'm saying if you accurately map it on a small scale, then you can stitch.
Then you can look at it as the terrain.
An accurate large scale map.
Okay, so if you stitch the smaller maps together and make it a large map, then you can look at it as the terrain.
What are you getting terrain from, bro? We're talking about
he wants to accuse you of reification.
You said, what do I get? What am I getting trained from? Just answer the question, man. It's a yes or no question.
You're trying to pigeonhole it to someplace. No, you're trying to.
No, all you gotta do is answer the question. Is because now look who's getting weird. It's a simple question.
Yeah, you are, bro. Because I was responding to what Flatzy said about us being very good at doing things on a small scale, and I'm saying if we're very good at doing a small scale, and then we connect those small scales together, what is her reason to say that it's inaccurate or not good on a large scale?
Dude,
no one said it's not. No one said it's not good, but is it what you use to?
I asked her, not you, man. Forget.
You see how you see how
this question. I want you to answer.
Of course, riding on F-Shells will be on his side because he's a reification earthler too.
Well, it was just funny because what I was laughing was you were clearly trying to get somebody else to be doing some reification so you could bring it up, but
I'm not trying to get him to be. I'm not trying to get him. I'm asking. I'm not trying to get him.
He wasn't saying the map was the terrain. You were the one saying that. So
no, I'm asking him because if you map it, then okay. So you have an accurate map. You look at it now. What? What is that? Is it a representation of how things would look?
Put your flag in it, guys. Put your flag in it.
Are you asking, like, what's the question? Are you asking?
Own it.
I don't understand.
He's a pussy. He's a pussy.
Who are you talking to right now?
He's not making any sense. I don't know what the question
Both
is.
Of you? Both of you, Glover?
Both of you, but you said he. Okay, that makes sense.
And percentage answered you.
Glover.
Sure.
I don't even know what his question was, man. What's the question? I'll answer.
You've got a map now. What?
Eggshells. I'll answer it. I'll answer for the both of us. Go ahead.
You've mapped.
You've got a map now. What?
You've got a map.
Then we have a map. That's the answer. Then we have a map.
Exactly. Like what?
Okay, but if you have a map,
what are you asking?
I can tell you now.
So you have a map.
Now you must have a Pac-Man Earth, right? Right percentage. Now you must have a Pac-Man Earth, right percentage.
No, that's yeah. I guess you could say maps. I guess you could say mapping is getting like
retard.
Hold on. I guess. Bro, I guess you could say mapping is getting like real world data, real world observations. So
okay, so does that mean that you get to use it as the terrain then?
Yeah.
So does that mean you get to use it as terrain and call the Earth Pac-Man Earth then?
Well, who's the one that said that?
Because I mean, you can deny it, but into a university and give the example, and they'll be like, "Yeah, you know what? I might start doing that shit, man." Because you guys think I'm fucking playing around. I want to embarrass you guys so bad because this shit is getting annoying.
Yeah, it's obvious you're trying to, but
we can sit in this room and you can sit here and waste my people's time because maybe they don't know better. Maybe they. I mean, I just refuse to let it happen for another year.
What do you mean, my people, man? You're not the only black one here.
Well, these are my people because this is our server and we've been here curating it for a while. You got people like you just slowing shit down with retarded claims like the one you're making. And you can't stick by your own fallacy when it's called out.
What are you talking about right now? I'm an old cat in this game, so what are you talking about?
But you've been on this. But you've been on this fuck shit, haven't you?
I've been here, and I've been hated for speaking truth to it.
No.
I get banned for saying, hey, you can't automatically assume that there's a firmament. We don't know the nature of the heavens, stuff like that, and I get banned for it. It is what it is. I'm like, I keep it real.
We just called you out so many fallacies and demonstrated those fallacies that
you were wrong about each one.
No, we weren't. You're just not on.
An argument from ignorance is saying something's true because it can't be proven false, or saying something's false because it can't be proven true. I did not make that argument. You're wrong.
It's a false dilemma fallacy because it has to be true in your mind.
It has to be true to satisfy the criteria. Yes, that's not an argument. That's not a fallacious thing to say.
It is fallacious. We even laid out why it was. Because just because you don't know another way doesn't mean that there isn't.
Okay, well, let me think of an adequate argument, like a parallel. Okay, so if I said you had a number that's the sum of 1 plus 1, and also this number plus 3 equals 5, it has to be the number 2, right? Is that fallacious?
That's a false equivalence because you're trying to talk about what the sky is doing and how it only makes sense to you when you're saying that no, it's not. You said that.
I never once limited it to the sky. I said Pac-Man affects every single empirical observation.
Saying empirical observation is really redundant.
It's not just the sky. It's where you travel to, like where boats traverse. It's the wind. It's everything.
No, that's not what we observe at all. If you want to apply Pac-Man to anything, it's going to have to be the sky.
Hold up. We don't observe wind currents. We don't observe people traversing.
What that observation is a part of experience also. So how you experience something, just because you can't see something doesn't mean that it can't be observed.
What are you even saying right now?
Yeah, I don't.
The wind. You also can tell which way the wind's blowing. Your hair will blow that way with the wind. It's not happening in the way that you're saying.
Hold up. Did you think that I meant that we can't detect the wind because we can't see it?
That's what you said, man. You're appealing to that as if it's some way to support your Pac-Man idea.
Okay, I think maybe at the crux of this is a miscomprehension issue.
Sure. Okay, buddy. Gaslight me, please.
I'm not gaslighting you. You showed your miscomprehension just now.
It's like what I've said before about you've got 8, right? You've gained 8 from your observation, right? Now, what's the problem that reaches that solution? Is it 4 plus 4? Is it 2 plus 6? What is it? What's the correct problem?
I think you're looking at it backwards because we don't have the solution. We're trying to figure out the solution from the problems.
No, you've got the solution. You've got your observation. That's the solution. That you're trying to figure out the problem, and you're declaring that there's only one.
What is that sound in the background? It sounds like somebody's killing a walrus.
Elijah.
How many mods are this? There's so many mods in this room, but it's going on for a while.
Eli, can you?
I was just going outside. Sorry, guys.
Well, we hear a lot more than that.
It did sound like a walrus being slaughtered.
Thank you.
I think the solution is for Elijah to kill the elephant and make some steaks out of it.
Oh.
No, don't kill elephants. That's haram. They're not split hooves.
No, I mean the walrus you guys said. Walrus.
Chicken's okay though, but all birds are okay, aren't they?
No, all birds are not okay. Because birds are predators, like the hawks and falcons and stuff like that. They're not to be eaten. Chickens are okay because there's a sunnah like that, a hadith that the Prophet ﷺ ate them. So it shows the specific ruling that precedes the general ruling.
What about whales?
Whales are allowed to. Yes, they're halal.
What about my balls?
Isn't ball like a saying?
No, like my balls.
What about penguins? Don't we have like an unlimited supply of penguins?
Yeah, where were the penguins when they went to Antarctica?
Man, I bet penguins are delicious, but they're so dang cute. I love how they mate for life. They're so stinking cute.
I want some penguin eggs.
Yum.
Do you think that them mating for life is just propaganda, and it's because they're so delicious?
I mean, isn't it Disney? It has to be.
I'm sorry, I'm being silly.
So percentage. What about penguins?
It's cool how the males. Good. You want to try again, James? Yeah.
Well, you were saying things that we can eat and we cannot eat. What about penguins?
Penguins, I don't know the ruling on that, man. I would say, generally speaking, the general ruling for land animals is that they're split-hooved ruminants, right? But there are some specific exceptions to this. So, for instance, horses, which don't have split hooves, they're halal. Chicken is halal. I think penguins, you'd have to have evidence in the hadith that they are halal. Otherwise, the general ruling applies that they're not.
Maybe not, because they guard Antarctica with shotguns and rifles, right?
There's the guns. Dang it, Nathan! The penguins had them the whole time. I'm sorry, guys.
Is it not written? Hey, is it not written penguins in the book because Arabs don't like the cold Antarctica weather? So they never made it there.
Notice when I was hitting them on. Notice when I was hitting them on reification, he was backing away. When Flatsy hit him on her fallacy, he pushed back on it, even read it out. Anyways, keep going.
He's being racist.
Bro, I forget. What's this guy's name? Elijah. That's what your name was. It's been a while. What fallacy did you think that I did that I have not addressed? What have I not addressed from that you wanted to bring up? Let's put it up.
I mean, I am working. Let's not be on a retard level and act like we didn't just have the conversation and then I didn't just make the complete plan.
Dude, reification, I even remember.
Where's the reification?
I remember saying we have a map, now what? You kept on saying now what? The answer was then we have a map. I don't know what more you want. You go ahead, put it out there.
He also charged you with a reification fallacy when you claimed the Pac-Man idea only being possible because of the observations.
Yeah, that's not reification. If I'm relying first on real-world observations, real-world data, and then I'm trying to make sense of it.
Where is it?
That's not.
Can we see it?
What, the real-world data or the Pac-Man?
Yeah, all the tiny areas stitched together. I've only ever seen globe projections.
There's no tiny areas stitched together. That was a hypothetical question that I raised to Flatsy when she said that we can do it on small scales really well, but we don't have like a large scale thing.
Oh, so we don't have the data to be able to make any definitive fucking conclusions.
No, you're confusing two different things. We do have like observations.
So how can you say something has to be a certain way if you don't have the complete data set?
We do have enough data to warrant it. So, for instance, the 24-hour sun in the south, with them seeing the sun to the south in Antarctica, while the subsolar point was above Australia, in Australia, that shows that it couldn't be that the AE map without the thing is untenable. Without the Pac-Man effect is untenable. Any map that you use, any projection that you use, will be untenable on a flat Earth without the Pac-Man effect. You have to, if you're a flat earther worth your weight, you have to have a Pac-Man effect.
At least in the stars, or you're saying also on the ground?
No, also on the ground, just like with the dipole thing, you can't, on the water, we can't dispute that there's east-west circumnavigation, right? People, they seafare, you have like, these shipping containers and stuff like that. They're constantly in the Pacific Ocean. And yet,
circumnavigation.
That wouldn't work.
You think east and west are circle?
What's that?
You think east and west are circle? Like on, I don't know, the AE projection?
No, see, on the AE projection, east and west would be circle, but on the dipole one, for instance, the equator is a straight line right through the center.
And,
okay, but how do you circumnavigate? When you say circumnavigation, what do you mean exactly?
Well, so circumnavigation would be, like inferring a circle, but I guess it's just a broader term.
That's why I asked you. I said, do you think east and west is like a circle, like with the AE projection? Is your idea the same?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying whether it's a circle or not depends on your projection. So, for instance, the dipole one where the equator is a straight line, it's a circumnavigation because you're going all the way around.
No. How do you circumnavigate? That's what I'm asking. How would you do that?
On that projection, you would do it by Pac-Manning on one and the other.
So going in straight lines is how you circumnavigate, is what you're saying on your projection?
On that, what's it called? Projection. Yes, you'd be going in a straight line, and you would Pac-Man on the other end.
Which is what is matched in reality.
Reification number.
It's not a reification, pal.
It's not a reification. You just got that right.
Because on the AE projection, it's a circumnavigation that's going in a big circle.
He literally just said on this projection, you will be. I could literally put a Toy Story soldier on a map and move it and be like, this is what he said. And this is what you're doing in reality. That's a reification, my man.
No, it's not, man.
It's not a reification.
Yeah, it is.
Because on an AE map, when we have the east and west, the equator in a big circle, you're not gonna realize when you're like the claim is that you're not realizing when you're turning because you're just maintaining your heading going straight, basically, right? If the claim would be if you dead reckon it, you're not gonna maintain that, and that would actually be you could if you were able to discern between the two, if you could prove that, then that would actually dispute the thing that I'm saying, where it's like it doesn't matter what projection you have. But that's not the case.
So okay. As a model and abstraction, yes. Oh, well, okay, no. Is the projection an abstraction, yes or no?
Is it
Is it an abstraction, yes or no?
Is what an abstraction? The projection?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So, and you think it's real? It's
no.
Validating what you think is happening on Earth, correct?
One specific projection, no.
No. Oh, no. See, nigga. Well, there's going to be another one that the answer is yes to, right? Following the previous question I asked you, right?
No, I'm saying that all of the projections, it doesn't matter which one you use, all of them are cohesive with this Pac-Man effect. You understand?
So the answer is still yes.
Whether or not there's a map that's truly in line with like the Earth, like I don't know which one would be most accurate, you know? on
What
a
do you
small
mean by
scale,
most
I would
accurate?
say
What do you
that
mean by that? What do you mean by most
in terms of
accurate?
kind of like what Fatsi was saying earlier, like on a large scale, I don't know, with the land masses, the distance between them and stuff
I
like
mean,
that.
in relation to what you're trying to say about Pac-Man Earth, that's all I care about. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so in terms of that, then on a small scale, you would say that that all of these the mapping is all kind of going to be accurate. On a large scale, we don't know exactly the distance between them, and you could say
the
that
map
Pac-Man
is accurate to tell you that Pac-Man Earth makes sense.
No, man, I don't know how you got that. That's not.
So then, what are you saying?
I'm saying that it doesn't matter what projection because each one would be reconciled by the Pac-Man effect. You understand? Whether there's more distance between these two land masses in this projection versus the other projection.
Where is the Pac-Man effect?
Because
Hold up. Is the Pac-Man effect in the abstraction of data, or is it an observation? Where is it?
It's not an observation. It's imperceivable, so it's not an observation. It's not an observable.
But it arises from looking at the projections, does it not?
No, it arises. Well, yeah, it arises from.
This nigga is so slippery. Suck my dick. It's reification, bro. That's all it is. That's all
arises
it is.
from looking at the data. See, I think you're reifying, man.
Reification is a fallacy of ambiguity. You just said, well, it doesn't matter which map you pick. Regardless, whatever you do with any map anywhere, the problem's going to arise when you use it. And I'm sorry, whatever words that you use there, I can't remember exactly. But then, listen,
I remember the words you used. You're saying that
ambiguity when an abstraction is treated as if it were concretely relevant or physical entity. And you're saying, well, it's not something that is perceivable. So I'm like, where is it perceivable at? From the data that you're collecting from these maps?
No.
You can't say no because where the fuck else is it if you can't perceive it?
I'll tell you.
Where is it?
Okay, so
where is it?
It seems like you're trying to get a gotcha. Okay, just listen to what I'm saying.
I don't want to. I don't want a gotcha. Where is it? That's not a gotcha. Asking you where it is.
You asked me. Does it arise from the projection? Does the Pac-Man effect, this theory, that arise?
If it's not perceivable, I mean, I'm trying to figure out what. If it
does not arise from projection, if it does not arise from projection,
let's rewind. Okay, so it's an unperceived thing. So then, how did you come to your conclusion?
Because it matches real world data, empirical observation. It's not, bro.
Wait.
Man, you talk a lot and then you don't let me answer.
When you say it matches observation, then I mean, because you just told me no to that answer. Now you're saying
no. I told you no to arising from. No, I told you no that it arises from the projection. It doesn't arise from the projection. It arises from observation. You understand?
What observation? What observation? Because you said
observations
it was imperceivable.
Observations of
you know what observation is, right? Observation is when you perceive things. So when you told me it was imperceivable, forgive me for being confused. So explain.
Okay, so you're not perceiving the Pac-Manning effect. You're perceiving, or I don't want to say effect because effect kind of denotes a physical observation. But in any case, you're not perceiving that. You're perceiving the observational, like the experiences of someone, going, on a ship through the Pacific Ocean. Someone going going to Antarctica and seeing the sun to their south, even though it's above, like literally at the zenith in Australia. All of these, like all the South Celestial Pole and the North Celestial Pole, and all of the different observations that we have.
Wait a minute.
All are confirmed in the spring.
Okay, go ahead. Finish. Because I just want to get back to because I'm trying to tackle one point at a time. You're trying to tell me all of it in one. So I guess go ahead if you must.
Go ahead. I don't know what you're.
Oh, okay. I mean, because you said the sun's to the south is some sort of bearing or some sort of azimuth, but then in Australia it's another thing. But what do you mean by that? Can you repeat that part?
I mean the sun at the summer solstice of the southern hemisphere, which is winter solstice for us, December 20 whatever, right? It is at the Tropic of Capricorn, which is above Australia. And yet, at that time, in Antarctica, they saw it rising from the south of Antarctica, where of their position in Antarctica. which is untenable with the AE projection. You understand? That's why we're not getting this from the projection. We're getting it from the data.
You're saying it's imperceivable from what projection?
I don't know.
Like, so you're bouncing it off of a reification.
No, I don't know where you're getting that from either, man.
Well, I'm saying that because you said, well, with the AE projection, seeing as we have this observation, that makes no sense. So you're bouncing it off of a reification.
No, I'm showing that without the Pac-Man effect, the AE projection is untenable. This applies to every projection.
No, the AE projection isn't the terrain, fam. Again, the AE projection isn't the terrain, fam.
It's not just the terrain. Yeah.
So my point is, you can't look at it and go, look, see, this doesn't work.
Why not?
Because my observation, like you're looking at the map and you're going, look, I'm observing this as a world projection, worldview, whatever it is. And in reality, the observations don't match. Well, numbnuts, that's because you're looking at a map to tell you what you should be looking at. Like, as a real world, map, real right? Concrete thing. Nigga, that's not what a map is for. To look at the world and go, this is what the world is. Because that would be reification. With any map. Any map. Not just all of the maps. Any map you use and go, yeah, that's reification. That's not what a map is used for. A map is used to get you to point B. With already predetermined information.
All right. Elijah, I'm going to make a statement and I want to see if you agree. The real world data, the real world observations debunk the AE map, the AE projection.
What does that mean? What does that mean? What is the AE projection even like? See, what is a map for?
That's not the statement I made, or has no relevance. It could just
when you say debunk, it's almost like you're saying, well, this is something I can use as the terrain. But then when I'm actually out there in the terrain, it doesn't match. Therefore, debunk. Well, that's because you're a reification crackhead.
No, because so the AE projection has the Tropic of Capricorn going over the Pacific Oceans and what have you in the Southern Hemisphere, as well as Australia and some land masses, right? You with me?
Nothing wrong with that.
In of itself, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Except now you add that to the real world observations of them being in Antarctica and seeing the sun to their south. That breaks the AE projection. The real world data.
No, you just don't know how to read the projection in the non-uniform scale on the projection, like many folks.
What?
Yeah, did you know there's a non-uniform scale?
Yes, it is non-uniform. What's your point?
The point is that the southern point, the GP of the South Celestial Pole that's depicted on the globe has been projected out to a ring. So that means if the AE map is real, then you need to project the sky in the same manner, right? Which means you'd have to take like Sigma Octantis, if you could see it in a telescope, and project out as a ring. Which means essentially looks sausage shaped as it goes over the Tropic of Capricorn, but it's not observed to be a sausage shape in the sky.
I mean, I don't know about that, but
because you're projecting not only the terrain, but the celestial sphere is being projected, which means all the objects that have dimension of angular size in the sky, like the sun and the moon in particular, those things are going to be distorted too, but we don't see the distortion.
Hold 1 second, man. Let's just backtrack because you said that you
because a scale's non-uniform, dude.
Did you say that there's a South Pole?
Oh, you're really going to start this? There's a South Celestial Pole that people like T-Dub can look at in that direction and around this point in the sky that the stars rotate, and that point doesn't sweep towards the west? You mean that point in the sky that's fixed?
It was yes or no. You're being very verbose. Yes, I agree with you. There's a South Celestial Pole.
Okay.
Right? We observe it in our real world as being going around this focal point, one point, right? Now to say that South Celestial Pole is a circle around like the Earth, is a ring, and it's you have Antarctica all around on opposite sides of the flat Earth would be untenable, right?
That would debunk because the AE map has a non-uniform scale. If you were to apply it, then the ring around the AE map is indeed a point mathematically if you use the scale properly.
Perfect. So that means that the AE map is not, or the AE projection is not coherent with the real world data, right?
No, you're just not applying the scale. The AE map is derived from taking the celestial coordinate system of the celestial sphere model and flattening it out, and then showing users how to apply the scale to account for the distortion as you move away from the center.
I understand that, but is it an accurate map of the world?
It's a map of how people perceive the sky with the terrain glued into it, just like the globe is. It's a globe projection.
Hold up. Do we perceive the celestial pole all around the flat world?
No. It only centers in on one part of that coordinate system. So you applying it to, because if you look into the AE projection and how you would use it, you would see how the scales vary and differ in certain areas.
Correct. If you were to take the AE map and center it at the GP of the South Celestial Pole, then Polaris would become a ring around the extent edge of the map. Then that means that the Tropic of Cancer would be further out from the middle, and therefore you'd have to distort the angular size of the sun to accommodate, as well as distort the the throw of light of the sun to accommodate.
Exactly.
Because you're projecting everything. Well, no, it's not wrong. It's mathematically consistent with the non-uniform scale, which you're not getting.
Bro, I'm saying that this non-uniform scale, this projection, does not match real-world data. We don't observe the North. Hold up, we don't observe Polaris as a ring around that flat Earth, right?
If you apply the scale, then it conforms to how people perceive the sky as a celestial sphere. Consistently.
That's not true.
That is true because it is a celestial sphere.
Hold up. No, hold up. So if I applied the scale wherein the Polaris is like the North Celestial Pole is on the outer ring, and we have the South Celestial Pole in the center, you're saying that that's going to conform to people seeing Polaris all around the flat Earth from opposite ends of the flat Earth?
You forget what I said earlier. Didn't you forget what I said earlier? That we're only observing all of
that was reification. He was trying to charge. That would have been reification if
it is.
What he was saying was reification. I was calling out his reification.
No, I know, but when you're doing it, you can't. But now you're trying to pigeonhole him to a reification. That's what you've been doing the whole time, Beth.
Amish, you said whatever we lay out the scale to be, it'll conform to our real world observations. That's not the case.
I said it'll conform to the celestial sphere model. Pay attention.
I'm pretty sure you said observations, but okay.
Yeah, the celestial sphere is taken from observations. It's an interpretation. It's a model. I don't think the stars are really a sphere. I think they have to be flat for navigation to work. The whole sky structure has to be flat because that's how you get parallel co-altitude zeniths in order to square the box and make sure that your elevation angles are square.
Okay, I agree with you. The celestial sphere is gotten from observation. How's that?
Interpretation, and it's based off a limited angle of view of the sky, above 15 degrees and below 60 degrees in the sky. So you're not accounting for distortion on the horizon or for user error near your zenith. So you're taking the meaty middle and you're extrapolating a sphere out of the observation of the scaling of stars in the meaty middle of your field of vision.
Exactly. So it's observer dependent. This is very important for you to understand because being observer dependent, rely on our small scale observations in like you said, stitching them together.
Do you agree with that, Amish? That it's now observer dependent simply because we relied on observations data to map out the celestial sphere?
Yeah, the stars do appear in an observer-dependent location. You know, like when you look at the sun setting and the light reflects off the surface to your feet, you can't see it reflecting off the surface to other people's feet. Same concept. It's observer-dependent and dynamic and consistent.
Okay. So, Flatsy, when you said it's observer-dependent, were you, what I got from that, and I might have been misreading what you're saying, like the personal sky dome type thing. Is that what you were getting at?
Yeah, that's the way that we see we do see, that's where trigonometry comes from, where you get your protractor and the way that we've added values to that at 0 degrees and 180 degrees with 90 degrees and dividing that into the way that we see. That's the way we see. If you put your arms out left and right to at your sides straight, then you're going to see left to right and an arc above you. That's where trigonometry even comes from.
Yeah, and how you're seeing that, Flatsy is also an interpretation. It's not really an arc. And
I mean, I understand because we are actually measuring the sky flat.
Right.
So there is there's some nuances there, but I'm saying that how it was developed is it from the way that we see.
Yeah, that's right. It's based off the assumption that we're, as you said, it's the assumption, the interpretation of the sky being a protractor about you. Yep. That may not be how it actually is, and in fact, it can't really be that way because of how we navigate.
Okay, so can we agree that the celestial sphere, because we're getting it from real-world observations, is an accurate map of the skies?
It's a consistent coordinate reference system. Its accuracy, I mean, that's subjective, right? I don't know.
But can we agree then that when we take a projection of that, and like I get the AE projection, that is not in line with our real-world data and is not an accurate map?
Not an overall map of the world.
It's also subjective.
You would have to be able to understand the small scales that add up to what you have as a coordinate system using the sky.
Right, because it's not a really neat 60 nautical miles per degree, that's required for their globe claims to be. We know that's the case because they can't take accurate observations below a certain point of elevation or above a certain point of elevation. And they come up with ad hoc rescue devices like astronomical refraction and other things. And also gravity, uneven gravity distribution of the Earth is actually bending starlight for astrogeodetic surveying, causing deflections of the vertical and curving plumb lines, adding further fudge factor. And that's where the globe hides. The globe hides within a margin of error and all these ad hoc rescuing devices to explain its reification within the margin of error of observations.
You went deep into the globe and curvature, and we were talking nothing about that. But I do agree with what you said.
Well, the globe was created from the celestial sphere interpretation that I laid out.
Have you ever heard of the planispheres? Those planispheres will give you the kind of accurate mapping of the.
Hold on, Flatsy. Wasn't that a reification percentage on his part? Well, if he'd have said the interpretation is from this.
Sorry, the interpretation is from what?
What the previous guy just said.
You talk about Amish?
Yeah.
I'm not actually following what you're saying.
I follow what he's saying. He's right. It would have been
You're probably
reification.
right. I was just on another.
Yeah, I know, yeah, and I'm not trying to get you on that. I'm saying that's exactly what he's saying about Pac-Man Earth because of, his interpretation.
Exactly.
Well, don't just say exactly. Say how is what I said a reification?
No, it's such a whack job, bro. Just explain it. I explained it 15 minutes ago.
Maybe Amish.
Now he exampled it. You can't see that what you did was very the same as what he just saying. I don't.
You don't want to break down that. Amish, go ahead. What did you say that might have been a
Well, I was providing an example of how the globe is reified from observations and their interpretation, even though reality may not be that way. So for your observation to be true, for Pac-Man Earth to be the only possible way to interpret this, it means that you are interpreting the sky in a very specific manner. And it's clear that you're using the celestial sphere model to do that. But the celestial sphere model has problems for the reasons I outlined earlier. So you're coming up with like a false dilemma or a single source fallacy, and then you're reifying this into existence. And I'm pointing out that your observation is probably not the correct interpretation for the reasons that I identified with, the claims of gravity fields bending this, the claims of astronomical refraction bending that, and the limited use of angles in the sky with your sextant in order to get meaningful and approximate relationships between the sky's angles and ground distances. There's a ton of problems here. That's scratching the surface, right?
All right.
So you can't claim a false dilemma or a single cause fallacy.
Okay, I'd like to respond.
Dang it!
I think you. I don't know if you meant to, but you strawman me. You said that I got the Pac-Man Earth thing or Pac-Man Earth from the celestial sphere. That's not the case. That's not the case.
You're talking about observations beyond the South Celestial Pole as observed in the South.
These are
right?
real world observations with absence of applying them. Hold up.
There you go.
Let me just finish. Please let me finish. So, it's absent of compiling them into the celestial sphere, model or framework, what have you. Absent of that, just from the observations alone, they're untenable with the projections. Right? We could skip this whole celestial. You can't base off the celestial sphere. That's a straw man to say that I'm doing that. Number two, even if we did have the celestial sphere, we already agreed that the celestial sphere is the culmination of real world data and that it's accurate. You said that it was accurate to that regard. So to say that it's a reification now is kind of iffy.
I said the accuracy is subjective.
To what?
It's accurate to certain purposes.
You're right. Because
What?
we all observe things the same way. Have you ever heard of the planisphere?
Yeah.
Where in any given area you have a projection of the sky above a certain terrain.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the theory.
No, it's just a way that we can be even not. Like I said, you don't want to reify it, but it's more how you can be more accurate in any given area of what the celestial bodies are doing above that area.
Is there evidence to it?
Yeah, people, you
What's
can go
the
and
term?
get a planisphere of your area, of any given area, especially your
Orion's
area
belt.
that you're in.
Orion's belt and the pyramids. Any place where you say, I'm getting the coordinates to that location from the star. Do you not comprehend that location could be from that location? The star could be coming from that location and going up to the sky. If it in fact does match an apparent location above it.
It's just showing you how observer dependent all of these observations are. So that's why they even made such a thing as a planisphere for any given area of where the celestial bodies will be located in that area, so that you know where to look for them.
They're only good for a certain amount of time, aren't they?
Right, while the sun can reflect on them.
Exactly.
Every observation is observer dependent. But the reason that they have a celestial sphere isn't because of these different observer dependent things, and they reified it and put it all together. The reason is because they observe two celestial poles. It's because they observe two celestial poles.
Sphere.
And the celestial pole isn't something that is due to planisphere, perspective or something like that.
You talk. You don't have a celestial sphere. If I take you in a fucking room that's square and cubed and erase the lines and make all the room one color, turn out the lights and put stars there.
Demok, if you have two celestial poles and all the stars are going in the same direction,
that makes everything crazy. You can there's paint that you can use. It's the blackest paint that you can buy on the market, that if you covered a whole room in it, you wouldn't be able to see things with the it would be more skewed. You wouldn't understand depth perception so well something like if you had one little like dull lamp in that room where you've got that black paint that just cancels out all the light. Like I mean, it's pretty weird to
Yeah, sounds
see
kind of freaky.
that kind of environment.
Yeah, Action Labs did that.
And the way that we see the stars, since we don't know what they are, we can't perceive what they are from our observation. They can look a certain way to us and not actually be that way. And I can give you an example. I just posted a video for Adam Price or Price of Adam in here earlier that explains like how we see certain patterns in something totally random where it'll have some sort of point of origin of rotation that seems infinite. And it's just because that's the way that we process it and the manner that it looks. They're all a bunch of random dots that you just shift against each other. I'll show you. I'll post it again.
I think we can unmute Demok. The only thing worse than Demok talking is Demok typing.
What they did is they created a spherical coordinate reference system for flat Earth, and they justified it based off of a limited observation of the stars. That's all this is, dude.
Pac-Man Earth. Pac-Man Earth.
Yeah.
Hey, percentage. I don't think it's. I think it was your delivery that didn't get the job done, man. To be honest, I was listening the whole time.
Yeah, we pointed out a lot of logical fallacies, but in the chat, I just posted a video that Indio has on his YouTube channel, and it's so great because you can actually glean a lot from it. The way that see things when we aren't able to interpret what's going on, how we'll make patterns out of it. And like the sky, we don't know what's going on in the sky. So that the fact that there's so much going on in the sky, we make patterns out of it. Our brains do it. And yes, it could be absolutely. It is. You understand that there's something going on in the sky, but since we can't perceive it, our minds also make patterns out of what we're seeing that's observer dependent. Just like the sunset on the beach, where you see the ray of the sun that's reflected on the water, it's coming straight to your feet. It's it's kind of like the same mindset as understanding how it's observer dependent with lights in the distance that we can't actually perceive or understand what's going on.
There's one point that wasn't wrapped up, if you don't mind, and I want to leave percentage with this. If you apply the non-uniform scale as you're supposed to the AE map, you will have a globe.
Yeah, that's why it's a projection from a celestial sphere.
Yeah. What I was going to say was, when I was listening to you, a lot of people don't know this, maybe because they haven't seen the Book of Enoch, but he actually talks about something that's outside of our perspective, which, of course, Enoch was taken up into the heavens, and he saw a vantage point in which no one else saw. But he was speaking of something similar to the idea of like what you might consider like, and that's a real redundant way of saying that portals are an explanation for something, but you're saying Pac-Man Earth? But Enoch's describing something similar to what you were saying, and you didn't use that. I think it was kind of like maybe because you don't know about it. But
it's all the gates.
Enoch,
the gates of Enoch.
Yeah, well, you do know then. So Enoch's perception of what he's took a hold of when he was taken up into heavens was something similar to what you were describing, but only in the heavens. It wasn't done on Earth. Like, so I'm not, like, for me, all I know is what I can experience here, what I can test and verify. And what it says in the Word is something that has to be believed. So,
let me add to that. Let me add to that.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. Whereas you took it to a length of, like, having done something with an observation, which I don't think that's even something mentionable. Because unless you were taken up by God, like Enoch, then yeah, you couldn't say that, but you could only take it on credit, like it says in the word.
Mickey, I had two questions for you.
Can I add
When you said that I fell flat.
It's called an addition. Before you ask. So
I'm not going to ask them. My point was that he answered them right there.
Okay, good. Now, now Enoch also talks about how the moon jumps. Now, in reality, I can see the moon jump. I'm not going to go, therefore, Pac-Man Earth. All I see is an observation of the moon being here, and then it's moving, or it's not moving, but rising incrementally more right or left, whichever way it is. And then the next day, it not moving in that increment, but much more than that. We call that a jump. I'm not going to, therefore, come up with some reason as to why I'm perceiving what I'm perceiving, which is what you're doing.
Yeah, is there something wrong with deducing why we observe what we do?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
it's just like what Eli just told you. He sees something, but if he was to stake his claim in it, plant his flag in it, and say this is what I'm saying it is, it's just like what you're saying. You're deducing the fact that you're going to make a claim now that because we have this experience of the world, then we can say things. But you can't do that with the things in the heavens, man. Fantastic, man. But then again, people, what happens is, and I'll tell you like this, man, because this would happen. One of the people that used to be a part of the group, right? His name is Whitsitt. We were having a conversation about the very Enoch scriptures that we were going over in a Bible study, and we were talking about, maybe that Enoch was privy to something that no one else was. And I had mentioned to him, I was like, well, it's kind of one of the things that God did. The only certain people were privy to certain, information, like Isaiah was privy to the throne room and things like this, right? But upon having a conversation with Whitsitt, it wasn't good enough for him. And it sounds like to me, there's a lot of people that got to be in their bonnet about wanting to know more. And it's not fair. And because I remember he was saying, no, I don't think it's possible that he's just given Enoch this revelation and no one else can have it, right? That seems like it's a bit unfair. And I was like, well, it's not that it's unfair. God chose Enoch for this specific task. But he didn't choose anybody else. He didn't take like 100 people with him. He took Enoch. So once Enoch went to go, see the world in a very different perspective, he entrusted him with giving that information back to, his son and such. And so the scribes wrote down what was all taking place, what Enoch said. Problem is, everybody didn't understand, even including today. We can't make heads or tails about what Enoch said. It sounds very fantastic, and we're trying to figure out, the mystery, right? We're trying to unlock that mystery, which a lot of people are within the context of the written word, or they're trying to unravel, right? That's one thing. The other thing is they want to know more about the extent of reality, and the Creator clearly stated, at least in the Christian, the Holy Book, that it's the fool has his eyes upon the ends of the earth, and in one of the Proverbs it says that. I'm paraphrasing. But it also, what me and Whitsitt were talking about this, he got really, I don't know, bothered by it, but he wanted to know more. He's like, no, I'm going to continue to search for more. And I think this happened a long time ago in a Bible study that we had. So I'm telling you guys this because a lot of people, including you got Percentage and maybe some other folk that, in GeoServer, they want to continue to figure out more. What else is there? We gotta figure this thing out, man. It's gotta make sense. Well, why does it have to make sense? That's my question. Why does it have to make sense in that way?
Isn't that the same kind of pursuit that John D, Queen Elizabeth's advisor, was after, and then he ended up dabbling in, communing with spirits to acquire more knowledge and develop the sextant and this whole goddamn thing we call the globe, right?
Yeah, of course. And it leads people to madness. right?
Well, because did God really say you can't eat any tree in the garden, right? No. God is not fair. See, He doesn't want you to know things that He knows, because He knows when you eat it that day, your eyes are gonna be open, and you're gonna be like God, knowing things, knowing good and evil.
That was my argument to Whitsitt. That was my argument to him. I was like, dude, the thirst for knowledge and to be like God is what everybody aspires. That's Satan's ambition. He wants to rise above the stars of God and be like the Most High. So that's what people want. They thirst for knowledge. It's unquenchable. There's no quenching that thirst. There's no matter how much information you're going to get, no matter how many perspectives you're going to get, you're going to continue to want more. It's never going to end, dude.
Yeah, didn't I think it was Paul that said it? The Jews search for a sign, and the Greeks seek knowledge, right? But we preach Jesus crucified, right?
Yeah, but all of this is about it's being content with the God-given senses that He's given us, the ability to discern, right? And from our basic understanding, we understand the world from our perspective. We don't need to think about theories or wonder about the ends of the earth or try to figure out what the sun's doing when we're not seeing it, like in other areas, and that's too much. And if you continue that pursuit, you're going to drive yourself mad. You never find out the secrets of God. He created this place to be something very majestic and splendid and wonderful. But for you to want to peek behind the curtain, I think that's a bit ambitious and a bit egotistical, if you don't mind me saying.
Yeah. Paul said that, now we see through a veil, but then we'll see clearly. The veil will be removed, and then everything is going to be destroyed, and everything is going to be passed away, and God's going to create a new earth and a new heaven. I mean, you're going to get to witness that. I mean, that is all this.
I think there's a lot of anxiousness for wanting to know in the flesh right now the secrets, right? And of course, who's behind all of this? Which He was in the garden. Oh, really? Did God say that you couldn't eat from this tree? No, you can have a little bite. Come on now. Your eyes will be open, and that's what He doesn't want to happen, right? He doesn't want your eyes to be open, because then you're going to be like Him. And so, the individuals in here who have a bee in their bonnet to see what's at the ends of the earth and, the mysteries of the sky. So be it, dude. Your thirst will never be quenched. Your search for that specific knowledge will never end. And you will continue to argue with people about stuff that you have no knowledge on, except for the Creator. Me? I'm going to listen to you continuously, spiral out of control for no apparent reason, when you could be content with what you've been given. Your lot in life and your understanding and knowledge of your God-given senses. But, hey, that's just me. You do you, right?
Yeah. I mean, didn't Jesus say, when I go, I will send the Holy Spirit, right? The wonderful counselor, and He will teach you all things. I mean, there you go. I mean, just ask, right? God wants to give wisdom.
The heavens belong to God, and the earth He's given unto man. So, what more do we need? Why do we need to go up there or find out what's going on up there? What's that all about? Why do we seek that knowledge? What's so important?
Like Nimrod.
Exactly. Nimrod championed the cause. He wanted to take all peoples, unite them, go fight God. We're going to go fight Him, guys. Let's get together. We'll do this thing, we'll put your idols in His place, and you guys can do what you want. Right? Isn't that what you want? Just saying, man.
Oh, NASA. Isn't that what NASA is about?
Of course. Piques people's interest and talking about space and all kinds of stuff. I'm just saying, man. At the end of the day, there's really, I mean, you can do whatever you want, but what good is it going to do for you to pursue that? What? You're gonna uncover the secrets? You're not debating with us for anything that you think you know. Absolutely not. So, I mean, all you have right now is what we have from Holy Books, and take that for what it is, but anything other than that, that's your ego, man. That's your ego. You just really puffed up ego, man. You want to be right.
Antarctica, I heard, is the kind of place where like leaders of the world would go, like the Pope, the presidents, to commune with their their deity, Mithra or something like that, or Maitra or something. Yeah, go ahead.
Mithra, yeah, but think about it, Bong. They went to the ends of the earth. What did they go find out over there? TFE and whatnot. What they go find out? A big bag of nothing. I'm over here sitting there laughing at these guys because they think they're uncovering the secrets of reality. Really?
We're sitting pretty, aren't we, Alpha? We're over here sitting pretty while they all look like food.
They're their ass off over there in the ice, and I'm looking at them like, so what did you guys find out? Is there anything interesting over there? Did we uncover, the super secrets that were hidden in Antarctica? What's over there? Now that you guys are over there, you come back, and now what?
They paid $500,000 to learn firsthand what an affirming the consequent fallacy is.
That's expensive, affirming the consequent.
That's a good point, man, Amish.
That expensive lesson to learn.
That's a $500,000 affirming the consequent right there.
Oh my gosh! Think about that.
I guess you could say they paid for it.
Oh man!
If they could come up with the logical syllogism ahead of time, they would have saved themselves all that money. Instead, they were scrambling after the facts to come up with the logical way to explain what they just did, and they can't do it. So, think before you act, folks.
What would say? He would say, "Poor dumb bastards."
I don't know, man. I've been telling them like, so, what did we learn over here? What's going on? Like, where's the party at? What'd you guys figure out over here? I mean, what are they going to tell me? Dude, I'm telling you, man, it's all revealed. Everything, it's going to be revealed in the dinner date. You pay $249 American, you can sit down with Jared and he'll tell you all what's really the juicy tidbits that you didn't get when, because you didn't go over there, so. I don't know, man.
He'll also unlock the secrets of your love life.
Yeah. She'll thank you, too. Really? That's worth $249 American, don't you think, Amish?
Well, I mean, if it could save someone from divorce, then yeah, it might be worth every penny.
I don't know, man. That's why it's like most
craziest thing. Go ahead.
Most of the speculation, it should be kind of like at least stated that way, because I would ascribe to Enoch's model for sure. But can I prove it? No, I can't. I'm not going to hinge my worldview on it. I'm just going to be like, yeah, that's what Enoch said, and it was revealed to him, and now we have that. I can't make heads or tails of what that actually means. But it sounds fantastical.
Yeah, and if Pac-Man Earth resonates with you, then you can have that belief too. You just can't substantiate it.
You can't substantiate it, yeah, exactly. Man, it's not to do. You're gonna run through the Pacific Ocean and pop out the other side and be like, oh yeah, now I'm on the other side. But really, how'd you know you go to? How did you know you go to that portal? What time? It's like a Stargate or something.
Yeah.
Because even though Enoch says that in there, doesn't mean that you're going to be able to say, okay, it's right here. See, X marks the spot. It's going to be right here. Walk through this, this portal. You'll be on the other side. It's not going to happen, man.
This whole Pac-Man Earth thing only surfaced recently because some of us have been talking about it as a thought experiment. And the thought experiment basically goes like this in general. If you give flat earthers the power of Einstein's mathematics to reify a new cosmology into existence, then we can apply his same mathematical concepts to flat Earth and come up with a way to reconcile a flattened globe together. You can create a model that is consistent and works. It doesn't mean it's true or real. Doesn't mean it always works. Yeah. I mean, that was the whole point. It's like, yeah, we could come up with a model too, but we would be stuck in the same problem that we are in the first place with the globe.
Yeah, there's those who seek more. So there's a I mean, they feel the need for searching for more. We can't just remember Lemon Bird. I don't know if you guys remember him. Lemon Bird from the 24/7.
Yeah. Lemon Bird was great at flat smacking.
Yeah, but he was one of those that said
there's no end. He said.
Yeah, we can't stop with this. If you guys are gonna say that's all there is to it, we can't. We gotta be looking for more. He had to be in his bonnet. So there was a lot of people like him, Witsit, and I think even Percentage. I don't know. I'm just percentage, but
yeah,
there's other people.
There's no end to it because there's no point to it. So when Percentage is like it's Pac-Man Earth for fucking what? Like everybody's trying to figure something. We already traverse the Earth. We already map and use maps to traverse the Earth. We already do that. Like we haven't done anything new. Unless you're gonna go outside of the grid system that we use, like all you're doing is mix and matching the information we already have to come up with something new. And for what? Absolutely fucking nothing. Because what are you gonna be doing with that new knowledge? Going somewhere else based off of information you don't have? Because again, you're mix and matching the information we already have. You're not going to be using that to traverse unknown territory, are you? And when you find unknown territory, great, you can map that. We're not going to say, well, the Earth is now this because you found some new corner of Earth that no one's ever explored, hypothetically speaking. So what the fuck is all of it really for? All the shit that the flat earthers want to do outside of me is to give people a worldview. Only reason I'm a flat earther is to take niggas out of the worldview by showing them measurement. And then I go home because I'm like, okay, now that you realize the reason that you've been duped and fucked, reification, begging the question, affirming the consequence. These fallacies are why you can't get your own life together.
Good point, man.
Exactly.
Not only can you not call it out when your own man is being unfair to you with logical fallacies, but you can't call it out on your own recognizance because you can't think clearly through your own bullshit. So that's why I'm here. That's why we're here. To undo the fog. You motherfuckers are looking for something else. For what?
Oh, goodness.
Tell him, man. Tell him.
Preach.
Tell him, man.
No, that's exactly what's going on here. There's the underlying cause that Eli is highlighting. And that's why we exist. We're trying to teach people to think critically.
Fucking tell him, dude. They ain't heard you in the back row.
Eli sounds like a more like modern, Apostle Paul right now.
I don't know if you guys.
There was a scripture where he says, would you want me to come, with a soft voice or a heavy hand? That was, I'm paraphrasing, but yeah,
There's
Paul did say that in one of his letters.
2 Corinthians, somewhere around 20 verse 15. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Yeah.
15 or something. Maybe he talks about how the celestial is different than the terrestrial. So there's somewhere in 2 Corinthians that he talks about. It's like 15 or something. I can't remember.
And that's always been my shtick, right, Mickey? Like, I've actually calmed down. Well, maybe I haven't. I've been like that.
Well, you gotta pull up. Yeah, you gotta pull up every now and again, man. You can't just they don't know who you are sometimes. You know, they hear you soft speaking all the time, man. They're gonna think you're a soft.
No, that's not it. It's because he has a horrible.
I tell you, man. Like
his mic is trash.
He doesn't really. I mean,
just like AI. I get so aggravated with AI because I know he's got something good to tell us, and nobody can hear him because his mic is trash.
Hey, Flatsy, I posted that scripture in the chat for you. It was Corinthians 15. But I was gonna say, I don't know, Elijah or one of you guys. I was gonna say, you should pass it on to QE or Nathan. Maybe go over the modern day debate from last night between Alan and Dominic and McToon and Peter. They did a pretty good job destroying them using math and stuff. And all McToon's rebut was like, "Oh, that's the globe. You're using the globe math." And Alan's trying to tell him "No, it's not." But dude. If you didn't see it, I would say watch it. It's really good. They destroyed McToon last night. But of course, he ran victory laps like an idiot.
You mean McBooger Eater? Do you think that he's hard to destroy?
Well, you know how the Glovers, they praise him, but
we covered McBooger Eater. We covered McBooger Eater in whatever Pretenderic or whatever. They reviewed some Nathan Oakley video where Witsit came on after the Antarctica trip, and how Nathan destroyed Witsit, and also diabetes test. Effie Bryan test, whatever his name is. I would say that we thoroughly took everything that they said apart in QE show today or yesterday, because it's already the next day.
yeah, no, I'm just saying because in regards to what Alan was talking about, it was he had a really, even just going over his presentation, at least for me personally.
Alan, as in, are you talking about Alan as in the guy that promotes ether cosmology?
Yeah, Alan from Ether Cosmology.
Yeah, well, I've called him out on his logical fallacies, and he just gaslighted me. So I would be a bit careful about whatever you accept that he said.
Well, the thing that was really awesome about that, even in this debate from last night, I don't remember not even one time did he mention ether. He never talked about that. He was specifically talking about the math and the measurements and the origins of where it all even comes from. Dude, he fucking did a good job breaking it down. And I'm just saying that is it would be cool to see what Nathan and QE say. I get it. I get they hate him because of ether.
You'd be very surprised at the kind of fallacies that they accepted, that Alan, especially to me personally, was okay with. I was telling him that he was using an argument with a double negative for some sort of logical syllogism, which isn't correct. Because if you need to be able to, he wasn't able to identify that he was using a logical, he was being incorrect in his assessment with his pondering of a double negative.
Well, again, that's why I'm saying it'd be cool to hear them go over it, and just because I would like to see them or listen to them depict and even break down or break apart. Either way, it would be interesting, because I felt last night while listening to it, I was like, dude, this fucking Alan's making a lot of good points, and it was so good. But put it this way, he was making such a good argument that McToon, all he could say is, "Oh, you're using globe math," and Alan's like, "No, that's how essentially he's saying, no, that's how dumb you are. You don't realize that this isn't globe math, but because it works, you're saying it's globe math." it was fucking like it was beautiful the way he did that presentation. I'm just saying, like, if one of you guys want to shoot that to them and see if they break it down, but it was good. And I don't remember him. Not once did he ever talk about ether, so I think they will appreciate that he was no way like trying to slang that at all, or like trying to, how they always try to.
What's that?
Yeah, no, how they always try to like wiggle it in some way, but he didn't do that. Like it was.
Yeah, they shoehorn that shit in there.
Yeah.
They call themselves the Ether Boys. What the fuck?
Yeah, the ether cosmology. Yeah.
Ah.
But
what's that?
Yeah, but if you didn't catch it from last night, Alpha, on Modern Day Debates.
Oh, the debate.
Yeah,
I'm not really into that stuff.
it was really he brought up really good arguments, like really good
I like
arguments.
24. I like the 24/7 debates.
Me
The head to
too.
head.
We may or may not be biased.
Yeah, everything else is just a clown show.
Dude,
There's no substitute.
I was gonna say something earlier when you were talking about Enoch, but I forgot. Yeah, but I forgot. I was gonna make mention of something, but
Well, I was kind of opposing this whole idea of accepting the Book of Enoch like the way that people do.
Well, I mean, it's not it wasn't in the canon, like as far as like the was it the Council of Nicaea? Amish not here.
Yeah, it sounds like Nicaea.
But
Yeah, but I would say that it doesn't fit the criteria of like prove all things, and hold fast to that.
but what is that? What is that? But what is
You're
that
not
based
able
on? Is
to.
that based on your?
Yeah, all the prophets have only given you prophecy that can be proved through the scripture, and Enoch it doesn't fit that criteria.
Well, Enoch was mentioned in the Bible, so in the 66 canonized book. When you think about what Enoch had to say, whether or not you take that in, I think that has a bit more to do with like what your bias is on how you understand. Because depending on what denomination you came from, you're going to be more partial to that denomination. And every single denomination has a specific tweak for their understanding of God's word. And you could have a bias towards that too, because I don't know what denomination you came from, Flatsy, but people favor their pastors and such. You know what I mean? And the specific denomination they came from. Just saying. But if it was recognized as a word that wasn't admitted into like the canonized, then you have to figure out is there anybody else that still has that? And I would say yeah. The Ethiopian the Ethiopian Bible has it. 72 books.
I'm gonna have to look into this council. Who the fuck were they? Who were they to say what books I shouldn't
Yeah,
read?
they took out 14. Is it 16 or 14 books? And they, even the apocrypha that used to be in the original, like he's saying, like in the Ethiopian, was it Hadika? I forgot the name.
Yeah, I think
Hadith.
But I mean, there's people that grew up in the American biblical teachings. 66 books there is, and so everything outside of that is trash.
Right.
So to them, it's
But it makes sense though that they would cast aside a lot of those books because there's a lot of things that are said in those books. Which is why they weren't canonized.
Yeah.
But there's things in there that said that go against the agenda they were pushing. So it makes sense. Like for instance, Enoch flat out says the moon and the sun are the same exact size or the same size, and that can't be in our realm, like or in our brain.
That's appealing to your everyday observation, so you can see that they apparently seem like they're the same size. So that's one thing, but to expound on it and go further than that.
No, I think the expounding would be. No, I think the expounding would be, they look the same size, but now that's 400 times bigger and 400 times farther. I think that's the expounding part where they made up the numbers of the distances to these things in the sky, as opposed to just being like, like him saying
That's
they're the
because
same
of the
size.
way we observe them. That's because of the way that everyone observes the sun and the moon, though. So it's not just, it's appealing to what you actually like observe and
Yeah, that's
experience in
reality. Yeah,
life.
I agree.
So, but then it expounds on that further and tells you things that you couldn't possibly know. And
Absolutely.
none of the other prophets do that because they give
Yeah, they
you
do.
information.
No, yeah, they do. They say that
Yeah, they
Jonah was
do.
in the belly of the whale. How do you know that?
Yeah,
None of us can like
yeah,
prove
they,
that.
yeah, they
They
do.
give you.
Let's see. Yeah, they
I'm
do.
just gonna go ahead and say that everything that the prophets have said do not expound on things that you can't prove yourself. They do tell
Yes,
you things
yes,
that happen.
they
They
do.
tell you, okay, but they tell you things that may happen or that do
No,
happen in the future,
I'll
of
give you one
course.
example, Flatsy.
No, the sun's
It's
nothing.
Flatsy, hold on, APOC. APOC, 1 second. I'll give you one example. Isaiah, the throne room experience. You remember when God showed him that throne room? Okay.
Yes.
How can you verify that?
When you go to the throne room. It's like
No,
a series of events that you will prove with your experience as being
I
a
know
person,
that,
like
but
a soul, a spirit.
but what I'm telling you is, there's a lot of things that were written in there, or at least put in the scriptures, things that you
Yeah, but
can't
they were
experience.
always a dream. Okay, I get it. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
But with the Book of Enoch, there is a lot more esoteric
What?
ideas that are
Yeah,
expounded
that's
off of
fine.
from. Yeah, I would just say that it fits that description more than it fits the criteria of what you
Well,
can prove.
okay, well, think about this.
Here's the thing. Anyway, yeah, but I was just gonna say, like, whatever's being said there, none of us can go and check to see if that's true or not, right? I mean, all we got to do is just say, well, that's pretty fantastic story, and leave it at that.
Right.
Like,
Well,
if you
all the
are
other
having beef,
prophets.
if you're having a beef with that, I think that's more of you just being like, well, I don't like what it says there.
No,
Okay,
no. That's not it. Because I actually was.
that's what it is.
No, I was really big into the Book of Enoch for a while. I did. I was like, this is something right here, and I loved it, and I was thinking a bunch of other things. I'm not going to say them here because I don't want to give anyone any ideas. But I even was thinking that there was something profound there that we could look at today as some sort of like prophecy. And I don't agree with it anymore because I don't
But I
actually
don't.
see the evidence that it would belong in the canon.
But
Okay,
but
so just because it doesn't fit the criteria in the way that there are the prophets that gave us any kind of idea of, it was always leading towards Jesus, and Enoch didn't do that.
Yeah, he
So
did.
I would say that Enoch only
You,
gave you
you're
an
pretty
idea.
ambiguous, Lassie, when you're saying all of this. You're very ambiguous. You're not using any
I
specific.
know because I am such a baby to all this stuff. So you have to give me a
Well,
little bit of grace. I'm not
I'll tell
so.
you this. I will, but I'll tell you this. Like, it feels like, I don't know where you might have had some studies with somebody. I can't tell, because everybody, wherever you had your studies with somebody like that, you might have felt a certain kind of way when you did your studies about it, and then you wrote it off, and you're just like right now defending the fact that you wrote it off. But I'm just, for me, I just like hearing whatever it says there, and just be like, hey, look, this is what people were
Well, I
talking
just
about back then.
trust.
Like, I'm not.
Yeah, I trust that God will preserve His word. I don't think that He's going to make it so complicated. It's always going to be easy. So it's not something that you have to, I mean, we already have a pretty easy way of understanding who our creator is and who our savior is. These things are pretty simple, and the more complicated that it makes it to where this idea that we can wrap the flat earth into somehow its salvation is not something that I would like. I don't think that.
Yeah.
So
Well, you know what's interesting? I talk about like I talk about how people use the Bible all the time And coincidentally, just like flat earthers who are, working to our detriment, by, trying to use information to create new information. Ultimately, that's what it is. People use the Bible to try to lord over information, lord over people, do certain things. For me, it's just like what I said about logic and fallacy. I'm literally just reading the Bible to look inward, to move forward. That's it, no more, no less. At best, I can shield myself from a destroyer because they may be doing something that I can see in a situation that I've read in the Bible. Those are the only two uses I have for the word, other than my belief in Jesus Christ and all that, yada, yada. Now, everyone does every fucking thing else. I don't even see the need to talk about. I mean, Enoch, okay, we can talk about it. Okay, well, he said this, he said that. Okay, great. But like when it comes to the point of, well, this conversation has got to now, it's like, for what? Again, we keep getting into the for what's of it all. For what?
Well, are we talking about the Bible?
Yeah, okay. There's more than 66 books. Okay, in those extra biblical books, is there something you can read that you can take away from it and do with your life? If the answer is no, then who cares?
Yeah, because
isn't that what the word is for?
Right, I get it. I'm right with you on that. I'm still kind of a baby to it, so I'm like, I'm trying to timidly sort of voice my opinion on it, I guess. So I just want you to reflect on that, at least what I've said, because I don't think that the way that the Bible is constructed, it's all like such great teaching moments, and I understand that what the prophets have said in the word is super profound and things that to reflect on. But it's all pretty simple. They don't give you something that's ambiguous or anything like that. It's all pretty simple for you to understand. People make it more complicated than it is. When they're reading it, they interpret it some way. They're like, this can fit this interpretation. And I think that people should just go read it for what it reads.
Yeah.
I would say
you are.
See any reason to look for extra knowledge, or I don't need extra knowledge.
Hold on.
Sorry, go ahead.
I get what you're saying. You just stick to the simplicity of the word. I get it. A lot of people, that's all they can digest. And it's like spiritual milk. But when it's time for meat, then you understand that the Bible has depth, right? So all I'm saying is
you're right.
You're speaking to one side of it, right? The other side is the book of Revelation. Hold on.
I want to speak for
you were speaking. Hold on, Flatty. Hold on. You were speaking for a little bit. Let me come through. So there's a book of Revelation, which is a bit more of like a dream and trying to interpret that. Then there's a book of Daniel, which is a lot of things that are going to happen in the future. So a lot of forecasting, right, is being brought into the word. So stuff that is warning people now about stuff that future events are going to take place. Now this stuff was for our benefit, right? So it's not just it's not this one thing where you're taking it only right now. It's for the future, and it's also for historical context. So there's a lot of things that, because of this, like, I don't know, you have this mind of it just being a simple thing. It's not really much more than that. But to those who want to wish for more wisdom, God will apply that onto you, and you can understand it a little bit better. As far as like what He wants for His people what He wants for His people to know. So all I'm saying is, you can't stand here and say, well, it's just this one way and that's all we got to do for it. Like,
I would never say that.
It's much more.
I'm not trying to say that. I'm really trying not to give you some sort of like a crazy idea or anything. I'm just trying to stick to more simplistic things where we can prove all things. Yeah. Sure. And I get what you're saying. because you're right. You can read a verse and take something from it and read it again and take something else from it that's more in depth. And I totally get that. It's spiritually discerned, right? So you can spiritually discern things. And I like I said, I feel like a baby still. So all I'm doing is trying to express my thoughts on that subject of extra biblical books and how they came about, the history of them. It's just a little bit sketchy to me. And the Satan knows all of the scripture, so he can use it to deceive others. And it seems like the book of
No,
Enoch is
we can't. Yeah, but we can't
only
do. We can't
caused
do that.
this
No, we
esoteric
can't do that.
idea.
No, we can't do that. We can't do that. You
Okay,
can't
yeah.
label Satan something that you can't do. It's just like me. Anybody can do that. Well, Satan doesn't want you to read the whole Bible because you're going to find out God
That's just an
brought salvation
example.
to you.
That's
Right,
just
but
an
we can't.
example.
Like you can't do that, Blatty. You can't label the Book of Enoch that Satan touched it, so now it's
No,
like
I wouldn't. I
tainted.
didn't say that.
Don't
I was
don't
saying
trust
that
it.
just like Satan can give you scripture verbatim, his
Yeah.
understanding of scripture wouldn't necessarily give you the right. Like just like when he was telling Jesus the scripture, but Jesus was able to combat him with scripture that would contradict what he was trying to say and the message
I
he
don't.
was trying to convey.
I don't know what you're
They
arguing
were
for
reading
right
it,
now.
man.
I don't know what you're arguing for at the moment, Flatsy. Are you saying that
They were
Satan will
they were
deceive you with
reading
the
it.
Enoch?
No, I
I mean,
was
just come
saying
on,
that
just be
you
plain,
should
just
be
be plain
weary
with your
of it.
word. Be plain with
Just
your.
be
No,
weary of it.
why,
Because I don't accept the Book of Enoch as canon. I would say that it
why?
It
isn't
was being read.
something.
It was being read aloud in synagogues in
Yeah, I want to know
Christ's
why.
time.
Yeah,
Yeah, when he
you
was
don't know a lot
walking
of
and going
things,
to the
Flatsy, and
temple,
I
they were
think
reading it.
Okay, sure, sure.
I think you
I'm
don't know.
not
You don't
trying
know
to
a lot of.
argue.
You don't. You are trying to argue. You're actually trying to say that the Book of Enoch is from Satan. When it sounds like it's sketchy. And I'm
And that's
saying you're very new to all of this, and I would bow out and say, you know what, I probably don't know. Let me go do some research historically and otherwise, and then you'd figure it out and you'd be like, oh, my bad, guys. But right now, you're not really doing any justice for your cause, unless you have some argument to bring forward. I would
I'd say
bow
let
out,
the
man, because it's like really.
content too. Let the content speak for itself.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
So what's the
Because
content?
if you say
So what is it speaking that I should
talking about
absolutely pay attention
the
to?
redemption and the ridding of the ungodly and the promise to the godly people, the righteous people.
Yeah, there's a gospel message in Enoch.
Yeah, and it also within. Here's what I didn't understand when they didn't like when it was like not part of it, because they're trying to say that it didn't follow like the guidelines, but at the same time, it actually confirms like even bloodlines and like who came from who and where it like even establishes the family lineage like within that book. So like I'm like, dude, clearly they clearly took it out for a specific reason, and that would be because when he starts talking about the heavens and he's the only one that ever saw that because he was the only one that was taken up. So it makes sense that the powers of that be in that time that had an agenda to push. It would make sense why they would take him out of it and say, "Oh no, they're like, no, it's not sanctioned or it's not sanctified." And then like it makes sense why they would cast it out, even though like T-Dub said, I think it was T-Dub, he said they literally were reading those scrolls, those scriptures in the temple while Yeshua was walking amongst them. So it's like, wow, really? How unholy was it then if they were literally reading it in the temples?
It was the popular book with the early Christians. Yeah, a lot of the early Christians read it. And Constantine was against the early Christians. He wanted to wipe them out. He called them Judaizers. So they hated the Jews.
Yeah,
they hated
Judaizers,
the
that's right.
Christians. Yeah, and they wanted to merge everyone together under Christianity. So they added pagan things in to appease the pagans, and they added Christian things in to keep the Christians. And anyone who didn't agree was hunted down. So yeah.
Yeah, they severely punish those. Yeah, Constantine brought in the Festivus and whatnot as starting all that up within the church because he saw the pagans were doing it.
Yeah, it's pagan worship.
You wanted the pagans. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. The thing that you think it's backwards, it's like, yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, I mean, Satan basically usurped the church, controlled opposition, the Catholic Church, or Holy Roman Church.
Yeah, that's some crazy stuff, man. A lot of crazy stuff.
Yeah, when you dive deep into it and you learn a lot of the history of it and stuff, and it's crazy to think that the Pope was more powerful than the king at one point. Like, that's crazy. Like, wow, there was a lot of power in the church. They could do anything, get away with it.
There still is, man.
Well,
they hold.
What do you mean?
Hold some kind of.
The Pope is still. Listen.
He holds.
The Pope is still running. The Pope is running our modern world right now.
Yeah, I agree to that. Matter of fact, that's where they say that's where that Antichrist is actually going to be birthed from. It's kind of funny with that whole last Pope and no room in the wall, all that stuff.
Hey, but he's doing it. He's doing it behind a bulletproof glass when he goes to the public.
Right. Because he's not loved.
The mobile. Have you seen that?
Yeah, they got to protect him like someone's going to kill him. I wonder why.
No, but Eli's right. I mean, that man's running shit, man. I mean, that guy.
Well, maybe not the current one, but definitely the establishment is. Because right now, that current Pope is equivalent to like an American president at this point. Like, they're just puppets, right? So,
Joe Biden?
yeah, literally a puppet.
Sleepy Biden.
But that dude. Anyways. But, yeah, so I just think that the current Pope is like not a true Pope. Like, that dude, I don't know. Very questionable. A lot of the things that he's done, he's brought and allowed, even in his like when they do their little speeches or their little, I forgot what they call them. There's a certain word for it. But the things that he's saying, like, dude, like, wow, like, are you sure you're of God? Because that's like completely not the way I think that the person that you believe in that book would not say what you just said. It's really interesting though, but it is what it is. It's the fall of the church for sure.
Anyway, we got some Globers in here. We got Ice Cube. I don't know if you guys want to talk to him. Ice Cube, you know Ice Cube?
He wants to
He's
talk.
got the Antarctica, flat Earth map or whatever.
Yeah.
I think him and Eggshells were talking about that being the. Why don't you guys use this map? The Antarctica in the center map?
Yeah, Eggshells been pushing that. The South Pole is the center.
He's a sleazebag, dude. He gets whatever he can. Like, he'll throw his little like jabs whenever he can. So all you flat earthers, like, he always says that shit. Well, all you flat earthers, whenever you're doing so, like, dude, why is it gotta be all you flat earthers every time you're in here? So I'm always on his ass. Every time he's in here, I'm on his ass. Because he's just, I mean, he's good for conversation every now and again, but then he throws his little jab when he's about to go to bed. He's like, well, what do the flat earthers think this time? Like, he says dumb shit, dude. It's just annoying.
Yeah, he does.
And
like
him and Percentage have cozied up or whatever. They've teamed up.
Yeah, one's
Earth and Globe Earth unite.
Yeah, one's got the South Pole Earth and the other's got the Pac-Man Earth, and together they're gonna form a model.
With your powers combined.
Right. They're gonna come together like
Voltron. Dumb and Dumber. Like Voltron.
Yeah.
No, but he's if you're a Percentage, man, he's every now and again he's like a Glober shithouse lawyer. He'll come in here trying to like, no, I think I know what he's saying. I think you're wrong. Like he's always trying to like bust your chops, man, when you're talking to somebody else.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
I honestly, you know what? Also, I've been wanting to really try to get maybe even like on X, but get into an argument with these people. Let's say a discussion, but I know it'll turn to argument. But okay, they believe it's a ball. I think we need to destroy it from its beginning because there's no way in their story, in their falsehood, that there could have been this gas to form a ball to begin with. Now, I think pinpointing that and holding them to that fire where their ball could never even come into existence because of the way it just violates all kinds of laws and properties of natural origin. I think like that would like you cut it at its like beginnings where it can never even stand. You cut it at the feet so it can never stand. Because they can take all about this and then that, the measurements and this, and we have this, and we have the stars, and we have like they. But you know what? If we really cut them down, say, okay, let's talk about the creation of your ball, and then let them realize how stupid of a fucking story it is, and how much they have to hand wave for it to become a ball. Then maybe like let those things start clicking in their brain for them to get it. Like, okay, wait. Even though I have all these like other arguments and proofs, quote unquote, that it's a ball, and the pictures from ISS and the satellites and the HMRI, all that becomes nothing because you've chopped it at its feet, and you took out the Achilles, and and like they cannot stand because if you take the creation of the ball, it's fucking retarded, and I think they need to hear that, like let that swish around in their brain, so that way they're like, oh yeah, wait, hold on.
Sounds like you're ready to cook, man. We don't have any Glober to cook. So.
I want to chop some heads, bro.
You're bursting, man. Oh yeah, where you been anyway, man? You been MIA? What the fuck?
Yeah, I've been a little bit busy here doing things and just kind of been offline in general.
All right, man. I just I didn't see you around. I'm like, what the fuck? Apoc's just AWOL and shit.
Yeah, well, I would actually jump in like while I'm doing something and just listen, and then I'll just jump out though because I would like do stuff on my phone and stuff, and I had to get back to what I was doing. But
every now and again, man. Every now and again, I see you muted. And I'm like, what the fuck? Were you a poopy head? Why'd they mute you? What the fuck? I think I don't know. Like I saw one time you were muted in here or some shit.
Yeah, I think I got muted. I think that night I came drunk. I think I was drunk.
Oh, you were fucking around?
Yeah, I was like talking shit. Like I was just mad and drunk, so then I jumped in there. I think that's what it was.
Making your beer med and talking shit.
Overdosed on my beer med and then came in here.
Oh shit, dude! I think I'm gonna make me some breakfast.
Nice. Yeah, it's 5 a.m. It would be cool though to talk to a Glober about this. I want to know if they know the origin story themselves.
Tell Ice Cube he's in here. He's just being silent. I know Ice Cube's a Glober. Who else is in here? I don't know who Leaf is. Leaf Aurora. Oh, well, maybe not Jake from State Farm. I think that's it. I don't know who K Travel Media is. Might want to ask that person. Wait, Fry's Fry's deafened. Humble H is a Glober.
I think if any of them wanted to step up, they would have already stepped up.
What are you? Who else is a Glober?
Talking about who's going? What?
Your mic's a little weird.
Oh, he said ether, Flatsy. Go get him.
What? Are we living?
Hey, dude, you're
in a dome.
You're in
right now.
Are they scuba diving?
I don't know. Your internet is garbage.
Are we living in a dome?
That's
right
better.
Now?
That's way better.
That's better.
A dome? We're living in a dome? No
Are
way.
you a broken
We're
toy?
living in a dome, bro. That's crazy.
I think you said that like about 10 times already.
Might be high as hell.
No one confirmed it.
What?
No one confirmed. I need some confirmation that we're living in a dome.
I don't know if it's
We
a
have
dome, but
confirmation
it's some form of container.
Yeah, we have
Who's Big Daddy
confirmation
Flurf?
that you don't.
Oh.
Yeah, he's Big Daddy Flurf. Do you want to talk to him? He'll talk to you.
Are we living in a dome right now?
Oh my God, dude! You said it. You're not tired of saying that? Like that phrase is like old as hell. Can you say anything else other than that? Go ahead, Eli.
If I could create a fallacy, it's the impossible question fallacy, because you're asking a question that I can't answer, and if that's the only, I mean, if you can't move forward with the answer being no, we don't really have anything else for you.
Are we living in a dome right now?
No.
Really? How do you know?
Because I haven't confirmed it. I mean,
I thought this was a bunch of flat earthers in here. Like, what the fuck?
oh, you sound cute. You're a bigot too, though?
Like,
that's interesting.
I thought it was about living in a dome.
Yeah, we're not the Flat Earth Society.
I thought we lived in a dome.
So you're a bigot?
I thought that when you go to the edge of the world, I thought you go to the edge of the world in Antarctica. It's like ice shelf, and then it's just the end. It's the end. It's like a whole wall. And
So there's two problems there.
secret continents. Shit. There's all these continents that like.
Yeah, I can't understand this person, man. Can you hear?
Y'all are both breaking up a little bit.
The government.
Yeah, she's extremely lagged. She needs to drop and come back. That's karma for you. She got wrecked by karma.
Yeah.
You go to.
Well, you're on mute until you get that fixed. Just so you know.
Yeah, maybe McDuffie will give her a password. What do you think, guys?
That's funny.
Where's the password, Nathan?
All right, I seriously gotta leave this time. I'll check you gents later.
All right, man. Take it easy.
All right, see you, Alpha. Oh boy, here's another Amish buggy on my commute this morning.
Nice.
Yet another.
I used to love that. I used to live in Lancaster. Well, I call it Lancaster, but they call it Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
No kidding. I live there right now.
See, it's a very nice place. I love it.
Yeah, people are really, really nice here. Yep, glad I moved here from the swamp of DC. I actually met Platter. Platter drove down from Canada to come to Lancaster to come see a show with his family, and we linked up for coffee. It was a good time. Here's some good flat earthers that live out here too.
I'll be right back.
That was a mic check. I heard you loud and clear. I didn't know what you said. But I heard you.
Oh, I think he was saying that he'll be right back. But what's going on, Amish?
Oh, just hanging out. Weather warmed up finally up here. Snow's melting.
Nice.
Yeah, construction crews are back. You guys get all that that snow down there in the southern belt?
I know, it was a weird one. You know, it doesn't usually rain in Texas or snow in Texas, at least south central Texas.
Yeah, all the jokes pouring in about hell freezing over.
Well, there's some places in Alaska that would normally be experiencing a harsher winter that they're getting less snow than Florida right now.
Oh my God, it's a pole shift.
I would just say that there's a probably the way the entropy is. You know, these things are going to happen in cycles because it's so dynamic. You know, the temperature differential is going to catch up to an area at some point. You know, it's going to experience something of some sort of phenomenon of weather that would be different in cycles because of that. Yeah, the sun being sort of like an entropy spoon. You know what I mean? Like stirring up all of this temperature differential at all the given seasons, and over time, there's even a precession of the equinox. So you have to consider that. Like people's idea of what the sky is doing could never be figured out in any format of whatever system that they think that the sun works in, or you know what I mean? Like this stuff happens in cycles.
Yeah, the sun cycle itself too, increasing and decreasing in intensity. Like what is it, every 11 years or something like that? They're at a peak solar maximum now, they say. So got all these sunspots and coronal mass ejections. Ooh.
Natural world seems to want to reach equilibrium, and it oscillates around that point of equilibrium.
Yeah.
Right. So that oscillation would be the variation of what our weather is in any given season. So it's going to change over some cycles, like because the sun changes over those cycles, and so does the precession of the equinox, and you know. So if you tried to like somehow map what, you know, we can kind of figure out what they're doing over a given time because of what they've done in the past. But these things go in cycles seasonally, and maybe even there's a cycle with every decade, and you know what I mean. Like you've got a certain cycle of how this temperature is moving, and it's being moved in different ways because of precession. And
in my
that's why
location,
there's
it seems
different
like
cycles over certain years. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I was interrupting you. It seems to me, my location, the seasons seem about 6 weeks off. Everything seems delayed by about 6 weeks at the moment.
Yeah, it happens. It's okay to admit if you watch Suspicious Observers and Space Weather News. It's okay.
Well,
I watch it too.
It's really
I haven't done for a while, but
it's really good knowledge to have that the regular people don't have, because if they had their farmer's almanac, maybe they would be able to understand how there's cycles within given years. But most people aren't privy to this kind of knowledge, and they don't prepare for certain types of winters and this and that. You know what I mean? Because they're not privy to that kind of knowledge. And maybe we do have that kind of knowledge just because of the procession over time that we've experienced, that this is something that you can post-dict in the future.
Well, the Space Weather News guy is absolutely convinced that we're going to get a plasma apocalypse space barbecue in a few decades.
They can actually use these things that we aren't privy to, just because not everybody's a farmer. And even if you are, maybe you don't even know about the Farmer's Almanac, but I would say that most do. So that's something that you can factor in, but most probably do. Maybe some don't. And, what they try to yield some crops and they don't succeed, they're failing. And then they're like, oh, it's climate change, and they add to the study of people trying to push that propaganda because they're not privy to the knowledge that they could be. And you know what I mean? Like, these things happen.
It's a complex system. Any complex system is going to just throw up some curveballs at you. It's the nature of complex things.
Curveballs. Yeah, and it's good to maintain that kind of humility too. I mean, the people who seem to have everything most figured out are the most ignorant of Globers that come in here with the most hard-headed opinions.
Yeah, it's.
They could spend. They could spend all day arguing with their own side. Go ahead. Yep.
Well,
sorry for cutting you off.
I'm always due for correction.
It's like a meta ego. They get their ego from standing on the shoulders of giants. They were convinced by these stories, and they couldn't believe that they could possibly be fooled or wrong. These great men could never have been wrong about anything. So who are we to come up and go, hang on a minute, some of this stuff doesn't line up?
It's silly, isn't it? Because I am always ready to be corrected. Please correct me if I'm ever wrong. Like, I'm ready to accept it.
We all went through the most ultimate of corrections. I mean, almost without exception, we all used to believe
Some people don't leave themselves open for correction, though, even after that one. So we've got plenty of examples of people in Flat Earth that will go right back to that kind of fallacious thinking and decide that the only way that something can be is this way.
Yeah, the TFE, right? And the ongoing discussion in FED. Oh.
I saw a bit of your chats over on that and in that Discord. I mean,
apparently people talk shit about me behind my back now. I guess I'm famous.
I don't know, maybe they'll talk about me as well.
I'm getting there, so I understand. Like, I'm starting to realize that a lot of people are beginning to know Flatsy Klein.
I mean, I don't think the things I've said over there are that controversial.
No.
It has upset someone.
Yeah, go over there and say the apparent point of rotation, apparent rotation in the sky of stars, I call it the movement of the stars in the south, is fixed. if you look south, there's another point of rotation in the sky. You know, and you can add whatever apparent caveat to that they lose their damn minds.
Who disagrees with
that? You were there.
Okay, well, minus me, minus Nathan, minus QE. Who the fuck else matters?
Right, right. They don't.
Yeah.
They don't.
So when you, when you say FED, we're FED. So
just talking about the Discord.
If it wasn't us,
Discord.
Yeah,
sorry, I should have specified. Yeah, I was talking about the Discord. I should have said FED Discord, not Nathan Oakley, not the illustrious panel.
Sucks. I agree. I hate this.
Yeah,
FED Discord is trash. I'm sorry.
I would say that there isn't that not everybody's just trashed, but there is a lot of crazy things going on right now in FED that I'm paying attention to. I'm sure you guys are too. It's kind of crazy. Just the kind of arguments that people are getting into right now, like Mighty Mush and the panel today, or yesterday. That was crazy. I mean, you guys got to. I didn't experience it, so I only got QE's like watered down version of it. But I understood why QE was like, these guys don't understand that they're conflating two different things. And
right.
He pretty much laid it out pretty simple. So conflating the east to west and circling above, so
right.
These observations are different because given any observation, the direction is east to west. So given any observation, that is true. But when you're dealing with circling, that's going to be different, It's still east to west. It's not different in the main aspect, but they're conflating the two things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, relative versus like an absolute direction.
Yes,
it's almost like the same argument as when Globers come in and say, I see the stars doing counterclockwise when I look this way, and when I look that way, they do clockwise. Explain that, Flurf. It's the same. There's something to it. There's like the same lack of spatial awareness.
The flat earthers are now having this argument that we used to have with Globers.
Yeah,
we were sticking to the absolute directions. Now flat earthers have been Jedi mind tricked into thinking in the Glober fashion, and also not even conflating those things together is that big of a deal. But to act like that would depict what the surface of the Earth is doing is also a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Reification. Everyone falls for it.
And then you say celestial sphere, and they said, you said sphere.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Celestial sphere, non-scientific model.
But we're using these words correctly. They're using them as reifications and incorrectly, So we're trying to tell them the objective outside, like, of your idea of what the world is. We're trying to tell you what we observe objectively, being pretty much descriptive. We're not trying to explain anything. And then they want to come in with their explanations for why we see the things that we see. We're just being purely descriptive.
And if you want to practically utilize the celestial sphere, you'll treat it as a flat plane, horizontal, with the flat plane of sea level. And as soon as you get your head around that, all the motions of the sky,
think about it like
this. I don't
this.
find it too hard to visualize anymore.
Right. So think about it like this. So you're standing at the equator and you observe the equatorial plane, just to simplify it, right? You turn around at the equator and you do a whole different, but still the same kind of measurements, like the angle, the elevation angle measurements from the equator, just facing south. So you're doing a whole different what is it called?
Mirrored translation.
The coordinate system. Okay, so your coordinate systems are just being put together, and that's why they have a celestial sphere, because at the equator, because of the equatorial, where you see the equator in the sky, that's totally celestial. So being at that point on Earth and also seeing Polaris at its minimal elevation angle measurement at the horizon, and it's also got a correlation to where the sky has its translation sort of movement that could be considered movement around a central point, just because of the way that we perceive those kind of things and that we don't have access to. So if you look at this quaternion, I'll post the video again. It's on Indio's channel. It's really hard to talk about it, but if you think about the way that we see the sky, the way that they claim an infinite radius, and how the stars are just an infinite distance away, you learn about the quaternion lines and how they map those out with any given like a random set of dots. You could say that that would be the stars. To us, they have a pattern, but that's only because our brains are wired to see a pattern. You get what I'm saying? So that, and we're able to utilize a central point like Polaris that doesn't move and create a coordinate system, but that would not at all be able to represent the terrain, because we're using the stars that we don't know what they are or what they're doing as our we utilize them as sort of ground positions on the earth. So you're not going to be able to pinpoint down exactly where it is, like, because if you move the way that light works with the way we observe light, if you move, those lights will move with you, and over time, while they move with you, if you keep traveling in a certain direction, they'll start dropping away from you in your field of vision. So that's why you get an angle measurement to them. So, but that doesn't always happen in one single location. It happens in a range of location around you. So you can move and it'll move with you and it'll look like your zenith while you're moving in a straight line. And then when you hit a certain point, it'll start dropping away.
I mean, the way I see, like, every star has a ground position.
A relative ground position. It's not a precise one.
A singular point where if you're on the surface, it will be directly above you.
It's not a single point. It's like an area. More like an area where that star is.
For a single instant is what I mean. Like, not over the course
so like
of
a given area, that star is at your
zenith. At a single time.
But you move past that area and then it starts dropping in angle in your field of vision.
Oh, you mean like the reasons you don't take angular measurements like 15 degrees above and about 15 degrees
of those celestial objects in the sky. They're given as apparent positions because they will seem to be a position with a given area instead of a single point.
You mean at a single instant? What do you, or like over the course?
Exactly. So it's
like
not a single instant. It's more like an area. That's why it's not precise. That's why you can't use it as...
You mean celestial navigation?
Well, you use it, it's very effective. We are clever we're intelligent beings. We can utilize these fixed positions that, even if they're in a given area at a certain time, it doesn't mean that you can't utilize the stars as somewhat a very good way to navigate the Earth, because they show themselves in a given area at your zenith, or you can utilize that information and the way we've developed mathematics over time to understand how to get to that location. We're not just starting from a blank slate. You know what I mean?
Well, no, I mean they had to map. I mean, I'm not entirely sure how old the ephemeris is. I suspect it's quite a bit older than they talk about. But
yeah, those positions that they're talking about, those ground positions, would be given a zenith of your position of that star, right? So that zenith position of you and a star is not a pinpoint location. It's like an area.
I mean, well, you can find your position plus or minus like a few hundred yards, right?
Right. So overall, that would be a point. But I'm saying with your observation, which everything is observer dependent, so you're not able to just zoom out. You're only able to be the observer in that area. That zenith angle of a star will follow you as a zenith in a given area, not a pinpoint location. Like, I stand in this one spot and I have this star at this time at my zenith. No, you can move in that given area and that star will still be your zenith in that given time.
Yeah, I mean that's the reason that you don't take sightings, above 80 degrees and below 15, because the motions between there are not as consistent.
Well, they're the most affected too, because the density.
Things get especially squirrely towards the horizon, but they seem pretty consistent between 15 to 70.
Yeah, their motions and their positions are consistent, but they're apparent to us on the Earth, especially the way that we see light. So when you look at a sunset on the beach and the sun is reflecting on the water, the reflection is a line of, like, it looks like the sun reflecting on the water in a straight line to your feet. And somebody 10 miles down from you will see that same sunset the same time as you do, and that reflection on the water is a line straight to their feet. So it's observer dependent, the way that we see the lights in the sky.
Yeah.
That's why it's so important that we talk about it being apparent. And
I think about it in video game terms.
So if you move down the beach, you'll watch that reflection of the sun follow your feet. It is following your position. It's observer dependent. So you, just because they have a different reflection on the water than you do 10 miles down, as you move down the beach closer to them, it's also moving with you.
Yeah, I think about it in video game terms, like the sky renders itself based on your location on the surface. Yeah.
That's a good word. Renders itself to you.
I kind of think of it as like a giant database.
Yeah, like you're the player.
We all share the same database.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all share the same database, the same base information, but the way it is rendered is dependent on your geographical location on the surface.
Yeah, whoever's the main
on the
player.
surface, but yeah, and it's also agnostic of elevation, so you'll get that same rendering even if you're 10,000 feet in the air, but it's all based on that coordinates.
Yeah, we all experience the same things, though, so that's why we're able to pinpoint somewhat. But what we do pinpoint somewhat is very successful in our navigation on the Earth, given that these stars have an apparent location and ground position in a given area, right? So we can use that information to navigate the world, and I get that. And what people need to understand is that it's observer dependent. This is the main, the confounding factor is that it is observer dependent. So we all observe and experience the earth the same way. I know I'm monologuing. Please forgive me. I feel like I'm saying something profound. Maybe somebody doesn't know the information I'm trying to give them. So celestial navigation is using elevation angle measurements to these celestial bodies and their ground positions. Their ground positions, the reason why we do a circle of equal elevation because it's a given area. We need to be able to give some leeway to some area. That's why there's this triangulation going on. Because the star is going to be at your zenith at any given area, right? So it's better and the reason why we work in such perfect concentric circles doesn't mean that's the way we travel, because we don't travel in perfect concentric circles. We use it as some sort of guidance system. And that doesn't mean that is the way the earth is. So the way we experience the earth and the way we experience the sun and the celestial bodies over the flat plane that we measure doesn't change anything. So you being able to hear somebody seeing a 24-hour sun in Antarctica should not shake your knowledge of what you know. Because we're still doing this over a flat plane. The sky is still crazy and doing things that we can't explain, and nobody should try to.
Like, if I'm going to be generous to the people who came up with this heliocentric idea, I could see how they took the reality that the sky is mysterious, and instead of accepting the implications of that, they warped the ground. Couldn't handle the idea.
The problem is that these people can't reduce it down to objectivity. So what we've experienced a flat earther coming in here talking about this Pac-Man Earth, which, like, I understand the idea, but this person was adamant on this Pac-Man Earth being the only option, which is silly, because the way that we experience the sky is apparent. So everything that's going on in the sky, we can't even verify. So if there are two points of rotation that we can't explain, it's still happening over a flat surface. So why are we even trying to? And our coordinate system isn't perfect either, because we don't travel in concentric circles. We use them as a guideline, and the way that we map them out is not an indication of what the terrain is like. That would be a reification fallacy. So, and you have to be able to reduce it down to your experience, because everybody else is experiencing it on a singular level. So when we map a terrain, we're not mapping it correctly necessarily. We're mapping it accurately. So even if we're given the most accuracy, this isn't the terrain that we're the map is not the terrain. We can't conflate that. Even when we stitch together our mappings of terrains, like those maps are not the terrain, and we're stitching those together, being the observer that can't see that far away. Like, so to act like we know what the entire earth is, even given our method to map it, is crazy.
Yeah, I probably led with the wrong thing. Like, I was just showing them that within his frame, imagination land, there are other optional geometry. But outside that, I also did say, outside of, you just don't know, right? Don't have all the.
We can't.
Don't have all the information to be able to say one way or another, right?
Exactly. And that's the problem. Like, we want to be able to zoom out in reality, and we can't. We are all just observer dependent and stitching it together. So you can't, and we're using the sky also, which is apparent to us. It's not an absolute like location anywhere because it's constantly moving, and even given your supposed zenith is something that's in a given area, not a single point. So you're having to utilize that idea, which you can do. We man, human beings are capable of doing this. It's not crazy that we're able to navigate the earth the way that we do, but to act like we know that it's a globe, that's crazy because we don't utilize it as a globe. It's antithetical to the way that we use the earth. But the coordinate systems can be anything. So if you don't use Polaris, which Polaris is so convenient because it's pretty much stationary in the sky. That's why we use it as a point. And that point isn't necessarily a point, and the concentric circles around that point, we would never be able to achieve concentric circles, okay? So we're utilizing it as a central point for navigation on maps that have varying uh, uh, those scales. They don't even have the same scale in the same area in the AE globe projection map. That's not the same in any given area. So you have to be able to understand the dynamics of what we're seeing and how it's observer dependent. And since it's observer dependent, that means it's a very limited, small area that you can observe as a singular person, just like anyone else. And trying to derive some sort of bigger idea instead of what you can actually do and measure.
Right, because if you look at it, right, they went from it was our understanding the ionosphere of the bigger picture.
You're cutting out, T-Dub, but...
Sorry, did you hear most of it?
No.
So it was, standing of us being on a sphere that led to the bigger picture of us being in a solar system, which led to the understanding of us being galaxy, which led to the picture of us being in the universe. Like the whole big picture.
Yeah, I got you. I feel like you were cutting out. Maybe you weren't. I don't know. I hope.
Yeah, it was cutting out for me too.
Yeah, I hope that I'm not wrong. Because the things that he was saying some profound things, but you couldn't string them together.
Yeah, I don't know why I keep having to do that.
You drop out and come back in.
Yeah. No, I was just saying. Yeah. So it was the understanding. They claimed that the understanding of us being on a sphere led to the bigger understanding of us being in a solar system, which led to us understanding how we're part of a galaxy, etc., right?
Yes.
It's like a series of nested if statements. If on sphere, then, and it's all reasonably, I don't know if logical's the right
But it was
word.
a very good
It follows.
idea for them to say that we live on a sphere, right?
Yeah,
Because
it
the
follows.
way that we experience
all the stuff follows, right? And then, but if your base assumption is wrong, then it doesn't matter how logical or well thought out all your other stuff is. It falls apart. And so you have to
Actually
reconsider the whole paradigm. Well, I mean the steps after.
Right, I got you.
The steps after the assumption, right?
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying because you're trying to follow the reasoning, behind the idea of the globe and the solar system.
It's like the cosmic distance ladder.
Yeah, it is. And
if the Earth has this radius, and if you accept that redshift is a thing, and if you accept that parallax is a thing, then logically all these things follow.
Ladder. The cosmic ladder is an acceptance ladder. Or the cosmic distance ladder is an acceptance ladder, sorry.
But how arrogant is it of them to be able to think that they have that knowledge? I mean, like, the best that they've got is a picture, what they claim to be a picture of Earth, and maybe with the moon, you know, and that's that's it, and the sun, maybe, but they don't have that vantage point of being able to look at everything.
No one does. No one does, and that's why they gave you that vantage point as propaganda. So we can easily identify propaganda because somebody's going to give you some information that would have to be defended by logical fallacies, right? So we don't have to go much further than that. We can analyze their information that they give us and how they're able to justify it, right?
The first couple of rungs on the ladder are crazy, you know, curvature of the Earth. And then using numerology, Huygens worked out that Venus has the same radius as Earth. Like, I mean,
yeah, exactly.
If I understand why they keep that story fairly quiet. You know, that's not in the standard education.
That's the big deal. That's why it can't be a bigger globe, guys. It cannot be, because the entire cosmic distance ladder for the heliocentric idea is based off of these dimensions of the Earth. And these dimensions of the Earth are not adding up. That's why we keep going back to measurement of curvature. This is why it's important, because these things aren't measuring up. So your idea of Venus being the same size as Earth almost, that's not going to comport if the Earth isn't that size and that dimension.
You have to change absolutely everything. I mean, as long as you can keep the ratios the same, as long as you keep all the ratios the same, but then it becomes absurd. Like, more absurd.
They're honestly utilizing the sky to make these definitive statements that they can't prove. So we know that. That's why we're asking them for measurements. This is why we ask them for direct measurements of curvature, because they can't give it to us. So everything in their whole paradigm or system or idea of heliocentrism doesn't work.
Wasn't it Tycho? Like, I've heard that Tycho expressed great exasperation about the Copernicus's idea and what it
well, he was killed,
what it,
right?
The implications.
And his ideas were
what it implied, right, about the size of objects and the distance and stuff between objects.
But those stars would have to be absolutely massive.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. We'll take that idea and run with it.
Those ideas were stolen throughout history. So do you think that this is what globers need to really ponder about? Was outer space, your idea of the vacuum of space, outer space, something that was invented, or was it discovered? And when did somebody have this sort of idea that would violate natural laws? And if they even understood what natural laws was when they said such a thing, and it's kind of like one of those things, you got to be able to apply what you know now to the things that were given to you as somewhat evidence back then as your paradigm now. This is some people should be challenging their worldview more than they are. That's what Flat Earth is here for, is for them to do that. They don't have to believe anything. They don't have to come over here and think that we're trying to convert them. We're not trying to do that. We're just trying to get you to challenge your worldview. We don't care if you're a flat earther tomorrow, because I don't care. If you want to believe a globe Earth, Just know it's a belief and it's kind of your religion. And you don't even have to think that, man. If you don't want to even ponder or challenge your worldview, then that says more about you than it does me.
Would you say that one of the things that goes against our understanding of science is the fact that there's a vacuum next to our atmosphere?
It's not science. It's natural law.
Natural law.
Natural law is different than science.
What would you say that is part of it?
I would say that maybe we utilized our what we wanted to have empirical for scientific proclamations or proofs, whatever you would say that would be a scientific proof that you've proven to be true. The natural laws may have been discovered that way, but only because of isolating an independent variable and a dependent variable. So you've got your observation, that's your dependent variable, your observation of a naturally occurring phenomenon, right? So you would have to be like, this isn't enough for me. I don't want to just stick to this rigid idea of cause and effect in nature. I want to be able to understand more. So you go and you act like you know more than you do, doing this kind of task, and you want to act like whatever you discover is something profound when actually you caused it instead of it being naturally occurring. So something that's naturally occurring, and you can't actually consider that as it's not some sort of variable that you can control, so you need to establish your independent variable, your dependent variable, and your control variable. So keeping your idea of what is the cause and effect in a controlled environment, that all the things like time and entropy are always happening. These things are something that can't be your independent variable, like time and entropy. Those things can't be your independent variable. You need those to be something always occurring. Time is always occurring. We're always experiencing a change over time, right? So time is something you can't use. Entropy is always increasing. That's something that you can't use as an independent variable. That's something that needs to be in your control, right? So that's why you have an environment that you can control the independent variable to cause the dependent variable of whatever you're trying to prove. That's why it's important. The scientific method is very important. I'm monologuing. I'm sorry, guys. I just got a lot to say.
I think time is just a second order effect of entropy. Really, it's just entropy all the way down.
It's definitely got its hand in it because entropy will always be increasing overall. So you can isolate some systems, right? Because you've got how many? Well, one is unachievable. So you've got an open system and a closed system, right? And an isolated system isn't achievable. That's not achievable. So we don't even have to.
You can put your hand on the scales for a moment, but
it's kind of like a thought experiment. So you've got isolated, closed, and open. These types of systems are what you would use to understand how you would control any kind of given experiment that you need to conduct to understand what is the independent variable, what you would vary and manipulate as your cause, to the dependent variable, which is what you have observed in nature. That's why that's important. So somebody can't tell you that this is something like gravity but we don't have any experimental evidence of it. We just think about it in a thought experiment, and this seems to be pretty sufficient, so we're going to go with that. No, that's not good enough. You need to be able to validate it first. It needs to be observed and validated.
There's one gravity with a little bit of validation. That's specific gravity.
Right, so
otherwise
we can
known as
observe
relative
things,
density.
but there's plenty of studies done where they can understand that actually when you have some sort of propulsion or whatever, the gravity, the specific gravity, would only be specific into any given area that bullet or projection or whatever would travel over. So you've got a projectile, and you need to understand what its endpoint would be mathematically. You wouldn't use gravity being concentric to a center point. You would actually use it as it being over a plane surface and it having an effect downwards the further it goes.
Oh, I mean, upwards as well. Everything kind of arranges itself.
Yeah, but a projectile would be something. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yes.
I was thinking about an egg floating in water.
Yeah, but something like a projectile that you would you would send out with a great propulsion would have some sort of mathematical trajectory, right? So you wouldn't actually use a concentric point of a sphere. You would actually use over a plane surface where it would descend over distance.
And we're back to matter seeking equilibrium.
Exactly.
Lumps of metal don't want to float in air.
I feel like I'm being too talkative, so if I'm saying anything that you guys just want me to shut up, just tell me.
No, you're good, Fuzzy. I was wondering though, does every star have a GP?
Well, they have a GP because the ground position is a given area of the position that it would be at your zenith. So this is the where I know everybody hates Arwen, you know.
I don't hate Arwen.
I don't hate Arwen, and I know he says a lot of junk, but he has said some pretty profound things, okay? Especially about the GP of a star, okay? And this is important because I know from my own experience that these stars are not in some sort of 1 point fixed position. You can prove it to yourself when you have night time above you, okay? You can look at a position of a star and walk away or walk in any given direction, and you'll see that that star will stay with you. The moon or the sun, these things will stay with you at a given point. But then if you can actually achieve a significant distance, not even because they're just moving, but also because you're moving, those stars do not have a singular point position on the earth. It's always given over time, you know? So you have to factor in the time.
You would need to move like 70 miles in order to displace them by a degree.
Yeah, so like I said, when you're experiencing a sunset over the water at a beach, the sun is reflecting its light directly to you. You being the observer of the sun, you can start moving down any direction of the beach, and that sun's reflection will follow you at that sunset. It'll follow you, and it will be also 10 miles down away from you at the same given beach these people will experience the sunset above the water, also reflecting the light to them. So you have an observer dependent idea of what the stars and the celestial bodies are doing. So these
from your location, if you utilize
from your
the domain
given
between,
location, it's so limited. So anybody that thinks
if you,
that the map is the terrain is actually, it's so much more clearer to you when you understand this, that it's a reification fallacy, because the maps that we are able to achieve may be accurate. I'm not saying that they're just wrong, but they're not precise. They're accurate because of it's observer
we're
dependent.
talking about precision. Say, okay, if you utilize the angles within the domain between 15 degrees above to 70 degrees, say, and you shoot multiple stars, you can find your location on the surface to within a few hundred yards.
Yeah.
Right? And so the circles, really the perimeters of equal altitude, because it's, I mean, the area is also flat, but that's beside the point. You're really talking about the perimeters of those areas and where those intersect. They come down to a very precise position.
The area, not it is kind of a precision, but it's still a given area that they're at its
right. But
those stars.
Right, but the area is not like 60 miles. It's like you can find your position to within a few hundred yards, and I suspect if you had incredibly precise instruments and it was an incredibly clear night, you could get that down to a very, very precise area, to like within 100 yards.
Also, so you're not getting a precise measurement right off the bat.
But for that,
you have to keep
for that particular,
making those measurements over.
It's a particular instant. Yeah,
right.
It's based on a particular instant, so it's possible using those positions to narrow your position successfully down to an area that's tiny, much smaller than the 60, 70 miles that would move things by a degree. Because when you're using a telescope on your sextant or whatever tool you're using, you're dealing with much finer gradations. Like you're talking minutes of degree. So that's how
Well, it can be.
So to me, it seems to me that
it's observer
the subpoints of a particular star is quite a small area. It's just very difficult because of the way our perception of the sky and directly above us and near to the horizon, things get squirrely.
You're getting within 100 yards, right? So think about an observer and how they're able to understand the location that you're trying to find, the way that they've described that location. And the GP of the star is in an area, not a pinpoint location, like one single point. It's an area.
But I mean, when we're talking on the scale of, you look in one direction, you're seeing, was it 6,000 something miles to the GP of that star, like where the right angle is forming beneath the star, and then you can turn around and do that again. To quibble about 100 yards
still is significant. Yeah, that's something to really think about for the Globers, because even given our available navigation system, we're still utilizing a flat plane. We even you could go as far as we assume a flat plane, because we're using elevation angle measurements. So that would assume that we are utilizing a flat plane, not a globe, but a flat plane. So where does the globe come into when we're at the equator and we're measuring an elevation angle measurement to Polaris? Like that's a problem for the globe.
Yeah, there's nothing but problems for the globe when you really start looking at it. But I don't know. I lean towards being a Pac-Man earther. That's the way I can conceptualize of the horizontal plane. Because from where I am, looking south, I can see. So during winter, there's a particular time where the crux, the Southern Cross, the bottom portion of it, is quite close to the horizon. So I know it's about the GP.
The reason
my
why I'm
distance from the
even
GP.
arguing, the points I'm arguing now, is because Percentage came in here talking about the Pac-Man Earth. Okay? So you're actually just bringing up something that we've already had contention with.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. I'd love to hear what Endless has to say, though, about that GP, Southern Cross.
Right. So, like, when I'm looking south, confirmed with a compass, you can use the octans as well to kind of say that, well, that's south. Everyone kind of agrees that's south. It's opposite of north. So, middle of winter, there's a point where at the right time of night, that so it's simultaneously nighttime where the GP is as well. So this would be an observation that you could make simultaneously if the other person happened to be at the GP. They could look up and see the bottom part of the crux at their zenith. And so from the principles of celestial navigation, I know that 5,500 miles to the south of me is the Sandwich Isles, roughly. And so if they were looking south, they would be looking at me. And so, I don't know, it seems to be a consequence. It's the implication of celestial navigation.
Where would the Southern Cross GP be?
Right. So for the period of time I'm talking about, it would be almost directly above I think it's the Sandwich Isles? The South Sandwich Isles. They're off the coast of Argentina. And so it would be nighttime there as well in the middle of winter, when the crux would be at their zenith, and for me it's nearly touching the horizon. Mania, looking south. So south, directly across Antarctica, 5,000 something, 5,500 miles off the coast of Argentina is to the south of me. I'm sure there's probably not that many others. There's probably similar ones for New Zealand. You could maybe line something up. It's tricky because there's a whole lot of ocean out there. But I don't know if anyone knows someone in the British Navy who's stationed out on the in that area. Maybe you could line up a simultaneous observation one day.
That's interesting, man. Very interesting.
I don't know. I'd spent the last couple of years just staring at the sky, thinking about all of this stuff. At southern point of rotation, or whatever you want to call it, the equivalent of Polaris in the south. It's definitely there, and it's definitely to the south. It lines up with my compass anyway, every night after night. And the Southern Cross does a similar thing that the Dipper does around Polaris. Visually, it's basically the same thing, like a mirror of it. All the shapes are different, right? All the constellations
So at the exact same time in Argentina, they can see the same star.
Well, it's quite a ways off the coast of Argentina. There's these islands called the what do you call it? South Georgia and the South Sandwich Isles. It's one of the areas that the British held on to for some reason. But I mean, roughly, it's maybe 1,000 kilometers to the east of Terra del Fuego.
Wow.
I mean, that's what the ephemera says. That's what the almanac, Southern Cross is used as it is a set of the navigational stars, so they are mapped. So you can look up the location of the zenith position, the ground subpoint of Crux. I'll tell you what, I mean, it's for a couple of months during winter. This would work. My winter, obviously. It would be like early in the night for me and early in the morning for them. But I think it would be just dark enough to do it. Be like in July, January. It's not January, June, July.
June, yeah. Mm-hmm.
The Southern Cross is south of Antarctica. How could it be 90 degrees in Argentina?
Well, quite the thing, isn't it? So, okay, what are you?
South of Argentina, though, it's not 90 degrees in Argentina, dude. Even in Antarctica, it's still
Argentina.
Still south.
So, okay, so it's 6 o'clock my time, 6 o'clock in the morning my time in, say, the 24th of June. The Crux is at its lowest elevation. It's just a few degrees above the horizon for me at that time. Simultaneously, over the Sandwich Isles, the Crux will be at the zenith position. It's part of the ephemeris. I mean, you can go play around with Stellarium. Put the two locations in at the same time in, you know. I mean, it seems to me that's how celestial navigation works. So, like, at that time, 6 o'clock in the morning, and at that time of year, the Crux lines up almost exactly with south, and it's very close to the horizon. And so it has to have a ground position. That ground position is a certain distance away from me. I mean, any of the stars, when I'm looking south, they are, 5,400 nautical miles away when they're right at the horizon. It's just definitionally true. Like, it's just practically true. It has to be true. That's how celestial navigation works.
Interesting, man.
And from where I am, I'm 40 degrees south, right? And so you can just go play around with any map you want to choose, any projection of the grounds. You draw a line that's 5,400 nautical miles long. See where it, see how far away that is.
I'll post a screenshot from Google Earth showing the South Georgia and South Sandwich Islands in relation to where they are on the globe in relation to Australia.
And I'm in Tasmania.
Oh, so, yeah, same thing.
Yeah, I'm 40 degrees south, and so it's 9,000 kilometers, 5,700 miles. I'm not sure what that is in nautical miles. A bit less. It's south, across Antarctica. If well, I'm pretty sure Antarctica's to the south of me. It needs to be the south of everyone. It's pretty much the only places that have land masses. I mean, you could have a boat floating out wherever, and you could do this from anywhere in the south, really. Like, New Zealand, Terra del, south of Chile, south of Argentina, they would all have similar observations you could make during winter.
Yeah, here you can see the Southern Cross from Australia and from Chile at the same time. I think it's in June sometime.
Yeah.
And in
yeah, there's not many places where you're on land and it's dark at the same time. But I mean, the thing is, they're not. I don't know if they're even inhabited. I think there's maybe military bases out there, and that's about it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, plus or minus a few minutes, an hour, you could get, essentially a similar sort of thing. It wouldn't be quite so neat as a simultaneous observation would be, but I don't know. I don't have any problems with that being the reality. It doesn't bother me.
You have a link for that GP of Grux being in the Sandwich Islands? Do you have a link for that or something?
Alright, so have you ever played around with Stellarium?
Stellarium, what's that? Is that a program?
Yeah, it's basically a representation of the celestial sphere.
Oh, okay.
You can put in whatever coordinates you like and whatever time you like. I mean, I don't know if Stellarium is perfectly accurate. But I mean, you can do the same thing with the Ephemeris. They use that for navigating with, so, I mean, yeah. According to the, what do they call it, the magnetic declination map, at the moment, there is 0 adjustment for where I am. South is just south. I mean, that adds a layer of complication that over the whole thing. Because you have to correct your compass headings depending on your location on the surface. But for me, it's basically 0. I'm certainly open to the idea that south of the equator is not completely symmetrical to north of the equator. I suspect that there is something a bit like that going on. But yeah, so if you want, you can just use Hobart as your point in Tasmania. And then you can put in, what is the coordinates?